Chapter 171. 1 week later. This is a pirate ship. You are such a good leader. You look cute and harmless. I believe you. If you cut it open, you will find a solid black coal ball. How can a worker be available 24 hours a day? The 3 meals you give me, let alone the salary, are they enough for my mental damages? I have to cook and wash the pots by myself and watch out for those freeloaders. I want to strike. Whoever wants to work can work. I have had enough of the hardship of working. I want to lie down and be a waste. This is my ideal for the rest of my life. Even if you are the leader, you can't stop me. Qin Xingxing finally found Shi Yun in a corner of the base, protesting with a numb face. Even the cabbages are not so miserable. Ever since Shi Yun gave him the management of the base, his mind has been beeping 24 hours a day, with a small warning every 2 days, and a big warning every 3 days, from David Naya and those 2 dead guys doing experiments and blowing up the house, to Zhang San and Li Si fighting with bricks in the middle of the night and affecting the city appearance. Shi Yun stepped the shovel into the soil and skillfully dug a hole of moderate depth, then looked back at him. Didn't you handle it well? The same problem will basically not occur again. For example, David and Naya were packed with experimental materials and thrown into outer space, so that they could carry out experiments and bring back meteorites. If the amount of meteorites did not meet the standard, they would not be allowed to return to Earth, and no new materials would be obtained. For example, a duel-only area was encircled, and by registration, people who were just watching the game were invited to take turns to serve as referees. The referee's salary was 3 days of food, which was provided by the loser of the duel. Now that place has become a popular place for the old and young in the base to solve problems and watch the show. When people who are on edge bump into each other, they are likely to point in the direction of the duel area with a frown on their faces. Let's go duel. People who have nothing to do after work gather together, and there is a high probability that they will invite each other. Let's go watch the duel. Many people's daily greetings have changed from "Have you eaten?" to "Have you been selected to be the referee today?" This trend has become a unique fashion in the base, and even attracted the attention of the system, which sent a sincere question to Shi Yun. It is detected that your administrator Qin has invented a new facility, civilized and harmonious dual field, on his own, whether to add it in the civilization transformation branch. A simple question with a simple answer provided Shi Yun with 5 influence points per day. Thinking of this, Shi Yun happily pulled out a hand and patted Qin Xingxing's shoulder in a leadership style. Worker, you need to open your mind. You should think like this. Every time you solve a problem, there will be one less problem. In time, there will be no problems for you to deal with, and then you won't need to respond 24 hours a day. Don't you feel guilty for saying this? Qin Xingxing pointed at his dark circles, indignant. If you have the guts, say it again to them. Shi Yun looked at Qin Xingxing, who was about to evolve into a panda. It was only after she authorized Qin Xingxing that she realized that the system had many functions that she could not perceive. When she wanted to be quiet, the system messages would probably be very low-key, unless something big happened during that period. When she was more concerned about the slightest movement around her, the system message notification sound would be high-pitched. Sometimes there was too much information, and the system would give priority to the content that she was more concerned about. All of this was realized when she was unconscious, so since she had the system, her mind was a little noisy, but she got used to it. As for Qin Xingxing, the system did not treat him in a similar way. He was bombarded indiscriminately and all-roundly. No wonder the system requires the authorized person to have a mental strength of more than 1,000. But as the old saying goes, the pot that has been thrown out should be poured out. She looked away with a guilty conscience, took out a handful of chicken feathers from the warehouse, and counted them very seriously. 1, 2, 3. I'm so busy, don't bother me, I have to count again. How about today's meeting just like this? Leader. Qin Xingxing lingered beside her like a ghost, his eyes full of resentment. He could sing the injustice of Dou-yi on the spot. Exploiting subordinates must also be sustainable. If I die suddenly, you won't be able to find another victim. If you don't want to leave, help count. Shi Yun gave him a handful. Count out 49. Don't make a mistake. Qin Xingxing took the things, counted, and continued to complain. I want to work 1 day and rest 1 day. Even peacocks are not as beautiful as you think. 32. Shi Yun found a stone to hold down the feathers he had counted. 1 day off a week. At least 2 days off. Qin Xingxing was firm in his position, and the right to eat every day. 47. Shi Yun raised his eyebrows. You want to come to my house for dinner? Since the base was built into a residential area, everyone lives separately, and there are no longer group meals like before. but occasionally someone will go to someone else's house for dinner. Of course, because Shi Yun's house is home to two evil spirits, Shi Hai and Shi Yin. One has a cold face every day, and the other fights at the slightest disagreement. There are very few warriors who eat for free. Only Anna, who has a good relationship with Shi Yun, and is not afraid of the two evil spirits, is a frequent guest at her house. The aroma of your food wafts into my home every day. Sheen zixing throughout the fundamental purpose of this trip. It's too much. You want me to run fast but not eat well. Not only do you make me stand by for 24 hours a day, but you also make me eat pig food I make 3 times a day and smell the aroma of your food that belongs only to humans. This is too much. Shi Yun, you blame me for your bad cooking? Sheen zixing. David and Naya told me that they could only eat our food because of the delicious food at your house. One time, Anna brought some leftovers from your house and they ate them. After that, every time they came to eat at my house, they looked so aggrieved. You said it's not your fault. Who else can you blame? Comparison brings harm, and it's double harm. I eat pig food, and I'm also despised by those who eat for free. Do I have it easy? Shi Yun, No wonder those two guys were thrown into outer space without hesitation when they committed a crime. She coughed dryly. To be honest, my brother cooked the meal. Everyone knows that Shi Hai dislikes Qin Xingxing the most. Oh then, I want the right to eat for free every day without being poisoned to death. Qin Xingxing added the clause with confidence. You go, and deal with your brother. I need enough nutrition to work 24 hours a day. Shi Yun touched his conscience and weighed the difference between his brother's mood and less work for less than a second. You take 1 day off, I go tell my brother. Qin Xingxing was satisfied with the deal. Both of them felt that they had gotten a bargain, and their work efficiency soared, and they soon counted their 49 chicken feathers. Why are you counting this? Until now, Qin Xingxing was curious. I just want to know if it's the soil and water at the base, or the breed of chickens that are causing their tails to become bald. To be honest, this species is really good. If this species didn't have a lot of tail feathers, how many would she be able to pull with a few chickens on the base now? Planting trees. Shi Yun answered calmly, put his tail feathers into the pit, and took out an orange agate-like seed. Item details. Name: Seeds of warm black pine. Quantity: *2. Effect: Warm black pine is a specialty tree species of Planet 85, a highly endangered tree species, dioecious, extremely difficult to cultivate, and a long growth cycle. It takes at least 15 years to enter the fruiting period. The fruit can be used as medicine, and it takes at least 10 years to produce fat, and the fat is warm. Cultivation method. Please dig a semicircular pit with a radius of 15 centimeters, and place 49 tail feathers of juvenile animals, such as the Badayan peacock, the lacehood small phoenix, etc. Bury the seeds in it, burn them with a sufficiently hot flame until the seeds turn into ash, then fill the pit. And water it with boiling water above 100 degrees Celsius every day until the buds of the warm black pine break through the soil. Note: the warm black pine cannot be transplanted after it takes root. Shi Yunguan calls this cultivation method killing all. But this was the reward she got for doing the side quests so hard, so she chose to trust. Shi Yun calmly lit the chicken feathers, and the only 2 seeds in the pit in Qin Zixing's confused eyes. The smell of burnt feathers soon wafted out, and the two of them squatted on one side, quietly waiting for the magical seeds to transform, just like waiting for a hot pot to boil. The magical seeds didn't cooperate. The tail feathers were all burnt, and the agate-like seeds were still shining at the bottom of the pit. Shi Yun tried to troubleshoot the problem. Chickens, like the Badayan's peacock and the lizard phoenix, all belong to the juvenile family, right? That's right. Qin Zixing checked the database in the optical brain temporarily. But are you sure that only the juveniles are okay? Look at the big peacock. Its tail feathers are 1 meter long and as green as jade. And then look at the little phoenix. Although its tail feathers are only 20 centimeters, they are as elegant as a round fan. Compared with them, the simple and rustic chicken feathers in my hand are really hard to describe. I believe that seeds are not seeds that are judged by their appearance. Shi Yun carefully picked up every word in the cultivation method. The width and shape of the pit must be fine. After all, she used a pair of precise hands. She chose to trust the system again on this point. I know. She finally came to the conclusion, it must be that the fire is not hot enough. So the two of them brought a mecha over and burned it again at a temperature of thousands of degrees. The pottery blocks were almost burned out by them, and the seeds were still shining underneath. What kind of tree seeds are these? Qin Xingxing was amazed. Stones are not as resistant to burning as this. Warm, black and loose. Shi Yun looked at the tail feathers in the warehouse, which were only enough to burn once more, and fell into deep thought. I haven't heard of it. What is it used for? Which planet's tree species? Let me check the database. Qin Xingxing searched in the optical brain. No need to look for it. I checked with David and the others, and there is no relevant information. However, Shiyun still answered Qin Xingxing's question. Planet 85. The sunlight storage devices in the base need this kind of rosin. There are too many people now, and the storage devices are not enough. 85? Qin Xingxing repeated the string of numbers. Shiyun suddenly felt that there was a chance. Do you know this planet? Yeah. Qin Xingxing nodded and turned on the communicator. Kellen, come here. We found clues related to your home planet. Kellen wore a small name tag with a yellow agate-like material, on which was deeply engraved a string of numbers, 85. When Qin Xingxing first met Kellen, Kellen was still a teenager, seriously injured, and he didn't know where he got the strength to hold on to him tightly. The boy spoke in front of him for the first time, and only uttered a string of meaningless syllables. Just when Qin Xingxing thought he was mute, the boy spoke for the second time. His extremely short nails penetrated through the combat uniform and dug deep into Qin Xingxing's arm. 85. Do you know which planet this is? Send me back, please send me back. Qin Xingxing immediately searched in the optical computer. There was no record, let alone coordinates. Did you remember a digit wrong? No, it's impossible. I can't remember it wrong. You must have entered it wrong. The boy read the number again word by word. Search. Search again. Qin Xingxing didn't make a mistake, so the result was naturally the same. It was probably a very small planet, so small that it was not even recorded on the Federation map. He explained this possibility to the other party, trying to help him solve the problem. Is the planet you are talking about nearby? Or is it in another galaxy? Are there any other planets near it? The boy didn't answer, but just stood up staggeringly, grabbed the officers around him one by one, and repeatedly asked about the planet until he was exhausted. His injuries were fully treated in the medical cabin. When he regained consciousness, Qin Xingxing asked him, Do you remember which galaxy 85 is in? 8512. What? Kurlin looked at him in confusion. Is this the code of some planet? It seems so. Have you forgotten? Before you fainted, you said it was a string of numbers that were very important to you. Qin Xingxing handed him a small yellow agate-like card, something that fell from you. This handwriting. Kurlin took the thing and looked at the unruly numbers on it, remembering the signature that the man in front of him had casually written on the hospital robot a few minutes ago. Qin Xingxing met his gaze with a righteous look. You asked me to carve it, and I wasted a weapon. How are you going to compensate me? Work. Come, help me write these 20 or so self-criticisms first. What kind of weapon is so bad that it is broken by carving a few words? What kind of person is this, so arrogant, and violated more than 20 regulations? Kellen thought unhappily. But inexplicably, he became Qin Xingxing's soldier wholeheartedly. Helixing. While Kellen was rushing over, Shiyun had already heard the past from Qin Xingxing, and explained to Kellen in general why she knew this string of numbers, and then gave the answer that everyone had been trying to find for many years. I didn't know you didn't know the name of your home planet, nor did you know that this string of numbers represented the planet Heli. This is a very strange thing. When Kellen came to the base, the resident's details clearly stated his home planet, without any garbled characters or abnormalities. Who could have known that he knew nothing about it? The system is the same, sometimes using codes, and sometimes using planet names, without paying attention to the standard of wording. Shiyun complained in his heart and asked, Do you really have no impression of this name? Kellen shook his head and looked at Qin Xingxing. We have been guessing that it is related to the source of pollution. Is there a pollution source? Shiyun was stunned. You were seriously injured because of the pollution source? Kellen shook his head again. I forgot. I don't know whether it was him or not. Qin Xingxing knew more than he did, and filled in the cause and effect for him. When I picked him up, I had just finished fighting with a group of pollution sources and replenished energy on a nearby transit star. At that time, the surroundings were heavily guarded, and he didn't know where he came from, and he almost got shot. Then what was the basis for your later speculation? Shiyun thought for a moment and found the key, your inferior weapon that broke after engraving? So that's not your excuse for asking someone to write a self-criticism? Inferior quality extortion. Qin Xingxing's expression was quite interesting. Am I this kind of person in your mind? Shiyun looked like what else? Kellen tried to smooth things over. It wasn't the case that time. What do you mean by that time? It turns out that all these years of friendship were false. That's how you see me. Ah, my heart hurts. Don't come to my house for free meals in the future. I don't want to see you again. Qin Xingxing made a sad decision. If I remember correctly, This guy clearly planned to come to her house for free meals in the future, right? He was obviously just afraid that he would be the only one to eat delicious food, and it would be difficult to explain to his usual dinner friends, right? What a preemptive move. Anyway, under Shiyun's contemptuous gaze, Qin Xingxing restrained his drama. The fact is, my weapon is not inferior at all. I just got an S-level one when I was engraving his small card. Forget or something. Qin Xingxing shrugged. It should be the skill of that S-level monster. Shiyun was suspicious. Should it be? That was the first S-level monster I fought in my life. Qin Xingxing made a two-word gesture, his face serious. I was still young at the time, and didn't have much experience. That thing jumped towards my face, and looked very powerful. My mind went blank, and I only had one thought. It's over. If I don't kill it today, it will kill me. As a result, I fought more violently, and it didn't have time to use its skills on me. General, you are too modest. Clan added like a fanboy. At that time, the Federation didn't know much about S-Class. Some places didn't even know the existence of S-Class. There were only a few people in the entire Federation who could fight S-Class, and the General was one of them. Specifically, the few here are. Qin Xingxing extended an extra finger on the basis of 2, 3. Before I defeated that S-Class, there were only 2 in the entire Federation, and they were beaten badly. Clan. Yes. At that time, the only one who could move freely after defeating S-Class was the General. Stop talking. It's been a long time. Qin Xingxing's face was full of pride. Shiyun, So? She sorted out her thoughts. The timing of this S-Class appearance was too coincidental, and Clan's initial performance seemed to know that everyone would not know about Heli Star. Yes, I just thought he wanted to go home at first. Qin Xingxing said, until later, I encountered several pollution sources with similar skills. They can make humans within a certain range forget a specific existence. Thinking back carefully, with the ability of that S-level beast back then, it is possible that it could have had a significant impact. After all of us are within its ability range. That is to say, before meeting Qin Xingxing, Clan had already realized that he had been tricked. Asking around, it was more like hoping that someone could help him deny the irreparable fact than to get an answer from others. But the pollution source is dead. Will the skill still work? Shiyun asked suspiciously, Are you sure it's dead? It's dead. I disposed of the nuclear crystal. Qin Zizi explained, There's actually no difference between human memory and a beverage bottle. Once a beverage bottle is twisted into a ball, even if the person who applied the force is gone, the bottle will not return to its original state, and the same is true for human memory. I still don't quite understand. Shiyun pondered. You just said that the forgetfulness skill has a range of effect? That means people outside the range will not be affected. That's for sure. Kren nodded. Then your inference is based on a presupposition. Shiyun stroked the tail feathers in his hand. Is Heli a planet so small that even the Federation has no records of it, and it is almost unknown? Yes. Kran didn't understand why Shiyun repeatedly confirmed it, so he could only cooperate with the answer. Qin Xingxing's eyes changed. What other information do you have? Shiyun picked up the smooth Nwanwupine seeds. This thing is the same as the jerry-faced tree species, and it is a smuggled commodity. Someone is willing to take the risk of smuggling, which proves that there is a market, and the profit is not small. The database of the federal military should not have no Heli. Chapter 172. As soon as these words came out, the three of them were silent. What kind of situation would cause a planet with smuggled goods to disappear from all records? Was it man-made? Then who could find an S-level pollution source that just happened to have the forgetfulness skill and let it cooperate? If it was not man-made, and everything was just the S-level's fault, then the effective range of its skills was too terrible. Fortunately, General, you dealt with the S-level in time. The biggest victim, Kran, was silent for a long time, and then summed up this sentence. What a senior fanboy. Shiyun was amused by him, but she noticed a flash of solemnity on Qin Xingxing's face from the corner of her eye. The two looked at each other, and Qin Xingxing shook his head slightly at her, returning to his usual serious look, pointing at the seeds in Shiyun's hand and saying to Kellen, Look at these seeds, can you remember anything? Kellen stared at them for a while, shook his head hesitantly, thought about it, and asked again, Show me? Yes. Shiyun handed him the seeds, and read him the introduction of the system. The seeds were roasted by Shiyun and Qin Xingxing for a long time, and the temperature has not completely dropped yet, emitting a warmth only 1 or 2 degrees higher than the skin. Kellen held the seeds in his palm, fiddled with them with his fingertips, and pondered. After a while, he returned the seeds to Shiyun, and he couldn't tell whether he was ashamed or regretful. I can't remember. I don't have any impression at all. It's okay. Shi-yun was not surprised, and said softly, then don't think about it, help me plant a tree first. Kellen was stunned, but I haven't remembered how to plant it yet. It's okay. After knowing that this thing is related to your home planet, I have a new idea. Let's give it a try. Shi-yun smiled slightly. Have you seen Hawkins planting carrots? Come on, imitate him, and use your mental power to help me fan the fire. It was still the same earth pit, the same number of tail feathers and seeds. The small fire seed twisted the fire mental power contributed by Clan, and fell lightly into the pit. With a cheese sound, the flame jumped high. For a moment, Clan suspected that he saw something. He blinked his eyes, and looked carefully for a while, only to see the almost golden flames. He thought that the sudden fire just now was too irritating. The seeds that had been burning for a long time finally moved. With a beep, its agate-like orange color gradually turned brown, and then from brown to black. Finally, as described in the cultivation method, it was completely burned to ashes. On his home planet, which he had no impression of, there were plants with such strange cultivation methods. Cran stared blankly, feeling like a disembodied soul, observing the feelings of the first person from the perspective of a third person in the body of the first person. The emotions that should have been stimulated by past experiences were dull and tasteless, but the impact brought by rational cognition was so sharp that it made people uncomfortable. An indescribable feeling came over me. Let me do it. He took the soil from Shi-yun's hand, and filled the hole carefully. Is it watering next? He turned around and asked. First, apply fertilizer. After all, the number of warm pine seeds is limited, and it is not like the Jerry phase tree at that time that can be tested at will. Fortunately, a lot of agricultural products were planted during this period, so there is more or less a reference range. Shi-yun sprinkled a little mysterious fertilizer on the whole according to the most conservative amount. Then, boiling water with a lot of steam was poured evenly. It was done. The three of them stood up with a sense of fulfillment, clenched their legs that were sore from squatting, stretched their stiff bodies, and prepared to go home. Puff. A very small sound. Qin Xingxing paused. Kellen looked at the two people around him subtly, and Shi-yun pretended not to hear anything. But everyone thought in their hearts. Did someone just fart secretly? Three eyes met each other, and each of them implied I understand. No matter who it is, I will give this face. Don't worry, I won't expose it. Comrade in arms. Puff. No. Who is it? Is he feeling unwell? Puff puff. That? Kellen couldn't help it. Fuck. Qin Xingxing shouted. Kellen thought he had found the culprit, and was about to whisper to the empty area next to him, when he saw the same thing from the corner of his eye. Fuck? Shi-yun looked back in the direction of their sight without knowing what was going on and couldn't help but fuck. Not far behind the three of them, the warm black pine, that was just a seed, had grown a thumb-long stem with two small yellowish buds growing on it. Yes, the quantifier is root. Because the young shoots are just two long thin lines. The speed at which the warm black pine sprouted was like pushing the fastest growing jerry-faced tree off its throne, and stepping on it face to the ground. The three people were amazed and walked back without saying anything. Shi-yun looked left and right, and came to the conclusion cautiously, all the fertilizer has been absorbed. Qin Xingxing gently poked the stem, that was almost the same color as the shoots, and cautiously suggested, what will happen if we add more fertilizer? Under the cautious but curious eyes of the two, Krang cast a sacred vote that actually had no influence on the result. Hurry up and try it. Try it. A small handful. A large handful. A small handful. A large handful. The warm black pine, which upgraded from a magical seed to a magical little yellow bud, was like a growing teenager who couldn't be full after 3 bowls of food. It accepted everything that came, ate as much fertilizer as it was sprinkled, and grew up as if it had a special effect. Soon it grew into a small trunk 3 fingers thick and more than 1 meter high. Its positive and obvious growth greatly encouraged the 3 people present. The caution that is unique to new parents was gradually thrown behind their heads, and the casualness of raising a second child gradually prevailed. Shi-yun felt that the efficiency was not enough, so she simply moved out the large vat full of fertilizer in the warehouse. Qin Xingxing and Kellen did not need to use their hands. They asked her for a large ladle each, closed their eyes, and scooped and sprinkled. It is not known who first discovered that fertilizer is not only effective when sprinkled on the soil, but also when applied to trees. It is absorbed by the soil and trees at the same time, and the children eat better. Therefore, this enthusiastic fertilization action further evolved into raw pickled warm pine. 3 people and 1 tree, 6 hands and 1 trunk, rustling, gray-white dust scattered, hazy like a sandstorm. The scene was quite difficult to comment. Anyway, the child was very hard-working, and soon grew to be as tall as a person. Qin Zixing stroked the trunk of the warm black pine, with his hands covered with mysterious fertilizer, and raised an inexperienced question: Mothers, what should the child look like? It hasn't grown for 5 minutes. He pulled up a branch that was about to fall to the ground and expressed his opinion. Back then, it was such a cute little yellow bud. How did it grow like this? It looks like a cat's tail soaked in water. It's ugly. It doesn't matter if it doesn't look good, as long as the child is healthy. But look at this child. He is trying hard to grow horizontally, and he has grown so many. Qin Zixing was nagging worriedly, and gathered all the branches of the Nuanwu pine together in a show. The tree was 3 fingers thick, and there were so many branches that even an adult man couldn't hold them with his hands open. He let go and patted the most obvious part of the trunk with heartache. Look, it's too heavy. The child's back is hunched. Finally, he reflected sadly like an old father. Do you think there is something wrong with our training method? Are we raising the child too hastily? He was a bit too dramatic, but what he said was not without reason. The good Nuanwu pine, whose name clearly contained the word pine, had to learn to grow like the old willow next door, growing only branches without strengthening the trunk. If it continues at this trend, the branches will soon break the trunk in half. But if it is said that the fertilizer is over-fertilized, the system has not reminded it. Thinking of the sharp increase in the demand for solar storage in the base, and thinking of the normal growth period of Nuanwu pine for 10 years to produce resin, there is such a ready-made shortcut in front of him, and Shiyun can't wait. Relying on the fact that she still had a seed in her hand, she decided to further test the bottom line of the Nuanwu pine's ability to absorb fertilizer. Put some more, but be careful. The rough method became cautious again, a little bit, and then a little bit. Suddenly, without any warning, the earthy yellow Nuanwu pine quickly turned black and dried up. Shiyun's face changed, and while working, he called out to his companions, "Quick! Hurry up and dig up the fertilizer left on the surface. It's almost burned to death." Before she finished her words, Qin Zixing had already started digging up the fertilizer. "Wait!" Kran stopped them. The two looked back at him in surprise. But he stared at the Nuanwu pine, breathing inexplicably fast, and then, at a speed that the two could not react in time, he turned around and scooped a full bucket of fertilizer from the fertilizer tank, rushed to the Nuanwu pine, and poured it on his head. The half-dried Nuanwu pine died on the spot. The trunk completely lost its luster and turned into a black and yellow color without moisture. The branches that were originally like wet tails became even more dry and brittle. Under the action of gravity and wind, black coal slag-like debris fell from it. This! Qin Zixing raised his hand to try to stop him. Kellen still held the wooden ladle in his hand. I just had a hunch. I thought it was a memory I couldn't remember. I thought it. His eyes were fixed on the wrinkled texture of the dead tree trunk, and he couldn't see even a trace of life. His impulse completely cooled down. Kellen was frustrated and hit his head hard with the wooden ladle. "Hey! Don't take it out on yourself." Shiyun stopped him. There should still be room for recovery. Plant details. Name, Nuanwu pine seedlings. Details, ? Function, ? Can it be saved? Kellen raised his head suddenly, as if he would die if Shiyun said so. Since the reason is that we put too much fertilizer. Qin Xingxing recovered from the pain of losing his son, and leaned over. How about adding more water to dilute it? Clan, who was extremely ashamed, said, right away. Before the horse was mounted, he had already poured a tank of water into the soil. Plant details. Name, Nuanwu pine seedlings. Details, ? Function, ? The missing question mark is like a breath missing from the seedling. Shiyun? The water has been cold for a long time. Qin Zixing, who has already let go, appears a few meters away. Come on, I've dug a hole, let's plant Erwa. As soon as the words fell, the plant details suddenly changed again. Name, Nuanwu pine mouth. Details, ? Function, ? Shiyun, It seems that the father's abandonment has dealt a heavy blow to the child. If this continues, she suspects that the seedling will die with regrets. She sighed calmly, and reached out to the tree trunk. In this case, she has not yet completed her synthesis experiment for today, so she might as well take advantage of it before it is completely broken into pieces. Perhaps she can synthesize something more useful. A strong wind blew in her face. The broken pieces on the branches were like black snow all over the sky, and the light of the low-level nuclear crystal shone obliquely, creating large patches of cold light. This should have been a lifeless picture, but Shiyun seemed to see a fleeting warmth in the gap between the lights. Something brushed across her face, itching her so much that she sneezed. "What is this?" she heard Cran ask stupidly. He grabbed a handful of furry things, golden and soft. At the same time, a dry and brittle branch seemed to be affected by external force, and twisted unnaturally towards Cran. With this movement, the branch shook violently, and the cumbersome debris fell completely under the force. Everyone opened their eyes wide. The branch was slender, and lazily unfolded its true shape, like a soft and tough feather shaft, and the small fluff balls attached to both sides shook to both sides, slowly raising a golden wave with warmth. It was exactly the same as the golden wool thread held in Cran's hand. It's just that without the external force, it's more stretched, more elegant, and more natural. Clan let go of his hand in a daze. The bundle of silk returned to its original position, and the branches connected to its roots bounced left and right, swaying in the air for a few times, like the slender tail feathers of some noble bird. In such a short time, many branches also showed the same changes, fluttering like tail feathers, and the visual center of gravity of the whole warm black pine continued to rise. Suddenly, there was a click. The main trunk of the warm black pine, which was bent at nearly 80 degrees, rebounded significantly. The change in shape caused the black and yellow bark to spontaneously crack and peel off in pieces, revealing one after another delicate and moist yellow. When all the branches turned into tail feathers, the trunk also returned to its straight shape. The details in the system changed again. The garbled core words in the name disappeared completely, replaced by accurate and clear detailed descriptions. Name: warm black pine, male plant. The black debris spread a thick blanket on the ground. Another strong wind blew, and the soft and light branches and leaves of the new trees were blown to one side, and the trunk was slightly bent, like a plain phoenix that had just been reborn from the fire and looked up into the sky. Chapter 173. Plant details. Name: warm black pine, male plant, plant status, growth period. Remarks: this is probably the most rapidly growing warm black pine in the world. If plants had consciousness, they would be very proud. Shi-Yun: System: what are you thinking about for it? Shi-Yun: look. Qin Zixing and the others called her. Shi-Yun looked up and saw them reaching their hands into the branches of the warm black pine and making a ball-patting motion. What new tricks are these? Shi-Yun went over to learn from them and found that there was a very weak airflow on the surface of each feather-like branch. If the downward force was strong enough, a relatively obvious resistance could be felt. What is the principle? I have encountered plants with similar phenomena. Let me tell you. Qin Zixing pretended to be profound. Plants actually breathe just like humans, but the amount of gas exhaled is very small, so we generally don't feel it obviously. However, because the structure of some plant branches or trunks is special, the exhaled airflow gathers regularly, so it can be felt by humans. In other words, what we are touching now is the airflow it exhales. Shi-Yun thought that it made sense and asked, why is there resistance when pressing down? Qin Xingxing thought for a moment and waved his hand. It's just like when a person's nose is blocked, he wants to blow it hard to breathe. Maybe we press down part of its nostrils. Kellen silently withdrew his hand. I suddenly feel so guilty. Shi-Yun: One dares to say it, and the other dares to believe it. If she remembered correctly, this is a tree, not a whale. Shi-Yun: I see that the fertilizer just now has been absorbed cleanly. The tree looks very healthy now. Let's try to continue fertilizing. Qin Xingxing and Kellen naturally agreed. Compared with the seedling stage, the absorption efficiency of the soil surface fertilizer of the growing pine has decreased a lot, but the absorption efficiency of the branches has increased, and the higher the position of the fertilizer absorption, the better the absorption effect, which is like a hint to Shi-Yun and others. I am too lazy to absorb nutrients slowly from the roots. So hurry up and pour the nutrients on my upper body. After discovering this pattern, the three of them followed the trend. Soon, the height, luxuriance, and smoothness of the pine have changed significantly. However, surprisingly, the elasticity of the airflow membrane on the surface of the pinnate branches and leaves has also increased many times. If you slap it hard, it will even be bounced back immediately. This feature has been well utilized by some people. Shi-Yun, Shi-Yun! Qin Zixing shouted loudly to attract Shi-Yun's attention. He sprinted and jumped into the pinnate leaves of the warm black pine, like a fish jump, and his foothold happened to be one of them. The effect of the pinnate leaf airflow membrane did not disappoint him, and soon bounced him up. Since there was no airflow membrane at the bottom of the leaf like the surface, Qin Zixing pushed the leaves above him like a cannonball, and fell down under the action of gravity, fell on a leaf, and was bounced up by the airflow membrane of that leaf. Therefore, his landing point was higher and higher, almost duong, duong, duong several times, and he jumped to the top of the warm black pine tree, which was already 4 stories high. Shi-yun, Very good, the warm black pine has evolved from a whale to a trampoline. But it must be said that Qin Xingxing's discovery solved the problem of climbing trees. The trunk of the warm black pine was getting smoother and smoother, and it was difficult to exert force. The branches were too thin and not suitable for climbing. As it continued to rise, it was difficult for several people to fertilize the branches above the warm black pine without using energy to activate the combat suit propulsion device. What's more, this new and exciting way of climbing trees is quite attractive. A few minutes later, 3 more jumpers appeared in the branches of the warm black pine, one jumping higher than the other. Half an hour later, a sharp-eyed resident of the base poked his companion. What do you see over there? His companion was a Purtu, pollution source, with good eyesight that could see things dozens or even hundreds of kilometers away. Hearing this, he looked in that direction. In the distance, in his memory, a pale yellow towering tree had grown out of nowhere. This tree is not like ordinary trees on Earth. Even if it grows to this height, its diameter is still limited. The widest one is no more than 20 centimeters. Its texture is not rough, and its branches are as smooth as agate. Its feather-like branches and leaves are dense but not heavy, fluffy and soft. Each leaf is at least 1 meter long and 20 centimeters wide. When the wind blows, the grass flutters. So beautiful. The residents of the base, who first discovered the warm black pine, could only see a light yellow. After listening to their companion's description, their eyes lit up. It must be Shi-yun's work again. Let's go and see it. During this period, all kinds of tall buildings have been built on the ground in the base. Everyone has gone from being shocked and excited at the beginning to being used to it now. Oh no, it can't be said that it's no longer surprising. It's just that the reaction has changed from oh my god, how did she do it? To oh my god, there's something fun again, let's go and see it. Wait. The companion pulled him back. It seems that there is something jumping around in its leaves. Ah? What? Jumping? The residents were confused. Fleas? The companion focused further. No, I can see that there are 3 people. To be precise, 3 people jumping straight up. What? Jumping straight up? Zombies? The spectator became more and more confused. No, they seemed to be holding something in their hands, and every time they jumped up, they sprinkled a little. Well, one person jumped the highest, and he sprinkled a lot. I saw it clearly. It looked like a handful of ashes. Huh? Ashes? What ashes? Bone ashes? The spectator didn't know how he thought of this thing. Oh, this time someone is coming straight at me. I can see their faces clearly. It's Shi-yun and his friends. A passerby passed by and overheard, and put the key words together very smoothly, with a look of shock on his face. What? Shi-yun and his friends turned into zombies, and scattered ashes in the trees? The second passerby tried to digest the information in a way that he could understand. Ah? What happened? Shi-yun and his friends imitated zombies, and scattered ashes in the trees, to exorcise the devil? Whose ashes? The third passerby? No way. Is this true? Shi-yun and his friends let the dead possess themselves, and scattered the ashes of the Federation people in the trees, to commemorate the dead? The fourth passerby said, oh my god, I was wondering why there was a tree that looked very noble, and I wanted to go take a look. It turned out that Shi-yun and his men were holding a ceremony to commemorate the dead, and the dead were so moved that they appeared. It's a sacred tree. It's a sacred tree. Not to mention that there were more inexplicable rumors, and that everyone was afraid of disturbing Shi-yun's sacred ceremony, and unanimously decided not to join in the fun, giving Shi-yun a short period of peace. Shi-yun, who knew nothing about the new legend, was now quite satisfied. Plant details. Name, warm black pine, male plant, plant status, resin production period. Finally, I can get the resin of warm black pine. Shi-yun took out the advanced rosin extractor. Item details. Name, advanced rosin extractor. Quality, ordinary. Durability, 50 years per 50 years. Function, efficient extraction of rosin, can stop extraction at any time. Remarks, are you an environmentalist? Do you urgently need rosin? As an environmentalist, are you worried that extracting rosin will hurt the poor pine trees? Are you in a dilemma? Are you hard-hearted? Don't worry, the advanced rosin extractor will solve your dilemma. Just plug and twist, rosin will keep flowing, and the pine trees will stand tall in Chang'an. Despite the fancy name and nice-sounding notes, the extractor itself looks like a typical faucet, and the texture of the plastic is quite heavy. Shi Yun unscrewed the plastic cap at the end of the faucet. Faucet outlet according to the instructions, revealing the cone structure with the same heavy plastic texture inside. Why does it feel like it will break if you bend it? While muttering, she carefully aimed the tip of the cone at the warm black pine, and before she applied much force, the cone easily pierced the skin of the warm black pine and embedded itself firmly. Now from the outside, it looks like a plastic faucet installed on the warm pine. She took out the container she had prepared long ago, hung it on the extractor, and tried to turn on the switch of the extractor. In the first few seconds, there was nothing. Slowly, a small bubble hung under the fat outlet of the extractor. The bubble burst, and a little light red liquid with a consistency similar to honey slowly fell from a semicircle to a drop, and finally gathered into a drop, and dripped to the bottom of the container with a plop. Then the second drop, the third drop. She can finally produce her own warm black pine resin. The base's reserves of warm black pine resin are finally sufficient. She can finally use warm black pine resin to make more things without searching. Shi Yun jumped up excitedly, and the soft feathery leaves of the warm black pine gently supported her, and after bending slightly, threw her high into the sky. Qin Xingxing and Kellen smiled at each other, and jumped up with her. The three of them jumped for a long time as if celebrating, and returned to the ground tiredly. You leaned on me, and I leaned on you, and rested by the tree. Didn't you say there was another seed? Qin Xingxing looked at the hole he had dug before. Since the hole is already dug, should we plant it as well? Shi Yun thought about the speed of collecting pine resin. That's fine. Anyway, now we have experience. Maybe with luck, we can grow a female plant? Nuanwu pine is a dioecious tree. If there is a female plant, it is possible to bear fruit. If it can bear fruit, there will be more Nuanwu pines, and then the base will really achieve pine resin freedom. When Kellen heard this, he didn't rest, asked Shi Yun for seeds, and got up to work immediately. With the experience of the first time, the second seedling raising was easy, and soon it was time to fertilize. Shi Yun was too lazy to get up, just stretched her neck to look at the amount of fertilizer left in the tank, calculated how much fertilizer she had used in total, and muttered, I need to add a little more. She put her hand in the tank and moved some more from the warehouse. This should be enough. Okay. Kellen responded positively, and lifted the whole vat with one hand. She was really strong. The vat was quite heavy, and she would have to use her super strength skills to achieve this effect. Wait a minute. What are you doing with the vat? The distance between the two sides was not far, so wouldn't it be enough to scoop it with a ladle? Shi Yun realized that something was wrong, and heard Qin Xingxing shout don't. When Kong and his hands were halfway stretched out, Kellen had already put the whole vat of fertilizer on the newly filled pit, picked up the vat, and before the fertilizer pile covering the land like a grave mound was blown away by the wind, he poured a ton of boiling water on it. The grave mound, no, the fertilizer pile was immediately mixed into gray mud, seeping into the ground. Shi Yun, Qin Xingxing, Kellen clapped his hands neatly, feeling very satisfied with his efficiency. He turned around and found that they were stunned and didn't quite understand. What's wrong? Shi Yun hesitated to speak, and finally patted Qin Xingxing's shoulder. How did this unlucky kid get to this point in the battlefield? Qin Xingxing thought seriously for a while. It's probably because no matter how impulsive he is, he can always achieve the ultimate result of killing the enemy. Shi Yun actually thought his analysis made sense. Kellen felt it was unreasonable and tried to explain. What happened? I didn't act on impulse this time. Isn't there almost no limit to the amount of fertilizer that Nuanwu can absorb? So instead of waiting for it to grow and then fertilizing it, why not do it now? Isn't that right? Water. I also use boiled water. Is there anything else I did wrong? The logic is quite smooth and all the elements are complete. There is only one problem. Shi Yun suddenly felt that Qin Xingxing was not easy either. Did you forget that 80% of the fertilizer we added just now was after Nuanwu died and reborn? Kellen looked at her in confusion. Shi Yun patiently coaxed. Do you think that the amount of fertilizer absorbed by the warm black pine, which is not even sprouted yet, is the same as that of the warm black pine in the growth stage? Will it die prematurely? If it has not sprouted yet and dies prematurely, can it be reborn and transformed? Before new facts emerge, no one knows the answer. Kellen's irrigation may be fine, or it may be a problem. Kellen reacted, took a breath, turned around and went to pick up the fertilizer mud left on the ground. But such a thick mud. It disappeared. What should I do? Kran's face fell. It seems to have been absorbed. Huh? Shi Yun was also surprised. The absorption speed of the warm black pine tree just now was not so fast, right? She and Qin Xingxing stood up at the same time, walked to the front of the new pit, poked and touched it, and confirmed the facts of what Cran said. What else can I do? In the definition of the system, seeds are different from plants. They are items. Once they leave the warehouse, and Shiyun can no longer view their details. We can't just dig up the soil now, and touch it to let the system recognize it, right? Wait. The three people stood in a circle in different postures. How long has it been now? Shiyun asked. According to the was experience, small branches should have grown by now. Qin Zixing yawned and answered. How about I dilute it with boiling water? Kellen asked their opinions for the third time. Not yet. This time Shiyun did not agree. The humidity of the soil is too high now. I'm afraid that the seeds will not be burned but soaked. Kellen nodded and stopped talking. Time passed by minute, and the three of them had no intention of doing anything else. They just kept watching the second child, who had not yet broken out of the ground in various postures. The more I look at this child, the more beautiful he is. Qin Xingxing lay on the ground, one leg resting on the other knee, looking at the swaying branches of the warm black pine, and said something else. Your home planet must be very beautiful. He said this to Kellen. I think so too. Shiyun used his hand as a frame. Any photo will look good. Kellen was still sitting upright by the pit, concentrating on waiting for the second warm black pine to sprout. He only said him softly when he heard it. Don't look at it, you can't see the flowers. Shiyun reached out and pulled him. It's done, it will grow when it should, don't worry about it. Aren't you angry? Kellen blamed himself. What's the matter? You think I'm angry? I just complained casually just now. Shiyun didn't take it to heart. Without your mental power and intuition, I can't grow warm black pine even if I have the cultivation method. Especially your intuition. If you hadn't immediately poured in another batch of fertilizer and followed my and Qin's ideas and dug out the fertilizer, the speed of the Nwanwu pine's death would have been much slower. We would have thought that the problem of excessive fertilization was irreversible. After a while, we would have seen that the tree was getting worse and eventually died. We would have cut the tree down, and would not have waited for it to transform and be reborn. Don't comfort me. It was just good luck. But if it weren't for me, there would be a second Nwanwu pine in the base now. Cran was dejected. I know I have a bad temper, but I just can't change it. I'm not trying to comfort you. I'm just stating the facts. It's not like your bad temper hasn't brought us benefits. Shiyun waved his hand. You can't be happy when you get benefits, and then hate it to death when there's a problem. That's right. Qin Zixing agreed leisurely, but his additional argument was completely different from the idea. It's the first time for us to be human beings. Don't be so strict with yourself. The idea is clear and unique. In short, Shiyun glanced at him speechlessly, patted the ground beside him, and called Kellen. Come, don't sit there stupidly, come and see the scenery together, it's very comfortable. She was right. I don't know if it's because the light yellow color of the warm black pine is very warm, or the outline of the feathery branches is quite soft, or the breeze creates a slow and elegant rhythm. As my eyes follow the swaying branches and leaves, my heart slowly calms down. There is no need to go anywhere. There is no rush to go anywhere. Right here. Safe, comfortable, and pleasant to see the scenery. There are no monsters, no bad guys, and even no mosquitoes. Only the heart beats strongly in the chest, the blood flows slowly in the blood vessels, the tense nerves and muscles relax unconsciously, and every cell is lazily limp, accepting the most gentle embrace of time and space at this moment without any hesitation. The three fell asleep one after another. When Shiyun woke up again, he was woken up by Qin Zixing. The first thing that caught his eye was Kellen's excited red face. Alive. Alive. Sprouting? No, it's not only sprouting, it's growing taller. Qin Xingxing shouted excitedly. She got up quickly after waking up from sleep. As she got up, the presence of the second warm black pine tree could not be ignored. The thin trunk was tall and long, and it was growing so fast that even the sound of the branches was particularly clear. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Qin Xingxing tilted her neck back more and more obviously, and made a puzzled sound. Mothers, why is Erwa only growing taller, but not bigger? Isn't it? A bear commander soared into the sky, without even a single branch on it. Shiyun, eh? She retracted her hand from touching the tree, because the tree grew too fast. The gloves on her combat uniform were even worn out with white marks, and looked at the situation that the system had just identified. Plant details. Name. Seedling of warm black pine. Details. Question mark. Function. Question mark. A familiar description, a completely unfamiliar situation. How should she answer this? Kellen had better dynamic vision, and hesitantly pointed to the irregularly distributed small bumps on the branches. Are those branches that can't grow? Qin Xingxing panicked. So Erwa is bald? The three of them fell silent. Raising a child is tiring. There are so many problems. Come to think of it. Qin Xingxing suddenly found a blind spot. Why have we three amateurs been planting trees for so long? He asked Shi in a soul-searching question. Why didn't you ask Andrew? Because of the method of extermination. Shi Yun was silent for a while and said, when it came to planting trees, Shi Yun immediately thought of Andrew, an agricultural expert. However, after hearing about the cultivation method of non-woozing, Andrew paused for a long time and spoke very cautiously. This method is unheard of. Theoretically, the physical and chemical properties of the seeds will change fundamentally after being burned by fire, and this process is irreversible. After that, burying the ashes and tail feathers in the soil theoretically cannot produce life out of thin air. Even if it can, if it is supplemented with boiling water, theoretically. From a professional perspective, he felt that every step in the cultivation details was incredible, but because it was Shi Yun who proposed this method, he chose to believe it unconditionally. The two firm worldviews collided with each other, and the CPU in his brain almost burned dry, and the SAN value dropped visibly. Shi Yun was terrified and didn't dare to bring this up with him again. But, stopping his memories, Shi Yun looked at the already planted Nuanwu pine, and then at the Nuanwu pine that was obviously problematic. Since it's already planted and it's still a tree, it should be more or less related to normal agricultural knowledge, right? Clan understood. I go get an expert right away. He borrowed Shi Yun's magnetic levitation motorcycle and drove away at lightning speed. 1 minute later, Andrew rushed to the scene without saying a word, looking up at the tree that had grown to 2 stories high and was still growing, with a big question mark appearing above his head. The three laymen enthusiastically pulled him to the first warm black pine, politely explained the cause and effect, and earnestly asked the experts how to get the second warm black pine back on track. Andrew's eyes were dull, theoretically, from the moment you took away a tank of mysterious fertilizer. This tree will not survive. But the fact is that the tree is not only alive, but also growing wildly and actively. Andrew, a native of Anon, who has a very high mental defense and can survive in the core pollution zone for 30 years without much equipment, has his brain CPU start to burn violently again. SAN value, -1. SAN value, -1. SAN value, -10. Yes, it has fallen sharply. Shi Yun quickly sent Andrew back to normal fields. After a chaotic battle, the three of them returned to the starting point. Shi Yun tried to find the positive side of the matter. Look at it from a positive perspective. We want the resin, not its branches and leaves, so it doesn't matter whether it grows leaves or not. The other two nodded in unison. Everyone regained their composure and sat down to wait for the second child to grow up. 3 minutes later. Why hasn't it changed yet? Kellen was so anxious that he kept shaking his legs. The first child changed when he was not even as tall as him. Qin Xingxing was still calm, you think? It used all the energy for growing leaves to grow taller, so it's normal for it to change after a little growth. The other two thought it made sense. 10 minutes later. The warm black pine was still growing. The three of them looked so hard that their necks were sore, and they all lay down and looked up at the sky. It's already taller than the big baby. The big baby started working to earn money at its height. Qin Xingxing murmured. Shi Yun looked at the system details with numb eyes. It's so tall, but it's still a seedling? Could this be the legendary giant baby in the plant world? Kellen's face was wrinkled with worry. Does it have to die once before it can be considered out of the seedling stage? Then when will it die? Yes, when will it die? How can it die quickly? The three people's psychology gradually became abnormal. Half an hour later. Everyone in the base knew that there was a yellowish-brown long pole that kept moving upwards. Could this be the legendary Monkey King's golden hoop? Resident A guessed. To be more scientific, I think this should be Shi Yun's new high-tech antenna. Resident B raised an objection. The Earth is not a TV. Why do we need an antenna? This must be the Tower of Babel. Resident C said, in the future, we don't even need to take a spaceship when we go out. We can take an elevator to the moon in a flash. Wake up, you old antique. There is no moon now. Besides, this is already the interstellar era. What's the need for a Tower of Babel? Isn't the instant transmission device better than that thing? I think it must be a super weapon that can destroy the universe. 3 hours later. The two warm black pines were surrounded by a crowd of onlookers, so dense that there was no way through. Shi Yun had to jump to the top of the first warm black pine to clarify all the rumors. Yes. They are all trees. No, they are all just trees. Species. They are all warm black pines. But this one is a little taller. 5 hours later. Shi Yun's house, dining table. Another door slam. Shi Hai's eyes suddenly pierced Qin Xingxing. As a diner, Qin Xingxing put down his bowl and chopsticks consciously and mechanically under Anna's gloating eyes, walked to the door mechanically, opened the door mechanically, and answered mechanically, "It's really just a tree. It's a tree without leaves. It's a tree if it looks like agate. It's a tree if it doesn't look like its neighbor next door. It's a tree if it grows so long that no one can see the top of the tree. It's still a tree if it grows several thousand meters in this hour, and is growing faster and faster. No matter how scientifically inexplicable it is, it's just a tree." What? There can't be a tree in the world that grows so fast and infinitely, and still has a bald head? Qin Xingxing asked reflexively, raised his hand tremblingly, and pointed in the direction of Nuan Wuzing. "Such a tree is growing right under your nose, are you blind?" Bang. He closed the door. "Business is over, go home and eat." So, Shi Yun continued to make excuses for Shi Hai's unpleasant face. "This is also one of the reasons why I let Qin Xingxing come to our house for dinner." Shi Hai, Qin Xingxing, He buried his head in eating, swallowing the delicious food, and the suggestion of how about I use a loudspeaker to record the answer back into his stomach. As a person, you should be a person who contributes to society. Don't let machines do all the work. Only such people can have delicious food. Su Rongrong smiled, and scooped a mouthful of soup for him. Shi Hai tortured Qin Xingxing with his eyes countless times, and finally made a final decision without any doubt. "From now on, you will wash the vegetables and dishes." Anna, who had been actively washing dishes since she had a meal at Shi's house, was happy. She was embarrassed to enjoy the fruits of others' labor for nothing, but this other person certainly did not include Qin Xingxing, who had dug a hole for her for so many years. Nuan Wuzing number 2 stopped growing one night 2 days later, bringing 2 good news, 1 bad news, and 1 worse news. The first good news was that it finally developed horizontally and entered the so-called growth period, and in just a few minutes it entered the fat production period that Shi Yun had been looking forward to. Second, it is a female tree. This may explain why its growth pattern is different from that of another warm black pine. The bad news is that the so-called horizontal development of this warm black pine, which is the small protrusions originally attached to the trunk, has grown into one after another of piercing barbs, and the rough area has increased, so that the agate luster on its branches, which was originally worthy of praise, has dimmed a lot. What beautiful and magical feathery branches and leaves, smooth and delicate surface, all became clouds. In Qin Xingxing's words, it is completely disabled. As for the worst news, Intermediate Defense Engineering warm reminder, your plant warm black pine, female plant, has pierced your protective shield. Please repair it as soon as possible. Shi Yun, It really pierced the sky. Chapter 174. Outer Space, Base Number 3. Shi Yun has 3 bases in total. One is the cave where the freezer is located, one is home number 2 on the surface, and the other has changed its location. The location of base number 3 was originally chosen to fight against number 5, and it was built based on Shi Hai's territory, that is, Shi Yun's previous home. But later, the world was purified, and home number 2, as the base with the most complete functions, expanded its scope to the world, so Shi Yun merged number 3 into number 2. When it came time to fight Lehman, in order to use a protective shield that was only suitable for the base for the waste ship pile, Shi Yun built a new base number 3 here, and did not recycle it after the battle. In her imagination, base number 3 could exist as an outpost. Of course, given the current situation, this is not necessary. However, there are many traces of the last battle left nearby, including some medium-sized meteorite fragments full of valuable minerals, as well as warship parts that are worth recycling. This is also one of the reasons why Qin Xingxing threw the 2 brothers David and Nai out. At this time, next to base number 3, the number 1 battleship driven by the 2 brothers was quietly dormant. Not long. At the bottom of the battleship, the muzzles of the 3 gun barrels were slightly shining. After a silent accumulation of power, 3 special shells were fired slightly one after another, drawing 3 irregular arcs in the air, and then collided with each other without a second difference. The invisible shock waves swept away, and the scattered meteorites and ship parts around were flying out with the bombardment point as the core. Only a second later, their bodies solidified slightly, and then as if they were pulled by something, they suddenly retracted inward and disappeared out of thin air. It was like being swallowed by a black hole with no visible boundaries. Yeah! Great success. Inside the battleship, the 2 brothers high-fived to celebrate. They had just developed a space-shattering cannon. The name of this thing sounds a little bit silly, but in fact, It is a technological breakthrough in the Federation. This weapon was made by the two brothers after they personally experienced Shihai's space travel skills and pondered the principle of the skill for a long time. Although it cannot achieve space travel like Shihai, it can indeed break a fixed range of space with less energy consumption and achieve the strike on the enemy and the temporary blockade of the front line without affecting their own side. Among them, energy consumption and controlling the strike range are the two major bottlenecks of space-based destructive weapons. Genius, David said. Very smart, Naya said. Brother, you are really awesome. You can find inspiration from ocean space skills. Brother, you are really amazing. You actually combine several space theories to write an operational algorithm. Without you, where would I get the algorithm foundation? Without you, how can our space disintegrator be realized? The two brothers were talking about business and boasting to each other, and they were getting happier and happier, and finally laughed loudly together. I must show off in front of everyone when I return to Earth. Show off. Show off as much as you can. Naya slapped his thigh. When he talked about Earth, he remembered something. By the way, how many meteorites have we collected? Let me see. David looked at the warehouse data. 1,000 tons. Ahahaha, that's a lot. Yes, it's definitely enough for the general's quota. How much is it? 200 per day? Yes. It's only been a few days now. Let me see, it's only been 8 days. Ahahaha. Huh? The two brothers' smiles froze on their faces. It's already been 8 days? David couldn't believe it. It's already been 8 days. Naya accepted the reality with a choking breath. Not at all. David casually put the empty bowl on the driver's armrest on the ground. Let's do it now. With our efficiency, it will be quick. You're right. Naya returned to his driving seat and took the dirty dishes aside. Do it, do it, do it now. The two brothers regrouped, rubbed their hands, and were ready to go, but found that the nearby meteorites and parts were almost destroyed by them. The two fell into silence. We can only drive away. David sighed. I remember there are some meteorites in the area ahead. Naya's face was full of despair. But we have eaten all the food we brought on board, and now we only have energy bars left. The two were silent again. Do you think it's too late to ask the general for help now? Asked Shiyun. She's probably easier to talk to than the general. The two regained their spirits and rummaged through the mess in the driver's room for a long time, and finally found the phone. It took a long time for Shiyun to get through, and the background was quite noisy, with a lot of people talking. Naya was stunned for a moment. Boss? What's the matter? She seemed very busy. David leaned over. We want. Before he finished speaking, he saw the warship pop up an alarm from the corner of his eye. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly pulled the warship up, causing it to flip back 160 degrees and move outward at the same time. The interior of the driving room suddenly turned into a drum washing machine. Fortunately, Naya, who was unprepared, fastened his seat belt, but even so, the earthen phone in his hand still flew out. At the same time, outside the ship, a light yellow shadow stuck to David's almost expanded protective shield and swooshed past. A few seconds later, an invisible black hole slowly opened diagonally above the number 1 warship. David, sweating profusely on his back, maneuvered the warship away from the thing, while Naya climbed up the ceiling of the cockpit with his hands and feet and pulled out the earth phone stuck on it. Boss, we were just attacked by a strange long stick. He looked at the situation outside the ship and reported as if he was facing a great enemy. Earth. She on the other end of the earth phone. Not long ago, the feathery branches of the first warm black pine were blown by the wind and swayed towards the second warm black pine, which had just entered the growth period, and was firmly caught by the barbs on the latter's trunk. If I had to describe it, the scene was probably like a blonde beauty rolling on the grass, but accidentally got the seeds of Biden's pelosa on her hair. She wanted to pick the seeds off, but found that her hair was getting tangled up in the seeds. The more she tangled, the more tragic it was. The people present watched helplessly as more and more pinnate branches and leaves of the male Nwanwu pine plants hung on the barbs of the female plants. The beautiful color of the former dimmed visibly, while the latter, which had finally stopped growing, began to grow rapidly again. At this moment, she had heard a piece of news that shocked her. Your plant Nwanwuzing, female plant, has completed pollination. Shiyun, ? Then Naya and the others called. At the same time, the system had a new reminder. Your plant Nwanwuzing, female plant, has poked a wormhole in outer space. You have triggered a side quest. Do you want to check it out? Wormhole Happy Tour. Quest description, a world wonder. The plant you cultivated actually created a small wormhole. I believe this is another creation you have done intentionally. You are really a great leader who does not follow the ordinary path. The wormhole is currently in a stable period, and it is a great time to travel with your companions and explore to your heart's content. Mission reward. Influence +1, exclusive mission title, Strange Explorer. Do you accept this mission? Shi-yun, ? What is this? How did it grow to David and the others? And it even poked a wormhole. Can a wormhole be poked out by a plant? And the system, you specially gave a reward for a mission that is difficult to describe just for the sake of being weird, which is enough. Influence +1. See if this is what the system mission should say. Your plant Nwanwu pine, female plant, has entered the fruiting period. Congratulations on growing Nwanwu pine, environmental transformation power +10,000. The fruit of your plant Nwanwu pine, female plant, is ripe and will fall in 12 hours. Please pay attention to harvest. In front of me, the male Nwanwu pine has been completely absorbed by the female plant. Shi-yun, who claimed to have seen many storms, but was still shocked, said, ? What kind of female mantis is this in the plant world? She tried to calm down. What the hell is calming down? What happened to this warm black pine that ran into the wormhole? How can we harvest it? But we have to harvest it. Who knows if this unpredictable warm black pine, which has half of its head stuck on the other side of the wormhole, will die? Shi-yun's face was completely expressionless, and she reached out to Qin Xingxing and Kellen, and call Anna and Hawkins. She picked up the earthen phone that she had put down at some point, and said to the two brothers on the other end, and you too. She announced with a numb face, emergency meeting. David and Naya were still confused. What meeting? A meeting to discuss strategies for a one-day wormhole tour. Shi-yun said something shocking. I remember you all fell in through a wormhole, so you should have experience in wormhole tours, right? Everyone, ? Half an hour later, the number 1 battleship with 4 new crew members turned around and flew straight into the wormhole at the end where Nuan Wusong disappeared. Chapter 175. Although the system said that the warm black pine had pierced through outer space, created a wormhole, and borne fruit at the other end, from the perspective of the naked eye, the trunk of the warm black pine seemed to have grown to a certain position in space, and was suddenly broken by a huge force. The fracture was uneven, and occasionally changed. There is no doubt that it was a wormhole that could not be observed by the naked eye. Although the wormhole was hanging there against the backdrop of the warm black pine, no one could tell when they entered the wormhole, except for the warships that were diligently moving along the set route. Different from Shi-yun's wild imagination and Shi-hai's space travel, using these two space travel skills is just to travel from one end to the other, which is not much different from entering another room from this room through a door. Whether you have exited the previous room, whether you have entered the next room, and whether you need to pass through a tunnel before entering the next room, these are all situations that can be clearly perceived. However, the moment you cross the wormhole, the perception seems to disappear, and it seems so chaotic that it cannot be explained by reason. It's not uncomfortable, but it's not comfortable either. No wonder you say wormhole vertigo is not worthy of its name, and it's hard to describe it in words. Shi-yun murmured. When she said this, she felt a sense of unreality, as if her soul had left her body. She was not sure if she had really spoken, nor was she sure if the people around her could hear her. Exciting, right? Ha ha ha. You two are still laughing. Did you encounter turbulence? My chair fell apart. It didn't fall apart. Don't move. TSK, clan. Didn't you hear what I said? Don't shake. If you shake it again, your broken chair will really fall apart. Naya, are you happy enough? Get up and give him another dose of special medicine. Do you know? Some people say that the reason for wormhole vertigo is that we, as mortals, are looking at the devil's perspective. General, isn't that right? Isn't it said to be God's perspective? But don't you think that if I hold the light bulb like this, the devil's perspective will be more atmospheric? That makes sense, but it seems that it will be more effective if I shine the light bulb on my chin. Wait. I dim the light a little. The noisy conversation of his companions came into Shi-yun's ears, as if it brought some information, but also as if it brought no information, as if everyone spoke in a certain order, and as if everyone spoke at the same second, like an overturned color palette, with bright and distinct colors, and messy and disordered. Suddenly, a very clear message popped up. Warm reminder, the mall is selling limited-time products. Do you want to browse? Shi-yun was dizzy from the wormhole, and didn't know whether he clicked it or not. Anyway, the product description popped up quickly. Product details. Name, Mental Power Amplification Card. Limited time special price, 10,000. Original price 100,000. Quality, epic. Effect, take effect upon purchase, greatly improve your mental power within 5 minutes, without any side effects. Time left to be removed from the shelves, 30 seconds. This epic product, which was only on the shelves for 30 seconds, was priced at 100,000 transformation power points, which was almost half of Shiyun's current wealth. It had to be used immediately after purchase without any shelf life. The question is, why would she increase her mental power for no reason? She felt that the answer was right at her lips, but she couldn't figure it out. She frowned and pondered for a long time. When the countdown reached 11 seconds, she vaguely thought, looking at the timing of the appearance of this product, could it be for wormhole vertigo? So the system wants her to spend half of her wealth to buy motion sickness medicine? The dizziness of the brain did not prevent Shiyun from being shocked, and she immediately clicked to confirm the purchase. The system wants to use a limited time routine to cheat her points? Is she the kind of person who impulsively consumes when she sees a special offer? Heh. She raised her lips in satisfaction. You have purchased the mental power amplification card, epic, Shiyun, ? Didn't she click next time? Mental power amplification card, epic, is taking effect. Remaining time, 5 minutes. The dreamlike noise in the driving room finally became real, and Shiyun's confused mind finally woke up. Like waking up from a dream, she was still sweating, and her regained rationality could not figure out the situation for a while. Looking around, David and Naya were sitting in the driver's seat, gesticulating and mumbling meaningless words. Anna leaned against the chair with a grand aura, her eyes fixed on a certain point in the air. Judging from the tone, it seemed that she was scolding someone. Clan's back and hands were pressed against the seat, his eyes were unfocused, and his face was slightly pale. As for Qin Xingxing, who was sitting on the other side of her, Shiyun turned her head and saw Qin Xingxing sitting lazily and crookedly, with his head supported by his hands and his eyes slightly downward. Rather than being in a daze, he was thinking, and he was surprisingly calm. As if he could sense Shiyun's gaze, he tilted his head slightly, raised his eyebrows slightly, and his gaze collided with hers with a bit of surprise. Shiyun only looked at him for a moment, and her eyes were attracted by the things behind him. The texture of the metal wall of the battleship's driving room seemed to have changed. It was no longer hard, but had a jelly-like texture. The color also changed from cold white to a golden red with a frosted texture. No, that's not right. She blinked in confusion. In just a moment, the change became more obvious. It turned out that the wall did not turn golden, but became transparent. The frosted golden red color came from the outside world. But wasn't it the pitch-black universe outside where you couldn't see your hand in front of you? She was wondering, but she found that not only the wall, but also some objects against the wall began to slowly become transparent. It was as if the battleship was being penetrated bit by bit. Shiyun frowned unconsciously. Was the motion sickness medicine poisonous, or were they in trouble? Click. The sound of the seat belt being unfastened was mixed in with a noisy background sound. It was not obvious at ordinary times, but at this moment, Shiyun accurately captured it. She cast her eyes towards the source of the sound and found that Kran stood up straight and walked straight ahead. Kran? Shiyun called him. Kran seemed not to hear it, and kept walking. It seemed that he was going to ignore all obstacles and walls and walk out of the battleship. But then again, where are the roadblocks and walls? No more. All gone. The warship merged with the outside world, and they were in a golden red world, standing on a piece of red land. Kran was still moving forward. Although the warship had disappeared visually, Shiyun was sure that if he walked a little further, he would be out of the range covered by the warship. Who knew whether this was an illusion or reality, and what would happen when he left the warship? Shiyun unbuckled his seat belt without hesitation, and when he stood up, he saw that Kran had quickened his pace. He was walking fast. He started running. Kellen! Shiyun shouted anxiously as she chased after him. Just then, a figure passed by her and grabbed Kellen's arm the next second. Qin Xingxing stopped him before she could. Shiyun's heart was not at ease yet, but she saw Qin Xingxing's movements froze, and he actually let Kellen go. Without resistance, Kellen ran forward without looking back. Hey! Shiyun rushed to Qin Xingxing's side in 3 or 2 steps. Just as she was about to ask what was going on, she saw Kellen's back changed. The dark blue combat uniform began to fade, the tight cut became looser and looser, the sleeves stretched and widened, and fluttered with the ankle-length hem as he ran. In his short run, the dark blue combat uniform turned into an off-white robe. It was more than just a combat uniform. Clan became shorter. It was not because of the visual effect of the change in clothes, nor because Clan's exaggerated erect hair became smooth. Shi-Yun was sure that he was shorter. She could even tell the specific number of Clan's height reduction without hesitation. 3.5 centimeters. Is this the effect of the increase in mental power? She thought about it, but it did not stop her from chasing with Qin Xingxing, nor did it stop her from asking, "What did you see? Do you know what this is?" "We are still in the wormhole," Qin Xingxing said. "That's a teen-year-old Clan." Shi-Yun immediately realized what he meant. "What did you look like when you first saw him?" "Yes. I remember you said he was injured when you picked him up." "Yes. Is his life in danger?" "Not sure." Shi-Yun raised his eyebrows. "Do you think this is not a pure illusion? Is it a wormhole or S-level?" Shi-Yun stopped without saying the word. "I wasn't sure just now." Qin Xingxing also stopped, his expression slightly relieved, and answered the question she didn't have time to finish asking. "Now it's confirmed. It's not S-level." Not far away, the red earth plane was as red as fire, and an old man in a long robe stood in the middle. He opened his arms, embraced Clan, who was running towards him, and touched his soft short hair kindly. The huge star showed most of its face behind the horizon, and the warm orange halo gently circled the old and the young who were hugging each other. The two talked intimately for a while. Perhaps because of what Kellen said, or perhaps because he noticed Shi-Yun and Qin Xingxing approaching, the old man looked in their direction. His beard was very long, with a faint smile in it, and his wrinkles were full of kindness and friendliness. "Two friends from far away, thank you for your care for Kellen. The festival is about to begin. Why don't you stay on my planet and have fun together?" No extra explanation is needed. Just based on Kellen's reaction, and the old man's gesture of classifying Kellen as one of his own, Shi-Yun and Qin Xingxing already have the answer in their hearts. This red land is probably the common hometown of Nuanwuzing and Kellen. Heli Star disappeared in the federal records for no reason. Chapter 176. Clan only told Shi-Yun and the other two that he was going to prepare for the ceremony, and then hurriedly left with the old man. Although he said he was leaving, in fact, he and the old man disappeared quite abruptly. The two had no idea how to react. They looked at each other and tacitly decided to wait and see. The empty plain soon became lively, with men and women in long robes coming and going. Some were holding piles of cloth of the same texture as their robes, some were dragging colorful bags, and some were carrying smooth and delicate stone slabs. The cloth, which was stacked up to the height of a palm, was circled to form a large open space in the center, leaving only a gap of moderate width in the south. Outside the gap is a simple and colorful temporary passage. Small macaron-like stone boxes are piled up into small conical towers. The lids of the boxes on the top of each tower are opened, revealing the various colors of pigments inside: rose red, sky blue, indigo. So many colors that it is dazzling. On both sides of the passage, men, women, old and young are in groups of 3 or 5. Many adults hold stone slabs in their hands. After a few drastic cuts, the stone slabs become rough masks. The young children are making a lot of noise around. The adults don't scold them, but occasionally shout a word. The children pick up the designated tools from the ground, run around and stuff them into their parents' arms, and then run away again. The adult smiled and shook his head. He changed the tools and continued working. With a few flicks of his wrist, the mask lost its rough appearance and became more delicate. Seeing this, the relatives and friends around him took a half-person-high pole from their hands, stuck it into the ground, and hung the finished mask on it. Soon, countless stone masks were erected outside the open space. Each family had a different shape, naturally dividing different areas. "It looks like some kind of competition," Shi-Yun observed for a long time, and said to Qin Xingxing, "The number of masks made by each family far exceeds the number of their own people. It doesn't seem like they are just for their own use." "Yes." The girl who called herself Yu was sitting next to him. Hearing this, she interrupted with a smile. "The company that makes the most masks, and is chosen by the most people, will win the grand prize of this year's festival, and will be proud for the whole year." Qin Xingxing was curious. "Then the company with the most family members will win?" Yu blinked in confusion. "Why?" Qin Xingxing was stunned. "Because everyone will definitely choose their own masks, right?" Yu became more confused. "There is no mandatory requirement? It would be boring if everyone chose their own masks." She raised her hand and pointed at a group of masks on the other side of the passage. "Aegean's masks are so beautiful. They suit me better than my designs. I will definitely go get them later." She said it as a matter of course, as if in this naturally competitive competition, the award competition is just a side job. Finding a mask that suits your heart and enjoying the most essential fun of the competition is the highlight. Looking around, Yu is not the only one who has this idea. Almost everyone is working while looking around at other people's masks, and discussing enthusiastically. Oh, why did they only make so many this year? Sister, you run fast, help me grab it later. I must get that one in the first round. I've decided, I want his. Wait, hers seems to be pretty too. Well, wait a little longer. Shiyun listened and understood a little bit. Can each person choose more than one mask? Of course, if you like many at the same time, you can go on stage to change a few times. Just remember to mark the mask hanging rod. Yu nodded. Oh, by the way, if you want to go on stage to change masks, you can only do so after each dance. There will be a dance party later. Shiyun was thinking when he heard the system pop up a prompt. You have triggered a side quest. Do you want to check it? Dance Queen. Quest description. The masked dance party is one of the most interesting and exciting parts of the Heli Star Festival. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Let's have fun. I believe that an excellent leader like you will be able to become the most popular queen of the dance party with your unstoppable charm. Quest requirements. Be invited/invite a dance partner to dance with you. Quest reward. Transformation points * 2000/dance partner. Do you accept this task? 2,000 points for a dance partner? This is too happy. Shiyun became interested and asked Yu, how many dances are there in total? Why do you say it like you're clocking in? You can dance as many dances as you like. Yu chuckled and brought them some slates and gave them some extra tools from her home. Dear guests from the elder's house, if you are interested, why don't you also come to participate? Shiyun took the slate and was slightly stunned. The system's recognition result was item details. Name, ? Function, ? Remarks, cannot be stored in the system warehouse. Ignore the rare and strict remarks. This is the first time that the system can't recognize any information. The same is true for tools. Shiyun's curiosity reached its peak, and she immediately started carving with the tools. Based on past experience, as long as she made a big enough change to the item, there was a chance that the item would be transformed into Shiyun's XXX, and her control over the item would be raised to a higher level. If nothing else, at least the system's description of the item would become more accurate. However, it was not until the moment the tool fell on the stone slab that she realized that the stone slab was surprisingly hard. Not to mention making a big move, it was even difficult to leave a mark on it. She didn't know how the Heli people carved flowers on it. They have strong hands? Shiyun thought for a moment and activated the skill of super strength. The super strength skill that had been tried and tested could not make it as easy as cutting tofu with a knife. She spent some effort before the tool pierced the surface of the stone slab and left a white mark of about ½ a centimeter on it. At the same time, the transformation power points changed by nearly 3 digits. Just this one move cost her nearly 100 points. It was strange. You know, the skill of super strength does not deduct points according to the number of times it is used, but according to the length of time it is used. Although it has been upgraded from the primary to the intermediate level, the points for use have doubled, but it only costs 20 transformation power points per hour. She only needed a minute to make a scratch. Why did it take so much? Shiyun was puzzled and looked at the identification results of the slate again. The name of the item was still 3 question marks, but the font seemed a little blurry. Shiyun frowned slightly and made a ruthless effort. The transformation power points suddenly jumped like the electric meter in the village in the city, and when a scratch 2 centimeters deep and ½ a centimeter long was formed, the total points decreased by 834. A mosaic-like outline appeared under the question mark of the item name, as if it was about to refresh or not. But this was the maximum strength Shiyun could use at the moment. She simply opened the system mall and took a quick look. She bought the skill card Genius Sculptor worth 4,999 points based on the effect introduction of Carve Everything. The moment the skill card was activated, the resistance on Shiyun's hand suddenly lightened, and the tool followed her wishes and cut out a smooth arc neatly. The arc went from bottom to top, and when there were still 6 centimeters to split the stone slab in two, it got stuck with a click. The Genius Sculptor was supposed to be used for 5 minutes, but the countdown was reset to 0 in 1 second. Fortunately, the name of the slate item finally changed. Name, Superposition Slate. Function, ? Is it so high-tech? And the notes below are gone, so it can be put into the system warehouse now? Shiyun pondered, subconsciously extended his thumb to wipe off the debris produced by cutting the slate. Item details. Unexpectedly, the new item details jumped to the top of the message. Shiyun glanced at it and was shocked. He looked at his fingertips in disbelief. Chapter 177. Name, Antimatter Fiber. Function, It can react with ordinary matter to produce high-energy particles and radiation, thereby accelerating the transformation of pollution energy efficiency properties, and can be used to make pollution inverters. This is actually not the first antimatter fiber she has obtained. When fighting with Lehman, the captive Alice blew up her spiritual sea on the Shiyun ship due to Lehman's trick. After the disaster, Shiyun found several thin threads of unknown materials. At that time, the scene was too chaotic, and there was too much information. She didn't pay much attention to it. She just thought it was some fiber on the combat uniform. It was not until everything was settled and the system information was sorted out that she found that it was the key material of the pollution inverter, antimatter fiber. As for where the thing came from, Shiyun recalled the scene at that time and guessed that it might be related to the violent fluctuation of the mental power on the ship at that time. But after several experiments, he never got the second antimatter fiber. Until today. Shiyun's eyes fell on the stone slab. Skills, points, mental power, there is no difference in using them as usual, the only difference is the material. This stone slab is a good thing. She immediately made a judgment. Looking around, not to mention the complete stone slabs, the scraps left after making the masks were piled everywhere, and almost no one paid extra attention. Made it. She was like a gold digger who had found a gold mine. On the side, Qin Xingxing was asking Yu about some random things. Oh, so it's a festival first, then a dance, and it doesn't matter how many people dance, anyway, the dance will last until the last person stops dancing. Then the longest. He paused, and saw Shiyun straighten her back slightly from the corner of her eye. The movement was not big, but she had this little habit when she was excited. Oh, what good stuff did she find? Qin Xingxing's mind turned, and he met Yu's puzzled eyes, and continued, how long did the longest festival last? 13 days, it seems. His, don't you need to eat, drink, defecate or urinate? Yes, we can take turns. Shiyun was still calculating secretly. The only problem was that these slabs could not be stored in the warehouse, and to convert them into a superposition state that could be stored in the warehouse, it was necessary to find a way to process the slabs to a certain extent. If you still use the skill Genius Engraver, it would take nearly 5,000 points to process just one slab. It's expensive, too expensive. Is there any way to process these ridiculously hard slabs without spending too much points? Time skills are prone to get out of control. So what about consumable skills, since she already has a superimposed slab on hand? Shiyun suddenly had an idea and took another slab and stacked it under the superimposed slab. While Yu was still listening to Qin Xingxing's nonsense and her attention was not here, she used the skill Everything Can Be Synthesized. Synthesis completed. Consumption of transformation points *5. Skill proficiency +3. You have triggered the effect of synthesis quantity *3. Congratulations on obtaining superimposed slabs *3. 1 plus 0 is actually equal to 3. I made a profit. Shiyun straightened his back even more. Qin Xingxing paused again. In the corner of his eye, her face was slightly pink, and her eyes were as bright as the full moon in summer. What good news it must be. She looked excited. Mr. Qin? Yu was still waiting for him to speak, and reminded him softly, moving her eyes from him to Shiyun in a searching manner. Sorry, wait a moment. I think the slate over there seems to be better. Qin Xingxing smiled apologetically, put the slate on his hand aside, leaned over, and reached over Shiyun to reach another slate not far away, temporarily blocking Yu's sight of Shiyun. Shiyun was startled, and subconsciously stepped back to make way. He noticed that Yu had looked at him at some point, and quickly realized his teammate's intention. In the blink of an eye, he quietly put the stone tablet that he had created into the warehouse, and handed the stone tablet that Qin Xingxing pretended to be interested in to him. Yu looked at the two people leaning against each other, making way, and handing it over, and her eyes became more insightful. She thought she had eaten a little melon, and smiled secretly. She was smiling all the time, and Qin Xingxing didn't pay much attention to it. He sat back in his original position, put the stone tablet he had just received on his legs, and continued the previous topic. You just said that in addition to the festival grand prize, there is also a special prize with no limit on the number of people? The award will be presented by the elder's grandson. We can also participate in that? We just need to wear all the masks on the field. That's right. Yu looked between him and Shiyun, her eyes teasing a little, but you can't change the mask on the dance floor, you have to leave. This is the rule she mentioned before. Qin Xingxing was a little confused, not understanding the purpose of her emphasis. Yu chatted with them for a while, then ran back to help her family. Qin Xingxing saw her leave, and approached Shiyun slyly. What good stuff did you find? I've been covering for you for so long, shouldn't I give you some reward? Yes. Shi Yun was in a good mood, and he refuted his words of asking for a bargain, and even kept him in suspense, reward you with the possibility of energy freedom. Do you want it? Qin Xingxing's eyes gleamed, and he saluted without skin or bones. Whatever the leader wants me to do, just tell me, and I do it immediately. Go and collect all the scraps of stone slabs that others don't want. The more the better. Our base's energy problem will be solved. Shi Yun said. His eyes fell on the slab that Qin Xingxing had put aside earlier. The long stone slab was not cut into the shape of a mask, but was treated as a scroll by the processor. With just a few strokes of willful carving, even the outline was rough, but it outlined the lively atmosphere of the preparations for the current festival. Shi Yun raised his eyebrows in surprise. You know, Qin Xingxing didn't have 6,000 points to spend, and it was a great achievement for him to be able to make a mark on it. Oh, it's just a small work, just SOSO, and it's not finished yet. Before she spoke, Qin Xingxing had already pretended to be humble. Leader, you are staring at my work with such appreciation, it's embarrassing. I'm still embarrassed. I might not be able to squeeze out a drop of oil even if I throw this guy into the oil press. Shi Yun glanced at him speechlessly, and took the stone painting over. What method did you use to carve it? Item details. Name, Hellistar Festival Preparation Map, Semi-finished product, quality, epic. Function, a semi-finished painting with, as the scroll and dark attribute spiritual power, as the brush and ink. Remarks. The unfinished brushstrokes of the painter give this work a kind of divine imperfect beauty. This is a peerless work, undoubtedly an epic. Shi Yun, The system is out of control? It's fine if it's not weird, but divine imperfection. Such an outrageous adjective came out? As for? She was in a subtle state of mind, and immediately changed her mind, returned the stone painting to Qin Xingxing, and said concisely, finish it. Qin Xingxing, ? Didn't you ask me to collect it? I can collect a lot by myself, you finish it first. Shi Yun smiled. She wanted to see if this thing was still epic quality without the abstract imperfect beauty. Qin Xingxing saw that she didn't know who she was competing with, and shut up very tactfully, and painted what she should paint. Shi Yun strolled around, collected a lot of stones, and came back to find Qin Xingxing to check the work. Item details. Name, Hellistar Festival Preparation Map. Quality, epic. Function, a painting with, as the scroll and dark attribute spiritual power, as the brush and ink. Remarks. The painter's perfect brushstrokes give this work a flawless beauty. This is a peerless work, undoubtedly an epic. Shi Yun, Very good. Why are you always praising it? I'm afraid Qin Xingxing saved the system's family in his previous life. Chapter 178. When the number of superimposed slates in the Shi Yun system warehouse climbed to 64, the outing-like preparations for the Hellistar Festival came to an end. A sound between wind chimes and chimes swept across the entire continent, and the noisy voices seemed to be muted and instantly quieted down. The mysterious music sounded again, followed by heavy and uniform footsteps. The people who came were strong, both men and women, each holding 2 stone knives in their hands, and carrying a stone jar on their shoulders steadily. The stone jar was only large, and its volume was several times that of the person carrying it. They walked along the colorful passage built by the paint box, and walked into the central altar step by step. The gray-black vat touched the red earth, making a dull and gentle muffled sound. The next person to enter was the old man in a long robe, who had embraced Clan not long ago. He stood in the center of the altar, with his palms facing up, and raised them calmly. The people guarding the stone vat nodded in greeting, and raised their hands to lift the lid of the vat. The mist of hot air rose. It turned out that it was filled with boiling water. Shi Yun and Qin Xingxing looked at each other, and saw vague guesses in each other's eyes. At this moment, a red shadow jumped into the scene, and the tip of the foot touched the edge of the stone vat at the entrance. As the figure turned over, the slender weapon in his hand hit the outer wall of another stone vat, making a very pleasant sound. In the sound, the red shadow landed, jumped up and down, and then jumped up again. The distance between them was already dozens of meters. At this time, there was still one sound, but another sound was heard. Immediately silence came. Before a breath was over, a drum-like sound suddenly rang out, and it fell like a torrential rain on the entire land, followed by a series of tremolos of spring breeze and drizzle, which lifted up the red shadow's robe and sent it to the air wave after wave. Its posture was so light and swift that it looked like a red leaf swirling up in a hurricane. When the hurricane died, the red leaf fell to the ground again, and the flying red him and the smoke and dust raised by the ground slowly fell under the action of gravity, and the seemingly static and moving background silently set off the outline of the dancer. Holding 2 stone knives, Kellen raised his head quickly, and crystal sweat fell from his forehead. The 6 stone vats placed along the edge of the altar trembled, and made a humming sound like a dragon's roar. In a moment, each of the 6 stone vats gushed out a stream of water, 2 by 2, and irrigated the land on the left and right sides of Kellen. Wherever the water column passed, white mist spread out, so that the people and things in the altar became ethereal. Nuan Wusong, the old man recited loudly. Nuan Wuzing. All the people who participated in the ceremony responded in unison. The people carrying the jar knocked the rim of the jar with their 2 knives and sang a crisp and cheerful song. The quiet and solemn atmosphere suddenly became lighter, and joy was overflowing. The crowd began to make noise, even more than during the preparation period. For a while, the sound of clothes rubbing, silk tearing, and stone boxes knocking against each other was endless. Qin Xingxing was originally discussing the meaning of Nuan Wuzing in this occasion with Shi Yun in a low voice. Seeing the changes in front of him, his words paused. Shi Yun also opened her eyes wide in surprise. No wonder they were surprised. 7 or 8 out of 10 people, young or old, men and women, had taken off their outer robes. Under the outer robes, there was no other clothing, only boldly painted shapes and colors, which fully displayed the body that the owner was proud of. As a young woman in the new era, Shi Yun thought she was well informed. She knew the anatomy of both sexes very well, and her knowledge reserve was also rich. However, this was the first time she had encountered such a large-scale, multi-angle, and multi-sample occasion. Eye-opening. It was truly eye-opening. Shi Yun was caught off guard and was dazzled. Shi Yun? Qin Zixing gently touched her. Ah? Shi Yun's brain was overloaded, and she turned her head half a beat late, looking down reflexively. Looking at others here seems to be a kind of invitation. Qin Zixing noticed her little eyes and paused. Where are you looking? He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ahem, no. Shi Yun also reacted, her face burned with embarrassment, and her eyes quickly moved up, fearing that Qin Zixing, this incompetent guy, would find fault with her and tease her, so she quickly changed the subject. Invitation, right? Qin Xingxing's face was normal, but his ears and neck were red. When he occasionally saw some bold invitations, he dodged hastily, revealing a rare embarrassment. This guy was usually as thick-skinned as a city wall, and she never expected him to have such a reaction. He was so embarrassed, so what else could she be embarrassed about? Shi Yun felt relieved, smiled maliciously, pulled her ears with a hint of meaning, and teased, Mr. Qin, what are you looking at? Is there something so beautiful on the ground that your ears are red? She didn't use any force, and her earlobes soon turned a light pink. Qin Zixing's eyes unconsciously fell on that, and his thoughts suddenly went blank. Shi Yun thought he was speechless. It was rare to see him unable to talk, and it would be wrong not to press on. You said you would wear all the masks in the venue, win the special award, and kidnap the person while Clan was giving the awards? Don't you consider adapting to the local customs? She smiled with sharp fangs, and even began to provoke, or you don't. Dare? Qin Xingxing put an elf mask on her face, and tapped her right cheek with his knuckles through the mask. Just forgive me, have I ever bullied you like this? Or, he wanted to tease her, and he didn't lack for dirty talk, such as or do you really want to see it? If you want to see it, just say it directly. However, a simple tit-for-tat, if it were any other time, he would have said it without thinking, but now, he swallowed it back subconsciously, and repeated it over and over again, and it felt wrong no matter how he worded it. It didn't seem right. A thought rose from the bottom of his heart. It seemed that no matter what he said, it was disrespectful to her. The hole in the elf mask did not face Qi Yun's eyes at the first time, and her vision was mostly blocked, but she still saw a completely different Qin Xingxing through the not-so-big gap. Because of the height difference, his eyebrows drooped slightly as he stared at her. His usual rebellious temperament was suppressed by some emotion, and the aggressiveness between the edges weakened. In addition, his voice was a little deeper than usual, which made her taste a hint of unexpected tenderness. Much more pleasing to the eye than the usual annoying little guy. But if she didn't want to be beaten, would she still be Qin Xingxing? Could she have accidentally fallen for some S-level pollution source trick? She even checked the system messages again to make sure she didn't miss any warnings. As we said before, let's dance the first dance and get a feel for the situation on the dance floor. Qin Xingxing finally finished his words. Where's the mask you made? I just hung it up on the pole. Shi Yun looked to the side and was stunned. It seems to have been taken away. Someone actually wants it. Qin Xingxing laughed. Shi Yun was so focused on collecting stones that he only found time to make a mask. It was the most conventional and classic style in the masquerade on Earth. Among the masks on Heli Star, it was as plain as an unprocessed stone slab. Shi-yun agreed with him in his heart, but he said, "Who is still asking me for it? Isn't it because you are afraid that no one will take your mask in the end, and you will be embarrassed?" Qin Xingxing said something funny, picked one up from nearby, and pulled Shi-yun into the venue. The two danced a dance that was too conventional. After the dance, the characteristic background music was temporarily quiet. Some people pushed and shoved to leave the stage, and some people laughed and changed their partners. Qin Xingxing paused for a few seconds in the chaotic background, and let go of Shi-yun's hand. "I changed the mask," he said, the consensus they had reached long ago. "Go." Shi-yun nodded. So Qin Xingxing left the stage as planned. He took the mask closest to the exit, and then hung the mask of the first show back to its original position in 2 steps, and then walked back with big strides. He felt that he was a little impatient. But he didn't quite understand why he was impatient. Perhaps it was because the process of changing the mask was a little cumbersome. Or perhaps it was because no matter how prosperous the Heli Star was, it was inseparable from its connection with the wormhole. Everything in front of him was special, unknown, and uncontrollable. The dance party might go on as usual until the last person left, or it might end suddenly due to some force majeure. The rules of the wormhole were strange and varied. Even the most ordinary place might hide something that could not be changed by will, just like this time. So far, they have not had the opportunity to talk to Clan properly. Winning the special award at the ball should be the opportunity to approach Clan and leave the wormhole at the lowest cost according to the rules of this wormhole. So we must hurry up and complete the task before the end of the ball. Qin Xingxing stopped. The second dance music came to the world happily. In the dance floor filled with laughter, Shi-yun accepted a man's invitation. She also started to do her task. Qin Xingxing heard Shi-yun talk about her plan for this ball. As long as they can get out of the wormhole, this trip will be a great harvest for the base. Qin Xingxing put on the mask he picked up and stepped into the dance floor. Chapter 179. Shi-yun looked at Qin Xingxing's back, and always felt that what he wanted to say before he left was not about changing the mask. But what else could he want to say if it wasn't this? With Qin Xingxing's personality, he would have said the important things earlier, and as for the unimportant things, he would have said them even earlier. She must have thought too much. In the system, the latest news was hanging in the front with a strong presence, saying that she and a dance partner finished a dance and were rewarded with 2,000 transformation points. The side quest counted Qin Xingxing's heads, which was not difficult to do. According to the rules, if he found 4 more people to dance 4 more dances, he would get 10,000 points, which would offset the expenses of storing the stone tablet just now. Then this trip would be a profit-making business. Shi-yun crossed her arms and glanced across the dance floor, hoping to find a partner whose outfit would not challenge her worldview. The dance floor was crowded with people, and the atmosphere was as passionate as the red earth. There were families of all ages dancing hand in hand, and there were also many groups of friends interacting with each other. There were also pairs of men and women, one in and one out, one close to the other, and the invisible emotions were like steam, spreading hotly. She stood in such a happy, rich, and extremely lively background, and without warning, a cold cognition suddenly emerged. She was an outsider. A clean and gentle hand came into her sight, accompanied by a gentle and clear voice. "Can I ask you to dance with me?" Shi-yun raised her eyes and looked at the owner of the hand. While she was relieved that the other party was well dressed, she unexpectedly found that the other party was wearing a mask she made. This person has an excellent temperament, and his every move is graceful. The simple classic Earth mask on his face has a bit more favorable background. Compared with the various ostentatious Heli Star masks around him, it actually has its own charm. It was not only Shi-yun who was impressed, many men and women nearby followed him. He remained calm in the eyes of everyone, his hand hanging in the air did not move, patiently waiting for Shi-yun's response. This was a gentle 2,000 points. Shi-yun smiled in response, and put his hand in his palm. The second dance music started at the right time. "No offense." The strange dance partner spoke in a soothing rhythm. "When I took the mask, I seemed to hear you discussing the meaning of non-losing with your partner." Shi-yun raised her eyebrows slightly. "So the mask was taken away by this person at that time? I'm very curious." She took 2 small steps to the beat. "We thought it was just the name of a tree. So does it have other meanings?" The man followed the changes in the music and gently pulled her back, while taking a step forward slowly. A small piece of very light curly hair fell from his ear. In the Heli language, the polysyllabic word non-losing refers not only to the unique non-losing tree on Heli, but also to all the beautiful wishes such as eternity, happiness, peace, and harmony. It is the highest blessing of the Heli people for things, objects, and people. His speech speed is moderate, and his tone is steady and kind, which makes people feel calm as they listen. Shi Yun's mind appeared the image of the luxuriant leaves of the Nwanwu pine tree at the base, and his eyebrows curved slightly. Such a powerful word can only be worthy of the Nwanwu pine. I'm afraid it was the Nwanwu pine tree that came first. The man's eyebrows were also stained with smiles. Why do you say that? There is language only when there is cognition? Yes, and I heard that the Nwanwu pine is your sacred tree. Shi Yun smiled. There is a place in my hometown where people have hundreds of words to describe snow, because they have lived in an ice and snow environment for a long time, which makes their understanding of snow richer than people in other places. She tiptoed and spun lightly with the ups and downs of the music. The man cooperated and pulled her hand. His eyes behind the mask were soft and focused, listening to her spontaneous sighs. Helixing is the opposite. So many beautiful words are mixed in a short multisyllable word. She danced to the side and tilted her head slightly. The soft and light yellow of the warm black pine was vivid in her mind. Does this mean that when they see the warm black pine tree, they will feel so many beautiful emotions at the same time? I don't know about other times, but I am really happy when I see the warm black pine. The man took her dance step, hugged her for a moment with discretion, and then let go with the melody. The fully bloomed warm black pine is beautiful. You will like it. You can imagine it. Shi Yun smiled back, without making any unnecessary rebuttals. She followed the melody, and slid outwards lightly. The man followed the trend and held her just right. The dance music came to an end during this slide and support. But according to legend, it was the blessing that came first. After she stood firm, the man slowly spoke. Then, there was the warm black pine. The third dance music made a high-profile appearance. It's a long story. The man extended his hand again gentlemanly. Do I have the honor to invite you to dance with me again? Curiosity about the story overcame his obsession with 2,000 points, and Shi Yun nodded without hesitation. Qin Xingxing, who entered the dance floor again, noticed the movement at the other end of the dance floor, and was stunned for a moment. Why are they still dancing? He was impatient, and was stunned again. The dancing crowd was in front of him, behind him, and around him, but he was the only one standing there, suddenly realizing. So that's what happened. Mr. Qin, what's wrong with you? Are you still dancing solo? Yu noticed him, came over to greet him, and looked at the other end of the dance floor along his path. They looked very compatible. Really? Qin Xingxing did not comment. Yu was amused. I really want to find a mirror, so you can see your expression now. She said with a teasing tone, I have warned you with my eyes, that leaving your dance partner and changing masks is risky. Now, your girlfriend is about to be snatched away by someone else, right? You misunderstood. Qin Xingxing rarely said seriously, we are ordinary friends. Ah? But? Yu was surprised and froze for a moment. In those few seconds of silence, she figured out a set of unfounded and bloody entanglements. She rolled her eyes, and gave him an idea. Why don't you dance with me? We can dance next to them. If she gets jealous, she can be your girlfriend in the next song. Qin Xingxing's eyes fell on Shi Yun's figure. Apart from anything else, she was relaxed and happy at this moment. Why bother? This is Shi Yun, she deserves the best treatment. The mark on his earlobe glowed red, and the inexplicable state of anxiety settled down, and his expression returned to normal. No, thank you. Yu became anxious for him. They have already danced 2 songs. If things continue to develop, if she really likes that one, you will have no chance. Qin Xingxing raised his eyebrows. In your place, is there any special meaning to dancing more than 3 songs with the same partner? Chapter 180. When Shi Yun put his right hand into the other person's palm again, he unexpectedly heard the system prompt. You have triggered a side quest. Do you want to check? Long dance. Quest description. If the mood of dancing together does not change, what is the difference between one song and multiple songs? This long dance, how far can it leave footprints in the desert of time before it ends? Quest requirements. Create the longest dance record with the same dance partner. Quest rewards. Transformation points * 2000 / dance, mix seeds * 999. Current longest record 2. She didn't dare to believe her eyes. First, if the word best does not have reference data, then even the worst record can be called best, and the current longest record that appears after accepting the task has proved this point. Secondly, there are no additional conditions for obtaining the mixed seeds with a quantity of up to 999, which means that she may have accidentally received the basic salary for this task. Doesn't this mean that no matter which side quest she chooses to do, whether it is the queen of the ball or the long dance, whether she changes her dance partner or not, the reward effect is the same. What's the situation with the system today? The system has been changed drastically by the wormhole, and it has switched to charity. Is it giving away points? The recognized patron saint of Heli Star is the sun god. The man gently held Shi Yun's hand and continued the previous topic. It is said that in ancient times, the people of Heli Star, under the protection of the sun god, were innocent and carefree. Such a beautiful scene lasted for countless years, until one day, the power of the sun god began to weaken. The god came to the world for the last time, and said a sad farewell to the people he had protected for many years. The people didn't know the meaning of parting, they just packed the offerings for him, and piled them up on a plane, so that he could go away without worry, and have a safe journey. God knelt among the offerings that seemed endless, covering his face and crying. "Is this the new holy thing you made for us?" The people picked up his tears on the ground. "They are very beautiful, thank you." As they talked, they frowned blankly. "But don't do it anymore, it's enough, it's enough. You have to know that we can take good care of our home without the holy things. You will know when you come back." Did the Heli people at that time not know what sadness was? Shi Yun frowned unconsciously and asked softly. "Yes." The man embraced her, stepped on the beat with a small amplitude, and responded softly, but they soon found out. God did not leave in the end. He wanted to leave. The sadness of his people should not be caused by him. But if it was not him, would it be a more fatal blow to them? He held a grand ball, danced with his people for a long time, and made many beautiful holy objects with a smile. Until the last of his people was exhausted and panting, he placed the last holy object in her hand, and spoke the last oracle. Nuanwuzing. Since then, his tone became lighter. Whenever the Heli people see the Nuanwuzing tree, they will think of the dance that seemed to never end on the great plains before the death of the sun god. Nuanwuzing is with their god. They welcomed the fourth dance. Everyone who passed by them smiled and nodded in greeting. Only Qin Zixing frowned slightly, and Yu Yu's answer was still echoing in his mind. You can dance, and it's okay to dance several songs with the same partner, but he is wearing a mask made by her, right? In our place, wearing a mask made by your partner and dancing more than 3 songs with the other person. It is a very grand confession. So did the other party have this idea in mind when inviting Shi Yun to dance from the beginning? But when preparing for the dance, he didn't notice anyone who had a special interest in Shi Yun. Qin Zixing's eyes fell heavily on the man's back. This man might not be simple. At the other end of the dance floor, Shi Yun spoke almost at the same time as the fourth dance song, with a decisive tone. "You just said they're God. You are not from Heli Star." The man smiled solemnly. "Indeed? You don't look like someone who would easily let something slip." Shi Yun narrowed his eyes. "Sir, you deliberately exposed this flaw in order to let me dance with you again?" "Fortunately, I succeeded." He admitted it generously, and thanked her with a smile. "Thank you for seeing my intention, and being willing to help me." "Who are you? Do you know me?" Shi Yun checked the contacts he had contacted but was not familiar with and asked, "You are looking for an opportunity to approach me. What do you want to talk to me about? Is it related to Heli Star? Or is it related to the Federation? Could this person be from the Federation?" The other party smiled and shook his head. "I don't have any special purpose. It's just a rare opportunity. I just want to stay with you for a while." His attitude was too sincere to arouse any suspicion. But it was precisely because of this that it felt even more strange. Shi Yun paused in his dance, unable to digest the situation, and was at a loss. "Huh?" The man smiled and stepped back to the beat. "Do you know why the gods were so sad when they died? It seems that it's not just because they couldn't bear to let go." Shi Yun looked at him carefully, caught up with the beat, and made a please speak gesture. "Because the gods can see through fate." The man's eyes behind the mask were deep and unfathomable. He knew that after his death, a devil would descend on Heli Star. Shi Yun's eyes moved, and he held his hand tightly, taking advantage of the momentum to take a step forward, closing the distance between him and him. "You are obviously not from Heli Star, but you know the legend of Heli Star so well." Her eyes looked into the other person's eyes through the mask, and the weapons in the system warehouse were already locked. "You know the truth about Heli Star's disappearance in the Federation's memory, right? This wormhole, Heli Star here, how much of it is your doing?" The man looked at her frankly, smiling as always. Everything in the world has 2 sides. Warm black pine can be a treasure given by God, but it may also be the source of disaster. As he spoke, he smiled even more, and his eyes, which contained Shi Yun's reflection, were gentle. "As for the wormhole, I hope I can really control it." The fourth dance was over. He held Shi Yun's hand, and gently kissed the back of her hand. "I don't have any more stories. Are you willing to dance with me again? The emotions in his eyes were so complicated that Xian couldn't understand the meaning. Hey so-and-so. Qin pushed through the crowd and walked between Xihyun and the man. The mark on his earlobe was glowing red. Don't you know that kissing a lady's hand without her permission is quite rude? The man's eyes lingered on him for a moment, and he chuckled and looked at Xihyun, following suit. Sorry, the federal government and most galaxies don't have such a taboo. I took it for granted and offended you. It's not an offense, but I am a little curious. After all, Qin Xingxing doesn't seem to be so hostile to S-level. Qin Xingxing has lived in the Federation for a long time. The behavior that makes him subconsciously uncomfortable should be related to the customs of his home planet. Shi Yun's eyes fell on Qin Xingxing's earlobe. Does the kiss of the hand have any special meaning in your place? What else can it mean? It's the same as the meaning of dancing 3 songs in a row on Heli Star, while wearing the mask made by the other party. Qin Xingxing didn't want to say it, but he felt itchy. He would never believe it. The other party really didn't mean it. This person said federal officials, and most of the galaxies, when he opened his mouth, which clearly knew the specialness of this behavior in his eyes. Provocation. Absolutely provocation. None of the curly-haired ones are good. Not that special. He vaguely changed the subject and stretched out his hand to Xihyun. I'm bored dancing alone. Dance with me for a while? Boring. This guy can make a big show by himself if he is thrown into the wilderness. How can it be boring? And what about the tone of this kid's vying for favor? Is he possessed by Xihyun? Although he knew that this was an excuse Qin Xingxing made up when he saw that the other party had problems, Xihyun still found it funny. I'm talking to you. Qin Xingxing was embarrassed by her laughter. Is this the normal reaction of a person who is invited to dance by the opposite sex? Xihyun watched the tip of his ear turn red, even redder than the mark on his earlobe. She couldn't help but interrupt him at first. You're still talking about me. What's wrong with you? As she said this, her thoughts changed, and she became a little wary in her heart. The smile on her face was still there, and the next teasing was half true and half false. How come your face has become thinner with the protection of the mask? Before Qin Xingxing could answer, another hand also entered her sight. The partner who had danced with her for 3 songs was obviously still waiting for her answer. The noise around her gradually quieted down, and everyone looked over here. Those who didn't know would probably think she was acting in some bloody and cliched idol drama where 2 men compete for 1 woman. How did things develop like this? Xihyun didn't quite understand. She only knew that the current situation was turbulent. The dance partner's origin and intention were unknown, and the affection was inexplicably deep, while her partner was uncharacteristic and did not behave like herself. This choice, what should she choose? Xihyun's thoughts turned. Her eyes wandered back and forth between the hands of the 2 people, and after a little hesitation, a plan came to mind. In the eyes of everyone who was expectant, determined, or curious, she stretched out her hand. Chapter 181. Qin Xingxing still had a smile on his face, but his eyes were fixed on the man standing opposite him. He could tell that the other party was coming for Xihyun. What he had to do was to ensure that the other party could not act rashly. The man's eyes fell on the 6-pointed star mark on Qin Xingxing's earlobe. The earlobe mark is one of the distinctive marks of the Yiming people. Each person has a different shape, but the pentagram is the most common. When the mark lights up, it is a sign that the Yiming people are about to use their mental power at a high intensity. Most of their people have a higher mental power talent than other races, so they are easy to gain the upper hand in a fight. Over time, the marks on their earlobes have become a silent deterrent. The man knew what she meant. His eyes darkened, but his face was not disturbed. His palm was firmly facing upward. When the body temperature, which was cooler than his, fell on his palm, his expression was moved for a moment, and he looked up at Xihyun, only to see the latter winking at him slyly. Her left hand was in his, and her right hand was holding Qin Xingxing's. The girl smiled brightly, and her playful tiger teeth did not hide her intentions. It's a bit boring to dance alone. Since everyone wants to dance, let's do it together. She spoke loudly, regardless of whether they reacted or not, tapped the ground with her toes quickly, and began to dance happily. At that time, the 5th dance music had not yet started, so the small space between them was filled with her joyful and crisp footsteps. This rhythmic movement was quite contagious. The man was slightly stunned, smiled helplessly, and also danced with her. Tap 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 tap. This is interesting. I want to come too. Take me with you. Yu Jinchuolutai, who followed Qin Xingxing to eat melons, grabbed the man's hand. Me too. Someone was inspired by her, and followed her example to hold Qin Xingxing's hand. Soon, the 3-person group became 5, 7, 9. The closest player blinked his eyes, and his mood also surged. He smiled and simply followed their rhythm, and hit the stone vat in front of him. This local commotion spread like ripples. After 10 minutes, everyone pulled me and I pulled him, forming a concentric circle with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Tap 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 tap. Amid the sound of uniform footsteps, Qin Zixing smiled and leaned close to Shi Yun's ear. Boss, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, hugging women left and right. So greedy. Shi Yun glanced at him and made a gesture to withdraw his hand. Any objections? In fact, pulling them together to dance has nothing to do with greed. Since she couldn't confirm Qin Zixing's identity just now, and couldn't figure out the intentions of the mysterious partner, and both of them insisted on dancing with her, then instead of going along with any one of them and offending the other, she might as well pull the two together to muddy the waters and stay out of it. Moreover, this would also make it easier for her to use some tricks to make the two of them follow their own pace. I dare not have any objection. Qin Zixing admitted his weakness, but he continued to tease. Just because the boss is in such a good mood, did you give it? If you did, you have to give me a bonus later. Shi Yun glanced at him. What do you want to give? He shook hands with her and patted her hand lightly with his thumb. You cheated your own family, so you think it's reasonable not to give me a bonus? This guy has a poisonous eye. Shi Yun pursed his lips, not looking at him, but looking at the system. Skill card. Skill, magical tap dance, party expert. Usage times, 1. Skill description, yawning is more contagious than laughter, and tap dance is more contagious than yawning. Listen to this magical rhythm. How many people don't want to follow along? Note, are you still worried about the difficulty of satisfying everyone in a large party? Let's do a magical tap dance, and your party will be a great success. After all, people who have danced to it say, there is no trouble in this world that can't be solved by a tap dance. If there is, just kick it off the list. According to the description and notes, it is not difficult to infer that this skill, in addition to the most important and obvious infection effect, has 2 hidden effects. One is to remove troubles, and the other is to generate the so-called party list. Otherwise, there is no such operation as kick people out of the list. Therefore, Shi Yun wants to use this skill to achieve several goals. First, to confirm whether Qin Zixing is really the real person. Second, to find out the identity of the people present, especially the identity of the mysterious dance partner next to her. And third, to do the side quest of the ball queen to invite people to dance. As soon as she used the skill, she received a notification. Your base resident Qin Zixing has joined the party. That is to say, Qin Zixing's identity is correct. That guy's behavior is abnormal. Most likely he took the wrong medicine, so he can be ignored. Then, with the joining of the mysterious dance partner, she received a second notification. Cuckoo joined the party. Then it was Yu. Cuckoo joined the party. The system cannot identify the identity of the mysterious dance partner, nor can it identify the identities of all the Heli people including Yu. That is to say, although the mysterious dance partner is not a Heli person, he, like Yu and others, should have a close connection with the wormhole. Shi Yun was also very satisfied that the second goal could be achieved to this extent. As for the third goal, it was originally just a side effect, but it surprised her the most. After the number of people dancing tap dance together reached a certain level, she received a series of notifications. The mode of your mission, Dancing Queen, has been changed from normal to difficult. The mission requirements have been updated. Please convert more than 85% of the people on the field into your dance partners. The mission rewards have been updated. Mission rewards. Transformation points * 2000 / dance partner, alien crystal replicator * 1. Current progress, 20%. Party expert, magic tap dance remaining time, 7 minutes and 43 seconds. Current progress, 38%. Remaining time, 5 minutes and 1 second. Current progress, 46%. At this rate, with hundreds of thousands of points, 85% of the indicators will be easily achieved. Although Bamboo's skill of nuclear crystal alienation can be used to make key materials for pollution inverters, the amount of alienated crystals that Bamboo can generate in the short term is limited. With the replicator in hand, things will be much easier. Shi Yun looked at the progress that kept jumping up, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. Qin Zixing looked at her radiant expression and wanted to laugh. Just as he was about to say something, he looked at the other side of Shi Yun as if he had noticed something. Shi Yun noticed his movement, raised his eyebrows, and turned his head in the same direction. On her left-hand side, at some point, it had become Yu. The song ended. Shi Yun and Qin Xingxing left the stage together, looking around the stage again and again, but could not find the man. She looked at the 100% participation rate data of the side quest, listened to the discussion of the people around her, and asked Qin Xingxing, "You just said that I cheated you. Do you know that I used some tricks?" "Yes, I know." Qin Xingxing put the mask back on, and he knew what she wanted to ask without her saying, "In your current state, there are not many people who cannot cooperate with you." Shi Yun's guess was confirmed. That person disappeared before the song ended. Doesn't that mean his mental strength is not low? At least S level. Qin Xingxing reached out and took off a mask. S level, person? Whether he is a human or a monster, it's a small problem. Qin Xingxing put on the mask and turned to walk to the dance floor. I can basically confirm that the altar is the core of this wormhole. You help me watch outside the altar. We will get out of the wormhole as soon as possible. Wait. Shi Yun grabbed him. What's wrong? He stopped and looked at her. Shi Yun looked at his earlobe. The hexagram mark had been shining since just now, and the light was getting sharper and sharper. We are in the wormhole, and met such an ignorant person. It is better to preserve our strength and wait, and see what happens. We will follow the original plan. Qin Xingxing was stunned for a moment, and the evil and ominous red light beside his ear dimmed. He smiled. Okay, the leader has the final say. He returned to the dance floor. Shi Yun leaned against his empty mask pole, looking at his teammates on the dance floor, and also at the system. Qin Xingxing's data has just dropped. Resident details. Name, Qin Xingxing. Physical condition, extremely weak. Mental power, 694/. SN value, 532/. Before the drop, his mental power was 843, and his SN value was 705, with an unknown upper limit, which is very different from his usual data that does not even reach the upper limit of S level. If this is still extremely weak, how strong would Qin Xingxing's mental power be in his prime? What would happen if he was allowed to continue to increase his mental power? Chapter 182. Shi Yun did not participate in any of the second half of the dance. It was not that she believed Qin Xingxing's lies, and felt that he really needed her to watch outside the dance floor. She just spent some time to go through the system mall carefully, and dragged all the skills that might be used into the shopping cart one by one. You don't have to buy it immediately, but you have to make sure you can find it immediately when you want to buy it. After doing all this, she thought that not much time had passed, but she found that the dance was coming to an end. Shi Yun thought about it, and checked the following two data. Mental Power Amplification Card, Epic, is taking effect. Remaining effective time, 4 minutes and 58 seconds. The fruit of the plant non-woozing, female plant, is about to fall. Remaining picking time, 11 hours and 4 minutes. The amplification card was used after encountering the wormhole, and the non-woozing fruit occurred before they entered the wormhole, but the picking time of both the amplification card and the non-woozing fruit has not changed since just now. Here, time is invalid and chaotic. Congratulations, Mr. Qin, for winning our special award that has not been won by anyone for many years. Now, please invite our little priest to come up and present the award. Shi Yun came back to her senses and looked up at the dance floor. Qin Xingxing was waving at her, smiling and asking the MC, "I'm so excited and happy, I want my friend to take the award with me, okay?" There was a good-natured booing from the audience. Mr. Qin doesn't want to take the award with his friend. The MC nodded and agreed, teasing him, "You want to give the award to you? Your friend, right?" Qin Xingxing smiled and said, "Don't tell her, brother. What if she runs away because she's too shy?" As he said that, he grabbed Shi Yun's hand, as if he was really afraid that she would run away. Shi Yun's eyes fell on her hand. His body temperature was much higher than when he was dancing. The onlookers didn't know what was going on, but just laughed again. Qin Xingxing didn't feel embarrassed at all. He stretched out his other hand to Kellen and said confidently, "Hurry up, give her the prize while she can't run away now." The special prize was wrapped in a piece of white cloth, folded neatly, and was carried to the altar with both hands. Clan took it with both hands, and put it in Qin Xingxing's hands. It was an ordinary action, but it was like turning off the switch. The surrounding scenery darkened, revealing a haziness through the water curtain. Outside the altar, not far away, the battleship cockpit that had disappeared for a long time reappeared. Mental Power Amplification Card, Epic, is taking effect. Remaining time, 4 minutes and 57 seconds. The fruit of the plant non-woozing, female plant, is about to fall. Remaining time for picking, 11 hours 3 minutes and 59 seconds. Time is moving. Shi Yun held Qin Xingxing's hand tightly as a reminder. Qin Xingxing made a prompt decision and grabbed Kellen's wrist. Unexpectedly, he was fast, but Kellen was even faster than him. He didn't see him move, and had already broken free from his restraint. Qin Xingxing wanted to grab him again, but heard Kellen whispered, "I shouldn't leave." He paused, and in the blink of an eye, Kellen was already a few meters away, and his figure became hazy. Behind him, the outline of the driving hull had already solidified. Qin Xingxing looked back at Shiyun. "You first." "Chase." Shiyun was prepared. He muttered a skill card activation formula and said confidently, "You can come back." Qin Xingxing pulled her and ran. The two seemed to have run a long distance, but also seemed to have only walked a few steps. The hazy feeling of seeing flowers in the fog disappeared at some point, and the red plane of Heli Star became clear again. The countdown stopped again, the altar was gone, and the lively crowd was nowhere to be seen. The open plain was backed by the stars, and two warm black pine trees were a few meters apart, slender and long, facing each other from a distance. Clan was a different person, still wearing the long robes unique to Heli Star, sitting with his back against one of the trees, looking up at the other. Shiyun and Qin Xingxing tried to approach. "General Boss." Clan's sight first fell on them, then behind them. In the distance, the outline of the battleship was blurred to a block of color. He closed his eyes, his Adam's apple rolled up and down, and the youthful vigor disappeared. "I want to be alone for a while, you go back to the battleship first." This was the first time since entering the wormhole that he took the initiative to communicate with them directly as Clan, as they knew him. Shiyun squatted down beside him. "Will you come back?" she asked bluntly, and Kellen's eyelashes trembled slightly. "I want to watch it for a while." "Want to appreciate the tree? There's nothing to feel guilty about. It's like you're having a premature love affair behind your parents' backs." Qin Xingxing sat down beside him and slapped him on the head. "Let's watch it together." "But?" "The battleship." "Don't worry, with us here, the battleship can't run away." Shiyun also sat down and pointed to the tree opposite. "That one seems thicker. Is it a male tree?" "Yeah." Kurlin was leaning on the two of them, and he felt that the tension in his heart was relieved a lot. Male plants always grow faster than female plants. "It's the same as on Earth," Qin Xingxing said. Kurlin shook his head, but whether it is a male or female plant, the growth rate of the warm black pine is very slow. Every centimeter of growth is measured in years. The entire metamorphosis period, that is, the process of branches turning into pinnate branches and leaves, often lasts for decades. As he spoke, the tree grew, and the soft feathery branches and leaves fluttered, brushing their faces with a weight not much heavier than the wind, and hanging on the trunk of the female tree. And then it was absorbed by the female tree? Qin Xingxing stretched out his hand, and hooked the hanging feathery branches and leaves. But now the female tree is not tall enough? It's tall enough, almost as tall as the male tree. Kellen patted the trunk of the female tree, thinking of the past. It was not without laughter. "I messed around on Earth." His smile hid memories and yearning. For the warm black pine growing at a normal speed, the relationship between the female and male trees is more like a relationship of mutual dependence than a relationship of absorption and being absorbed. The female plant can only grow branches and leaves with the help of the male plant, and the male plant can only bloom and bear fruit with the help of the female plant. On the day when the male plant's nutrients are exhausted, the female plant will grow a single fruit, and the fruit will ripen and fall to the ground. The female plant will also wither. The two trees are almost born together, and almost die together. On our Heli Star, the warm black pine not only symbolizes the blessing of the sun god, but also symbolizes the friendship that never leaves. "I should have guarded them," Kren said, raising his eyes. The branches and leaves of the male plant are soft and lush, tenderly hanging on the trunk of the female plant, taking root and combining. Between the trees, you lean towards me, I lean towards you, layer by layer, covering the sky and the sun. After a long time, I can't even tell which branch and leaf belongs to this tree, and which branch and leaf belongs to that tree. The huge stars are hidden in the background of their necks embracing each other, and the dazzling light falls on them. Over time, they are dyed from top to bottom into a crystal clear agate yellow. The fully bloomed warm black pine is beautiful, you will like it. Shiyun was touched and remembered the words of the mysterious man. So this is what the other party meant. Chapter 183. When the two warm black pines turned as golden as honey, a fruit grew from the top of the female tree. When the fruit came out, the surrounding scenery fluctuated. The bigger the fruit, the more the scenery fluctuated. In the blur, the almost eternal light of the stars dimmed, and the sky turned from red to black. An indescribable feeling of suffocation surged into everyone's heart. The sky was as empty as a red earth plain, and the air was almost as oppressive as a substance. "What is this?" Shiyun frowned. It can't be the birth of a divine fruit or a strange omen from the sky, right? Qin Xingxing still had the heart to joke. It was that day. Kellen replied. The S-level pollution source suddenly appeared, and the pollution engulfed the Heli star. His eyes fell on the top of the female tree. That was the last fruit of the warm black pine on the Heli star. He stared at the fruit hanging on the top of the tree. It didn't have time to mature. As he said that, he seemed to have noticed something, and his eyes turned and looked into the distance. At the end of the darkness, the light of the missing stars was gilded. A figure came with his back to the light. He looked like an old man in his 80s. The old man was hunched over. With every step he took, the light of the stars came closer to them. As they came closer, they could still vaguely hear the laughter and joy that belonged to the festival. Grandpa. Kellen couldn't help but take a step towards the old man. Kellen. Qin Xingxing grabbed his arm. General. Kellen turned around, his face showing panic that was countless years late. I am the only one left on Heli Star. The fruit withered and fell to the ground, the warm black pine turned into sand without a trace, and the red plain was flat again. The old man stood in front of the star, and looked over here from afar. Kellen looked at him for a long time, his face full of struggle, and his eyes were red. He is waiting for me to go home. She also took his arm, but that's not true. Is that true, General? Kellen looked at Qin Xingxing. You told me that there are time and space turbulences in some wormholes, and the essence of some of the turbulence is time fragments. The people and things contained in the fragments are like a book with only a few pages torn. But no matter what, no matter how many pages are left in this book, it is still part of the original book, right? I can feel the warmth of my grandfather, the warmth of my people. They will tell me words I have never heard before. They will welcome you who have never appeared in the past. They will give you awards for winning the competition, even if no one won the special award that year. They are not fake dolls, who can only act repeatedly according to the script. They are all living people, right? Shi Yun was stunned. She had always thought that what they encountered was a replay of the past, just like a video in a video recorder. Even if they could interact with the video, the people in the video were no different from NPCs. But if what Kellen said was right, then the people on Heli Star were actually prisoners in the cage of time. Yes. Qin Xingxing was silent for a moment. You're right. His guess was confirmed. Kellen's face turned pale, and he began to struggle. Then I should. Calm down. Qin Xingxing held his hand tightly. You are different from them. I am also a Heli Star. You are right. In this fragment of time, your people are all living people. They can live a limited time in peace and tranquility. Once the time comes to an end, everything will be refreshed and everything can start from scratch. They will not have any memories. Facing the extremely excited clan, Qin Xingxing's tone was extremely calm, but you are different. You have been different from them for a long time. If you force yourself to stay in this time turbulence, you will live a limited life over and over again with infinite memories. But, Kurlin looked at the old man, who was like a shadow in the water, and his expression could not be seen clearly. My grandfather is waiting for me to go home, and I can stay with him forever. Yes, this is something I cannot refute. Qin Xingxing took the initiative to let go of his hand. Shi Yun looked at him unexpectedly. The mark on his earlobe was glowing red, but there was no sign of anger on his face. There was even a smile on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were gentle and complicated when he looked at Kellen. So I have explained the pros and cons to you clearly. Your people on Heli Star are waiting for you to go back, but David, Anna, and others in the battleship are also waiting for you. No matter which side you are on, there will be people waiting for you. He raised his hand to help Kellen straighten his torn robe and patted his shoulder. Your choice. Just think it through. Kellen's eyes moved back and forth between the old man, Qin Xingxing, and Shi Yun, and he walked slowly outside. But my grandpa. Grandpa is waiting for me to go home. He kept repeating in a low voice, not knowing whether he was trying to convince his companions or himself. Finally, he hardened his heart and stuffed the cloth bag in his hand into Qin Xingxing's hand. Take care of yourself. Qin Xingxing laughed softly. It was the first time she had heard him laugh like this. It was neither heavy nor relaxing, like a sigh of relief, but also like a long sigh for someone. But he was right. He said everything he should say, persuade and remind. Since they were Kellen's family, they had no reason to force Kellen to stay against his will. Shi Yun looked at Kellen and the old man, who were about to walk side by side, and felt heavy in his heart. Let's go! Qin Xingxing put the cloth bag in her hand. I may not be able to take this away from me, you keep it first. Item details. Name, Heart of Warm Black Pine. Quality, Epic. Effect, the heart of the 1,000-year-old warm black pine tree warms the hand, calms the mind, and can greatly improve mental strength when used properly. Note, according to the legend of Heli Star, this is the closest to a miracle, containing the power of the sun god's blessing. Shi-Yun opened her eyes wide. Before Kellen was about to take the last step, she shouted, "Kellen!" Kellen turned back to look at her. "You?" Her eyes quickly turned away from the old man's suddenly clear face. "You." The future comrades, even Anna, what else? What other decent reasons can make Kellen change his mind? She clenched the things in her hand, and her thoughts turned rapidly. Mission. Yes. Mission. Shi-Yun tried to control his tone. "Kellen, do you still remember why we went into the wormhole this time?" Kellen was stunned. "The warm black pine on the earth is fruited. Are we here to pick the fruit?" "Yes." Shi-Yun took a step forward. "Clan, didn't you say that the last Mwanwu pine fruit on Heli Star never had time to mature? Now, outside this wormhole, there is a Mwanwu pine fruit that is about to mature. You are the priest who protects the Mwanwu pine. Can you just leave it alone? Who knows what means are needed to pick the fruit? Since you have recovered your memory. This matter cannot be done without you. That is the last Mwanwu pine fruit in the world." Kellen was struck by lightning. "Come back." Shi-Yun clenched the tree heart in his hand. "Come with us, Kellen, Nwanwuzing needs you." The three of them finally returned to the battleship. The mirage-like Heli Star gradually faded away, and the outline of the cockpit reappeared like a phantom, solidifying inch by inch in the countdown that was running again. Qin Zixing stood beside Shi-Yun and whispered to her, "What did you see last?" Shi-Yun looked at the old man from a distance and sighed silently. "He said something to me with his mouth." "What?" He said, "The future is priceless. Please take him away." Qin Zixing looked back at Kellen, who was in a daze in his seat, and lowered his voice. "Does this mean? Do they know their situation?" Shi-Yun nodded heavily. "I think that this lively and happy festival we encountered on Heli Star should not be for the worship of the sun god, but for Kellen. His tribesmen who have infinite memories, but are trapped in limited time just want their little priests, who survive to be happier and more comfortable at home." In her sight, the old man's figure, whose outline was almost invisible, slowly lowered his head, as if this weathered old man bowed to them from a distance. Chapter 184. In the battleship's cockpit that was gradually returning to normal, the teammates other than Shi-Yun and the other two slowly stopped talking nonsense and settled down, but they were still a long way from regaining consciousness. It seems that they have to wait until they get out of the wormhole before they can recover. Qin Zixing observed the whole circle and came to a conclusion. He glanced at the driving panel again. "Theoretically, we will be out in another 8 minutes. Can it be accelerated?" Shi-Yun asked. "The remaining time for picking the warm black pine nuts has just dropped." Qin Xingxing didn't react unexpectedly. "How much?" "I remember you said there were still 11 hours left." 11 minutes. Shi-Yun replied. Qin Xingxing whistled. "This isn't diving, it's jumping off a building." "Stop talking nonsense." Shi-Yun replied. "So it can be accelerated?" "I'm afraid I have to dive again, so the sooner I pick the pine nuts, the less trouble I have." Strangely enough, the remaining time for picking the Nwanwu pine nuts has dropped by more than 10 hours, but the mental power enhancement card, which can only last for 5 minutes, still has more than 3 minutes of use time left. Since you asked, I can do it. I tried at my limit for about 4 minutes, but it cost a bit of energy. Qin Xingxing drew a line on the remaining energy bar. Shi-Yun nodded. "It's okay. I use my skills to go back later. Then I go to the mecha warehouse and wait." After many years in the military, Kellen has long been accustomed to giving top priority to missions, even if he's not in a good mood. Shi-Yun hesitated, not knowing how to comfort him. If we were in each other's shoes, it would be meaningless to say anything now. "It's okay." Qin Xingxing waved his hand carelessly. "We talk about it later. Business is more important." Shi-Yun rolled his eyes at him. "Oh, right." She suddenly remembered something and stopped. "Kellen, are there any key points to pay attention to when picking fruits? Tell us first." Kellen paused and was stunned for a moment. "Yes, there are some. There are a lot of details to talk about. It takes time. Anyway, I'm the one who does it. Let's talk about it after we pick it." "No, you talk first." Shi-Yun then told Qin Xingxing. "Don't speed up yet. Let Kellen explain the details in the wormhole first." Qin Zixing asked, "Are you worried that he will forget after leaving the wormhole?" Shi-Yun nodded. "Impossible." Kellen raised his voice excitedly. "I will never forget again. I understand how you feel, but it's really not impossible." Shi-Yun explained soothingly. "We are still not sure why you can recover your memory in this wormhole. I have a guess that the timeline of this wormhole may be different from that outside, and you were the person involved in that year, so your memory was affected by the reversal of time and went back to the past, and then it was recovered. But if this is the reason, it can't explain why you still remember us in the wormhole, especially after the festival is over. Of course, you can put this question aside for now, but if your memory recovery is really related to the abnormal timeline, once you return to the normal timeline, this memory may still disappear. But didn't you say that the picking time has changed? Cram retorted excitedly. Doesn't that mean that although we are still in the wormhole, the timeline has returned to normal? Then I still remember everything now, isn't it okay? Shi-Yun shook his head. The timeline has not yet fully returned to normal. Otherwise, her mental power enhancement card would have expired long ago. But? Kellen's eyes turned red, but he also knew that Shi-Yun was right. He could only take a deep breath and force himself to calm down. Then, he spent 2 or 3 minutes to tell the details of picking warm black pine nuts. Then I'm leaving. He was unhappy. Wait a little longer. Jean Zixing also stopped him. General. Kellen was not without grievance. What else? Where is your plate with the Hellistar code engraved on it? Let me see it. Kellen took out the plate and gave it to him. Jean Zixing checked the handwriting on it and confirmed that it had not changed. This is also the heart of the warm black pine tree, right? Kellen replied yes. Jean Zixing returned the thing to him and asked Shi-Yun, where is the one in your hand? I remember that one is bigger. Well, what do you want to do? Shi-Yun gave him the thing. Engrave the details of the operation he just mentioned. Shi-Yun was stunned for a moment. Do you think we might also forget what happened here? It's hard to say. Qin Xingxing took the things from her hand. Under normal circumstances, I can remember what happened in the wormhole, but, just like you said, just in case. Since Qin Xingxing said that he could remember it under normal circumstances, it proved that he was sure that his memory would not be affected by the wormhole. Since he was not worried about the problem of time confusion in the wormhole, but wanted to be just in case, it could only mean that. He felt that there might be other reasons for the loss and recovery of Clan's memory. The only things that can be related to Hellistar, besides wormholes and time, are the sudden disaster that happened that year. Thinking of this, Shi-Yun glanced at Kellen and asked Qin Xingxing, didn't you say that you killed the S-level pollution source that year? Who knows? Maybe there are accomplices. It's hard to say, but since you said last time that someone smuggled Hellistar's things, I have always felt that there are very few traces of Hellistar left in the Federation. Qin Xingxing took a small knife and gestured back and forth on the tree core that was less than the size of a palm, muttering with a headache, I'm not good at micro-carving. Kellen, can you condense what you just said? On this, both the front and back sides are used, and at most 100 words can be engraved. Let me think. How about this, use the code we used before? Alright, I'm too lazy to think, you tell me to carve. Qin Xingxing listened to Clan's recitation, his wrist was fixed, and the tip of the knife touched the heart of the tree. As his hands kept moving, Shi-Yun noticed that his data had changed drastically. Resident details. Name, Qin Xingxing. Physical condition, extremely weak. Mental power, 472. SAN value, 391. Mental power, 210. SAN value, 163. Just when his mental power was about to reach the bottom, Shi-Yun noticed a flash of red light on his earlobe mark, and his personal data was revived as if there was a bug. Mental power, 831. SAN value, 698. Mental power, 708. SAN value, 582. Shi-Yun frowned. Don't ruin the good stuff. She snatched the tree heart back and quickly came up with an idea. I have another way to ensure that even if all of us forget about it, the information will not be lost. 4 minutes later. The side quest, Happy Tour of Wormhole, has been completed. Congratulations on getting Influence +1, exclusive quest title, Bizarre Explorer. As the system prompt sounded, the battleship left the wormhole. The other side of the wormhole was empty, with only a small section of the top of a warm black pine tree sticking out. The fruit, which was disproportionate to the branch, was round and plump, and faintly glowed with a bright warm light. Shi-Yun's eyes lit up, and he was about to ask people to pick the fruit, but he saw a note left in front of him. At the same time, Kellen's puzzled voice came from the communicator. Why am I in a mecha? Is that a warm black pine fruit? Boss General, how about I go over and pick it? Shi-Yun looked at Qin Zixing and raised the note in his hand. Let me ask you myself, how much do you remember? Qin Xingxing leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and remained silent for a while, trying to recall. Nwanwu pine nuts cannot be picked casually, they need to be used by Kellen, and there are other precautions. He barely said 1 or 2 things, and fatigue appeared on his face for the first time, causing Anna and the others who had just woken up to look at each other in bewilderment. We wrote down the information in a place you said was very safe. Take a look. Check for new information. This was the second thing written on the note. Shi-Yun thought for a moment, called up the system's message panel, and saw the only red dot in it at a glance. Civilization Transformation Branch. Technology details. Name, Warm Black Pine Fruit Picking Method. There is a lot of writing here. Not only the picking method is described in detail, but also the cause and effect are explained again. Shi-Yun quickly read through it, and did not delay any longer. Clan, you get out of the cabin now, and do as I say. Yes. In the vast darkness, the several-meter-high mecha is just like an ant. It dragged the tail smoke of the propeller, and flew towards the only warm color of the warm black pine fruit in front, drawing a long and straight light gray line in the universe. The gray line and the warm color are infinitely close until they are almost connected. Then, the warm color shifts and falls into the hands of the mecha. Got it! Clan shouted excitedly in the communicator. Clan Shio, a resident of base number 2, has finished picking the warm black pine nuts. Beautiful. David and Naya specially opened the video to give him a thumbs up. The channel docking is completed. Return to the ship immediately. Anna took over Shi-Yun's command. The boss is using skills. You use the primary skills. A wide open mind. The space gate is about to open. Yes. Clan responded to the order and immediately turned the mecha around. At this moment, something strange happened. Behind him, the Nwanwu pine, which had lost its fruit, quickly withered. Soon, this small piece of abrupt existence shrank a lot, and the wormhole pierced by the Nwanwu pine actually collapsed. An invisible suction force acted strongly on Clan's mecha, dragging it back a long way in a blink of an eye. The mecha body is not as strong as a battleship. Once it is dragged into a wormhole, it is tantamount to throwing it into a meat grinder. Fortunately, the change happened quickly, and Cran reacted even faster. He immediately increased the driving speed and managed to resist the strong suction. Boss, the suction of the wormhole is still increasing. My mecha has increased its speed to 80%. Cran reported through the communication. It can only last for 1 minute at most. Not even 1 minute. In the battleship, Naya shouted, the gravity parameters around the wormhole are growing geometrically, and the algorithm of various parameters is being adjusted according to the characteristics. Anna's face was solemn. David, is the remote link still there? Yes, it's done. David knew what she meant. Kron, the parameters of your mecha have been fine-tuned, and you can speed up to 150% at any time. Fortunately, you predicted it, otherwise the temporary adjustment would not be so fast. Naya shouted, and reported to Anna, who was in charge of the main driving, the parameters of the gravity chain have been adjusted. Anna nodded, and her 5 fingers flew, temporarily increasing the strength of the chain connected to Kron's mecha to 200%, and then increased the energy consumption of the battleship by 1 level, pulling Kron's mecha and moving at full speed in the opposite direction of the wormhole. The huge inertia made everyone on the ship lean back suddenly, but everyone had their own tasks, and no one cared about this slight discomfort. Under the powerful pulling force of the warship, the mecha finally pulled away from the wormhole and rushed towards the location of the warship's mecha warehouse slowly at first and then quickly. The entry and exit of mechas are generally carried out in a relatively gentle environment. When the warship is driving at high speed, if the hatch of the mecha warehouse is open 1 second earlier, the airflow caused by the high-speed driving will break through the protective barrier, causing serious damage to the interior of the ship. If it is 1 second later, the mecha will hit the warship like a meteorite, which will damage the mecha at best and severely damage the hull. And if the alignment of the route is not accurate enough, the mecha is likely to hit a more fatal part of the warship, causing the ship to be destroyed and the aircraft to be killed. There are only a handful of fleets in the Federation that dare to do this. But they played this set smoothly, with the angle, route, and operation all accurate. Clan's mecha stuck in a window of just a few seconds, and before the gravity of the wormhole increased to an uncontrollable level, it successfully escaped the death range and plunged back into the warship warehouse. Almost immediately, the wormhole shrank by half, and the gravitational range expanded further, causing the entire battleship to sink. All the data pointed to one fact. In 10 seconds, with the battleship's current energy consumption, the driving speed will be less than the wormhole escape speed, which means that it cannot overcome the wormhole's gravitational pull. However, according to the plan, after the clan mecha returned to the cabin, the battleship only needed to rush to the core contaminated area at the other end of the space gate, and then close the space gate in advance, leaving the wormhole to stir up trouble here, and they would have nothing to do. The whole process took less than a second. In other words, they just had to wait for the space gate to take shape. Anna's mouth, which had been stretched into a straight line, finally showed signs of loosening. David and Naya were about to laugh with Clan, who had returned, but saw Shi-Yun's face change. Speed up. Speed up immediately. Her face was extremely ugly. We can't go back for the time being. The space gate failed to open. Retrying. The space gate failed to open. Chapter 185. The wormhole further collapsed, stirring up invisible gravitational turbulence. The strong force field spread outward like ripples in the water, wave after wave, impacting the warship at the edge of the field like a small boat. Suddenly, the warship vibrated at a high speed with a specific frequency, and a dark blue hue appeared in the vacuum. In a moment, the vibration stopped, and the warship, along with its cold color, was silent for 0.01 seconds, and then rushed out suddenly at several times the original speed. Drive room. The battleship has entered the third-level energy consumption mode. Anna reported, the current speed has exceeded the wormhole escape speed, and it is expected to completely get rid of the wormhole's influence in 15 minutes. The current energy is 45% remaining. Under the third-level energy consumption, the remaining driving time is expected to be 38 minutes. She paused. If we switch to the first-level energy consumption mode after getting rid of the wormhole's influence, the driving time is expected to be extended to, at most 3 days, 2 hours and 25 minutes. Naya calculated quickly. It's stable. Even if we can't find energy supplies for such a long time, it's enough for us to find a solution. What if I use a particle cannon? Sheen asked, throwing out a coordinate. How many can I use before reaching this coordinate? He asked quickly, and Naya answered even faster. 3. Wait. Anna's face changed slightly. General, this coordinate is still within the wormhole's influence range. Before he finished speaking, Sheen had already fired 2 particle cannons. The remaining energy bar of the battleship dropped by half in an instant. The 2 particle cannons with the battleship's acceleration were like a fierce vanguard, unstoppable, and split the road ahead until they disappeared at the end that could not be captured by the naked eye. General. Anna unbuckled her seatbelt, stood up and cursed. Naya, that idiot forgot to calculate the instantaneous gravitational force generated by the collapse of the wormhole. Our energy is only a drop in the ocean when we reach the coordinates you gave us. If the wormhole collapses to the extreme before that, we're done. She paused. The brightly lit cockpit suddenly became brighter, as if a large light source appeared behind her. Anna turned back in shock. The sparks from the first cannon explosion made the front as bright as day. How is this possible? Anna murmured. You know, the particle cannon is so powerful that even a small meteorite that gets close to the cannon will only melt in 1 second, not to mention the cosmic dust. It is not enough to detonate it. The particle cannon will explode, which means there must be a large obstacle ahead. She glanced at the data on the dashboard and finally found something wrong among the numerous numbers. There is a parameter that is rising at a non-uniform speed of 1 decimal place. She remembered that not long ago, the change range of this parameter was still within 0.01. This parameter, this speed, this change characteristic. It's a meteorite stream. Anna's face changed. Almost at the same time as she reacted, the empty scene outside the ship changed in an instant. At the limit of her sight, 138. Countless meteorites of all sizes were like a surging tide of beasts, ignoring the particle cannon that could crush them into powder, and rushed forward. If it weren't for Sheen's first particle cannon that cleared the way, the battleship would have collided with the first batch of meteorites. Anna, sit back, fasten your seat belt, and give me the driving authority. Sheen stretched his neck muscles and sat up straight. This is a rare opportunity. Let's have a long-awaited temporary training today. He still had a casual smile on his face, and in a tone of wiping the windows with newspapers as cleaner, he said the topic that countless captains could not solve until their death: how to successfully pass through the large meteorite stream pulled by the wormhole under the rapidly increasing gravity of the wormhole. The second particle cannon exploded silently. Then, the warship arrived slowly, using the shock wave like a blue ghost, drifting through the bright firelight like a star, and plunged into the meteorite stream that was messed up by the residual wind of the particle cannon. It squeezed into the depths of the meteorite stream more shamelessly than a rogue, and stopped diagonally in a place with extremely limited space. As shown above, after doing this, that, and that, it successfully arrived at the coordinates, that is, the position where the force field is relatively stable, and then Sheen Zixin gave a bunch of unrealistic suggestions, looked at the energy bar with less than 15% remaining, pushed the safety buckle on the console with his thumb without hesitation, and pressed the button hidden underneath. Store as much energy as you can. Then start non-directional jump. This way you can jump the farthest. If you're lucky. He blinked at Shiyun. We can get rid of the meteor shower. The fourth galaxy, the border of the Federation. The Federation army was in a siege, not missing any angle up, down, left, or right, and trapped a group of hundreds of warships in a limited space. Federation flagship. Report. Adjutant Nicholas' expression was particularly serious. He had just been promoted. If he hadn't had the mood sedative, he would have been so nervous that he would have bitten his tongue. Admiral, the transmission shielding device has been deployed and is operating normally, but there is a problem with the jump shielding matrix. He realized the problem after he said it. The report was too long-winded. He shouldn't have mentioned the transmission shielding device first, which was fine. He should have put the problem first. Admiral Lehman's hot temper was well known. Everyone knew that he couldn't stand his subordinates talking for a long time without getting to the point. Neil reflected on himself, speaking faster while ensuring that his pronunciation was clear. Due to interference from enemy warships, the coordinate arrangement of one part of the matrix failed, and the shielding strength is being calculated. His report was met with a tense silence, and no one dared to answer. Such an important combat link has a mistake, and whoever answers at this time will be the one to bear the brunt. Lehman was silent for a while before speaking, and his tone could not tell whether he was happy or angry. Analyze the coordinates. Everyone looked at each other, not sure if this was a sign before the storm. Rosa, the newly appointed staff officer, also wanted to see his companion's reactions, but under Lehman's gaze, he did not dare to look around and could only analyze carefully. Report to the Admiral, the location of this coordinate is too sensitive. If we send a warship in to forcibly take it, the encirclement formation in this area will be disrupted. When the battle starts, there may be flaws, and it may also affect the effectiveness of the transmission shielding device. The enemy's jump also has energy fluctuations, which are easy to monitor and can be interrupted. But if they escape in the instant transmission device inside the warship, our efforts over the past 10 days will be in vain. He paused and carefully met Lehman's gaze. I think if the shielding strength is above 90%, we cannot fill this gap, but only strengthen the monitoring of jump signs near the gap. Lyman sat in the driver's seat, tapping the floor of the driving room with his saws regularly. Because I am worried about disrupting the formation, I suggest not to fill the gap. Yes, Rosa admitted with difficulty. Then once the enemy jumps through this place, how do you plan to stop it? Lyman's dark eyes stared at the newly appointed staff officer. His eyes were aggressive. By that time, energy fluctuations, force field fluctuations, artillery fire, chaos, but you are not afraid of disrupting the formation? Rosa was speechless and breathed a little hard. I always heard that under Admiral Lehman, the dosage of emotional sedatives was at least twice that of other troops. Everyone was skeptical when they heard it, thinking that the Admiral was also a human being, and no matter how bad his temper was, he would not scare people like this. But when they really met Lehman himself, they found that the rumor was true. The Admiral's sense of oppression could not even withstand the sedatives. Is it related to the strength of mental power? Rosa remembered another rumor. Some people said that Lehman was the general with the highest mental power value in the entire Federation in the past few hundred years, except for Qin Xingxing. It was born, not trained. If he did it intentionally, the mental power fluctuation alone would be enough to severely damage the mental sea of others. Thinking of this, Rosa's forehead was covered with a layer of cold sweat. Mutov was the same. He said he would resign, and then he disappeared. He didn't even hand over the work, so he couldn't ask him. In this case, how should he ease the atmosphere? What is the shielding strength? Lehman didn't waste his attention on him anymore. His eyes turned and fell on the adjutant. Rosa blinked. Just like that? Just a few words, no anger? No smashing? Pick it up high and put it down gently? Admiral Lehman. Although scary, he doesn't seem to have as bad a temper as imagined. The pressure came to Neil. Wait a second. The data is out. It's 98.4%. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the cockpit relaxed. The shielding strength is 98.4%, and there is only 1.6% of the jump space. Let alone the enemy's large fleet. Even a mecha would be too crowded to jump. With this strength, the possibility of the enemy fleet breaking through by jump is infinitely close to zero. Rosa looked at Lehman's face and gave the risk conscientiously. But why did they interfere with that coordinate? Did they just bump into it when they were surrounded, or did they do it on purpose? If it was intentional, could it be that there was external assistance? He continued with this line of thought. According to the characteristics of the jump shielding matrix, jumping from the outside to the inside will be less difficult than jumping from the inside to the outside. Based on the scale of the battleship, the possibility of successfully jumping from the outside to the inside through this coordinate is about 14%. Lyman gave the answer before he calculated the result. 16.1%. Rasa reported the result half a beat slower and praised sincerely. So accurate. How did you calculate it? It's so fast. Lyman was indifferent to his praise. Rasa was embarrassed and could only continue to report. Even if it's from the outside to the inside, the probability of this breakthrough is too low. According to federal records, the people who can jump in with this probability, it's useless. No one can jump in. In the Federation encirclement, the main ship of the Yoza Yuanfang army, the cockpit, Yu Guangsong, who was sitting in the co-pilot, was annoyed. It's all my fault. I made a mistake in operation. Otherwise, I could have grabbed 2 coordinates. The leader Yu Daiqing shook his head. The coordinates around this position, grabbing 1 or 2, is just a difference in shielding strength. I said don't go to this position. The third in command Xiao Bai, who was sitting in the other co-pilot, circled impatiently on the radar map with his finger. If you had followed my instructions and headed this way, you might have jumped out now. It won't work in this area. Yu Daiqing explained. Don't think that the Federal Army's defense there is weak. In fact, the Federal flagship's largest artillery fire is aimed at that place. Even if they die, they can drag a few people down with them. Now it's good, they don't even have to spend much energy to catch us. Xiao Bai was very unconvinced. You'd just like to listen to that Chinzhou, that damn arms dealer. It's us who are surrounded, not him. If something happens, he's far away and can't get even a hair. What about us? Okay, stop yelling. I think the leader is right. Yu Guangsong said. Only this move can be considered alive in the whole game. Alive? Xiao Bai sneered. If the wind-chasing fleet can jump in from this coordinate, the Farah asteroid belt can flow backwards. 16.1. With this probability, the person who can successfully operate it has not been born yet. You are wrong. Yu Daiqing said. Someone has proved that this probability is achievable. Yes, a dead person. Xiao Bai said sarcastically. A dead person who has no interstellar currency relationship with us. Rosa looked at the list on the screen with a look of astonishment and shut up. It was called a list, but there was only one person on it. A person who, as everyone knew, single-handedly supported Lehman's biggest minefield. This time, not only Rosa smiled awkwardly, but the expressions of others also became forced, and the atmosphere in the driving room became solemn again. Qin Xingxing. To everyone's surprise, Lehman himself read out the only name on the list. Not only was his expression not ugly, but it could even be said to be peaceful. This is the 4th galaxy. He gave a calm analysis. Everyone responded immediately after hearing this, saying that even if Qin hadn't died in the core contaminated area, he wouldn't have been able to get here. Let go and close the internet. The sound of the saws hitting the floor stopped, and Lehman finally raised a smile. The enemy has no way to escape today. Before he finished speaking, a powerful energy wave did not distinguish between friend and foe, and shook several warships so that their halos flashed. A dazzling spark exploded at the coordinates of the gap. Chapter 186. If wormhole vertigo is a mental attack, then the discomfort caused by the jump is a pure physical attack. If you have to describe it, it's like sitting in a super high-speed car without any shock absorbers, and this car is placed in a supersonic plane that is flying in the opposite direction. Abstract, suffocating, making every cell in the body protest. Even though David and his team have been through many battles, and have taken special effects drugs in advance, their faces are still not good. However, no matter how ugly it looked, there was nothing he could do. Shi Yun used the motion sickness-proof physique specially provided by the system mall, and asked Qin Xingxing in an enviable normal state. I always thought that the so-called jump was similar to teleportation, but it was just a battleship-level coordinate change in 1 second. That's the theory. Qin Xingxing's earlobes glowed red, and he looked better than Shi Yun. He continued to operate the battleship with his right hand, and spread his left hand in the air, but our battleship has limited energy, so we have to micromanage it. After a while, he didn't hear Shi Yun's movement. He looked back and found that she was staring at him. Uh-huh. Qin Xingxing laughed uncomfortably. Why are you staring at me? It's embarrassing. What the hell? What's going on? Why is Shi Yun's look so unfriendly? Shi Yun is looking at his data. Resident details. Name, Qin Xingxing. Physical condition, extremely weak. Mental power, 599/. SAN value, 499/. Just before the jump, this person's data is as follows. Mental power, 43/589. SAN value, 32/489. And Shi Yun remembered that at the very beginning, Qin Xingxing's mental power limit was 599, and his SAN value limit was 499. If she guessed correctly, when in the wormhole, Qin Xingxing used some method to increase his mental power and SAN value to above the upper limit, but the cost of this method is that after returning to normal, the upper limit of these two data will drop further. But now that we have left the wormhole, is it necessary? I said, operating the warship to jump. Shi-Yun pointed at Qin Xingxing's ear and asked faintly, is it very strenuous? It's okay. The jump process was really uncomfortable. Naya stared at the dashboard helplessly, and while operating, he interrupted, we have a lot of experience in micro-operation. At most, it will be uncomfortable for a while. Don't worry, boss, nothing will happen. Really? Shi-Yun smiled. I see your general is doing his best. He's doing his best? Why should he do his best for this operation? He didn't even do the jump shielding matrix that Lehman did. David replied casually, turned his head, and was so surprised that he forgot the nausea brought by the jump. He couldn't help but look at the data again. General, what's wrong with you? Why is the earlobe mark lit up? Is there any problem that we can't see? Krant opened his eyes, which were a little blurry, and hurried to confirm it again, and answered unconfidently, no. No. Anna, who had been silent since the jump, also cast a questioning look. Qin Xingxing, who paid attention to his image for once, said, He just saw that Shi-Yun was calm during the jump, with a subtle mentality and a whim, and he didn't want to appear to be in a state no better than David and the others. His intuition told him that Shi-Yun had guessed what the earlobe mark meant. If he admitted such a boring motive, he would be beaten to death on the spot. Just as he was thinking about how to fool her, an unusual jolt brought timely rain. Who said there is no problem with the data? He took advantage of the situation and changed the topic without blushing or beating his heart. Hurry up and check the situation. The jump resistance is abnormal. Clam was confused and his tone was full of admiration. General, how did you see it? I just checked it 3 times and didn't notice the clues. That's because the problem happened just this second. Qin Xingxing added in his heart and said confidently, you will know it with more experience. Clan looked educated and said obediently. Anna was busy keeping the warship balanced and didn't say anything. Only the twin brothers, who were extremely sensitive to data, looked at each other and confirmed the fact from each other's eyes. Qin Xingxing was just bluffing. As for why he was bluffing, why he had to use the mark for a small jump. They looked at Qin Xingxing, who was studying the dashboard too seriously, and then looked at Shi-Yun, who was folding his arms and glancing at Qin Xingxing. They felt a kind of cat and mouse in the interaction between the two. Atmosphere vaguely realized something. You know, with Qin Xingxing's temper, even if he blew a hole in the universe, he would not have such a guilty conscience. Where are you two going to retire? Anna urged impatiently, multi-directional jump resistance is abnormal. Why don't you adjust the parameters? I can't adjust it. Seeing Qin Xingxing's little thoughts, David smiled at Naya tacitly, but he didn't delay the business. He eliminated the coordinates one by one and quickly came to the conclusion, there are too many directions with abnormal resistance, and it's not something that can be solved by just a little adjustment. How about terminating the jump early? Kron suggested, if we sacrifice some non-critical areas of the ship, will we have enough energy? Not enough. Naya shook her head, the inertia of terminating early is too great. Even if we throw away all the parts and only have the engine energy left, it will not be enough. Kron was a little anxious, but if we don't terminate, the resistance on the other side is so great. Not to mention that we don't have enough energy to overcome such a great resistance. We will be crushed to pieces by the force field. Even if we get out, what if there is still a meteorite flow on the other side? Or an S-level pollution source? With the remaining energy of the battleship now, no matter what it encounters, it will definitely die. Not necessarily, we still have the boss. Qin Xingxing looked at Shi-Yun. I remember saying that the base's energy problem has been solved before. Will it be ready soon? He was referring to the pollution inverter. It's hard to say. Shi-Yun replied. The pollution inverter requires a lot of rare materials. During this period of time, Shi-Yun asked people to collect as much as possible on the Earth and around the Earth, and only a limited amount of materials were obtained. As for the most critical 10 warm black pine resins, 10 antimatter fibers, and 100 alien crystals, she still has a dozen on hand, and she can get them with a little effort. The antimatter fibers have only been solved today. As early as after collecting the stone tablets on Heli Star, she couldn't wait to get 10 copies. The stuck point has become the most in-demand alien crystal. Currently, this material can only be provided by bamboo, but only about 50 have been collected during this period. Fortunately, The Ball Queen gave an alien crystal replicator in the difficult mode, which can be used for batch replication, but it takes 1 hour. As for the production time of the pollution inverter, as long as you are willing to spend a lot of money, you can use the construction accelerator in the system mall. It will take at least an hour. Shi-yun said with emphasis. That won't work. No matter how hard we try, the jump will not exceed a few minutes. Kellen was anxious. Don't be so stubborn. You don't have to have energy. Just find a way to keep the warship from breaking down. Qin Zixing put forward the most essential demand. If the warship is not broken, we can't break down. We think about it later. You can use a protective shield. Shi-yun thought for a while and said, but the warship is not like the base. The protective shield cannot be used normally. The flight function must be sacrificed. After all, the only way to force the warship and the protective shield together is to use the synthesis of everything. Practice has proved that the product of doing so will only be another pile of high-tech scrap metal. It's okay as long as it works. Qin Xingxing picked the one with the least jump resistance from the numerous coordinate data. David Naya, fine-tune here. General, although this coordinate has less resistance, the distance is a little far, and the energy is not enough. The energy is not used for breakthrough. 1/5 is used to strengthen the front and rear protective shields of the warship, and the rest is all used for jump. Then the jump resistance. Aren't there a few mechas in the warehouse? The mecha's energy is not enough for the warship. Who said I'm going to use the mecha's energy? Qin Xingxing smiled evilly. Kellen, go and stuff a few dozen nuclear crystals into the mecha's cockpit to save some mental power. Listen to my instructions, and blow them up one by one. I don't believe you can't break through this resistance. The unlucky mechas were thrown behind the battleship, and they exploded like firecrackers. The sparks that rose one after another carried a terrifying force, pushing and bumping the battleship into the other end of the jump point. Almost at the same time as the jump was successful, Qin Xingxing turned the battleship 180 degrees, and threw the last mecha forward. The mecha exploded with the nuclear crystal inside, and the powerful force almost flattened the area of several thousand meters, leaving no possibility of being attacked. Now, Qin Zi moved his fingers that were cramped due to high-intensity operation. Do you need your boss to use a protective shield? I give you 3 seconds to confirm it quickly. Report to the general. There is no meteorite flow. There is no high-level pollution source. The surrounding force field is regular and peaceful. But Anna looked at the data, too regular. Naya looked at the data, stroking her chin and smacking her chin. Why do I feel that this pattern is a bit familiar? David nodded. I feel the same way. Me too. Kran scratched his head. It seems like I've seen it a long time ago. Shi-yun, who used his skill to find a way out with his eyes that see through everything, retracted his gaze, and was silent for a moment. Did any one of you mention something like the transition shielding matrix just now? Me. David raised his hand in cooperation, and soon reacted, opening his eyes wide and cursing. Oh my god, could it be? Shi-yun closed his mouth and pointed out the window. 3 seconds had passed. The sparks from the mecha's self-explosion faded away. The battleship that injured the enemy by 1,000 and injured itself by 800 slowly revealed its true form with thousands of holes, just like the driver in his own cockpit, staring at the two armies in front and behind that were also staring at each other. Looking at the opponent's posture, it seemed that they were quite tense before they landed. Shi-yun and his men looked at the energy bar of their own battleship at the same time. 1%. For a moment, they didn't know if they were still qualified to promote love and peace. Chapter 187. As the smoke cleared, the energy fluctuations also tended to be flat, all the monkey-like data returned to normal, and the countless alarms that were screaming finally stopped making noises, leaving only one and only pop-up window, occupying a huge C position in the battleship driving dashboard, just to give an incredible message. There is a battleship airborne jump shielding matrix. The federal fleet that swore that even flies could not get in. The Yozu Yuanfang army that thought only dead people could get in. When both parties saw this prompt, they blinked their eyes at the same time, and only one thought came to their mind. What the hell? The main ship of the Yozu Yuanfang army. What's going on? Yu Guangsan called up the surveillance pictures outside the ship, zoomed in to observe the details, and first confirmed that the other party was not a friendly force, not Zhu Feng and his men. Zhu Feng. Xiaobai smiled coldly, and ran his finger along the line of the warship's flank. This is a federal warship. The model starts with the letter K. It must be Lehman's reinforcements. It doesn't make sense. Leader Yu Daiqing shook his head. Lehman has an absolute advantage now, and doesn't need reinforcements. Besides, whose reinforcements only have one ship. Yu Guangsong also agreed. It made such a big noise. It seems like they broke through the jump shielding matrix and came in. He pointed to several damaged parts of the battleship. You see, the damage is not small. If it was the Federal Army, wouldn't it be enough to say hello? There is no need to waste such a huge price. Is the damage huge? Al White made several circles, all of which were key parts of the warship. Engine, cockpit, supply system. These are all intact. He also pointed at the tail wing of the warship, which was missing most of it. Looking at the design here, this is definitely a Federation K-7400 model or above. The technology used is the treasure of the Federation. The Federation is strictly guarding against it, fearing that someone will smuggle it. All captains who have handled it are recorded. If they catch one, they will be sentenced by collective responsibility. It is impossible for other forces to be equipped with it except their own people. If you ask me, prepare to expose yourself. After analyzing the technical details, Xiao Bai concluded, they are using smoke bombs, and they are not far from closing the encirclement. Wait. Yu Daiqing stopped him. Look at them. What are they doing? The main ship of the Federation Army. Adjutant and I lie, the one on the opposite side. Seems to be our warship. Rosa closed his mouth for a long time, and then opened it again with difficulty. Admiral, the number of our warships remains unchanged, and the one on the opposite side is an extra one. There is no possibility that someone hijacked our warship and quietly went around to the front line. What a silent operation. Just the sound of sparks and small lightning. The theory that Rosa just rejected is the best one to explain the current situation. After all, the model of the warship on the other side is exactly the same as theirs. It can't be that some admiral from other military regions was bored and deliberately broke into the jump shield matrix without any notice to steal the credit. Even if it is to steal the credit, it is not a sign of disrespect to come with only a half-destroyed warship. Adjutant Nelia felt that the situation in front of him was far beyond his understanding. He reluctantly made a suggestion due to his duty. How about initiating a communication with the other party? In my opinion, we should just shoot them down. Rasa disagreed. Since they are not our own, we can avoid any more trouble. But what if they are from other military districts? Even if they are from other military districts, what do they want to do by breaking into the matrix without saying hello? Rasa said, what if the layout of the matrix is disrupted by them? Just shoot them down. Even if they report it to the marshal, we are still right. He paused, his neck stretched involuntarily, staring at the surveillance camera outside the ship for a long time. Still confused. What is that? Nelia also looked at it carefully, not quite believing his eyes. It seems to be fireworks. To be honest, when two armies are fighting, the third army breaks in, it is good enough that they don't kill each other. How can it be the word fireworks that symbolizes entertainment? However, no one can refute Nelia. Just outside the huge transparent front window of the main ship, between the two armies, the inexplicably airborne warship kept firing things upwards. What else could it be but fireworks? I saw fireworks climbing to the sky, exploding lively, and forming a string of big words in an orderly manner. Our store sells all kinds of fresh vegetables, fruits, and meats. Welcome to buy. A short slogan, including punctuation and symbols, totaling 23 characters. Each character is like a light bulb, big and yellow, 3D, and the visual effect is excellent, so that the two sides can observe it directly with the naked eye without a monitor. The effect is so shocking that it hits the soul directly. The Yozu who were ready to fight to the death. The Federation who saw their latest warship reduced to a third-rate advertising spaceship. Earth's main ship, the cockpit. The fireworks were so bright that Cran felt like he was going to be blinded. Is this going to work? He looked around and saw a calm scene, as if he was the only one who was unsure. The energy we have left is only enough to run this advertisement after maintaining the ecology of the ship for an hour. But this situation. He looked at the two fleets surrounding his warship, and muttered to himself in a confused manner, they haven't taken action yet. Am I crazy or are they sick? Qin Xingxing sat in the driver's seat and laughed. It's not sick, it's that I don't know how to start. What's the saying on Earth? If you touch a hair, you will feel uncomfortable all over. A single hair can move the whole body. Shi Yin corrected casually, they are in a confrontation, and we suddenly got involved as an uncertain factor, which would have confused them. That's right. Originally, I'm the only one in the Federation who can break through the jump shielding matrix. Qin Zixing boasted about himself without any hesitation. But I shouldn't be in the core contaminated area, so when did another genius appear in the world? Whose genius is this? He snapped his fingers. Just this question is enough to make them wary. Well, originally this point alone is enough to bluff. but anyone with a discerning eye can see that the condition of our battleship is not good. But people with more discerning eyes can see that the core functions of our warship are intact. David added happily and proudly. Yes, although Lehman is not a good person, we have to admit that he still has some observation skills. Nia also interrupted. What's more, we haven't had time to modify the warship yet. Lehman should be able to guess that it was us. He suffered a big loss at our hands last time. Shi-Yun said slowly. So as long as they don't realize that our warship has no energy, they will not act rashly before finding out our bottom line. Don't worry, we've already dealt with it, David said. They will never find out. Nia gave a thumbs up. And to make this temporary as long as possible, we need to give them a reason to stay between the two armies without any offensive actions for at least an hour, and this reason must not only be reasonable, but also make us look as confident as possible. Shi-Yun continued to explain. Qin Zixing smiled wickedly. What can be more confident than going through the trouble of breaking into the jump shielding matrix just to waste energy to advertise and sell goods? Kellen hesitated and said, what if they don't buy it? Shi-Yun smiled slightly. Have you forgotten our original plan? If they don't buy it, at most the battleship will be destroyed. Lehman couldn't do anything to us last time, and this time is no exception. As for the Yozu, they are at a disadvantage. If Lehman doesn't move, they will definitely not act rashly. Let's talk about it later. She looked at the two fleets monitored outside the ship, and she had already made up her mind. If they don't buy it, then find a way to make them buy it. This is a rare opportunity. It's God's will. It would be a pity not to take the opportunity to promote it. She took out the super immersive holographic projector and threw it to Nia. Use this for the next advertisement. In addition to Jerry fruit, we have crops that are also produced in the Federation, raw and cooked, and we will put them in turn. No problem, watch me. Nia loves these strange devices, and happily took the things over. David slid and pulled the driver's seat close to Nia and started working with him. So, a few minutes later, the Lehman Federation Army and the Yozu Faraway Army, who were in doubt, watched the small broken warship in the middle unhurriedly push out a piece of fresh pork with red and white, tied meat, ruddy color, and every detail visible. Along with the pork, a female voice with a lot of emotion appeared. Fresh field pigs, killed and sold now, excellent taste, tender and juicy meat, only 699 interstellar coins per pound, limited quantity, first come first served, hurry up if you want to buy. Federal Army and Faraway Army, ? Isn't this a very new mental attack? Chapter 188. Yozu, the main ship of the Faraway Army. What are the pigs in the field? Yu Guangsong asked sincerely, and combined with the projection, he barely understood the context. Is it a certain breed of pig? Have you heard of this breed? New federal technology? Xiaobai rolled his eyes. Is this important? I think the other side is sick. He squeezed in to sell pork while others were fighting? What was he thinking? It's not just pork. Yu Guangsong suppressed his laughter. Look, they're selling wheat now. Xiaobai looked at the freshly made projection outside. It was nothing but a bunch of wheat with full ears. He opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't even know what to curse. After wheat comes flour. After flour comes noodles. After noodles comes stir-fried pork noodles. The other party relied on their high-definition and latency-free projection to turn the 3D image into a 3D PPT, and then turn the 3D PPT into a 3D video. The more you watch, the more you can't tell. Are they advertising or live-streaming their cooking? Gulp. Al White swallowed his saliva in frustration, and his tone softened when he spoke again. They don't have so much stuff, and when will it end? The recipe for this dish is too extravagant. Yu Guangsong stared at the lion's head that had just appeared outside, muttering, they actually pay attention to the ratio of fat and lean meat, and use eggs. They actually have eggs. Iger one witnessed it, no egg yolks. Only egg whites? And they use Tianyun melon to decorate the dish. 3 ingredients are used in one dish. We are not blind, we can see it. Stop talking. Xiaobai interrupted him in a frustrated manner, fearing that he could not control his hand to place an order. Xiaobai. Yu Daiqing closed her eyes, and tried to get rid of the tempting image in her mind. Look at how much energy their warships have left. I can't see it. Xiaobai quickly gave her the answer, his face not looking very good. The encryption technology on the other side is very powerful, and there are experts. Even you can't crack it? Yu Guangsong was surprised. You know, Xiaobai's technical ability is top-notch even in the Federal Army. Do you have any objections? If you have the ability, come and do it? Yu Guangsong had long been accustomed to his temper, and did not take it as an offense, but only looked at Yu Daiqing. Do you think they might be bluffing and confusing the audience? Where can we promote the products? Yu Daiqing stared at the other party's surveillance outside the ship. Even if the Federation has a strong monopoly on various types of food crops, since they have channels to obtain so much food, their financial resources and connections are at least not to be underestimated. There are many ways with less risks than this. Why do they do it so thrillingly? You're right. Yu Guangsong looked at Liman's fleet, but what we can think of, Liman must have thought of too. With Liman's violent style, he should have shot them down long ago. Why hasn't he made any move yet? There's another possibility. Yu Daiqing rubbed his slightly curved nails with his fingertips. They took the risk because they have a lot to rely on, and what they did after entering was insignificant, so they probably wanted to provoke Liman and take the initiative. They came for Liman. She held down her thumb and came to a conclusion that was contrary to the facts. The main ship of the Federation Army. People were stimulated by the delicious food and felt uneasy. Those with weaker willpower had their stomachs growling. If it weren't for the wrong occasion and Liman's great prestige, some people would have paid for it with their eyes closed, thinking it's better to be poisoned than to die of greed. Liman was silent for a long time amid the people's impatience, restraint and speculation, and finally spoke without any expression, "Okay, you are going to go against me to the end." Nelia and Rosa waited for his order for a long time, but they didn't expect to hear such a sentence. They looked at each other in surprise. "Admiral." Rosa's brain was working fast. Hearing what the Admiral said, the other party seemed to be an acquaintance, who had a dispute with the Admiral. Are they really from other military districts? Could it be? Admiral Ake of the 2nd Military District was seriously injured, so they came to support the 3rd Military District, so it couldn't be him. General Bond of the 4th Military District was recommended by General Liman, so it shouldn't be him either. Then the most likely person is the one who has always been at odds with General Liman. Admiral Yin? He threw out his guess. Idiot. Despite the scolding, Liman's tone was flat. Would Yin, that woman, choose such an occasion to give people a reason to criticize her? His blue eyes, which were almost inhumane, swept across the silent crowd and issued an order, request to connect with the Marshal. Marshal Green's figure soon appeared on the communication screen. Report to the Marshal. Liman nodded to him. The 4th Galaxy Border Riot Suppression Mission, codenamed F95042, has a variable. Oh! Green put down the work at hand and motioned him to continue. Qin Xingxing and his new leader left the core-contaminated area and appeared at our army's suppression front without warning. The real purpose is unknown. As soon as these words came out, the entire federal ship was in an uproar. How is it possible? Rosa muttered, subconsciously looking at Neil, but saw the same shock in the other's eyes. Qin Xingxing is not dead? Qin Xingxing is not only alive, but also appeared in front of the federal army? Not only that, he also joined another force? What force could make a willful general like Qin Xingxing willingly join? Everyone looked at the warship that they had observed 800 times with admiration or curiosity. After seeing the huge lion head on its head, the shock in their eyes suddenly decreased a lot. Yeah. Reasonable. In a sense, the other party's talent attraction should not be underestimated. But, Adjutant Neil looked back at Liman. Everyone knows that the Admiral hates Qin Xingxing, even to the point of getting angry at the mention of his name. But why is he so calm now? It doesn't look like he is restraining himself in order to report to the Marshal. Is the rumor wrong? The real purpose? On the other end of the communication, Green's eyes moved away from a certain data that Liman could not see, and keenly grasped the key point. What are they doing now? Advertising. Lyman sent a written report including the surveillance pictures outside the ship, and asked directly, Marshal, are their actions also part of this mission? He asked the few people who knew about it. Just a while ago, the federal system quietly canceled the wanted order for Qin Xingxing and others. This was not a striking thing. If someone died, the wanted order would be revoked. Qin Xingxing had fled to the core-contaminated area for some time, so it was not surprising that he died. But if Qin Xingxing was right across the street, the federal government's cancellation of the wanted order would become intriguing. It was hard not to wonder whether Marshal Green was going to reactivate this former traitor, and whether Qin Xingxing's actions today were secretly instructed by Marshal Green. Further speculation, if it was really the Marshal's instruction, and Admiral Liman was unaware of it, does it mean that his weight in the Marshal's heart has changed? After all, not long ago, except for the service officer who followed Liman from the beginning, Liman's subordinates were almost replaced by the Marshal. You know my principles, trust people when you employ them. Green was questioned in public. His eyes were still gentle after Ake was seriously injured. You are fully responsible for the suppression of the 4th Galaxy. He paused, giving Lehman and all his subordinates a clearer reassurance. The fact that Qin Zixing left the Federation has not changed. I did not instruct Qin Zixing to do anything. So you mean I can do anything to them? Lehman asked. Green looked at his calm light eyes, and smiled trustingly, of course. The communication ended. Lehman leaned back against the driver's seat, not knowing what he was thinking, and did not issue an order immediately. The battlefield was changing rapidly, not to mention such a strange opponent. Rosa waited for a long time, but he couldn't keep his temper. Admiral, let's do it. Lehman raised his eyelids and looked at him. His light blue eyes stared at people without any warmth. Part of the reason why Rosa proposed to take action was that he felt that since the Marshal had fully authorized it, given the old grudge between Lehman and Qin Zixing, Lehman had no reason not to take action. However, Lehman's gaze was unpredictable, and he felt uneasy and dodged. I just think that we have no reason not to take action. Our army has an absolute advantage. Although the other side can break through the jump shielding matrix, they are very capable, but after so long, there has been no jump in their reinforcements, and it is very likely that there are no reinforcements. They only have one battleship. No matter how powerful they are or how many trump cards they have, they can't make much of a splash in our territory. We might as well take the initiative. If we continue to be so cautious and stalemate. He took a deep breath. Even if the Yozu reinforcements don't warp, they will have enough time to arrive. It will be a fierce battle then. Yes. Lyman seemed to have heard it. Prepare the particle cannon of battleship number 113. Adjutant Nyler was stunned. To face such an unknown enemy, with Yozu's distant army waiting for an opportunity to move behind, there are so many variables. Why only use one battleship? This is not like the Admiral's previous style of one-shot kill. Or did the Admiral not take the enemy seriously? Although he was grumbling, Nyler still executed the order. The particle cannon of battleship number 113 began to warm up. Battalion cannon number 36, prepare. Nyler was stunned again. Number 36? Number 36 is in the middle of the fleet, and there is no way to hit the enemy in the first place. Suddenly, his pupils trembled and he reacted. Number 36 could not hit the target battleship, but it could hit number 113. And the location of number 113. Not only is it near the target warship, it also happens to be a failed warp shielding point. In other words, if this warship is damaged, it will not have any impact on the existing effect of the warp shielding matrix. This is a chess piece that can be sacrificed at any time. Admiral Lehman is not ignoring the opponent, but he is extremely wary of him. He is even prepared to personally shoot down number 113 warship to give an explanation to the opponent if he fails to hit the target. The energy storage progress of number 113 particle cannon is 90%. Neil took a deep breath and glanced at the armrest of the seat uncomfortably. He thought his emotions were a little too much and hesitated whether to take out the spare emotional soothing agent. Just then, a unique aroma of food entered his nose. Do you smell it? Do you smell it too? What smell? It seems to be barbecue? I miss it so much. This smell seems to be roasted pork belly? Whispers were heard in the originally serious driving room. Niall. Lehman looked at his adjutant. What's going on? Niall's palms were slightly sweaty. We are checking the air circulation system. Rosa hurriedly ordered everyone to put on gas masks. Are they poisoning? What ingredients? How toxic is it? We've tested it. We're testing it. Niall worked quickly. Rosa didn't wait foolishly, and opened the main ship's external surveillance map in doubt. I didn't see any robots or carriers. How did they do it? He looked at the technicians. How did they do it? The technicians scratched their heads, and thought for a while. Yes, there is a special energy cannon that cannot destroy entities. It can act on specific elements in the air, and reorganize them into gases that are harmful to the human body. Rosa looked at the information given by the technicians and took a breath. It takes all the energy of a warship to fire such an energy cannon? They just broke through the jump shielding matrix. How could they still have so much energy? On the other side, Neil had already obtained the test results and looked at Lehman in disbelief. Report to the Admiral. This smell is not toxic at all. He looked at the projection of the sizzling pork belly outside the ship and couldn't believe what he was about to say. The other party is not sparing energy, and the purpose seems to be still advertisement. The energy of an entire warship is just for advertising? They are still surrounded by the two armies. How much energy reserves do they have to dare to do this? Rosa's shocked muttering fell into Lehman's ears, becoming a noise that did not need to be listened to seriously. He looked outside the ship silently. The tattered warship was suspended loosely between the two armies, with a piece of golden and crispy roasted pork belly on its head, accompanied by a loud and emotional shouting. clearly declaring to him again that it was just inappropriate at this time. Stop charging the particle cannon. Lehman retracted his gaze. There was no shock or rage in his eyes, no emotion, only clear reason and calmness. The enemy is too weak to attack, he announced. The opportunity has been lost. Withdraw. Yozu, the main ship of the faraway army. The air smells pleasant and heavy. Why are you still wearing a gas mask? Al White crossed his arms and refuted Yu Guangsong. If they really want to poison, you will be dead when you realize that you smell the smell. Why are you still wearing a mask? Are you going to bury it with you? As he said that, he glanced at the monitor outside the ship. Lyman's particle cannon stopped charging. Stop charging at this time? Yu Guangsong's already ugly face became worse. Lyman wants to withdraw? Just because of this? He doesn't care about us? He is so afraid of them. How can I not be afraid? Xiaobai's tone was still so unpleasant. Among the known technologies, the only one that can achieve their current operation is the extremely energy-consuming Rescate cannon. This technology is not mature, and the success rate is less than 2%. It is jokingly called the lost money cannon. What does it mean that they can use it? He raised a finger. First, if they are not lucky, then they have overcome the technical bottleneck of the Rescate cannon. The second finger was raised. Second, whether they have overcome the bottleneck or not, the principle of the Rescate gun is there, and a large amount of energy consumption is inevitable, which means that they have extremely sufficient energy reserves. That's right. Third. Xiaobai interrupted Yu Guangsong. Yu Guangsong was surprised. There is a third? With the model of their warship, it is impossible to have so much energy reserves without modification. Xiaobai enlarged the monitoring map outside the ship and stared at the location of the energy warehouse. But the development efficiency of the energy warehouse of this model of the Federation is already very high, and there is not much room for improvement. They can still fire the Rescate gun casually without expanding the capacity of the energy warehouse, which means that their energy storage technology has also broken through the bottleneck. What does this mean? Do you want me to continue analyzing it? Albai looked at his leader and companions with a sarcastic expression. Yu Daiqing and Yu Guangsong fell into silence. This means that the other party has an energy reserve with an unknown upper limit and a technical background with unknown details. If they really fight, they may be able to destroy their entire fleet by themselves. But what are they going to do? Yu Guangsong couldn't figure it out. I saw that Lehman retreated, and they didn't plan to chase him. They can't really be here to sell goods? Who cares if they are or not? Xiao Baihao didn't care. Lehman is busy retreating, and the formation surrounding us has been messed up, so we can retreat too. Indeed, no matter how powerful their technology is, they only have one ship, and they can't stop all our warships. We can let the captains of each ship retreat through different routes. Yu Guangsong nodded. The Federal Army has not yet withdrawn, so we can take advantage of the chaos. The Federal Army is afraid of them, not us. Maybe one side will withdraw, and the other side will ambush somewhere else. If we disperse and leave now, we will die if we encounter the Federal Army. Yu Daiqing shook his head. What do you mean? Just stay here and delay until the jump shielding matrix fails. Yu Daiqing made a decision and issued an order. Xiao Bai, keep an eye on the communication signal at any time. Once the signal is restored, immediately notify Zhu Feng and the others to jump to these coordinates. Earth's main ship, the driving room. You said? David stared at the Yozu fleet that had been silent for a long time, and thought deeply. Finally, he said something shocking. Isn't this like a blind date? Chapter 189. Shi Yun was drinking juice, and almost choked when he heard David's shocking exclamation. What? Very similar. Naya kept nodding, pointing at the surveillance camera outside the ship. Look at us and Yozu face to face. Yozu has been motionless for a long time. Don't they look like blind date partners who lower their heads to play with their phones to cover up the embarrassment of having nothing to say? David gave a thumbs up, indicating that Naya said it well, and added seriously, and we are the villains in the blind date occasion who have no tact, talk endlessly, and brag about ourselves endlessly. In such a fashionable interstellar age, does such a simple concept as blind dating still exist? Shi Yun didn't know whether to be surprised by the blind date, or surprised by David and Naya's knowledge of the business. She held the juice, burned her brain CPU for a while, and proposed a very critical bug in the metaphor. What about the retreating Federal Army? David fell into deep thought. Naya also began to think hard. Xiao-San? Cran tried to complete David's analogy. But they were the first ones. Shi Yun continued to drink juice. According to this idea, we are the latecomers. David and Naya and David, Makes sense. Are you a perverted patriarch who forced us together, and then locked the door, and threw away the key, but still squatted by the door and eavesdropped? Sheen Zixing interrupted casually, without taking a breath. Others, Sheen Xingxing, Sheen Xingxing, what are you looking at? Tell your story. Shi Yun took out a plate of roasted cherry fruit from the warehouse. Tell your story. David and Naya stretched out their claws, and grabbed a handful of snacks from Shi Yun's plate. Tell your story. Kran had already eaten 2 pieces with a crunch. Anna didn't say anything, but while she was eating, the look she gave Qin Xingxing clearly said tell. Qin Zixing raised his hands. I didn't, don't think too much. He pulled his chair next to Shi Yun, reached out and took a snack, looking quite innocent. Have you forgotten? This is the plot of Love Across Stars, Time and Species. Shi Yun, What? It looks so complicated. Oh. She suppressed a laugh. You still like to watch this kind of drama. She rubbed her fist at Qin Zixing maliciously. Respect? Qin Xingxing, He felt that his image seemed to have collapsed a little. No. He held up the thin piece of roasted cherry fruit and waved it in the air. It was a hit in the whole Federation a few years ago. You can see it everywhere. He glanced around, skipped the twin brothers with bad faces and their eldest sister who was rolling her eyes at him, and picked the last companion who would definitely tell the truth, and put on the airs of a general clan, you say. Ah? Kellen responded with an extremely bewildered interjection. It wasn't that the question was too difficult, nor that Qin Zixing lied, but that he didn't understand. With Qin Zixing's personality, even if he was exposed for watching bad action movies, he would just use the topic to make a fuss. He just watched a bloody romance drama. What's so exciting about it? His reaction can't be said to be unhelpful, it's actually more of a hindrance. Shi Yun couldn't help but laugh. Qin Zixing, He gave up external aid and decided to rely on himself, and immediately transferred resources from the optical brain. Alien crystal replication progress 58%. Remaining time, 25 minutes and 32 seconds. The light in the driving room was dim. The 3D male and female protagonists, male and female supporting roles, and their mothers, fathers, grandparents filled most of the space. Shi Yun and several real people were huddled in a corner, eating cherry fruit, while watching the projected portraits pulling each other's hair, which was very interesting. The plot of the federal soap opera is really compact. After watching another reversal, Shi Yun finally couldn't help but sigh. In less than 20 minutes, the hero and heroine have experienced a series of bloody plots, such as acquaintance, encounter, misunderstanding, reunion, separation, unswerving commitment, failed attempt to adjust their values, quarrel, talk to the supporting role, misunderstanding again, etc., which is more condensed than the short plays of her time. I have a question. She was quite curious. Is this a movie or a TV series? TV series. Anna replied. How many episodes are there in total? More than 1,000 episodes. David said. Shi Yun, Do they have more plots to shoot later? She asked sincerely. Maybe. Clan kept the theme in mind. The interstellar, time and species crossing are not mentioned at all. Shi Yun, that makes sense. I have a question too. Naya raised his hand with a smirk. David echoed him, tell me quickly. So why are we watching TV? I kind of forgot. Naya put on a puzzled expression. General, what do you want to prove? I know I remember it. David also raised his hand. It proves that he doesn't like watching this kind of movie. Naya laughed. How can a general, who doesn't like watching this kind of movie have? That's because I, the great man, want to sacrifice myself so that you can laugh at me like you are doing now. Qin Zixing grabbed a handful of cherry fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. Facing Shi Yun's eyes that saw through everything, his expression was already a third of resignation. As early as the moment he took out the resources, he realized that he had caught the sharp boomerang with his forehead. What I want to prove is that what I said is indeed the plot of this drama, and I don't have any stories about it. He retained his last stubbornness, and the mark on his earlobe glowed red, as if he would kill anyone who dared to refute him. Okay, don't get excited, don't get excited. Shi Yun patted his shoulder, and smoothed his fur. Sure enough, Shi Yun was more reliable than those guys when he should be reliable. Qin Zixing's expression moved slightly, and just as he was about to say something, he heard her say again, We all know that you have never been locked in the room by the head of the family and forced to go on a blind date with the opposite sex, but you like to watch the bloody plots of being locked in the room by the head of the family and forced to go on a blind date with the opposite sex, etc. Ha ha. Shi Yun finished a long string of words in one breath, giving him the final blow that caught him off guard. He couldn't hold it in any longer and rolled over laughing, while holding his stomach. Sheen Zixing. He watched her laugh with helplessness, and as he watched, he also laughed out loud. He laughed for a while, and poured her a glass of water, and handed it to her. Yes, yes, I have vulgar tastes and I love to watch melodramatic soap operas. I have a lot of resources, and I will take them out when I have nothing to do. Let everyone entertain. He finally stuffed the cup into her hand, and looked at her crescent eyes that were smiling. Just laugh enough, be careful not to get hoarse later. Anna was laughing too, but seeing this, she was a little stunned and turned to look at her brothers. David and Naya were wiping their tears with laughter, and noticed her gaze, and winked at her with their left eyes at the same time. What's going on with Yozu now? Shi-yun drank Sheen Zixing's water, and was too embarrassed to continue teasing him, so he finally changed the subject. Nothing, David replied. Nothing yet? We've already watched half of the TV. Do you think there's something wrong with our advertising posture? Naya held her chin up and reflected. It must be that the signal simulation is not good enough, and the publicity efforts have not met expectations. Sheen Zixing took the water cup back from Shi-yun and replied casually. It turned out that they didn't use any Rescat cannon at all. Shi-yun's projector can even project smells. The David brothers were very surprised. After a study, they were deeply inspired and extracted the olfactory simulation signal of roasted pork belly. They used Lehman to cover the jump shielding matrix of the two armies. They built a small-scale local area network without anyone noticing, hacked into the air circulation system of the two armies, and put the simulation signal in, causing the other party to smell the fragrance. Nerve illusion. For such an abstract operation, the energy required in the whole process is only used in 3 places: local area network, analog signal, and invading enemy system. How about increasing the signal delivery? Sheen Zixing suggested, make the fragrance stronger, and try to draw their greedy bugs to our front line. If the battleship energy warehouse is as big as the charging station hundreds of years ago, Kran must hold it tightly with his hands and feet. No more, we have used up 0.2% of the energy. The rest is to maintain the lights, to ensure gravity, to circulate the air, and to watch TV. Don't be so extravagant, okay? 0.2%. Shi-yun remembered that he only had 1% of his total energy left, and suddenly felt that his poor family was in even worse trouble. Is it over budget? I remember that they expected to use 0.15%. Yozu's technicians are better than the bunch of good-for-nothings under Lehman. Naya sighed. In order not to attract the other party's attention, we spent more computing power when hacking their air circulation system. David was also quite regretful. The more he talked, the more he felt that he had lost money. If I had known that the advertising effect was so unsatisfactory, I would not have wasted time and energy on them. Naya nodded in agreement, and poked the motionless distant army in the surveillance outside the ship. It's so frustrating to see but not make any money. Kron stopped along the way, feeling that something was wrong, confused. Did we fail in the battle? Isn't this plan to scare them away? Isn't the effect pretty good? Naya spread his hands and said confidently, well, we're here now. That's right. David agreed, we must take some food away after eating. Shi-yun laughed again. Look at the force field. Anna greeted everyone. David glanced at the force field data, and the joking look on his face disappeared a little. I said that Lehman was hesitant to withdraw his troops, and he must be holding back Badwater. Look, he's causing trouble. Far away from their position, the retreating federal army on the periphery of the Yozu Yuanfang army suddenly jumped up and bit off a piece of it. This is a test. Shi-yun pondered. We have been in a stalemate with the Yuanfang army for too long. Lehman wants to see what our relationship with the Yuanfang army is, whether we will help the Yuanfang army, and whether we have the ability to help the Yuanfang army. The faraway army is shrinking inwards and moving towards us, Anna reported. They also know that Lehman is afraid of us. The closer they are to us, the less he dares to act, David said. How long will it take for the energy to arrive? Sheen Zixing asked Shi-yun. 23 minutes. The federal army is still biting, Anna said. Because we are indifferent to their actions, the federal army tacitly agrees that they can further test them. Shi-yun quickly analyzed the situation. Once the war between them and the faraway army starts in full swing. Kran was a little anxious. That won't work. Let alone anything else. We can't avoid the impact of the war. We will be exposed in a minute. Why don't we implement the backup plan now? The situation then at ease suddenly became tense. Anna, you just said that the distant army is approaching us. Shi-yun signaled Kran not to worry. Did you send us a communication? No. That's not right. Shi-yun frowned slightly. Kran was stunned. Isn't it because you know that Lehman is afraid of us? What's wrong? Why don't you explain yourself before hitting a stranger? Aren't you afraid of being slapped in the face? Qin Xingxing smoothly opened multiple data windows, including the radar overview, the trend chart of the distant army's formation changes, the surrounding force field change chart, and the jump resistance change chart. He scanned them one by one, and came to a conclusion. The distant army is shrinking towards this side not because of us, but because of reinforcements. Their reinforcements are about to jump in. Chapter 190. Federal Army Main Ship. The unusual aroma of food has completely dissipated as the distance increases, leaving only one nerve after another being plucked. Report to the Admiral, the warship is still motionless. There are so many warships of the three forces present, and the adjutant NILI did not specify, but everyone knows which one he is talking about. Does this prove that they have no relationship with the Yozu? NILI asked, do we still need to continue to retreat? He asked this for a reason. Although the Federal Army has been retreating, the dispatch has been carefully planned to ensure the strength of the jump shielding matrix as much as possible. Therefore, the shielding strength is still 81% at this time, and even the weakest place has a strength of 73%. Ordinary captains can't get in at all. Even if the distant army reinforcements really have a captain with Qin Xingxing's ability, they can jump in, but the number will never be too large, and they can't reverse the situation in the first time. In other words, as long as the warship that Admiral Lehman feared too much did not take action, they could turn around now, and take down the faraway army before the faraway army's reinforcements arrived. Not necessarily. Staff Officer Guan Rosa said, it may be that their alliance is limited, and they will not attack the faraway army's minions. It may also be that they want to lure us back. We must not underestimate the enemy. He thought for a moment and suggested, anyway, we have already withdrawn beyond the attack range of the Res Kate cannon, so we will not withdraw for now, but there is no need to turn around in a hurry. Admiral, we can fire a few long-range particle cannons at the core of the distant army to further test it. Even if they counterattack fiercely, we can withdraw at any time. Before he finished speaking, he opened his eyes wide. In the surveillance image outside the ship, the energy fluctuations rose sharply at the location of the battleship, which was the weakest point of the jump shielding matrix. The next second, the data reached the peak, and a strong spark burst out from the coordinate, and the shape of a battleship appeared from it. Almost at the same time, the battleship that the Admiral was deeply afraid of suddenly shone brightly, turning the 3D food above its head, and flashed to the side like a ghost, and moved a coordinate point before the key components were destroyed by the latecomers. Its reaction speed was so fast that people would applaud regardless of their position. But the next second, the battleship was like a candle that had burned out the last bit of wax. It went dark with a snap. If it hadn't been for the seatbelt, Rosa would have jumped up at that time. They have no energy. Damn it! They have been bluffing. They have been out of energy for a long time. Not only that, this fatal blow proved that the battleship had nothing to do with the distant army. Otherwise, in such a tense situation, how could the distant army reinforcements forcibly jump in without dealing with the warship and avoiding the coordinates of the warship, so that the warship was timid? Lehman stared at the surveillance outside the ship, and the soles of his shoes made a crisp sound on the smooth ground. Restore the strength of the jump shielding matrix as quickly as possible. Turn around. Attack with all your strength. As soon as the order came out, the retreat of all the warships of the Federation came to an abrupt halt. The fleet turned back like a giant python, wrapped in venomous flames and spitting out shining tongues, and rushed towards the core of the distant army, and Shi Yun's warships, the long-range particle cannon, fully charged, was about to hit the target coordinates with overwhelming force, from near to far. At the critical moment, something strange happened again. A tiny light suddenly lit up at the place where the warship disappeared, and it became stronger and stronger, rushing from far to near. It turned out to be a long-range particle cannon that was also fully charged. The two hostile particle cannons met on a narrow road and collided with each other with great momentum, causing the force field data to jump wildly, and the surrounding warships, regardless of enemy or friend, regardless of power, were all overturned. Impossible. Rosa couldn't help but exclaim, this charging speed. Lyman. A female voice sounded slowly in the communication channel between the Federal Army and the Far Army, not only interrupting Rosa's words, but also lighting up the battleship that merged into the darkness. But a little starlight seemed to have strangled the force field of millions of kilometers in radius, pitting both sides to not dare to move. Although I can accept the shells. But it's not appropriate to ship such consumables like this. The female voice smiled softly. If you do this, I will misunderstand that you haven't fought enough in the last battle. Lyman's fist, which had been raised high since the opponent's particle cannon appeared, was gently placed back on the armrest of the driver's seat at this moment. At the fastest speed. His voice was extremely rational, and there was no sign of him bursting out a second ago. Withdraw to the Federation. 10 minutes later, the Federal Army, which had not completely retreated for more than half an hour, withdrew completely. The title Strange Explorer you are wearing has been automatically released. Title cooldown time, 30 days. Title details. Name, Strange Explorer. Rarity, Epic. Title effect, randomly trigger a 0 probability event that is beneficial to you. Remarks, Strange Explorer, nothing is strange when encountering. This task title was obtained by Shi-Yun after completing the side quest Wormhole Happy Tour. It is one of her only 2 epic props at present. Qin Zixing drew the preparation map and so on. No matter how much the system said it was epic, she would not recognize it. The effect of this title was too vague, and Shi-Yun didn't know how to use it for a while. But considering that no matter what event was triggered, the result would always be in her favor, she wore this title as early as when she encountered the meteor shower, just as a metaphysical amulet. Unexpectedly, the thrilling meteor shower did not trigger the title effect, the jump between the 2 armies did not trigger the title effect, and even when she was almost knocked over by the distant army reinforcements, it still did not trigger the title effect. Just when she was about to forget the existence of this title, Qin Zixing exhausted the last bit of energy in the warship and forcibly moved to avoid the distant army's jump warship, and the title effect was actually triggered. The copy progress of the alien crystal, which had nearly half an hour left, was instantly full, and the pollution inverter was immediately in place. Everything that followed was a natural outcome. Our new engine is really awesome. The energy conversion efficiency is too fast. TSK. Even if we really want to fire the Res-Kate cannon now, it's not impossible. Why fire the Res-Kate cannon? Wouldn't it be nice to just fire 10 bursts of fully charged particle cannons? Shi-Yun listened to the whispered conversation between David and Naya, raised his lips slightly, and gestured to them. The 2 brothers immediately understood and shushed each other. Quiet, the boss is going to show off again. Shi-Yun smiled and opened the communication channel again, this time to the distant army. After the warship that forcibly jumped in, their reinforcements came in one after another, and then Lehman retreated neatly, the jump shielding matrix failed, and hundreds of warships came in. It was not known whether it was intentional or unintentional, and the Earth's warships were surrounded in layers. Yozu. She deliberately hesitated for a moment, and raised the tone at the end of the sentence, friends? We scared Lehman away for you, and this is what we got in return. She confidently used the communication channel that the 2 brothers had forced through, and sent a picture of the battleship structure, a tail wing that was completely smashed by you. She also sent a picture of the surveillance outside the ship with dense, and even increasing red dots, and the increasingly thin air. In the communication channel, the icon representing the camera was unblocked, and a figure appeared in the communication screen. He was a handsome and gentle man, with curly hair that reached his ears, and was light brown. Shi-Yun was slightly stunned. The man smiled and nodded at her. Although there is no air in a vacuum, I understand what you mean. You Daichin, you should also show your face. He gently called out the name of the Yozu leader. No one has any ill intentions. Why not make friends? The tail wing was hit by Zhuifeng. You should compensate her for the materials, as for the other losses of her warship. He seemed to be able to see into Shi-Yun's eyes through the signal, through the camera, that Shi-Yun had not yet turned on. If you are willing to give me a chance to do this favor, I will let Amanda go over to help you deal with it. Amanda, an undercover agent of the 14th Squadron under the Federation's Lehman, was captured by Shi-Yun in the battle between Lehman and the core-contaminated area. After Shi-Yun negotiated with the Federation Marshal, she was returned to the Federation with other prisoners. This person can command Amanda, which can only mean. There were many small movements in the driving room. Shi-Yun glanced at the expressions of his companions, and finally took his eyes off Qin Zixing's face, turned on the camera, and looked at the man in the communication screen. Are you Qin Zhou? Chapter 191. Qin Zhou, the founder behind the Gate of Light, is one of the top arms dealers in the Federation, and Shi-Yun's first major customer in the system trading market, and currently the second largest customer. In Shi-Yun's eyes, his value is very high. And this heavy value doubled again after Shi-Yun completed the first consultation with the external political system, and unlocked the system influence ranking. Influence ranking. First place, United Federation of 9-star systems. Second place, Ropal Energy Plant. Third place, Paradise. Fourth place, Alyssa Alien. Fifth place, Gate of Light. 23rd place, Yozu. 100th place, Home Number 2. You should know that the gap between the Earth base and the gate of light is the gap between the last place and the top 5 in the ranking. Therefore, whether from the perspective of financial resources or influence, Chen Zhou is a person worth winning over. Shi Yun had always wanted to find time to discuss deeper cooperation with the other party, but she didn't expect to meet Chen Zhou for the first time in such an occasion. What she didn't expect was the reaction of her companions. She pressed the mute button and asked everyone, "What's going on?" Kellen was shocked. Chen Zhou is Jiang Yue? He can't be. How could he be? The brothers David and Nia were extremely excited. Chen Zhou is actually Jiang Yue. This is going to cause trouble. Yes, it's going to be a big deal. Anna frowned and looked at Qin Xingxing, who was calmer than the others. He just shrugged at Shi Yun and pointed at the face in the picture. This guy's real name is Jiang Yue, he is. The man in the picture couldn't hear them talking, but he seemed to know what they were talking about. He turned his head slightly and smiled at Qin Xingxing. Xingxing, long time no see. Qin Xingxing pretended to be deaf and popped out a top-secret document to Shi Yun, former federal leader, and the son of the former federal leader Jiang Fu. I remember the name Jiang Fu. Shi Yun recalled while looking at the information. Nia told me that in 2267, the federal government could not bear the pressure of assisting polluted refugees, so the then leader Jiang Fu resigned and the government changed abnormally. As for what happened after that, she calmed down and concentrated on reading the information. After that, less than 100 years later, the first wave of pollution mutation occurred in the Federation, and pollution sources with a certain degree of intelligence came into the public eye. Jiang Fu's successor leader was overwhelmed and could not fulfill his promise to eliminate pollution. When he came to power's promise, his approval rating continued to decline, and finally he followed in Jiang Fu's footsteps after 150 years in office. Jiang Yue, Jiang Fu's son, stood out from a group of candidates as a dark horse and became the new leader of the Federation. He was also the youngest leader in the history of the Federation at the age of 43. During his tenure, Jiang Yue had outstanding achievements in all aspects of government and was deeply loved by the citizens of the Federation. He was called the leader who is most likely to lead the Federation to another prosperity in the post-pollution era. However, in 2467, Jiang Yue suddenly fell ill and took the initiative to resign. His term of office lasted for 50 years, the shortest in the history of the Federation. Afterwards, Appa Kraskreen succeeded as the leader of the Federation and has been in office ever since. As for Jiang Yue, there has been no news since then. Until today. If he had not taken the initiative to show up, no one would have connected the profit-seeking arms dealer Chen Zhou with the upright young leader of the Federation. What happened today? On the main ship of the Yozi Yuanfang army, Yu Guangcang looked at the communication screen with an exploding amount of information and couldn't help muttering. First, Lehman led a whole fleet, but was scared to death by a mere warship. Then, the warship seemed to have run out of energy, but it was able to sit up at the critical moment and beat Lehman with amazing energy storage efficiency and attack strength. Then, the former leader of the Federation who had disappeared suddenly appeared as a sinking ship, and then Qin Zixing and others, who were said to be dead enough to beat drums in the core pollution area, were alive and well. For a moment, it was hard to say which of these things was more bizarre than the other. Sunken ship. Al White came back to his senses from the shock and soon figured out something. No, now it should be Jiang Yue, the leader of the Federation who once had a bright future. Ha! You Daiqin, isn't he half your ally? Why does it seem that he is protecting that warship? He was right. The warship's jump sequence was very interesting. Except for the first 3 warships, which were reinforcements from the faraway army, the next 5 were all Jiang Yue's men. The position they entered just separated the faraway army and the warship. It was unknown whether it was intentional or unintentional. However, judging from his attitude towards the other party, it is more likely that he did it on purpose. But they also looked surprised over there. Yu Daiqing observed the reactions of Shi Yun and others, pressed the communication within the fleet, and asked the captain of the reinforcements, who had just arrived, Zhu Feng, "Did you come here with Jiang Yue? Or was it a coincidence?" "Yes, together." Zhu Feng appeared on the communication screen. With his long hair tied into a knee-high ponytail, they provided technical assistance. Otherwise, we would not have been able to jump in so quickly. They actually developed this technology? Yu Guangcang couldn't help but say, no wonder they suggested that we move towards this coordinate. Did he reveal anything? Yu Daiqing asked. What about the relationship with the battleship? No. Zhu Feng replied. He didn't know the battleship was here. It was only after the communication was restored that we knew the situation here and told him. Global communication. Jiang Yue's weight in the Yu clan was obviously not light. After he spoke, the camera on the Yu clan side was turned on. Except for Yu Daiqing, who was sitting in the front, and was obviously the leader of the Yu clan, who was relatively calm, the two subordinates behind her could not hide their shock. It was clear that they only learned about Qin Zhou's true identity today. Shi Yun retracted her observation and turned on the global microphone. It's an honor to see your true face. Hearing the hidden meaning in her words, Jiang Yue continued to smile. Since we want to discuss business, we must first show the greatest sincerity. Oh! What business do you want to discuss? The supply of ingredients for the Ropal auction. Jiang Yue answered simply, the demand is about 30,000 people. Ropal? Is it the Ropal of the Ropal Energy Factory? Shi Yun frowned slightly. Thanks to Luo Zhe, she didn't have a good impression of the Ropal Energy Factory. Jiang Yue misunderstood her meaning. I know the demand is not very large. He smiled good-naturedly. So this time, I will use 5 times the market price. 5 times the market price? Yu Guangsong, the main ship of the Yozu, was shocked. You know, in the current federation, the market price of fresh ingredients is not low. The purchase amount of 30,000 servings of fresh ingredients is comparable to the annual fiscal revenue of a remote planet. 5 times is enough to rent an asteroid for a long time. The point is not the 5 times. Yu Daiqing was relatively calm. It's because he would rather spend such a high price to buy food from the other party. You know, the people who participated in the Robal auction were all powerful people. Is he so confident about the other party's food safety? Do you have to use it after buying it? Xiaobai disagreed. It's just a means of giving money to win people over. Didn't you see Qin Xingxing there? He must have recovered from his illness, and wanted to be the leader of the Federation again. He sneered. It's better for him to participate in the election. Aren't there still some people in the Federation who care about him? Why bother to go through so much trouble? Yu Daiqing saw it clearly. No, Qin Xingxing and his group are obviously led by this woman, and Jiang Yue has always consulted her opinions. He should not be trying to win over Qin Xingxing. She carefully examined Shi Yun, who had no obvious racial characteristics, and it was really hard to tell who she was. Xiaobai, check who she is. Xiaobai spread his hands. No results. She doesn't belong to any known force. Not belong to any force? Yu Daiqing felt a little strange. Since Jiang thinks she has the ability to supply food for 30,000 people, it proves that she has at least a large base. There are not many places in the Federation that can still grow good things now, so there shouldn't be no information at all. Xiaobai was not very impatient, and routinely sent the search results to Yu Daiqing. Who is this woman? Does it matter to us? If we know, will our whole tribe, young and old, have a place to stay? Instead of worrying about this, why not take advantage of the fact that everyone is here, and go to the planet quickly? Yu Daiqing pursed his lips. Qin. Chief. Zhu Feng interrupted at this time. Qin Zhou gave us a VIP ticket to the auction, and the elders have already gone there. Give? For free? Yu Guangsong couldn't believe his ears. The ticket worth half a planet is still in short supply, and he just gave it to us? On the other side, the conversation on the global communication was still going on. 5 times the market price. Shi Yun smiled. Mr. Jiang, you are indeed a generous person. She leaned back in her chair and stared into his eyes. But what if I don't agree? On the Yozu main ship, Yu Guangsong wondered. Such a big order, she is not tempted? But she just clearly. They use every possible means to advertise. Jiang Yue was not surprised at all. What price should I offer you to make this deal? 10 times? The Yozu main ship, Xiaobai clapped his hands sarcastically. This guy is buying food as if he were buying a planet. What if I say that I won't do this deal as long as it has something to do with the Ropal energy plant? Shi Yun flipped through the information David gave her temporarily, and her previous doubts were confirmed. Jiang Yue seemed to have full patience despite being completely rejected. I understand. So you have a problem with the energy plant. He paused, and seeing Shi Yun's expression of keep going, he chuckled. No one who does business will have permanent enemies. The reputation of the energy factory is indeed a matter of opinion, but their auction. You can ask Yu Daiqing or Qin Xingxing. He grasped the key points very accurately. Food, minerals, extinct resources, rare treasures, everything. If you are interested. He directly handed Shi Yun a document. This is the ticket to the Ropal auction. He sent the original electronic VIP ticket with an anti-counterfeiting digital seal. Shi Yun looked at the ticket price Naya gave him and raised his eyebrows. You gave me the original ticket before I even agreed? Aren't you afraid that I will steal the ticket? Jiang Yue smiled and said, to be honest, I think as long as you are interested in going to the auction, You must be interested in being my supplier. Chapter 192. Finally, Shi Yun and Jiang Yuhe reached a cooperation agreement. Boss, why did you change your mind? After stopping the call, Nai asked impatiently, I thought you really didn't like the energy factory. I don't like it. Shi Yun looked at the auction preview list sent by Jiang Yuhe, but since they don't like it so much, I will definitely take advantage of it if there is a chance to extort money. Besides, they are eager to give me a favor, and it seems that I will not give them face if I don't accept it. Favor? What favor? Crane wondered. Does he mean he will buy our ingredients at 10 times the market price? Or is he giving us tickets to the auction? He is Qin Zhou, the boss of the Gate of Light, who has neither money nor resources. Because he is Qin Zhou, who has neither money nor resources. She turned a page and circled the auction items she was interested in. If that's the case, in order to get close to him, many people even pay him to buy. What reason does he have to beg us to sell things to him? Didn't you say he always bought ingredients from us before? People who have eaten our ingredients won't look down on anything else, right? Kran is quite proud of Earth's crops. It's not impossible, but I don't think his purpose is that simple. I rejected him at first because I wanted to see how much he would compromise for this deal. She pointed at the auction ticket projected in the air, 5 times and 10 times, and he gave us half of the planet for free without any conditions. She swiped the high-end digital seal on the ticket with interest. It means that purchasing ingredients is not important to him. What is that? Clan thought of what Jiang Yuhe said. I don't understand why he thinks that as long as we attend the auction, we will definitely agree to this deal. Because this is the character we have been selling for the past hour. Shi Yun knocked on the projector that had not been put away yet, in order to sell goods. Crazy sellers, who do not hesitate to break into the battlefield to advertise. We don't let go of the battlefield. The auction where the masters gather is a great platform for bringing goods. What reason do we have not to bring goods? So, if we become his suppliers, it means that he is taking advantage of us and paying 10 times the price of the ingredients to buy us a first-class advertising space? Naya shouted excitedly. Is he wronged? Shi Yun stopped her eyes on the 3rd page of the list and finally found the thing she was most interested in. This is his purpose. Are you saying that he just wants us to go to the auction to attract business? Clan reacted. Oh. So the favor you mentioned refers to the fact that he let us be suppliers? Chen Zhou is not someone who gives favors for free. Qin Zixing interrupted lazily. Jiang Yuhe is even less so. I'm just curious. Shi Yun said. What on earth has made him so active in getting along with us from the past to the present? Then if we follow his wishes, aren't we afraid of being cheated? Kellen was not without worry. We deal with it as it happens. Shi Yun's eyes fell on the 2 items on the list, ceramic glass stone and chrome glue. Looking at the not-so-outrageous prices, and the quite beautiful quantities, he felt bright, who asked us to make inverters that require a lot of minerals that are not available on Earth. 2 hours later, at the junction of the 4th galaxy and the 3rd and 6th galaxies, the 3rd port of the Bishi region. A starship with simple lines followed the crowd and entered the port. After a short pause in the air, it finally found an empty dock and accelerated to dock. Then, the hatch opened, the gangway extended, and a group of people walked out one after another. They were Shi Yun, Yozu and Jiang Yuhe. Although the 3 parties each had their own starships, only Jiang Yuhe could enter the country legally and low-key. So after a brief discussion, Shi Yun and Yu Daiqing decided to leave some people behind, and they and the other group took Jiang Yuhe's starship to come over. Jiang Yuhe walked in front, explaining to everyone like a guide, the Bishi area is one of the areas with the most ports and the largest throughput in the entire Federation. It is located at the junction of 3 star systems. Theoretically, it now belongs to the 9-star region of the 6-star system, but the forces are complicated. The administrative affiliation changes every few years, and each time it changes, a new set of verification procedures must be changed. It happens to be in the transition period recently. The pass cards I gave everyone on the starship should be usable, but if you encounter any problems, feel free to contact me. Thank you for bringing us in, and thank you for your admission ticket. Yozu will definitely repay this favor. Yudeking took Xiaobai and Zhufeng to stand beside the instant transmission device. Let's go meet the others first, and see you at the auction. Jiang Yuhe shook her hand. Okay, see you then. The 3 figures of Yozu disappeared into the device. Jiang Yuhe looked at Shi Yun. What about you? There are still 13 hours before the auction starts. What are your plans? Let's find a hotel to sleep first. Shi Yun yawned. She was a little tired from the trouble with non-woozing. If you don't mind, I arrange it for you. Jiang Yuhe suggested. The Star District Hotel here is okay. You can rest assured about security and privacy. You don't look like someone who will make promises at any time. The time they spent together on the starship was not long, but it was enough for Shi Yun to understand this person's style. Indeed. Jiang Yue smiled and admitted that the manager of this hotel was Ling Hu. Ling Hu is his assistant. So that's the case, then I can rest assured. Shi Yun smiled. Even if the privacy is leaked, it will only be leaked to you. You are right, please bribe me when the time comes. Jiang Yue replied frankly with a smile in his eyes. Naya leaned close to Anna's ear. Is it my illusion, or? Before she finished speaking, she heard Ling Hu, the assistant standing next to Jiang Yue, giggle. Don't worry, the master is easy to bribe, as long as it is the price you offer. Oh, I'm not mistaken. This guy is really interested in the boss. Naya came to her own conclusion, stretched her neck to the left, and leaned close to Qin Xingxing's ear. General, this is a strong enemy. He has more money, more resources, and more words than you. Qin Xingxing had already analyzed it calmly. So what? Money can make resources, buy words, and practice, but he is worse than me in hardware. Anna raised her eyebrows and looked at him with interest. Naya straightened her chest, with an inexplicable pride. As a member of her mother's family, you know this too? What are you thinking? In a civilized society, we should compare ourselves in a civilized way, okay? Qin Xingxing cast a disdainful look at the two siblings and declared confidently, he is shorter than me. Shorter? Naya observed back and forth, almost the same. Why don't you stand next to him and let me see? No need, I know, he is just shorter than me. Qin Xingxing gestured proudly, 1 centimeter shorter. Anna, Naya, 15 minutes later. Jiang Yue and Shi Yun's chat became more and more lively. At this time, the group had arrived at the Xingxiu Hotel. Jiang Yue opened the top floor suite for them. The door was exquisite enough. After opening it, it was even more eye-catching. It was an area that could never be estimated before entering the door. Rather than a suite, it was more like a small garden courtyard. A big tree was located in the center of the room. Irregular branches were intertwined and covered the roof, leaving large and small gaps. Through the one-way glass above, the sunlight from outside came in. Long or short roots hang down from the roof. With careful trimming and regularity, they form a series of wild brown wooden walls, dividing several rooms of different sizes and functions. Shi Yun curiously touched the wooden wall at the entrance. Is this a banyan tree? Is it real? As soon as the voice fell, the room, which was only bright in the early morning, gradually brightened up. The light like an autumn afternoon was everywhere, bright and refreshing. It's real. Jiang Yue lowered his head slightly, and stared at her eyes, that brightened as the room's brightness changed. Strictly speaking, the earth banyan tree has become extinct. This is a genetically modified tree species, mainly with the genes of the earth banyan tree, mixed with the genes of the big moon star laurel, amber star umbrella tree and other trees. You spent so much effort to cultivate this tree species. Is it because of its special economic value? Is it particularly easy to grow? Is it particularly resistant to pollution? Or because I like it very much? Jiang Yue answered softly. Shi Yun smiled. I didn't expect Mr. Jiang to be such a sentimental person. Yes, there is only this one tree, and this one suite in the whole Federation. Ling Hu leaned over and interrupted with a smile. This place is never open to the public. Only Mr. Jiang comes to stay occasionally. Shi Yun raised his eyebrows in surprise. It is not open to the public, because the equipment inside is not advanced. Many things cannot be connected to the optical computer, and need to be operated manually, which does not conform to the mainstream market habits. Jiang Yue was not in a hurry under Shi Yun's inquiring gaze, but because of this, this room will never be at risk of being invaded or monitored. He smiled slightly and added, after all, this is where my boss occasionally stays. Then are there any rooms that we'd better not open? Shi Yun asked. Jiang Yue smiled. No, I'm not Bluebird. There are no taboos. Just do whatever you want. He was the first foreigner who could easily tell stories about Earth after Shi Yun woke up. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel friendly. Shi Yun shook off his sleepiness and invited Jiang Yue into the living room. The two sat under the tree trunk, brewed tea with the tea set in the house, and chatted for a long time. The topic ranged from Earth anecdotes to Federation legends, from Federation legends to tree species cultivation, and from tree species cultivation to energy crisis. The two had a great conversation, and no third person could interrupt at all. Let alone interrupting, the atmosphere between them was so good that even staying on the side to talk about other things felt like a sin. Ling Hu had already left with a look, and Anna and Naya, out of comradeship for someone, just sat there shining brightly without knowing the tact. They stayed like this for an hour, and finally couldn't stand it anymore, yawning and going back to their rooms. When they left, they patted Qin Zixing's shoulders one by one, and it was hard to tell whether it was silent encouragement or sympathy. 9 hours later. The top floor suite, which had only seen off guests for 7 hours, welcomed a familiar guest again. The door opened, and people inside and outside the door drooped their faces. Linghu, who was standing behind Jiang Yuhe, "Don't tell me you want to go too." Qin Zixing, "Why? Didn't your Mr. Jiang invite you kindly? What do you think of my giving you face?" Linghu, "Did Mr. Jiang invite you?" Jiang Yuhe was a little helpless. Linghu. Qin Zixing, "Let me think about it. The original words were, if you are interested, I can take you around. The museum in the Bishi area is very interesting." You plural, "Don't you include me in the appointment?" Linghu, "Stop pretending, the whole Federation knows that you don't like visiting museums." Qin Zixing, "Knowing that, and still planning the itinerary like this, your Jiang travel agency is not very sincere." Linghu, "Why don't you think about it? This itinerary is for you." Jiang Yuhe stopped him. "Okay, Linghu." His tone was still gentle, and his voice was not raised, but Linghu heard his serious warning and immediately stopped talking. Jiang Yuhe looked at Qin Xingxing and apologized for Linghu. "I'm glad you're interested. Where are Anna and Naya? Are they coming too?" "They're not coming." Shi Yun hurried out of the room. The tiredness on his face was gone, and he was obviously well rested. "Sorry to have kept you waiting. Let's go." When passing by Qin Xingxing, he poked him. "I told you to call me when someone comes. They came early, so I call you on time." Qin Xingxing explained confidently, and he noticed the problem with his sharp eyes, and his inner alarm bells rang. "You changed your clothes?" "Just to go out on a date with Jiang Yuhe." As for, Shi Yun was puzzled by his question. "I took a shower. Why don't I change clothes?" "Oh, that's right," Qin Zixing replied embarrassedly. Although combat uniforms have a certain self-cleaning function, Shi Yun still prefers to change clothes after taking a shower when conditions permit. He is actually aware of this habit, but he forgot it because of a distraction. If you don't want to go, you don't have to go. Shi Yun also heard Linghu say that he didn't like museums. Seeing that he was awkward, he thought he was reluctant to follow because he was worried about his safety. With Mr. Jiang here, Naya is invading the surveillance network of this star zone. I can't get lost. The focus is on the second half of the sentence, which indicates that Qin Xingxing can rest assured. However, Qin Xingxing only cares about the first half of the sentence, gritting his teeth. "Who said I don't want to go? I want to go so badly." Shi Yun, eh? For a moment, it was hard to tell whether he was speaking in a positive or negative way. Jiang Yuhe looked at the familiar interaction between the two of them, his eyes slightly darker. "Don't you want to change into some more comfortable clothes?" he asked Shi Yun. "This is also the combat uniform of the Federation, although it's not uncomfortable." Shi Yun was reminded by him, and then remembered, "Can we go to the mall by the way? I really want to buy a few sets of loose clothes." Jiang Yuhe smiled. "Of course, there is one near the museum." Chapter 193. For sightseeing purposes, they did not use the instant transmission device, but took a flying vehicle. The flying vehicle was not as large as a starship, but it was still stable and fast, and you could not feel the vibration of the engine at all. Outside the window, high-rise buildings stood in rows, thousands of meters high, and giant 3D projections shuttled through, with people, animals, and scenery, all of which were various advertisements for energy bars, luxury goods, movies and TV series, game consoles. At first glance, it seemed like a New Age Transformers, with Godzilla and Ultraman gathered together. The scene was magical and messy. If Jiang Yuhe hadn't said hello in advance, Shi Yun would have thought that the city was occupied by the pollution source. Their aircraft passed through one giant projection after another, and met a giant 3D female giant. She clasped her hands together, and took their aircraft into her palms. "Oh, look what I found." Her innocent eyes were shining with excitement, and her angelic face was particularly beautiful under the reflection of the sun and the moon. "It's a guess from afar. This is Alyssa Allen." Shi Yun had seen this heroine in the film Love Across Stars, Time and Species. Is she the city's image ambassador? Or is it an advertisement for tourists? I don't know if the projection prototype is too beautiful or the producer is particularly attentive. The exquisiteness of this projection is several times higher than other projections. Both. Jiang Yuhe said with a smile. Alyssa was born in the 4th galaxy. Although the Bishi region is currently part of the 6th galaxy, she is still insisted to be the most beautiful daughter of Bishi. Don't listen to him reciting the textbook. Qin Xingxing leaned against the window, lazily. In fact, the planet where Alyssa was born actually belongs to the 4th galaxy, but because of the jurisdiction of the Bishi region, which jumps back and forth between the three major galaxies, Alyssa has become the common daughter of the third, fourth, and sixth galaxies. Everyone joked that if Alyssa's birth planet is her mother, then the Bishi region is her stallion-like father, and the third and sixth galaxies are her stepmother family. Puff. She had almost sprayed a mouthful of drink on him. As the three of them were talking, the she outside had changed her pocket to a cup, freed her right hand, stretched out 2 fingers, and playfully drew a circle in the air. When she returned to the starting point, there was an exquisite and gorgeous purple gem flower in the palm of her upward hand. The flower language of rhodite is forever carefree. I wish your life will bloom like rhodite. She smiled and made a crown of flowers, and put it on their aircraft. Welcome to the central city of the Bishi area, have a pleasant journey. After saying that, she spread out her left-hand fingers, and blew gently at the back of the aircraft, and their aircraft started again. So this is rhodite? It's beautiful. Shi-Yun heard Andrew mention that the Federal Research Institute once asked him to cultivate this kind of ornamental flower, but he refused. Have you succeeded in cultivating it now? Not yet. Jiang Yue replied, but it doesn't prevent the hot sales of related concept products. Like this purple gem flower, and this purple gem crown on our aircraft? Yes. Under Qin's suddenly sharp gaze, Jiang Yue slowly said a number comparable to the VIP ticket of the auction. This is the price of a rhodite gem flower. Worth half a planet. Shi-Yun looked at Alyssa, who had fallen behind. How are the sales? Jiang Yue said, not bad. Including the fourth galaxy? Well, the sales in the fourth galaxy alone are over 10,000. Shi-Yun was silent. When she was in the hotel, out of curiosity, she and Jiang Yue talked about Yozu. The Yozu are not citizens of the Federation. They live outside the border of the fourth galaxy. They are a race that advocates freedom. They have wings hidden in their thicker backs than ordinary races. Their special body structure allows them to fly freely in the universe. However, pollution has become more and more serious in recent years, and the Yozu's living space has been gradually eroded by pollution. Flying is a thing of the past, and having a foothold has become a problem. Many Yozu children have degenerated in ability, and some cannot even develop wings. Especially in recent years, the momentum of pollution spread has intensified, and the Yozu have been forced to migrate to the Federation. With more people migrating, it involves resource issues. The Federation feels that the resources are not enough for its own people, so it is naturally unwilling to share a portion with outsiders. So the immigration policy has become increasingly tight, and in the end, it is no different from refusing Yozu immigration. The border turmoil that Shi-Yun and his friends accidentally encountered was the result of this intensified contradiction. The reason why Yozu wants to participate in the auction is that according to the practice of previous years, in addition to the official auction items, there will be a lot of private items temporarily reported for auction, such as a large number of immigration qualifications, such as planetary property rights. Whether this is essentially a resource problem or an economic problem, let's not talk about it for now. If Jiang Yue hadn't given them the auction tickets and the federal pass to endorse them, Yozu would not have been able to enter the Federation at all, and they didn't have enough financial strength to buy the tickets and the property rights that might appear at the meeting. The value of 1.5 planets forced a border riot that lasted for several months and caused tens of thousands of casualties. In the end, several months of time and tens of thousands of casualties were only worth 3 purple gem flowers, which was only 0.03% of the sales of a luxury product in the fourth galaxy. How ironic. Shi-Yun's eyes reflected the reflection of Alyssa waving enthusiastically, and asked another question, did we stop just now to cooperate with her? I guess so. Jiang Yue said, some projections in Central City are equipped with interactive devices. After sensing the aircraft, they will release a certain amount of air resistance or thrust to the aircraft, thus forming an interactive effect. However, if you are in a hurry, you can also increase the engine power consumption to overcome the impact of this part of the interaction. Are there many projections equipped with interactive devices? Shi-Yun asked, it's fun once or twice, but if you're stopped frequently, it won't affect the flying experience, especially when you're in a hurry, it'd be annoying. Yes, it will cause trouble. Jiang Yue smiled. So you can become a member of the traffic advertising department, and the aircraft will automatically load a plug-in to block city advertising interactions. Shi-Yun, The Federation is really good at making money. They were stopped by advertising projections several times, and after experiencing a series of advertisements that were more exciting than the interactive games of Shi-Yun's era, such as Cave Adventure, Game Advertisement, 1 Second Blood Recovery, Energy Bar Advertisement, Chicken Catching Eagle, Energy Bar Advertisement, Gate to the New World, New Flavor Energy Bar Advertisement, they finally arrived at the mall. Chapter 194. The spherical floating mall has a high-tech feel, with 8 entrances and exits, including the east, south, west and north. However, there are no aircraft coming and going at all the entrances and exits. They entered from the southwest entrance closest to the clothing area, and could see the instant transmission device located in the center of the sphere from a distance. Nearby, a robot stood still like a sentry, quietly waiting for the arrival of customers. According to Jiang Yuhe, that is the way most customers come in. Shi Yun leaned against the invisible air fence and looked in the direction of the device for a long time, but did not see a single customer coming out. Is today a working day? She asked. No, today is a day off. Jiang Yuhe knew what she was wondering about. You can try on clothes, buy, and transfer goods at home, so few people will go to physical shopping malls. The efficiency is too low unless there is a temporary emergency need. Physical shopping malls are more of a symbol and display of brand strength than a place to shop. No wonder every store in the mall is close to the sphere, and the signs and storefronts can be seen from the outside, wasting a considerable amount of space inside. But sometimes shopping in a mall is not just for shopping, but for leisure and entertainment. Not many people have the energy to relax and have fun, Miss Shi, Lian Hu said. According to you, not many people have the energy to eat in a restaurant. Shi Yun looked diagonally upwards. That was the dining area, which was as deserted as other areas in the mall, with the exception of the largest store, the energy bar sales store of the Roball Energy Factory. It even had its own instant transmission device, and it was the only store in the entire mall where customers could be seen strolling around. But it is more like a large food supermarket than a restaurant. As for other restaurants, Shi Yun went in to take a look. There were only a few tables of customers in the stores combined. The dishes were not as rich as Shi Yun imagined. Some were even energy products. As for the dishes made with fresh ingredients, the price had to add at least a zero after the energy product. They walked around and returned to the clothing area. There was no distinction between stores in this area. There were only countless 3D model projections, which rotated slowly and tirelessly, showing the clothes they were wearing 360 degrees. Apart from the 4 of them, there were no other customers. If this place is at night. When Shi Yun was halfway through her words, a dark shadow suddenly appeared at the end of her eye, startling her. Welcome to the 1057th branch of Uniford. The robot, who looked very much like a human, smiled cordially and made a pleased gesture. It's an honor to be your shopping guide. What kind of clothes do you want to buy? Please give us a few cups of hot cocoa. Jiang Yuhe stepped forward and said, take us to the VIP room. Okay. The robot made 4 cups of steaming drinks like a magic trick, and then conjured up a white cloud to take them to the designated location. The door opened from the inside to the outside, and the real human shopping guide smiled in the same standard and friendly way. Welcome. What kind of clothes do you want to buy? He welcomed them into the VIP room and pressed the button on the table. A piece of fresh fruit was pushed from bottom to top onto the table. The portion was not large and was cut into small pieces, but the knife skills were exquisite and the plating was beautiful. The shopping guide asked them about their needs enthusiastically and skillfully while placing them. Okay, I understand. After listening carefully to the answer, he nodded. As for casual wear, both of these are very suitable for this beautiful lady. The 3D projection came out, and a projection model with the same figure as Shi Yun showed them the clothing effect in all directions. The 2 clothes were actually the same style, but the one on the left was pure solid color, while the one on the right was printed with simple geometric patterns. This is our most popular, most practical, and most cost-effective style. It is made of nano foam, mechanical cashmere, and mechanical nano yarn in the most perfect proportion. The fabric is light, breathable, windproof, and wear-resistant. The shopping guide walked around the model to introduce them. In addition, you can also get your own style through your own customized adjustments. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pressed the sleeve of the model on the left. The plain clothes turned sky blue in an instant, just like a refreshed web page. There are a total of 136 colors to choose from, 10 more colors than last year's style. If you buy it now, you will also get a 1-year membership worth 500,000 interstellar coins. If my store releases new colors within a year, the built-in colors of this dress will also be updated. If you get a membership worth 500,000 interstellar coins, how much will the original price be? Shi Yun was curious. How much is this set? My beautiful guest, you came at the right time today. We are having a promotion. This set is 50% off and only costs 1.99 million interstellar coins. It's boring to just change the color. Ling Hu is quite familiar with the products in the store. Miss Shi, look at that set. The pattern on it can also change. I bought their style last year. I wonder if the pattern has been updated this year. Of course there is. The shopping guide's eyes lit up. Knowing that he had met a big customer, his attitude became more enthusiastic. He pressed the second cufflink of another set of clothes, and the geometric combination on it quickly changed. These are our latest designs. They are very popular. This is simply a real-life dress-up game. Shi-yun was interested. What other patterns are there? The shopping guide showed her the pattern list. This year's new built-in patterns total 365, all of which are carefully designed by our designers, and the overlap rate with last year's styles does not exceed 10%. Of course, last year's old patterns can also be downloaded online, ensuring that you have different patterns every day and are fashionable all year round. This set is also on sale now, and the intensity is even greater than the previous set. The original price is 18 million, and the current price is 599. A one-year membership worth 3 million interstellar coins is given away. On average, 20 patterns will be added each year, which is equivalent to you buying at least 385 patterns of clothes at the price of 365 patterns. Add last year's old patterns, and the number is much larger, which is a good deal. Linghu also looked at the list and nodded with satisfaction. This year is indeed good. Miss Shi, look at these patterns. They are all very beautiful and unique. They are beautiful. Shi-yun took a quick look. Most of them are geometric shapes and simple lines. Isn't the difference between this picture and this picture just enlarged and reduced? The shopping guide was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that she didn't like any of the so many patterns, but she quickly regained her professional smile. Although only the details have changed, this is the result of our designer's careful consideration. The effect on the body is completely different. After explaining, he did not dwell on the styles that the customer was obviously not interested in. You like clothes with a more design sense, right? He refreshed the projection tactfully. Then take a look at these sets. These are the works of our store's first-level designer in Woshi. The projected model turned around, and the clothes on her body changed significantly. The pattern was no longer an enlargement or reduction or arrangement and combination of geometric figures, but a new theme. The shopping guide introduced with great emotion. This is the retro series of works by Master and Woshi. Although the pattern cannot be changed at will, the design of each piece is absolutely exquisite. Look at this set. The pattern printed on it is the dragon from the TV series Dragon War 300 years ago, and it is matched with the angular pentagonal background, giving people a strong and confident sense of power. This set, the dragon looks up at the stars, symbolizing the ancient human's desire for the stars, and the meaning is quite quaint. And this set, the dragon spreads its wings. Doesn't it feel very open-minded? Shi-yun, Isn't this just a rough combination of geometric figures and screenshots of film and television works? Don't you like it? The shopping guide seemed to have infinite patience. Then how about Master Bollinger's work? The clothes on the model were refreshed again, and this time the pattern inspiration was said to come from the cartoon The Little Earthworm from 400 years ago. Shi-yun, You still don't like it? What about Master Moss's work? He is a master of light and shadow. The clothing pattern on the 3D projection changed again, and the huge light bulb shone brightly. Shi-yun, are all the clothing here changed in pattern? The shopping guide was confused. What do you mean? No changes in style? But it wasn't just now. The shopping guide was even more confused. He looked at the other people for help, but saw that some of them were leaning on the sofa, looking at the show, and some just smiled at him encouragingly. As for the lady who was active in recommending him the products, her eyes were more curious than his, and she obviously didn't understand Shi-yun's problem. The salesperson was helpless, but could not refute the customer, so he could only ask with a smile, "What exactly do you want?" Shi-yun took in everyone's reactions. For example, the neckline, sleeve length, length of the top, length of the pants, width, etc. Aren't these all places where you can add design elements? And the material, it seems that you have only introduced one material from the beginning. The salesperson hesitated to confirm. Do you want to see other types of clothing besides casual clothes? No, I just want casual clothes. The shopping guide was completely confused, but this style and this material are the best styles for casual wear. Look at the data, convenience, comfort, windproofness, heat permeability. These are all time-tested best combinations. If you make a slight change, the effect is not as perfect as it is now. Shi-yun raised an eyebrow. So practicality comes first? The shopping guide almost scratched her head. Casual wear is mainly practical. Linghu tried hard to understand Shi-yun's intention. Miss Shi, do you want to see skirts? The salesperson suddenly realized and refreshed the clothes on the projected model. Why don't you take a look at the dress? We also have comfortable dresses here. That's another round of changing the soup, but not the medicine. Shi Yun glanced at Jiang Yuha and smiled. No, how much is your cheapest casual clothes? Ling Hu and the salesperson were stunned. The salesperson was stunned for a moment, but still subconsciously pointed out the projection. It's this set, 150 interstellar coins, but this set is the most basic style, and there is no way to change any pattern. It's not a big deal, this is it. Ling Hu pulled Shi over and interrupted her quietly. Miss Shi, it's okay, the gentleman will pay, he has money, you can just take whatever you like, no need to save for him, just spend it. I don't like the others, there's no need to pay that premium. Shi Yun spread his hands. Casual clothes are mainly practical, as long as they can be worn. But the shopping guide was at a loss for words for a long time. Do you want to take a look at this set? It has 5 high-quality patterns built in, and it's 10% off now. Only 600 interstellar coins, which is equivalent to you only spending the price of 4 pieces to buy 5 sets of clothes. It's very cost-effective. Shi Yun smiled and shook her head. The shopping guide still didn't give up, trying to encourage Jiang Yuha and Qin Zixing. 2 gentlemen, look at the projection effect. Does this lady look better in this set than the basic one? The 2 men shrugged and smiled, but no one stepped forward to force the bill. Chapter 195. Ropal Auction. Today's auction venue is probably the most lively place in the Bishi area. 2 large tables were filled with a variety of meals and desserts, which were served as a buffet for guests to enjoy. On the circular stage in the center of the venue, singing and dancing performers worked hard to warm up the audience and interacted with the guests frequently, attracting waves of cheers. The colorful lights seemed to sweep across the venue irregularly, mobilizing people's adrenaline to the maximum extent. The guests in the booths gathered in groups of 3 or 5, laughing, eating, talking, looking at, and asking. Did anyone get the VIP ticket this time? Someone looked at the elevator hidden in the dark corner and asked enviously. Oh, forget it, I found 10 teams, but it's still a little short. Don't even mention 10, even if you find 100, it's useless, this ordinary team. How is it ordinary? They are all gold medal ticket grabbing teams. The success rate of VIP tickets for auctions in previous years was 10%. What a joke. Do you think 10% multiplied by 10 is 100%? I tell you, you have to find SASM for this matter. SASM? What? Well, what? The speaker lowered his voice. An unofficial organization, you haven't heard of it? Are you unsophisticated? They say they are almost more capable than the Gate of Light. Bullshit. Among the organizations that are not in the open these days, who else can surpass the Gate of Light except Paradise? Did you get a ticket to the Gate of Light? No, right? Did you see 1057 sitting opposite? Who is 1057? I'm really impressed. You don't even know 1057? The manager of Uniford. His real name is too long. It's troublesome to call him. And later, because he climbed from our 1057 branch to the position of the Star Zone manager of this brand, he always emphasized this number in every speech, so everyone gave him a nickname based on this number, and over time no one remembered his real name. The speaker answered habitually, and then quickly came to his senses, looking at the head sticking out from the next booth. No. Who are you? I'm a bumpkin who comes here for the first time to attend the auction. Shi Yun smiled and handed over a plate of French fries that were no longer available in the self-service area. Brother, you know a lot. Can you explain it to me? Beside her, Qin Xingxing was temporarily given a rustic phone and was having a headache. When he looked up and met Jiang Yua's gaze, his face was immediately filled with joy. Hello, brother? Shi, hi. Do you want to die? Who is she in calling big brother? Qin Zixing smiled at Jiang Yua in a friendly manner. I'm fine. We're all fine, brother. Don't worry. Shi, hi. Get lost. Let Shi Yun answer the phone. Qin Zixing. We're not going back to eat tonight. Don't wait for us. It was indeed Shi Hai who called to urge his little sister to go home for dinner. Last name, Qin. Shi Yun, who threw away the hot potato, brother, pretended not to see the cold sweat that Qin Zixing was threatened with, and continued to ask seriously, I saw it, you mean? 1057 got the VIP ticket with the help of SASM's ability? She was interested in this because of SASM, an organization that can be found in the system rankings, ranked 50th. That's right. The eldest brother got the fries, so he didn't care about her interrupting. Look at his smug look. The opposite booth. 1057 noticed that many people were discussing him, and his arms on the sofa in the booth stretched out a little more. There are quite a few well-informed people. The buffet at this auction seems to be particularly delicious. John, the owner of the mall restaurant who was traveling with him, was full of expectations. If the ordinary venue is like this, Then the VIP venue must be beautiful, right? Brother Sai, I really benefited from you today. What do you think if you get that? No, Nomar this year. 1057 couldn't stand John's ignorance and rolled his eyes. Nomar. Yes, that Nomar, the #1 fashion designer in the Federation. I'm really curious about what his work looks like. John pretended not to notice the other party's disgust. It takes several years to design one piece, and the price has been hyped up before the design is out. Brother Sai, if you can get the right to use his latest work today, you won't have to worry about sales in the next few years. What if? 1057 said dissatisfiedly. Definitely. John raised his glass to him. Next time we come, we don't need to find that mother organization. Rober begged us to give us VIP tickets. 1057 raised his chin higher and clinked glasses with him with determination. That's great. 60% of the people here are wearing clothes from your store, Brother Sai. When will my store have half of your customers? John half sighed and half flattered, and accidentally glanced at Shiyun, who was asking about something. I really have to go to the VIP venue. Look at what those people are wearing. Anyone can come in. As he was talking, he suddenly slapped his thigh. Hey, I remember, Brother Sai. Do you know? Earlier, a few people came to your store. He lowered his voice. In combat uniforms. Although combat uniforms are very similar to a kind of tight-fitting one-piece casual clothes popular in the Federation, it is difficult for people who don't know the business to distinguish them at a glance. But John has known them for 1,057 years, and can still recognize this difference. Since the internal environment of warships and civilian starships is slightly different, combat uniforms are specially designed to adapt to the former. It is one of the necessary equipment for living in warships for a long time. So there are generally only two types of people who wear combat uniforms, soldiers and pirates. They don't look like the military. John said quietly but confidently. That's them. The salesperson secretly marked their clothes. 1057 squinted and observed for a while. With a look of contempt on his face, the salesperson told me that this group of people took the black card and swaggered to the VIP room. After a long time of selection, they chose the cheapest one. He sneered, the pirates who are not good at anything. The fruits they eat are more expensive than the clothes they buy. At least they bought it. I have met people who get it for free. John stopped looking over there and drank the wine in his hand. There are too many people who rent black cards on the Gate of Light. These messy guys use black cards to get VIP treatment from time to time. Last time, someone came to my store and didn't spend a penny. He just took free snacks and drinks, patted his butt and left after eating. At least they won't complain about your food, right? 1057 said with disgust, these people are pretending to complain about the style and design in my store. Are you crazy? Although John felt that being taken advantage of for free was even more outrageous, he still sighed. 9 of the top 10 fashion designers in the Federation are in your company. This is not the way they would pretend. 1057 snorted. At this moment, there was a commotion at the entrance of the auction. 1057 had good hearing and soon heard the key words, is Alien here? The people around were in an uproar. What? Alyssa is here? Is it true? Let's go and see. Goddess, my goddess. Some even stood on the table and shouted in the direction of the famous actress. Alyssa. I love you. Hey, there are too many people here. I can't see it. The elder brother who took the Shein French fries stretched his neck, his face full of disappointment. But fortunately there was food to comfort his soul. I'm not saying. Your French fries seem to be much better than the ones I took before. How could it not be delicious? That was not taken from the buffet area at all. She took it directly from the system warehouse. It was the best batch of potatoes Andrew had cultivated so far. The quantity was limited, and he was reluctant to use it for the auction. Shiyun, who had already mixed into their table, complained in his heart, pointing at the commotion of the crowd. Such a powerful star. Doesn't she wear a camouflage device when she goes out? How can it be useful? There are a lot of illegitimate fans, and there are ways to see through her disguise. Oh, Alan must be going to the VIP venue, right? I don't know why she came here once in a while. I've actually heard a rumor about this. The eldest brother's companion made a gesture, mysteriously signaling everyone to come closer. Do you know Nomer, the first designer of the Federation? There is one of his works in the VIP venue this time. Oh my god, Nomer's clothes on Alien? It's so beautiful just thinking about it. But 1057 is here too, probably for Nomer too. Can Alien win over him? How can he? Alien is the national goddess, and in terms of wealth. The heated and excited discussion had not started for long when it was interrupted by a scream full of fear. Then, the characters that could not be stopped in time desperately penetrated the meeting room. Go. It stopped abruptly. The deathly silence spread like a virus. What's going on? Shi-Yun turned her head and looked at the entrance. There were boos all around, and no one answered her question. But it was no longer necessary. Even if she didn't stand up, she saw the instigator who rose more than a meter out of thin air and brought the atmosphere to the freezing point. It was the current First Admiral of the Federation, her old acquaintance, Lehman Yusuf. In the silent meeting room, Shi-Yun's heart was not only calm, but she even remembered a cold joke. Why is it always you? Chapter 196. The Ropal auction was a hodgepodge of people, and their identities were there. Lehman originally did not want to attend the auction so high profile, but who knew that he would bump into the federal superstar Alyssa Allen. While the illegitimate fan cracked her camouflage device, he accidentally caused his device to fail. He had been dragged away for the crime of invading privacy, but the fact that he was there could no longer be concealed. Fortunately, the ordinary venue of the auction was reasonable and legal, and not sensitive. Later, he only needed to go through some trouble to enter the VIP venue in a low-key manner. Lehman gestured to his men, who understood, and quickly disappeared into the crowd, carefully checking other possible cracking devices on the scene. The person in charge of the ordinary venue of the auction got the news and hurried over. He had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Lehman finally take a step, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and respectfully led the way for him. It was only 100 meters from the entrance to the booth. The person in charge in formal clothes trotted in front of him, while Lehman strode forward without saying a word. The only sound in the room, except for the restrained breathing, was their footsteps. Da-da-da, da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. The steady footsteps behind him suddenly stopped, and the person in charge turned his head in confusion. The tall Lehman stopped in front of a booth, looking down at a guest in the booth. What did you hide? The man he questioned was Qin Zixing. In the next booth, Shi-Yun raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. Your prop Shi-Yun's earthen telephone has been destroyed by Qin Zixing, a resident of the base. Qin Zixing would never destroy the earthen telephone for no reason. What happened just now? Did Lehman notice Qin Zixing wearing a camouflage device because of the earthen telephone? In the internet shared by 6 people, Naya was the first to jump out. Password cracking invincible. Damn, General, does Lehman really love you? He can recognize you even with this? Enemy network walking sideways. David, what? What's going on over there? Why is there another Lehman incident? The fastest in the world, clan fight. We rush over right away. User 6, Shi-Yun, don't worry. Kellen, we may not be exposed depending on the situation. Xiao Yusong, Anna, David, hold Kellen down for me. Xiao Yusong, really exposed? Lehman still asks questions? Xiao Yusong, is your brain full of water? The user you are looking for has retired. Qin Xingxing, not a big problem. The user you are looking for has retired. Your old Qin, can get by. The user you are looking for has retired. Now, please enjoy the performance that is like the Federal OKT Award for Best Actor. Ding ding ding. Don't look at Qin Xingxing showing off in a small group of people. In the eyes of outsiders, he is not good looking at the moment, and his clothes are cheap. Hearing the question, he looked uneasy and slowly and carefully pulled out a long tube from behind. Communicator, he explained timidly. Nonsense. Whose communicator isn't embedded in the optical computer these days? Everyone in the auction hall thought the same thing. Lehman obviously had the same idea, staring at Qin Xingxing, who was holding the communicator, with an unpredictable mood. Qin Xingxing rubbed his hands on his thighs uncomfortably, and showed Lehman the side of his black long tube, where the communicator he had temporarily inserted was embedded, the size of a button. He used the most cautious tone, and the most unclassy excuse, retro, looks fashionable. He even laughed awkwardly and flattered, Admiral, if you like it, I give it to you. Who would like this thing? How dare you show off in front of Admiral Lehman? The people around him couldn't help laughing. Lehman didn't laugh. His eyes seemed to be glued to the other person. He ordered, remove the camouflage device. He raised his eyes oppressively, and looked at the other 4 people in the booth, everyone. Isn't it an invasion of privacy? In the booth, Lien, who quietly quoted the crime that Lehman had just accused of arresting a stalker fan, and her expression was like a little girl who was both scared and unconvinced. Xiao Lian, stop talking nonsense. Jiang Yuhe, who was sitting next to her, stopped her politely. Admiral Lehman is not the kind of person who bullies others by taking advantage of his power. He must have his reasons. The content of his words was insinuating, but his demeanor, expression, and tone were sincere, so it seemed that this person had very limited emotional intelligence. In the crowd, many people wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to. Lehman glanced around. and everyone restrained their expressions wherever his eyes went. His eyes fell on the man who said he was bullying others with power, and he raised his hand to take the retro phone that Qin Zixing had surrendered for a long time, looking at the communicator that was simply and roughly embedded on it, and sneered and gave a reason: performing official duties, tracking down illegal immigrants. Illegal immigration? The person in charge of the auction was standing next to him, and his heart skipped a beat when he heard it. Everyone knew that Admiral Lehman had just come here after fighting with the Yozu at the border of the 4-star region. At this time, who else could he be tracking down illegal immigrants if not the Yozu? Didn't the Admiral come here today for the auction item at the VIP venue? That item is closely related to Yozu, and is still waiting for Yozu to take it out. There is no reason for the Admiral to be against Yozu at this time. Thinking of this, the person in charge hurriedly contacted the manager of the VIP venue in secret. On the other side, among the 5 people who were asked to remove their disguises, no one moved except Qin Zixing, who was rubbing his legs at a higher frequency. "Hurry up," the officer under Lehman urged. Qin Zixing seemed to have mustered up great courage and carefully explained, "We didn't wear." Lehman frowned. "Really not?" Qin Zixing's voice was unconsciously a little louder. His eyes collided with Lehman's. He quickly lowered his voice and explained with a low eyebrow, "It's just that little money. It must be spent on the right things." The people around him were speechless. "How much does the camouflage device cost? You can't even spend it? What else do you want to bid at the auction?" Lehman didn't waste time talking to him. He gestured and called the men who had confiscated the cracking device. "Test it for me." Just as his men were about to move, he stopped them. He raised his hand and pointed at a woman in the next booth, and her. His eyes fell on the other party's equally cheap clothes, the same group. 3 women, 3 men. They are the people from Yozu who came today. The general really came for Yozu. If he really caught them, what would be the point of today's auction? If he didn't have the sedative in his body, the person in charge would be sweating coldly. "General, don't worry." He smiled and took a half step forward to block the officer's way. "Our auction has strict identity verification. No unidentified people will sneak in." "What? Do you want to interfere with public affairs?" Lehman opened his mouth and made a big hat. No, I don't mean that, but today." Just as the person in charge was scratching his head, the manager called in, "Hello. Manager. Okay. The person in charge looked at Lehman as if he had been pardoned. "Admiral, our manager heard that you are here and asked if he has the honor to say hello to you." Lehman agreed to the communication. "It's me, say." The person in charge breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, he was only half relieved when he saw Lehman, who was still talking on the communication, made a gesture. His officers immediately understood, went around to the side, avoided him, and activated the cracking device on Shi Yun and others. Chapter 197. This time, the person in charge was really scared. However, the top-level disguise cracking device that exposed Allen and Lehman in succession did not produce any results this time. The group of people looked the same as before the device was activated. Are these people really not lying? Are they really not disguised? Are they not Yozu? The person in charge was relieved and smiled, and asked Lehman to take a seat in the front booth. Lehman did not insist, and casually put the retro phone. He threw it on the ground and left with the person in charge. This episode that started inexplicably ended in such an anticlimactic way. The performance that was interrupted for a long time continued. 5 or 6 minutes later, the performance ended and the auction officially kicked off. The auction items were put on the stage like water. What happened to the phone? Shi Yun returned to her booth and asked Qin Xingxing in a low voice. Qin Xingxing also whispered to her. Shi Yun bumped into Shi Hai on the phone and also wanted to talk to you. At that time, the atmosphere in the whole place started to be wrong. I didn't let him go, and the boy started to lose his temper. I don't know what happened, but his mental power escaped here. The earthen telephone can also transmit mental power? There is also this hidden function. Shi Yun was a little surprised, but not too surprised. Firstly, the earthen telephone was originally made of materials given by bamboo, and it was inextricably linked to Shi Yun. Secondly, she herself had tried to use the earthen telephone to remotely cast system skills. Skills can take effect through the earthen telephone, so why can't mental power be transmitted along the invisible telephone line? There is another question she cares about. Not much leakage, right? I saw Naya and even Anna's reactions, and they didn't seem to notice it. You know, in the base, in terms of mental power, leaving aside Qin Xingxing, a bug-like freak, Anna is second only to Shi Hai, whose mental power is S level. If even Anna can't detect it, it may mean Lehman's mental power is also outstanding among S level, and Shihai may not win even if he goes head-to-head with him. Qin Xingxing looked at the smooth lines of her profile, and wondered how someone could be so smart and careful. Although he has been defeated by us one after another, and looks like a fool, we still have to be careful when we face each other. I think. On the stage, the host was announcing the next exhibit. Shi Yun listened to the other party's words, and confirmed that he was not interested, then continued, Lehman is not right. What do you mean? Jiang Yuhe interrupted with a smile. Qin Zixing, whose whisper was interrupted, said, He picked up the wine bottle on the table, and regardless of what was originally in Jiang Yuhe's glass, he poured a full glass into it, leaned back, raised his chin, and drank the wine in his glass, which was also full, and arrogantly turned the glass upside down. What should I say? I have to respect you, a big man with one of the best connections, and let you say it? His problem was actually Shi Yun's problem, that is, this sudden behavior of provoking people to drink was really childish. Not to mention Lien who knew Jiang Yuhe well, even Shi Yun felt that with Jiang Yuhe's temper, he would never be provoked. Jiang Yuhe really didn't respond, but just smiled and shook his head. Not giving the lady a chance to speak is quite abrupt. Shi Yun, who should have been abrupt, said and felt that he seemed to have heard this before. She was distracted, and the two of them stayed there in silence. Naya couldn't stand it anymore, so she coughed to bring her back to her senses. Shi Yun blinked, a little surprised that Jiang Yuhe cared more about face than she thought. She temporarily put aside the unfathomable sense of déjà vu, and answered Jiang Yuhe's previous question, I just feel that Lehman is not the kind of person who will make a big deal out of a small matter if he can't find evidence. As she spoke, as if Qin Xingxing had never asked any questions, she asked sincerely, Do you know anything? She also stepped on Qin Xingxing's foot, killing his little move of knocking on the cup wall to continue provoking in the bud. At this point, Qin Zixing's drinking incident can be put to rest. Everyone thought so, except for the other party. Jiang Yuhe took their little interaction into his eyes, smiling as he raised his hand to pick up the glass full of wine. Shi Yun thought he had noticed Qin Zixing's little trick of trying to commit a crime, and frowned. Don't worry about him going crazy. But Jiang Yuhe moved his wrist, and casually poured out the wine in the glass. Seeing this, Shi Yun's brows relaxed. She had always thought that Jiang Yuhe was a person who valued harmony, and didn't like to have conflicts with others. When she met some rogues, she would be left alone and lose face. Now it seemed that he had a temper, and she was overthinking it. Unexpectedly, the next second, she saw Jiang Yuhe gently put the empty wine glass back on the table, picked up another bottle of wine with a higher alcohol content, slowly filled a glass, and smiled at Qin Zixing. Since it's a toast, it's impolite to add water. After saying that, he drank it all in one gulp. Seeing that he didn't react much to the wine being poured, Lien who finally showed surprise like Shi Yun. At the same time, on the auction stage. Now we present our next auction item to you. A chrome ore with a monthly output of about 5,000 tons, and a 12-month lease. Starting price, 800,000 interstellar coins. Finally here, an important material for the inverter. Shi Yun sat up straight. The starting price was indeed as written in the list, nearly 1/3 cheaper than the market price. Jiang Yuhe looked at Shi Yun's eyes that lit up instantly, laughed softly, and leaned close to her ear. His voice was hoarse, and pleasant to hear. Under the influence of high concentration of alcohol, I don't know what happened to Lehman, but I know that the Federation has recently developed a new drug with an emotional isolation strength of 10. Shi Yun held the bidding number in her hand, and her attention, which was attracted by the chrome glue, returned to Jiang Yuhe. In the existing research and development system of the Federation, 10 is the highest strength. Under her gaze, Jiang Yuhe's smile reached deep into his eyes. On the auction stage. Okay, I see that some friends have already raised their placards. Thank you for your enthusiastic participation. The current price is 800,000 interstellar coins. A 12-month lease for a chrome or vein with a monthly output of about 5,000 tons. You can mine and use it whenever you want. Are there any friends who want to bid? Okay. Another friend has bid 830,000 interstellar coins. Off stage. Shi Yun asked, You mean, Lehman used a new drug? She paused. Emotional isolation? She remembered Shi Yan's research and observation report before his death, which mentioned a similar drug, the Type 3 emotional isolation agent, which was the culprit that caused Shi Yan's literal split and the source of pollution. The emotional isolation intensity is full. It doesn't sound good. Shi Yun came to the conclusion, the Federation still thinks this is a good thing? Why did Lehman use such a strong drug? Jiang Yue's tone was steady from beginning to end. Lehman was too ambitious, and caused the death of Alice and others. He needs a reason to stay in office. On stage. 840,000 interstellar coins. Our chrome or vein has a new price. Off stage. Sheehan put down his number plate. I thought that the conflict on the border had to be resolved, and that was the reason for him to stay in office. After all, Green had lost a lot of good things on Earth in order to save him. On stage. 860,000 interstellar coins. Are there any friends who would like to bid? 860,000 at a time. It's a new level. 900,000 interstellar coins. Off stage. Jiang Yue smiled slightly. The premise for being resolved is that he won't make the same mistake again. Anna interrupted. Lyman has joined the auction. Shi-Yun nodded to show that he understood, and raised the number plate without much concern, raising the price to 910,000, and continued to talk to Jiang Yue. Will he not repeat the same mistake if he uses the drug? He fell into a situation where he had to kill Alice and others, because he was eager to catch Qin Zixing, and was overwhelmed by the urgency of making a contribution. In the red light of the venue, Jiang Yue maintained the posture of whispering with Shi-Yun. If the root of the problem is solved, he will naturally not fall again. On stage. 910,000 interstellar coins. 950,000 interstellar coins. Off stage. But is this the root of the problem? Shi-Yun asked, raising the price to 960,000. Jiang Yue smiled and did not answer. On stage. 1 million interstellar coins. 1,110,000. 1,100,000. Ha, ha, it seems that everyone's bidding is very stalemate. The host took a deep breath. Are there any friends who would bid? 1,100,000. 1,200,000. There were discussions everywhere. After the first few rounds of bidding, everyone found that Lehman seemed to really want this chrome, so they all stopped bidding. After all, the anonymity of ordinary venues is limited, and no one wants to be hated by Lehman. But the person in that booth really has no sense. Not only is he tactless, but he is also stingy. No matter how much the other party raises the price, the booth sticks to the bottom line of 10,000 to raise the price. It's ugly, it's really too ugly. Shi-Yun, who was holding the bidding card in his hand, paused. Chrome has special properties, and is difficult to store. It must be put into use as soon as possible after mining. In other words, if there is no large enough production capacity to digest it, or advanced storage technology, even if the mine is bought, it cannot be fully utilized. Therefore, a mine with a lease period of 12 months and a monthly output of 5,000 tons cannot be directly equivalent to 60,000 tons of chrome or in the hands of ordinary people. This is also the reason why the price of the mine at the auction is much lower than the same amount of chrome ore. Shi-Yun participated in the auction because he had a system warehouse and could store as much as he mined. But as the general of the 3rd military region, Lehman governs 2 entire galaxies, the 5th and 6th. Would he be so obsessed with a small chrome-coated mine? In the past, perhaps. After all, Lehman in the past would not tolerate anyone challenging his authority. Shi-Yun's relentless pursuit of the price really hit a nerve with him. But now, if Jiang Yue was telling the truth and Lehman had taken a powerful potion, then he should be absolutely rational. It is impossible for him to insist on such a chrome-coated mine, just to save face, when being refuted. In this way, there is only one possible reason why Lehman has not given up the auction. He is still testing. Shi-Yun turned the bidding card in one hand, and recalled the data that Naya had helped calculate before. According to the technology that ordinary people have, the utilization rate of the mine is about 60%, so in the minds of ordinary people, the value of this mine is about 1.3 million to make a profit. She can achieve 100% utilization, so the budget can be pulled up to about 1.9 million. Logically, she can play this auction game for a long time and remain invincible. But how could someone who would spend 1.9 million to buy a mineral vein that theoretically could not be fully utilized be so stingy as to be reluctant to buy a camouflage device worth less than 30,000 interstellar coins? If they continue to argue, their hard-earned image of saving up in wallets to buy a game will collapse. But chrome glue is one of the purposes of her trip. Is it to temporarily avoid the limelight, or to tear off the disguise? The bidding board used her finger as a fulcrum, drew a circle smoothly, and returned to its normal position. Chapter 198. Shi-Yun raised his bid card again. 121. No, 1,280,000. The host didn't expect Shi-Yun to be so generous and almost mispronounced it. Then, Lehman made another bid. 1,500,000. Are there any friends who want to continue bidding? The host stared at Shi-Yun's booth and asked. 1,500,000 once. 1,500,000 twice. Shi Yun put the bid card on the table. There was laughter everywhere. You can't afford the price? You put your entire fortune on the line just now, right? You can't even afford the camouflage equipment, so why are you trying to bid for chrome, or? You're just dreaming of getting rich overnight, but you don't even look at who you're bidding against. You're overestimating yourself. 1,600,000. The host suddenly took back the hammer that confirmed the deal, and looked in surprise at the booth in the other direction. A friend has offered 1,600,000. Shi Yun was not very surprised, and looked at Jiang Yue with a half smile. Jiang Yue shook his head innocently and smiled. It's not my idea. But I guess you know who the new bidder is? Shi Yun asked calmly. Jiang Yue made a gesture of admiration to her. It's a friend who arrived at the Bishi area with us. Yozu booth. Are you crazy? Xiaobai growled and almost stood up. Xiaobai? How can you talk to the leader? Xu Feng raised his eyebrows. Xiaobai, calm down and don't attract attention. An elder held him down. I don't want to attract attention. Why don't you say she attracts attention? Why are you bidding for chrome, or? Do you have too much money to burn? Be patient. After the second elder comforted him, he turned his head and looked at Yu Daiqing. Chief, can you explain it? Yu Daiqing still held the number card in his hand and nodded. We need friends. Ha! Friends. Xiaobai's lowered voice sounded even more sarcastic. Why don't you just propose to Jiang? Xu Feng pressed against his back, and the sharp claws popped out slightly. If you keep talking nonsense, I will dig out your bones and heart together. I'm not trying to help him. In the eyes of the crowd, who were either questioning or condemning, Yu Daiqing lowered his eyes, but his tone was firm. I'm helping the group of people around him, that girl. She obviously wanted the chrome ore, and she was able to continue bidding, but she had to give up because of Lehman's suspicion of them before. Since she can't show up, we will help her. Whether she gave up voluntarily or not, what does it have to do with us? Do you think you are Igla? Love everyone indiscriminately. Oh no, even our great Igla doesn't seem to love us enough. Owl White. Hearing that he even started to talk nonsense about the gods, the third elder who had been silent finally spoke up and stopped him. Don't be presumptuous. I'm not Igla. I can't love without self-interest. Yu Daiqing's knuckles turned white as he held the bidding board. I just think that showing kindness to them will only benefit us, not harm us. Even Lehman couldn't see through their camouflage. That's Jiang's ability. Even Jiang has to show his goodwill to them, doesn't he? Look at their clothes, everyone. With Jiang's financial resources and Jiang's style of doing things, he can definitely give them better and the best clothes. Why are they still wearing so plainly? Jiang is probably always following the girl's opinion. This is no longer a simple show of goodwill. Yu Daiqing's voice was low and decisive. Look at what they are bidding on. Chrome ore is one of the essential raw materials for high-strength containers. At the border, you have all seen their technology. Do you think they are making chrome just to make some ordinary products that are not worth the effort? And the food supply for today's venue. Yu Daiqing paused. Xu Feng, you once intercepted a food ship full of food from the Federal Capital Star. The quality of the food inside is comparable to the quality of today's food, right? Yes. Xu Feng nodded. Yu Daiqing continued. After we separated from them, I kept thinking that we had missed the first chance to show our goodwill to them. Now there is a second chance in front of us, and I will not miss it. She took a deep breath, raised her eyes, and met everyone's gaze. I hope you understand. The first elder sighed, but no matter what, we are here today for a new habitat, and the temporary increase in the target may exceed the budget. How could it be? Yu Daiqing smiled tiredly. Don't you see how many big figures in the Federation are here for our stuff today? On the stage, the host saw Lehman raise his bid card again, 1,700,000. Off stage, Xiaobai sneered. Why are you still raising the price? Didn't you say that Lehman's previous bid was just to test that booth? Yu Daiqing didn't answer, but raised the bid card again, and raised the price to 1,800,000. Lehman bid again. 1,850,000. Off stage, Xu Feng showed a happy expression. Lehman's bid has become smaller. The current price should be close to his expectations, right? If I bid 1 or 2 more times, will he give up the bidding? Yu Daiqing nodded, and was about to raise the price to 1,900,000, but suddenly received several messages. Shi Yun, friendly smile.jpg. Shi Yun, that's all. Shi Yun, thank you for your help in the bidding. I appreciate it. Let's have dinner together when we are free. Yu Daiqing's eyes moved, and he put back the bid card that he had just raised. The host dropped the auction hammer, and the chrome ore was owned by Lehman at the price of 1.85 million interstellar coins. The new auction items were put on the stage, and the auction continued. Shi-yun did not participate in the subsequent auctions, including the ceramic glass ore, but just ate snacks and drank beverages, watching others scramble for other auction items. Half an hour later, all the auction items in the ordinary venue had been sold, and no one was unsold. The host smiled and said some thank you words, announcing that the auction at the ordinary venue was over. Please wait for a moment, we will have a special service to take you out. Friends who are about to go to the VIP venue, please be patient, we will also have a special service to take you to the VIP venue. Some people became impatient after hearing this. I've been waiting for your VIP auction for half a day, what are you waiting for? It's fine to accompany the people at the ordinary venue to the whole process, but I have to wait for them to leave. What kind of VIP is this? What treatment do other people's VIPs receive? What treatment do you receive? Do you really think you are so important? Don't be so rude. The host had expected this, and comforted them according to the set lines, don't worry, it won't take long. As soon as the words fell, a pleasant announcement sounded in the auction hall. Transmission service is ready, Ropal Energy Factory. Wish you all a happy transmission. The wide ground of the venue was covered with a faint blue light, and it was not until then that everyone in the venue realized that there was a huge instant transmission device under their feet. The blue light was bright, and the figures of more than 30,000 people were submerged in it. A moment later, more than 20,000 guests were teleported out, and the remaining more than 1,000 guests with VIP tickets were divided into groups according to their tickets, and assigned to VIP rooms one after another. It was a large-scale differential transmission. Like the mall Shi-yun had visited earlier, the entire VIP venue was spherical, and each VIP room was close to the sphere, leaving a large space in the middle. At the center of the circle, on the square auction table, the host of the VIP venue had already taken his place, with an impeccable professional smile on his face. Welcome all distinguished guests to the VIP venue of the Roball auction. I believe that after the little episode just now, you have already made a preliminary judgment. Yes, this is the little surprise our auction gives to all distinguished guests. The maximum transmission limit is 300 tons, and the transmission group is as high as 2,000 instantaneous transmission device. This device is the latest technological breakthrough of our Roball energy plant. It will also be our first auction item today. He raised his arm just right, and where his palm pointed, a huge countdown projection appeared out of thin air. Everyone can take a break. You can enjoy all kinds of food in the VIP room. In 10 minutes, the VIP auction will officially begin. In each VIP room, except for the wall facing the auction booth in the center of the venue, which is a one-way visible nano glass, the other 3 walls are solid walls. The host's announcement was like some kind of instruction. One of the solid walls slowly pushed out a considerable platform, which was filled with a wide variety of food, desserts, and drinks. VIP room 1364. John's eyes widened. What is this? Jerry fruit? Smashing. Delicious, really delicious. Hey, after I finished one plate, another one was served. Unlimited supply. As expected of a VIP venue, it's a big deal. Is this premium energy barbecue? Smashing. Oh my god. It's roasted pork belly. Fresh. Sage. It's fresh. It's not made from energy products. It's fresh pork with a meaty aroma. What is this? Lamb chops. Real lamb chops. They even have lamb chops. Smashing. Oh my god, it smells so good, the chewiness of meat is like this, I almost forgot. 1057 said disdainfully, can you stop being such a bumpkin who has never seen the world? While saying this, he took the food so fast that he almost left an afterimage. VIP room 718. The taste of this lamb chop. Black Spade wine is so big that it can be supplied in unlimited quantities. Did Rover rob someone's wine cellar? Try it. The sweetness and taste are very familiar. VIP room 502. The non-energy products in the ordinary venue today are indeed different. Indeed, whether it's French fries or stewed radish, they are all exceptionally fresh. That can be basically determined? Yes, it can be determined. Ropal changed its supplier this year, and the supplier is swear to be a salted fish. Almost at the same time, all the guests in the VIP venue who had directly or indirectly eaten the food of this dark web seller had this ID in their minds. This ID went from being unknown to being ranked last on the homepage of the popularity rankings with just one product, Jerry Fruit, and then to launching a variety of new products, occupying half of the lower half of the homepage of the popularity rankings, but it took only a few months. People have many speculations about the power behind this ID, but this ID is extremely low-key. Except for the dark web transaction page, it has never appeared in any other occasions. Until today. Will this be the prelude to the appearance of Xian Yu in the Federation? Is this unknown power also at the venue today? VIP Room 18. Your Jerry Fruit has been recognized by the citizens of the Federation, influence plus 10. Your lamb chops have been recognized by the citizens of the Federation, influence plus 10. Your lamb chops have been recognized by the citizens of the Federation, influence plus 10. Your roasted pork belly has been recognized by the citizens of the Federation, influence plus 10. Your spade fruit wine has been recognized by the citizens of the Federation, influence plus 10. Your roasted pork belly has been recognized by the citizens of the Federation, influence plus 10. Since the VIP venue began to serve meals, Xiyun's system prompts have been ringing non-stop, and multiple repeated prompts have been refreshed at a speed of 4 or 5 per second or even faster, so that Xiyun's influence has continued to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. Your current influence is enough to upgrade. Please upgrade as soon as possible to enjoy more features. Your ranking in the influence ranking has risen to 49th. Your ranking in the influence ranking has risen by 51 places. Civilization transformation power plus 55,000. The ranking in the influence ranking has risen by more than 50. Congratulations on achieving the achievement. Rocket upgrade home. Advanced. The prize has been issued. Please check. Chapter 199. Xiyun, who hadn't even had time to sit down in the VIP room, had a question mark. Is this the legendary sudden wealth that comes too fast, like a tornado? How much more influence did she have to have her ranking soar from 100 to 49? With awe of the sudden appearance of the god of wealth, Xiyun opened the leader's details. Leader details. Name, Xiyun. Level, 12. Please upgrade as soon as possible. Lifespan, 845 years and 5 months. Spiritual power, 312/350. SAN value, 1. 60/160. It is true that hard work can make up for one's shortcomings. Transformation power. Convertible /total 67438.4/88533. 330,000 points have been redeemed, and the current redemption coefficient is 2.2. Wealth. 16.73 million. You are now a small wealthy person. Influence. 70,426.5. The mysterious power that outsiders see as unfathomable is actually you. Next level upgrade condition. Influence reaches 40,000. Upgrade to level 13 to upgrade wealth and transformation power exchange system. Base. 3/5. Coming into view, the influence of up to 70,000 blinded Xiyun's eyes. You should know that before this, her influence was only more than 30,000, which means that in just a few minutes, her influence has doubled. What happened? It's not the first day she's sold these things, right? Why is the system reacting so strongly this time? Just thinking about it, I suddenly heard Naya shout fuck. Then, a stranger's voice suddenly came from the room. I can tell as soon as I eat this thing. It's not a salted fish. My name is written backwards. Since you supply food to the Ropal auction, you must be here, right? Of course, every supplier of the auction can get a VIP ticket. Who doesn't want to come to the Ropal VIP auction? So this sudden wealth was mainly related to the VIP venue recognizing her as a supplier? Wait. The VIP room is absolutely soundproof. Why can she hear other people's conversations? Xiyun looked up at the source of the sound and found that it was an eavesdropping receiver with the external speaker function activated. She looked at Lianhu who was operating it, and then looked at Lianhu's boss Jiang Yuhe, and her sight slowly rolled into a question mark in the air. Jiang Yuhe explained calmly, the VIP room of the Roball auction guarantees absolute privacy. He pointed out the list of thousands of eavesdropping channels, projected it in the direction of Xiyun, and smiled friendly, so you can eavesdrop on other VIP rooms as much as you want without worrying about being discovered. Xiyun, question mark. Is this the way a normal person thinks? Jiang Yuhe seemed to see through her thoughts, and his smile deepened. Knowing yourself and the enemy will make it easier to bid. Since you have come to the VIP venue, the time and place are right, and I can't let you go home disappointed. Xiyun, Don't talk like you've finally come to your own backyard. There's a noise coming from a dirt phone in your warehouse. This is the nth call Xiyun has made today. Lehman was at the regular venue, and Xiyun is a guy who doesn't know how to read people's expressions, and is not easy to control. Xiyun didn't want to cause any more trouble, so he didn't answer the call. Now that privacy is guaranteed, there's nothing to worry about. As soon as the call was connected, Xiyun's yelling came. You hung up on me. Shi Yun was watching the auction with two minds, and threw the blame on others without any guilt. Qin hung up on me. Shi Yun got even angrier. You didn't stop Qin from hanging up on me. You didn't play with me, but you didn't stop Qin from hanging up on me. Shi Yun, eh? In a sense, this guy got the point right. She could only use the tried and tested cookie method to appease Shi Yun, and only then did she calm him down. On the auction table, the buyer of the new instant transmission device had been finalized, and the second exhibit made a grand appearance under the hype of the host. It was said to be the latest masterpiece of the Federation's top designer, Normore. The well-cut dress has smooth lines and a beautifully decorated pattern at the waist, which shows the perfect waist of the robot model. Overall, it is indeed unique and eye-catching compared to the display clothes Shi Yun saw in the mall earlier. But compared with the dresses Shi Yun had seen before freezing, it can only be said to be mediocre. The first designer of the Federation, that's it? Shi Yun didn't quite understand. But the people of the Federation obviously understood it very well. The starting price given by the host doubled again and again. In a short while, this dress has been auctioned for a sky-high price of 80 million interstellar coins, comparable to 7 Chrome Wars. On the other end of the phone, Shi Yun frantically yelled, Shi Yun. Shi Yun. Are you listening to me? Shi Yun rubbed his temples. I'm listening. You said you made new friends? It's prey. Prey. I found the best prey. What friends? Bah, you made friends. Your whole family made friends. Shi Yun laughed and cried, oh that's good, thank you for your blessing. Shi Yun was so angry that he jumped up and down. Shi Yun. Beside him, it seemed that someone was whispering to persuade him. Shi Yun recognized the voice of a girl and raised his eyebrows. Is your friend here too? Let her answer the phone. I told you it's not my friend. It's prey. Prey, what does it smell like? The sound of Shi Yun swallowing his saliva came from the other end of the phone. You don't want to answer the phone? Wow, ha ha ha, great, come on, answer it. The girl must have been forced to answer the phone. She was breathing in panic for the first few seconds after answering the phone. It took a long time for her to speak timidly. Shi Yun, hello? Hello, this is the first time I heard that Shi Yun has made a new friend. I'm very happy. Shi Yun leaned back in his chair with a smile, ignoring Shi Yan's persistent correction of the word friend. What's your name? Marianne. A nice name. Shi Yun softened his voice to ease the other party's tension. What do you want to talk to me about? No, nothing. Sorry to bother you. Shi Yun interrupted forcefully. Something. Big thing. It's really big. She prepared a gift for you. You must open it immediately. No. Marianne was so anxious that her voice trembled and became louder. It's not that urgent. I can wait for you anytime. No, no. Don't wait. It's convenient for you now. Show it to me right now. Ah. Don't. There was a rustling sound, as if the two were fighting for something, and then Shi Yun heard the system prompt in his mind. A new item has been put into your base warehouse. You have triggered a side quest. Do you want to check? Marianne's dream and gift. Quest description. Marianne is an introverted, quiet, low-key girl. Excessive attention will make her run away, like a frightened deer. Therefore, no one knows that Marianne has a dream deep in her heart. She hopes that her work can be praised by others. As one of the frozen humans in the underground city, she has been grateful and respectful to you since she woke up, and she hopes to create a work worthy of you as a gift to gain your recognition. On the day when the gift was completed, she was very entangled because of her unfamiliar relationship with you, and she didn't expect to meet the greedy Shi Yun. Task requirements. Accept, recognize and praise Marianne's gift. Task reward. Influence +5. After reading the task details, Shi Yun's eyebrows curved softly. Whether from the task description or the task reward, this is the simplest side quest she has ever taken. But it is also the simplest and cutest one. Marianne, don't worry. She comforted the little girl who was already crying. Shi Yun is right. I am free now. I have received your gift. Do you mind if I open it now? You have used the administrator's authority to transfer the items in the base warehouse, Marianne's gift, to the system warehouse. Opening, Marianne's gift, for you. The simple outer packaging was opened by the system, and a pure hand-woven woolen dress came into Shi Yun's sight. The pure white dress was elegant and gentle. The whole dress was made of crocheted flowers. The sizes of the flowers were irregular. They were hollowed out, layered, narrowed, and widened at just the right places. It was as natural as a mustard field under the blue sky. It was a visual feast. Shi Yun's pupils slightly dilated. At the same time, on the auction table, the dress of the Federation's top designer, Normore, had a new bid. VIP room 1364, bid 100 million. Chapter 200. When the bid for VIP room 1364 was raised by 1 digit, the host raised his voice by 1 degree, which just pushed the atmosphere to a new level. VIP room 18. Shi-Yun, who was still on the phone with Marion, suddenly had an idea. Marion, I received your gift, but... What's wrong? Is there anything not good enough? The girl on the other end of the phone asked uncomfortably. No, on the contrary. Shi-Yun smiled and showed his sharp fangs. It's very good. So good that I think it's a pity that I'm the only one who appreciates it. I wonder if you are interested in letting more people see this work. What? But this is just a trivial thing that can't be put on the table. Stinky Shi-Yun. Shi-Yun interrupted forcefully. What did you say to her? Why does she smell bad? I don't smell bad. Don't be angry. You have to listen to its words in reverse, which means that you are in a good state now. Shi-Yun knew the answer that the girl couldn't say. Since you agree, don't hang up the phone. Wait a minute. I will give you a small gift in return. As she spoke, she looked at Jiang Yue. I remember you said that Robert's VIP auction can temporarily declare auction items. Yes. He clicked on the mini console next to the seat and pushed it in front of Shi-Yun. Just take out the item you want to auction, scan it in 3D, and register it in the warehouse. The auction will then evaluate the value of the item. If it meets the threshold, it will give an estimated starting price and auction number. Shi-Yun smiled and said thank you, took out Marion's skirt from the warehouse, and declared the auction. On the auction table, 140 million interstellar coins 3 times. Congratulations to VIP room 1364 for successfully winning the latest design of Normore. The host was appropriately excited, and in an infectious voice, he skillfully read out a series of pleasing congratulatory words. VIP room 1364. Got it. Sage. Got it. John slapped his thigh in excitement. Now the latest works of the top 10 designers in the Federation are all in your hands. The sales volume of your store will increase several times in the next year. Calm down, you look like a naive person. 1057 said, but he couldn't control his mouth. He sipped the spade wine proudly. Nomore has performed well this year, and the design is quite unique. That's not ordinary unique. John took a sip of the wine happily. Now the only one in the Federation who can make such a design-conscious work is Nomore. The 140 million is worth it. Of course, now you know what I mean by spending money wisely, right? John nodded, refilled 1057's glass with wine, and then refilled his own glass. Only Sage has the courage and strength to spend it, a year's net profit. I wouldn't dare to do it even if I had 10 times the courage. I admire you, really admire you. Come on. I drink it. You can do whatever you want. 1057 was very satisfied with his praise, and tilted his head back. Half a glass of wine went into his stomach. He wiped the corner of his mouth, complacent. Courage, you will have it after practicing. Your performance this time is also good. How about this? The part of the amount you gave me before, I will treat it as your investment, and I will give you a dividend in proportion to how much you earn later. How about it? With Normore's design, the clothes in 1057 store will be sold well in the future, and the dividends will be much more than the original amount. John's eyes lit up, and he quickly clinked glasses with 1057. The glasses clinked, making a ding sound. John shivered with excitement, as if he heard the sound of the contract being stamped from the sound. However, this celebratory drink soon became bad, due to the host's unprofessional reaction. VIP room 665. 140 million. The long-haired man clapped his hands. Nomore, congratulations, your net worth has officially broken the record of the design genius pastor for many years. Interview, how do you feel now? Designer Nomore was not surprised at all. Isn't this result normal? Who else in the Federation can design something worth looking at now? That's right, you are the only genius who has been on standby the longest, and you have not been chosen by boring yet. The long-haired man snapped and broke the jerry fruit block in his hand, which had been broken into 2 smaller halves. A hint of gloom flashed across Normore's eyes. Pastor, don't make the whole table dirty. The outdated designer pastor seemed to be oblivious to his comments. Who do you think bought your design this time? Normore thought without hesitation. Who else could it be except 1057? That's right. Pastor picked up the new Jerry's fruit and happily started a new round of tossing. This year he finally got what he wanted. With your masterpiece, the high-end clothing market will soon be monopolized by him. Speaking of which, with a click, the crispy Jerry fruit broke. Pastor's gaze towards Normore seemed to be quite warm. Weren't you unwilling to sell the work to him before? You said he was money-minded and didn't understand art? Why did you change your mind? Normore couldn't bear it anymore and snatched the things in his hand, restarted the automatic desktop cleaning function, and cleaned up the mess on the table. Looking at the empty table, he breathed a sigh of relief, because I have also reached the end of art. His eyes were empty. Ningning always said that traveling around the universe is also very interesting. I think maybe she is right. Oh Nomer, how can you think so? Look at the dress that just sold for 140 million. Isn't that the highest recognition of your artistic ability? Pastor patted the debris in his hand, his eyes dark. If even you, the first designer of the Federation and the only survivor among us, retire, that dress will become the last masterpiece of Federation art. What masterpiece? What kind of masterpiece is that? Pastor, can't you even see its true value? Nomer stared blankly at the auction table outside. It's worthless. Federal art. It's long dead. Suddenly, Nomer paused and couldn't help but widen his eyes. VIP room number 4. I thought you would bid for that dress. Alan's agent said, you seem to like it. Alan had 6 braids at the end of her hair. I like it, but I don't need to bid for it. Because 1057 will give it to me. He did it for your commercial value. The agent said unhappily. That's mutual benefit. Isn't it good? Alien's angelic face smiled. So beautiful that it almost melted the whole room. Not good at all. His brand can't compare with your worth at all. I know that with your skills, you can definitely make up for this gap, and not let me suffer any loss. Alien threw down the comb and hugged the agent to act like a spoiled child. I really can't do anything with you. The agent was helpless with her. Let's make it clear first, in case the negotiation fails. Then don't do it. It's just a skirt. Don't put too much pressure on it. Okay, you get up first. Huh? What's wrong? What's the next auction item? You're so engrossed in it? The agent embraced Alan, who was staring ahead, and looked in the direction of her gaze in surprise. His mouth, which had not been closed in time, could no longer close. On the auction stage, the host, who was announcing that the next auction item was the property rights of the planet, suddenly braked and glanced at the commentary in the light brain in surprise. Since the Ropal VIP auction allows guests to temporarily declare auction items, it is normal for the auction list to become longer and the auction order of items to change. However, the next auction item has already appeared, and the backstage insisted on temporarily replacing it. This is the first case in history. The host thought so and explained it this way, my universe. Just now, we received an auction item that was temporarily declared. He made a regretful expression, raised his hand and waved, canceling the projection of the planet with a neat outline. I'm sorry, I have to let everyone waiting to bid for the ownership of the planet wait a little longer. Many VIP room windows lit up red, which was the guests expressing their dissatisfaction. Some even turned on the loudspeakers in the VIP rooms and expressed their opposition directly with processed voices. What are you doing? The items have already been displayed. If you want to squeeze in, just wait for the next one. Whose exhibits are more noble than others? Hurry up, I'm just waiting for the property rights. I leave after the auction. Are you in such a hurry now? Are you afraid that the universe will explode in the next second? Anyone who can come to the VIP auction is a big shot who dominates the area. Facing the doubts of many bigwigs, the host was calm and kept a professional smile. We absolutely understand your feelings, but it happened suddenly and the situation is special. This exhibit is really beautiful. We can't help but want to share it with you as soon as possible. What is it? Describe it as beautiful? Artwork? Is it so exaggerated? In terms of art, who can compare with Normor's design? Art, can art be eaten? Can it be practical as a planet? You guess right, this is indeed a work of art, and its practicality is indeed not as good as a planet. The host responded to some mainstream doubts in an orderly manner, and then changed the subject, but our manager said that for the following exhibit, if even one person here thinks that it is not appropriate to cut in, our Ropal auction will hand over VIP tickets for next year. Now, please enjoy this unparalleled work of art. Bloom. The 3D projection that had been buffered in advance popped and instantly appeared in front of everyone. The skirt made of countless small flowers was white and soft. The hem of the skirt rose slightly in the breeze composed of data. The slight vibration amplitude fanned the memories hidden deep in everyone's genes. The unknown large flower fields bloomed naturally in everyone's mind, so fresh that people lingered. All the complaints disappeared. The host did not speak. Some VIP rooms that were still lit with red lights were quickly darkened, and some VIP rooms that were originally dark were accidentally lit and then hurriedly darkened. For a moment, the red grids lit up one after another, like a decorative light string that had broken down. Ropal's manager was right. This is a well-deserved and highly anticipated work of art. The host was not surprised by the reaction of the scene. Bloom is a purely handmade work, the fabric is extremely precious, the best original wool, the content is 100%. Its designer is. Please allow me to add a subjective adjective here. The great Marianne Shea. Now, let's start the auction. Starting price, 60 million interstellar coins. Chapter 201. This is impossible. In the VIP room number 1364, 1057, who was so proud not long ago, stood close to the glass. Nomer is the #1 designer in the Federation, and his work should be the best. His face gradually became red. 60 million interstellar coins. The starting price is 60 million interstellar coins. Why can the starting price of an unknown designer be on par with Nomer's work? Just because the fabric is animal fur? He turned his head viciously and stared at John. Tell me, apart from pure wool, how can the dress outside be worth this price? Just because of the fancy design? Just tell me, is that dress fancy or not? What great Marianne? There is no such person in the Federation. No one has ever heard of her. How much money did she give to the host to promote her like this? Or is she having an affair with the owner of the Ropal Energy Factory? John threw away the empty syringe, picked up another temporarily purchased emotional soothing agent, and walked to 1057. Brother Sai, calm down first. Don't tell me you also think the design of the skirt outside is better. Brother Sai. John put the light red syringe in his hand and said resignedly, your health is important. He didn't have enough capital, so he had to accept his fate. But 1057 didn't. The red injection disappeared into 1057's body, and the empty syringe was casually thrown on the carpet. 1057, who had regained his composure, immediately opened the special service window of the VIP room and quickly filled in the information of Uniford Mall in the mortgage interface. The official valuation given by Ropal was quickly calculated, and it was not surprising that it was a number several times smaller than the actual value. 300 million interstellar coins. But it was enough. The starting price of the dress was only 60 million. As long as the design copyright of the dress was purchased, the future clothing market of the Federation would still belong to Uniford. At the moment when he was about to press the confirmation button, 1057 suddenly thought of something and looked up at the introduction details on the auction table again. Only then did he discover a detail. The auction of blooming was not bound to copyright. Only 60 million, and it was just this dress that was sold. This was a treatment that Normore did not dare to ask for. At this time, the bid has exceeded 100 million. 1057 gave up the bid. VIP room 665. Normore bid 110 million. I thought you were going to use the 140 million you just earned for retirement. Pastor looked at his friend, whose eyes were shining again. I didn't expect it was to contribute to his peers. Normore seemed to have heard nothing, and raised his hand to bid another 140 million. Since the launch of Bloom, his eyes have never left it. It's directly increased to 140 million. What would other people think if they knew that this was the price offered by the great Normore? I'm not great. Normore looked at the auction table in fascination. The host got it right for once. The great one is Marianne Shea. He lowered the price of his competitor again. How did she do it? How did she do it? In VIP room number 4, Alan expressed the same doubts as Normore. Over the years, even Normore's designs have become boring. Who is this Marianne Shea? She bid again, raising the price directly to 180 million. Full of longing, I haven't seen such a beautiful dress for a long time. How beautiful it would be if I could wear this dress. After saying that, she bid again without hesitation. This dress is indeed very beautiful. You will definitely look dazzling in it, but... Agent, he was still thinking about their real bidding target today. Alyssa, our goal today is not this dress. Don't worry. Alan didn't think there was any conflict between the two. We have enough money today. Don't be too confident. Layman is here too. With his wealth, the cash flow he can mobilize will never exceed. Alan filled in a number in the bid input box. 5.7 billion. My ancestors. The agent quickly deleted the string of numbers. That's all I can say. Why write it here? What if it's accidentally sent out as a bid? Alan stuck out his tongue. Even if it's not Lehman, there are others. Once the bidding gets intense, even 10 million interstellar coins can determine the final ownership of that thing. The agent saw that she didn't listen, and said earnestly, that is related to our future. I believe you know better than me which is more important. It's okay, believe me, as long as we can suppress Lehman today, we will definitely win the auction. Alien smiled, good sister, I haven't been so moved for a long time, just let me be willful for once. Is this the only time you're being willful? The agent was helpless with her. Alienor smiled and pressed the confirmation button. We have the latest bid. On the auction stage, the host's eyes lit up. VIP room 4, bid 300 million. Are there any other guests who want to bid higher? No. 300 million once. 300 million twice. 300 million 3 times. Deal. Congratulations to VIP room 4 for successfully bidding for Marion's work Bloom at a price of 300 million interstellar coins. The auctioneer's excited words were 3 parts true and 7 parts commercial exaggeration. They followed the invisible connection and reached the other end of the telephone, clearly reaching Marion's ears. She opened her mouth slightly, feeling as if she had accidentally fallen into cotton, drifting so erratically that she couldn't grasp anything solid, and couldn't return to the steady ground. Her brain was running uncontrollably in the emotions of surprise, excitement, and helplessness. Neurons were generated one after another, building a neural pathway that she had never had the courage to imagine. The little sweater dress she knitted was actually auctioned. It was sold for 300 million interstellar coins. The exchange rate between the Federation interstellar coins and the Earth currency is 1 to 186. 300 million interstellar coins equals 55.8 billion Earth currency. Her sweater dress was sold for 55.8 billion. 55.8 billion. It only costs 100 million to immigrate to the Federation through special channels and obtain legal citizenship without waiting for the lottery. 55.8 billion. Their family of 5 only needs 400 million. 55.8 billion. Even if they immigrate to the capital of the Federation and buy a property, it only costs 3.6 billion. More than enough. It's more than enough no matter how it's arranged. Her hobbies are not a waste of time. She's not idle in thinking about these things day after day. She's not stubborn in not wanting to give up these things. 55.8 billion. Someone recognized her work so much that they were willing to pay 55.8 billion. Did you see it? Did you see it? Those of you who have been questioning it? Marianne. Marianne? The ethereal voice coming from an infinitely distant place, woven into a solid entity one sentence at a time, gently wrapped around her waist, and dragged her back to the world without question. In the world, there was the boy who was very difficult to talk to, and always got angry for no reason, and Uncle Mike and others, who had just come back from picking cotton. They noticed her from a distance, and asked her why she was sitting on the ground, and whether Yin had bullied her. She was really far away from them. In the normal human concept, even if they shouted at the top of their lungs, she would never be able to hear their concern. She knew that Uncle Mike was no longer Uncle Mike. They were a completely new race. If the family members who once doubted her also became the same race as Uncle Mike, how would they react after hearing the good news today? It seems that there will never be a way to know the answer. Marianne, are you okay? The voice on the other end of the phone was a little more worried. I'm fine. Marianne was trying to cheer herself up, and suddenly someone stuffed something warm into her arms. It was a big, fragrant, freshly baked sweet potato. Wong Mike and his men, who were still far away just now, had come closer and glared at Yin, who was pushed away by them. Some even rolled up their sleeves. You little brat, why did you bully a little girl and make her cry? Who bullied her? Why is she crying? What does it have to do with me? She's crying, and you're saying it's none of your business? She's crying. Why does it have to do with me? I just came to eat. What does it have to do with you? You made her cry, so it's our business. You've been pestering her for a long time. Long time? Oh my, I know. You're waiting to get something for nothing, right? I beat you to death. I told you to come and steal my food. Hit me if you want. Don't think you can bully a little girl just because you're S-rank. Are we afraid of you? Bang bang. Ping pong clang. Both sides started fighting, and for a moment, the scene was even more lively than before. The person on the other end of the phone stopped Yin from killing him, and asked Marianne worriedly. Marianne held the sweet potato given by Wong Mike, and felt that the slightly hot temperature almost warmed her heart. She wiped her eyes, and the caution and uneasiness that had always existed in her voice almost disappeared. It's really okay, don't worry, I'm just happy. The round almond eyes curved slightly, and the remaining tears fell, revealing a pair of exceptionally bright eyes. Very happy. After waking up from a long dream, those who were unwilling to obey, and those who were close and attached, intertwined, entangled, painful, and panicked, finally took root in the familiar yet unfamiliar new soil through the unintentional but generous kindness. The world has changed, things have changed, and people have changed, but there is still a hometown to rely on. How lucky. I am really, very, very happy. The side quest, Marianne's Dream and Gift, has been completed. Congratulations on your influence +5. Chapter 202. Although the reward for the Marianne side quest is only 5 influence points, it seems to have pushed a lot of things forward invisibly, and the system prompt sound keeps ringing. Congratulations on discovering an S-level designer, Marianne Shea, influence +500. There are many good horses, but there are few good horse trainers. You discovered an S-level designer from the residents of home number 2. Congratulations on achieving the achievement, Insightful Eyes, Intermediate. The prize has been issued. Please go to the warehouse to check. You have achieved all the achievements in the Insightful Eyes series. Congratulations on getting the title, Little Eyesight Master. The strange collections were gathered unexpectedly. Before this, Shiyun accidentally discovered a useful mineral vein when selecting a site, and got the primary prize of the achievement Insightful Eyes, a normal level shopping card with a good price-performance ratio. Later, when completing the side quest Body of the Dead Scattered by the Flow, he discovered the hidden conditions for completing the quest, and got the advanced prize of this achievement, a super immersive holographic projector, which is quite practical. The achievement rewards in this series are all very reliable. I wonder how today's will be. With a little expectation, Shiyun opened the prize in the warehouse. Item details. Name: Interstellar Channel Design Atlas. Quantity: 1. Purpose: this atlas collects interstellar channel design cases in different cosmic environments. It is valuable for learning and reference for interstellar channel designers, planners, builders, and people who are interested in channel design. Remarks: it can be called the Bible in the field of interstellar channel design. I don't know what it means. Shiyun flipped through 2 pages, and was shocked by the crisscrossing lines and the sesame-sized data annotations. He immediately closed the channel Bible with respect, and put it back in the warehouse for display. Then she looked at the title again. Title details: name: Little Eyesight Master. Rarity: rare. Title effect: triggers the master level skill, a pair of eyes that see through everything, which allows you to see through everything about the object of observation. Cooling time: 90 days. Remarks: even if the Monkey King with the fiery eyes and golden pupils comes, he has to say he is awesome. Let alone the master level. The highest level of this skill that can be purchased in the mall is only the intermediate level. The existence of this title allows her to jump out of the limitations of the mall, which is not bad. But then again, this seems to be the title with the longest cooldown time so far. Shiyun thought, and exited from the details. While she was reading the details, the system added several more prompts, the most prominent of which was, congratulations on your technology. The popularity of pure wool handmade dress has increased to 858. And the civilization transformation power is plus 8,580. So this is how the popularity of items in the civilization transformation branch is used. Shiyun suddenly realized. At the same time, on the auction table, the projection of the dress that had been confirmed was removed, and replaced by several slowly rotating planets. The interrupted planet property auction finally began. The host finished his routine words, and pointed at each planet one by one. The coordinates he pointed at were immediately enlarged, and a vivid 3D graphic popped up, presenting the different landscapes of the planets to everyone. Are you fascinated by the bold and broad scenery of these planets? These planets are located in the 3rd galaxy. Planet 1, Federal Number B84, is a 2C level habitable planet, with specific coordinates in the 7-star zone, rich in pine stones. Planet 2, Federal Number. He faced the last planet, and kept it a secret for a few seconds. As for Planet 6, it is located in the 5th-star zone of the 3rd galaxy, Federal Number B20, and is a 3C level habitable planet. The guests were in an uproar. Did I hear it right? 3C level. Really? Are 3C level planets being auctioned? How high is the price? VIP room number 18. Is 3C much better than the others? What 3C is it? Shiyun asked. The value of a planet involves data from all aspects, and the 3 most important ones are: Jiang Yuha explained slowly, grain production, mineral resources, and geographical location, and the ratings are all graded from A to E. Food depends on the planet's grain production capacity, which is related to many factors such as the planet's soil quality and environment. Currently, there are less than 50 planets in the Federation with A-level grain production ratings, of which about 1/3 are located in the 1st galaxy, and the others are distributed in the other 5 galaxies except the 8th galaxy. Shiyun nodded. There are 9 galaxies in the Federation. The 7th and 9th galaxies are already completely trapped in the depths of the pollution zone. The 8th galaxy is also surrounded by the pollution zone. Where there is a pollution zone, there are naturally no planets with a grain production rating of A. Jiang Yuhe continued. In addition to being affected by the production capacity of the mineral veins, the rating of mineral resources also takes into account the rarity of mineral resources, etc. High-rated planets are most distributed in the 3rd and 6th galaxies, followed by the 1st galaxy, and the other galaxies are similar. As for the geographical location, it is mainly related to the surrounding environment of the universe where the planet is located. For example, the rating of a planet that is too close to the meteorite belt will not be very high. Of course, the distance between the planet and the contaminated area is also an important consideration in this rating. No matter from which dimension, there are only tens of thousands of B-level planets in the Federation, which is rare from a base point of view. There are 2 orders of magnitude more sea-level planets, but no matter what, the most common is still D-level, so as long as there is AC in the rating, the planet has considerable value. Even if it is not auctioned, the owner of the planet can still get a certain amount of income. Therefore, the planets that usually appear at auctions are 3D planets, and the occasional 2C planet is already a rare existence, enough to cause a heated auction. And the starting price of 3C planets will not be less than 400 million interstellar coins. Jiang Yuhe's voice had just fallen when he heard the host, who had finally introduced the first few planets, announce, 3C planet B20, starting price, 350 million interstellar coins. Wow! Naya glanced at Qin Zixing, who didn't know what he was thinking and hadn't shown any enthusiasm for a long time. Naya was anxious and tried to help answer the question several times, but failed repeatedly. She was so anxious that she finally got the chance and gloated, someone guessed wrong. Ling Hu immediately retorted, Sir, it's impossible for you to guess wrong. There must be something fishy here. Major flaw? Anna guessed. But if there is a major flaw, Xian pondered, wouldn't it be more suspicious if the price was announced at the auction? If you really want to do unscrupulous business, you should bluff. Many VIPs were just as confused as Shi Yuan and the others, and began to discuss. Their voices were transmitted to VIP room number 18 through the eavesdropper, which was somewhat noisy. Ropal's auction is getting more and more cunning. What do you think the host is hiding? No matter what is hidden, the rating is not fake. 350 million is definitely worth it. The data from my subordinates has been sent over. Is there any problem? Food production, mineral resources, and surrounding environment are all normal. It's a meteorite. There is a meteorite 9 light years away. According to the current path and speed, it will hit the star of the planet in about 10 years. It is very likely to cause obvious changes in gravity, resulting in a decrease in oxygen content and terrain changes. By then, the rating may drop significantly. Hurry up and calculate the predictable income in 10 years. It's a good deal. It's still a good deal. Just bid within 800 million. VIP room 95 bids 350 million for Planet 6. VIP room 56 bids 360 million for Planet 6. VIP room 45 bids 400 million for Planet 6. VIP room 45. Yu Daiqing put down the bidding board. The third elder laughed heartily. A mere change in gravity is nothing to our clan. The second elder stroked his beard. Thanks to this meteorite, otherwise we would not dare to covet this 3C planet. Among all the auction planets, its parameters are the most favorable to us. The elder's always solemn expression finally eased a little, Iger's blessing. On the auction table, the latest bidding prices were floating above the 6 planets, among which the bidding price of planet number 6 changed most frequently. After breaking 500 million, the highest bid continued to rise. VIP room number 204 bid 510 million for planet number 6. VIP room number 45 bid 520 million for planet number 6. VIP room number 56 bid 550 million for planet number 6. VIP room 18. The host paused for 0.1 seconds. The bidders cannot see the seller of the auction items, but he can. He knows that VIP room 18 is the guest who temporarily applied for the auction item blooming. What a great guest this is. He just sold a piece of art on a whim and easily sold it for 300 million. Is such a guest also interested in 3C planet? How much will he bid? The host looked back and his brain went blank for 0.1 seconds, but his professionalism was online. He quickly returned to normal. When the outside world was completely unaware of his abnormality, he fluently said the second half of the sentence, bid 70 million, bid for number 5. As soon as this was said, the bidding data of planet number 5, as the only 3D planet among the 6 planets, which had not moved much since the auction began, finally shyly updated. 5 million interstellar coins. That is, the minimum bid increase. The host's professional smile was somewhat stiff. Chapter 203. The projections of the 6 planets orbited around the auction platform like satellites, with the prices following them closely. Planet 6 had the highest price, the fastest change, and the largest font. The second highest was Planet 1, which was currently worth half of 6, or 300 million interstellar coins. Next was Planet 3, which was worth 130 million, 4, which was worth 120 million, and 2, which was worth 100 million. Compared with these companions with a value of over 100 million, Planet 5, whose price had only been refreshed twice, had a very low presence in terms of both price and size. Its ownership was also decided in the background of fierce bidding for planet number 6, in the gap between the host's words. Except for the host who knew the buyer and was surprised for a moment, almost no one else cared about the ownership of planet number 6. Almost. VIP room number 13. There are variables. The man in a pure white shirt and trousers refocused his eyes, and came to a conclusion. The room was quiet. The man couldn't help but look at the woman next to him. She stood in front of the glass wall like a statue, her golden eyelashes slightly raised, and the reflection of the auction table was reflected in her dark pupils. In the reflection, the projections of planets of different sizes rotated one after another, and from time to time, the VIP room on the other side was blocked by the one-way visible glass wall. "What are you looking at?" The man followed her gaze and looked out, just in time to see that the number 6 planet that was auctioned had turned gray and was removed from the auction queue. "Is there anything on that planet that interests you?" "Maybe." She kept her eyes slightly raised, her eyes focused and far-reaching. The VIP room number 18 sold at surprising. The man was a little embarrassed. Surprising was the adjective he just used. Fortunately, her smile and teasing were well-intentioned. "Blooming, at least has 300 million in funds. Why did you bid for number 5 planet?" The man then took a look at the introduction of planet number 5. Since the buyer of the planet had been determined, the introduction text turned gray, and it was not as clear as the black font on the white background, but he still read it quickly. Planet number 5, the only 3D-rated planet today, is inferior to any other planet in terms of food production, mineral resources, and environment. With 300 million, even if he could not bid for planet number 6 with a 3C rating, it would be enough to bid for planet number 1 with the second best rating. Is it because they have to keep their funds for other targets besides purchasing planets? The man speculated hesitantly. The reason why he hesitated was not because he felt that his assumption was untenable, but because she should have thought of the same inference. What made her question this most reasonable assumption? She did not give an explanation, but changed the subject and responded to his original topic. "Since there are variables, share the news quickly. Everyone should have the full right to know." As she spoke, in her dark pupils, the bid for planet number 6, which had approached 700 million, rotated closer again. VIP room number 18. At Shi Yun's instruction, Naya began to bid for planet number 2. Ling, who couldn't help but ask in confusion, "What's special about planet number 5 and planet number 2? It's obvious that the resources they have, planet number 6 and planet number 1 also have, and the resources they don't have, planet number 6 and planet number 1 also have." In her opinion, even if Shi Yun didn't want to join in the fun of planet number 6, he should choose planet number 1. She heard her boss chuckle. "Because one is the cheapest, and the other is the second cheapest." Shi Yun answered without hesitation. Ling Hu, She remembered Shi Yun's logic when buying clothes in the mall, and suddenly felt that it was not so surprising. But the price-performance ratio. Buying a planet is different from buying clothes, Ling Hu reminded hesitantly. Shi Yun waved his hand and wanted to explain something, but was interrupted by the system prompt, "Wait a minute, I take a call first." "Hello? Long time no see, you've been busy recently." "Shi Yun, it's me, Morrison." Unexpectedly, the person on the other end of the line was not Portia, but her newlywed husband. The latter's voice was mixed with panting, and he was extremely tired. "Are you and the Admiral at the Ropal auction?" I have a request, can I?" He rarely asks for help, let alone such an excessive request, which is somewhat difficult to say. "Can you help me get the heart of the sky? The third galaxy has just erupted in serious pollution, and Xia is still in the core of the pollution outbreak. I need the heart of the sky to save her." Jiang Yue watched Shi Yun's face darken a little bit, and asked gently, "What happened?" Shi Yun put the phone into Qin Zixing's arms, and looked at Jiang Yue. "I remember that in the auction list you gave me, the last item was a thing called the Heart of the Sky." Jiang Yue nodded. "Legend has it that the Heart of the Sky is an ancient artifact passed down from generation to generation by a mysterious tribe. which can protect the holder from evil spirits. What's the truth? Shi Yun turned on the communicator. The so-called mysterious tribe. Is this what you mean? She raised her hand and pointed, and the place where her fingertip pointed to was the contact that was added not long ago, Yudiking of Yozu. VIP room number 45. The bidding for planet number 6 was becoming increasingly fierce. Yudiking entered the number 8 in the bidding box with the suffix unit 100 million. It was just a simple number, but it was a weight she had never carried before. Her fingers trembled slightly due to the surge of adrenaline, but she still insisted on moving down and pressing the confirmation button. An urgent communication caught her eye. At the same time, Planet 6 entered the 3-bid stage for the first time. Her companions were all anxious and urged one after another, "What's wrong with you? Why are you in a daze at this time? Quickly bid. If you don't, we have to confirm the buyer. Quick! It's too late." Yu Daiqing's breath was choked, and the capillaries on her face expanded slightly. Her fingers continued to press down, but stopped at the last millimeter. Yu Daiqing. Xiaobai rushed over impatiently, and wanted to press the confirmation button for her. Yu Daiqing raised his hand to prevent accidental touch, and at the same time pushed Xiaobai away, using his body to block the bidding device. "Why do you want us to give up the auction? Give me a reason. Who is talking nonsense?" In VIP room number 18, Xiaobai's roar led the scattered discussions, and pierced from the other end of the communicator. Shi Yun pulled his ear away from the communicator and said calmly, "Judge for yourself whether it is crazy or not. An S-level pollution source has appeared in the 3rd galaxy." The noise on the other end of the communicator disappeared immediately. A second later, Xiaobai's voice shouted again, "Impossible, there is no news." He seemed to want to say something, but the person on the other end covered his mouth. Then Yu Daiqing asked dryly, "Which star zone?" "The 5th star zone where planet number 6 is located is close to the center of the 3rd galaxy. If the S level is only in the edge star zone, perhaps they still have room to breathe." "Third, the central star zone." Shi Yun broke Yu Daiqing's flute mentality. "My friend just escaped from there. It's first-hand information. It can't be wrong." The other end of the communication was completely silent. On the auction table, the host confirmed the offer for planet number 6 for the second time. Yu Daiqing pushed the bidding device out tiredly and sank into the sofa. The 3rd galaxy is already much closer to the pollution zone than other galaxies. If the central area also has an S level, this galaxy will be ruined. There is no point in bidding anymore. But in order to get the capital to bid, their most important things have been pledged to the auction in advance. If they regret it, they will face a sky-high penalty of 2 billion. Don't regret it? Will they take the money from the auction and leave? Their people don't even have a place to live, and the population is constantly declining. What can they do with so much money? Are the armed forces fighting the federal government to seize land? Where do so many soldiers come from? The tribesmen's eyes are helpless and worried, their conversations are panic and anxious, and they are mixed with Yu Daiqing's own emotions, forming a mess, bringing infinite resistance to her beating heart. "Thank you." She squeezed out a sentence exhaustedly, maintaining her remaining self-restraint. "No, this is not the purpose of my call." The voice on the other end of the line was still as calm as ever. Although her communicator was not a peripheral, Yu Daiqing still tilted her head, as if this would bring some peace to the other side. "What do you need?" "I want your sacred object, the heart of the sky." Yu Daiqing's pupils slightly dilated. "Take back the heart of the sky, don't auction it, give it to me." Shi Yun spoke at a moderate speed, concisely, "I will exchange it with you for a habitable planet. As for the penalty, I pay." Yu Daiqing was doubtful. "You have 2 billion? Even the famous star pirate forces in the Federation may not be able to come up with 2 billion interstellar currency in liquid funds at once." "We have 2 billion. In VIP room 18, Naya and Anna were also stunned. Chapter 204. 820 million. Our popular Planet 6 has once again broken a new high in price. Thank you for the generosity of VIP room 204. Are there any other guests who want to bid for Planet 6? Oh! 1. Before the host could read out the number behind, the optical computer interface flashed quickly, and VIP room 123 used hacking technology to forcibly withdraw the bid. This move was like the first cold wind at the arrival of the Ice Age, sweeping and extinguishing the bidding atmosphere that was just white-hot. The news of the existence of an S-level pollution source in the 3rd star zone has been leaked into personal optical brain vision. The host received the reason why the guests lost their enthusiasm. The emotional soothing agent flowing in his blood vessels made him smile without any distortion. The familiar process followed the firmly connected neurons, and after a series of conditioned reflex chemical reactions, He read out from his mouth, 820 million interstellar coins for Planet 6. Are there no other guests who want to bid? Really? Okay, 820 million interstellar coins once. The unlucky VIP room number 204 suddenly lit up with a red light to express dissatisfaction. The host seemed not to see it. 820 million interstellar coins twice. I'm going to hack your culture chamber. VIP room number 204 turned on the loudspeaker and cursed. There is an S-level pollution source in the third star zone, and you dare to sell me 820 million interstellar coins? I'm going to report it to the number 1 supervisory group. The deformed roar echoed throughout the auction venue. For a while, red lights flashed and loudspeakers sounded frequently. Some people didn't know until this moment and couldn't believe it. Some had already bought other planets, and were also regretful and angry. Some people knew the news in advance, and were glad that they didn't have the same bad luck as number 204 and others. There were also those who watched the excitement and didn't mind the big deal, and tried to use this to get benefits from the Ropal auction. There is an S-level pollution source in the third star zone? What's going on? The host was so surprised that no one could find fault with him. Please be patient, I will report it right away, and will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. He stood still for a moment in the eyes of everyone, as if he was seriously reporting the auction accident. After a few minutes, he nodded seriously, and spoke according to the emergency plan that had been prepared long ago. Dear guests, after our auction's rigorous and responsible verification, there is indeed an S-level pollution source in the third star zone, but that pollution source is located in the third star zone, not in the same zone as the planets we are auctioning today. What kind of deteriorated culture fluid are you pulling? The third star zone is in the center of the third galaxy. Does it matter whether it is in the same zone or not? S-class. That's S-class. The situation is so serious, and you still dare to perfunctorily treat us? Everyone, listen to me. The host made a calming gesture. According to our information channels, the Federal Army has arrived at the scene of the third star zone as soon as possible and controlled the S-class. It is expected to be eradicated in 20 hours. By then, the speed of pollution spread will be effectively alleviated, and it is very likely that it will not spread to other star zones. In the worst-case scenario, it will take 5 years to affect other star regions. Therefore, within 5 years, these planets will still have a certain value. Of course, to show the sincerity of our auction, these planets, whether they have buyers or not, will be sold at 50% off the starting price. 50% off in sincerity? What kind of cosmic joke is this? 5 years? What kind of model did you use to calculate 5 years? Who doesn't know that the rate of pollution spread is as unreliable as the weather forecast in ancient times? You are a fraud. Return the goods. Compensation. Yes. Return the goods. Compensation. 400 million interstellar coins. Suddenly, a voice that was incongruous and calm interrupted. The whole place fell into a strange silence. 5 planets, packaged at 400 million, are you selling? VIP room 18 said loudly. Are you crazy? How dare you pick up such a bargain? The whole place spontaneously expressed similar thoughts. VIP room 37. What? What are you thinking? Let alone 400 million. These planets are not even worth 1 interstellar coin now. Staff Officer Rosa muttered, but heard a click behind him. He turned around and saw Lehman put the highball glass on the crystal table, and the oppressive feeling unique to high mental power was spreading little by little. The last time the Admiral had such a reaction was not long ago, at the federal border. Speaking of which, this kind of operation of turning the appearance of S-level into seafood is dead, and I pick up the bargain. And the mysterious woman I met at the border last time. The jumping style of others fight, and I sell goods is quite similar. Rosa suddenly realized, and immediately confirmed the true identity of VIP room number 18. He cast a glance at Lehman quietly. If it was them, was Yozu with them? Would the Admiral choose to arrest them now, or? He looked back at the auction table. 5 planets had been sold, and all the projections were removed. In the empty space, only the host was standing, and the auction of the finale product was about to begin. Or would the Admiral wait until the heart of the sky was auctioned? VIP room number 13. The woman's dark pupils reflected VIP room number 18 above her, and her golden eyelashes fluttered up and down like butterfly wings. Sure enough, it's her. Don't they care about S-level? Realizing that he and the woman were talking at the same time, the man in the white shirt turned sideways and bowed to her apologetically. After receiving her gesture of indifference, he asked in confusion, "What do you mean by her? Do you remember the scene we saw in that distant chaos?" The woman stretched out her sculpture-like right hand and her index fingertip made a circle on the glass, just encircling the VIP room 18 opposite. The man in the white shirt immediately tensed up. Then we? No hurry. She lowered her eyes, and her sight fell on the empty auction table. The heart of the sky is about to be auctioned. VIP room 18. Boss, these planets are very cheap now, but didn't you say that we should keep a low profile and only bid for 2 planets? Naya pointed outside in confusion. Once the auction is over, someone will definitely want to know who bought 6 planets with high pollution risks at once. It will be inconvenient for us to follow up, right? If I don't make a move, they will have to argue for a long time, and Morrison can't wait. Shiyin had already sat up straight, watching the action on the auction table. Naya scratched his head. We don't have to wait for them to argue, right? Yozu has agreed to trade with us. We just have to wait for them to complete the formalities. I'm sorry for the unfortunate incident just now, but we can guarantee that the next auction item will definitely not have any quality problems or risks. Robol Auction guarantees it with its century-old reputation. Now, let me present to you the finale of this auction. The heart of the sky. Damn! How could it be? Naya's first reaction was to look at the auction table, and saw a pure black holographic projection gradually taking shape, slowly turning into a slender tail feather, with a glossy black color, and countless tiny crystal balls hanging on it. The Yozu regrets? It could also be that the auction is cheating. Lien Hu said, those who can participate in the VIP auction are all well-known figures. The problem with the planet auction is enough to make the energy factory suffer. She knocked on the bug, you know, Lehman and Allen alone are enough to make the auction suffer today for the heart of the sky. If there is a problem with the heart of the sky, there may not be the next auction. Anna shrugged, it doesn't matter. She was right. Whether it was Yozu or the auction cheating, it didn't matter to them. The important thing is the heart of the sky. On the auction stage, the host finally finished the lengthy introduction. Heart of the sky, starting price, 1 billion interstellar coins. Almost the next second. VIP room 18 bid 66 billion. What? In VIP room 4, Alan shouted, and only then did her finger barely press the confirmation button. A ding sound came from the auction screen, indicating that the bid of 1.5 billion interstellar coins was not operable. VIP room 37, accompanied by the sound of the auction system ding, Lehman's pupils dilated for several seconds. Staff Officer Rosa was stunned. 6 billion? 6 billion at the beginning? 6 times the price? VIP room 18? The poor VIP room that loves to pick up bargains? The asking price is 6 billion? Did they write an extra 0 because of trembling hands? Where do they get so much money? Adjutant Nyler's face was reflected by the dim light of the screen, and he was shocked and embarrassed. Admiral, we don't have enough funds. VIP room 1364. John forgot to chew the food in his mouth, and the food residue kept spurting out while he spoke. 6 billion? Damn. Brother Sai, are all their high-end games so exciting? VIP room 665. VIP room 502. VIP room 718. After packing up the planet, everyone was shocked again. Even the host took a few more glances at VIP room 18. Are there any other guests who want to? VIP room 4 bids 6.1 billion. VIP room 18. VIP room 18 bids again. 7 billion. The whole audience was shocked. This is already the financial revenue of a star region. In the Federation, who below the Marshal can, who dares to mobilize so much liquidity in public? VIP room 4. Aliener looked at the number 68 on the screen, which had not yet been sent, representing his entire fortune, and his always energetic face showed a hint of grayness. The 300 million. She tilted her head and looked at her agent, her face reflected on the screen, shadows and light mixed together. If I hadn't spent the 300 million on that dress. The agent opened his mouth, but in the end said nothing, only took a pink injection from the mechanical arm, squatted down in front of Alan, and gently lifted her arm. It's okay, we can think of other ways. Your mood swings are too big now. It's not good for your health. I give you an injection of soothing agent first. Alan stared at the agent's actions in a daze, until the sharp metal needle pierced her skin. She suddenly shuddered and screamed, knocking the agent to the ground. No! I don't want it. Take it away. Take it away. I don't want this useless potion. I want the heart of the sky. The heart of the sky. Uh-huh. We have a new bidder. VIP room number 13. Bid 10 billion. The price that broke through 3 digits echoed loudly in the auction hall, like the sound of a bell brought by a heavy hammer. Alan's body shook, he stopped screaming, and sat down on the ground dejectedly. VIP room number 18. Leader details. Level, 15. Transformation power, 76,018.4. Next level upgrade condition. Influence reaches 80,000. Upgrade to level 16 to upgrade the task system. Even if the leader is upgraded 3 levels in a row, the ratio of transformation power to wealth in the exchange system is still regrettably 10,000 to 1, which is still quite far from 10 billion. Shi Yun frowned, and finally looked at Jiang Yuhe. I want to borrow from you. Boom! The one-way viewing glass of VIP room number 45 was broken from the inside out, and countless glass beads splashed outward, reflecting crystal light under the lights of the auction house, and fell on a pair of huge black wings like a rain curtain. Yozu? Someone exclaimed. Without thinking, Shi Yun took out a heavyweight particle cannon from the warehouse, aimed it at the glass in front of him, and pressed the bombardment button. Chapter 205. In addition to not auctioning off rare items, the Ropal VIP auction venue is also known for its absolute safety in terms of privacy, personal safety, and other aspects. For example, the one-way visible glass wall in the VIP room is said to use military-grade technology and can withstand multiple bombardments from mechas, allowing guests to rest assured when evil forces such as pirates attack. However, this does not mean that it can withstand starship-level bombardment. The designer would never have thought that the small VIP room actually had a heavy-duty particle cannon that could only be equipped by a giant like a starship. Item details. Name: disposable handheld heavy particle cannon. Quality: ordinary. Function: carry out an attack powerful enough to strike a starship. Remarks: small fire, big shock. This is an extra mutant generated by Shi Yun in a synthesis experiment. There is only one at present. Someone on the field finally let out a panicked cry. Some speakers that were not turned off in time began to stop and whistle sharply under the dual influence of the shells and human decibels. The visible glass walls of the VIP rooms flashed red light continuously. Yudeking folded her wings, fell, spread her wings, and rushed up. She drew a neat downward curve close to the particle cannon fire, and flew straight to the glass wall opened by Shi Yun with such a commotion on her back. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. There was no one behind her. Perhaps the change was too fast, and the pursuers had not reacted yet. Boss, you did a great job. The heart of the sky is ours. Everyone knew what it meant that Yudeking was flying here with blood all over his body. Naya's eyes were shining with excitement. He pried open the central panel of the VIP room and started to operate it, intending to hijack the signal of the auction transmission device. Run away and watch me. Well, please? She responded. The particle cannon that had completed its mission had already broken into pieces, and the parts fell to the ground with a clang. She had no time to regret, so she just threw the remaining butt of the gun on the ground and ran forward towards the uneven glass wall, intending to throw a boulder to block the road at any time to stop any pursuit of Yu Daiqing. In a flash, she saw a touch of evil red from the corner of her eye. That time was too short, and her brain could not distinguish who was shouting to be careful, who was pulling, and who was giving orders. She only knew that in the chaotic scene, the red light that was different from the light bulb on the glass wall passed by her, past Yu Daiqing, and stabbed down fiercely. A powerful, inhuman scream rang out in the venue. Until then, Shi Yun hugged Yu Daiqing, who fell into her arms, and finally saw the situation on the field clearly, looking past Anna, who was protecting her. A spear-like object as wide as a human waist, covered with thorns, pointed at Yu Daiqing's back, and was nailed to the wall of the venue by Qin Zixing with a dark red long sword. The red light of his earlobe mark was extremely strong, which made the lines of his face clear, and the murderous intent was so strong that it seemed that he had used too much force, and the spear. It was nailed inwards, and almost broken. No! That's not right. Shi Yun opened his eyes wide. It wasn't that Qin Zixing nailed the thing that broke, but that he nailed the thing accurately at the fold. It wasn't a spear at all. It was the source of pollution. Qin Zixing. Shi Yun put down Yudeking, climbed up with his hands and feet, took out the Anon sickle that was strengthened by S-level nuclear crystals from the warehouse, quickly strengthened it with a skill card, aimed, and threw it, shouting with all his strength, "Back! You're back!" Another pollution source of the same shape flipped over the auction floor, raised high, and accurately aimed at Qin Zixing's back. The whistling of the horn, the roar of the pollution source, and the evacuation broadcast from the VIP room drowned out Shi Yun's voice, and Anna, holding a huge axe, stepped on the aftermath of her shouting and landed on the pollution source, an inch of space between thorns. The axe fell, clang. After a series of grinding sounds, the wildly shaking axe finally chopped in. However, this full-strength attack, which was enough to cut off the S-level pollution source's mimic body, only chopped it in. The pollution source's offensive continued unabated. At this moment, Shi Yun's sickle came from behind, and with Ana's cooperation, it chopped into the crack split by the giant axe, splitting it in two. Qin Xingxing, who was almost stabbed into a skewer, turned his head back, without any fear on his face, just heartlessly showing a bright white tooth, and even heartlessly freed his left hand that was holding the sword, and gave a thumbs up to Shi Yun and Ana. Great, great, I knew I could trust my back to my respectable and lovely teammates. It's fucking time, and you still have the time to talk nonsense. Ana frowned and cursed Shi Yun's heart. As if provoked by the enemy's attitude, another inhuman roar echoed in the venue, the broken glass wall cracked further, the ground shook violently like an 8-magnitude earthquake, and the invisible structure around the auction table began to fall apart, revealing the artificial materials inside and the pollution source that almost occupied half of the auction space. It turned out that from beginning to end, there was only one pollution source on the field. It was a huge spider. The transmission signal is wrong. It must be interfered by that thing. Naya's eyes twitched, and she roared breathlessly in the noise. Not to mention us, the entire venue can't escape. As the main body was exposed, the other 6 spider legs of the pollution source also appeared in everyone's sight. They danced very flexibly. 2 of them stabbed towards Qin Xingxing and Ana with afterimages, and the other 4 stabbed towards VIP room number 18. Linghu. Almost at the same time, Jiang Yue called out gently and decisively. Okay. Linghu nodded, and the relaxed look on her face disappeared. The surging mental power was released from her body, wrapping the VIP room to form a smooth and solid round shield. Physical/mental defense shield. The next second, the 4 spider legs gathered into a huge bundle and hit Linghu's shield fiercely. After a silent blow, Linghu vomited a large mouthful of blood. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that she would not be able to withstand the second blow. But this little time difference is enough. Jiang Yue raised his hand and threw 2 transmitters to Shi Yun, motioning her and Naya to wear them, and then put the 3rd transmitter on Yu Daiqing's hand, who had lost her ability to move, and held her horizontally. Let's go. Logically, the pollution source interfering with the transmission signal is an indiscriminate behavior. That is to say, whether it is the transmission device of the auction or not, it is just a pile of scrap metal at this time. But Jiang Yue has such an ability that makes people feel that as long as he speaks, things will never go wrong. The 4 spider legs failed to hit, and they raised their legs high to gather strength. Give me 2 more. Shi Yun stretched out his hand to Jiang Yue. Then you go first. Don't waste time. No one has time to take the transmitter in this scene. Even if he gets it, Qin Xingxing will not go with us. Jiang Yue, who always responds to requests, refused her for the first time. There are too many lives here. He looked outward. Even Lehman will not sit idly by. In the direction he pointed, a brown light jumped into the field at some point, and while the 8 spider legs of the pollution source were busy, it launched a surprise attack on the main body. The 4 spider legs paused for a moment, and one of them went back to rescue the main body. The remaining 3 spider legs were about to be ready. Talking nonsense is a waste of time. Give me the real reason. Shi Yun retracted his gaze, and looked at Jiang Yue with a cold face. Jiang Yue was helpless. Some pollution sources have the ability to track transmission signals. Qin Xingxing is too close to the pollution source. He paused and sighed. Believe me, Qin Xingxing will not be in trouble. This is the Federation. Do you know how much Lehman wants him to die? Jiang Yue knew that he couldn't win, so he put 2 more transmitters in her hands. At this time, the 3 spider legs had completed the accumulation of power, and with the momentum of breaking the wind, they attacked the VIP room number 18 with overwhelming force. Shi Yun grabbed the things with his backhand, stepped forward, put his hand on Linghu's shoulder, and ordered in an unquestionable tone, retract. Linghu's body trembled slightly, and he took back the shield before reason. Skill, a mouth that follows the law, intermediate, remaining time to take effect, 30s. After 0.1 second, the 3 spider legs pierced the place where the shield was originally located, and continued to stab with overwhelming force. Shi Yun was well prepared. At a speed that ordinary people could not imagine, he raised his hand, and threw out several reinforced boulders in succession. Block it. 3 spider legs landed on the boulder, and several small pudding-like light balls were stimulated one after another. Shi Yun stepped on the edge of the glass wall. Qin Xingxing. Qin Xingxing, who had already drawn his long sword, looked up at the sound and met Shi Yun's eyes across the flying spider legs. After a moment, his mouth opened into a brilliant arc. Boss, this is my home court. Give me some face. Yeah. Shi Yun responded with a barely perceptible sound, with countless comeback as circling in his mind, but what he said was, "Then it depends on your performance. Catch it." The two transmitters were covered with disgusting colloids, spinning in the air to draw a parabola. The pollution source had several spider legs trying to intercept, but still hesitated for a few milliseconds. "Okay, see you later." Qin Zixing laughed loudly, turned around and leaped, the red light on his ear past half of the venue, and he caught the two transmitters accurately, wiped the colloid on them, and rubbed it on the spider legs that had just rushed over. The pollution source let out an extremely humiliating roar. "Dogs hate people." Shi Yun cursed with a smile and started the transmitter. Chapter 206. At the other end of the transmitter was a starship that Jiang Yuhe left at the border of the fourth galaxy. Jiang Yuhe's equipment was all high-end, so the dizziness caused by this instant transmission was barely noticeable. Shi Yun quickly stabilized his body and looked at the other people who had been transmitted before him. Before he could say anything, he saw another person's figure slowly solidifying beside him. It was Jiang Yuhe. He was actually transmitted back after her. Shi Yun couldn't help but look at the other person a few more times. Jiang Yuhe noticed her gaze, smiled and nodded gently. "This starship is yours." As if to prove his sincerity, a gentle mechanical broadcast sounded from the starship. "Captain's authority has been changed. Welcome aboard, Captain Shi Yun. This is a very good warship." As early as the first battle, the brothers David and Nia gave their judgment. Its configuration is no less than the latest model K-7402 of the Federation, and may even be higher. And Shi Yun left the Earth this time, initially just to pick the fruits of the warm black pine, and the starship he drove was extremely ordinary. "Thank you." Shi Yun suppressed many questions in her heart and generously accepted Jiang Yuhe's kindness. She temporarily abandoned Qin Xingxing and Anna in order to rush to the third galaxy as soon as possible to help Morrison and Portia. She had no reason to refuse Jiang. Nia called David and Crane. She instructed and walked quickly towards Yu Daiqing, who had been helped into the medical cabin at this time, but the lid had not been closed yet to start treatment. He only leaned against the cabin wall reluctantly, with his hand on the edge of the medical cabin facing Shi Yun, tightly holding something. Shi Yun came to Yu Daiqing, squatted down, raised his hand to help her remove the tiny feather stuck on the side of her neck. "The deal we talked about before still stands." Yu Daiqing's straight lips relaxed a little, and her hand that was tightly holding the thing finally loosened. A jet black and shiny tail feather fell from her hand, and the countless tiny, but not cumbersome crystal balls on it reflected a very beautiful brilliance. Shi Yun reached out and gently caught the almost weightless black feather. "Congratulations on obtaining the epic item, Heart of the Sky. You have triggered a side quest. Do you want to check it? Maximum level bull." Quest description: how could an excellent leader like you not have maximum level skills? Mission requirements: please upgrade any skill you have to the maximum level. Mission rewards: transformation points * 10 million. Do you accept this mission? Why is this the side mission that is triggered? Based on past experience, the triggering of side missions is closely related to current events. But what is the connection between the Heart of the Sky and the maximum level skills? Shi Yun didn't have time to think about it. He just accepted the side mission and stood up. In just a moment, David and Clan, who were on standby on their own starship, also teleported over, and Amanda also came with them. Amanda? A registered soldier of the Federation, who was supposed to be a captive of Earth, but was returned to the Federation when Shi Yun and the Federation Marshal made a deal. Her existence itself shows that Jiang Yuhe is not simple. Report to the captain, the battleship's energy and backup energy are both sufficient. At this moment, the highest energy consumption can reach the destination coordinates of the third galaxy in 45 minutes. Do you want to start the jump? As the original co-pilot of the battleship, Amanda is one of the people who is most familiar with the battleship, so it is natural for her to sit in the third co-pilot seat. As for the first and second co-pilots with higher authority, David and Nia are in charge. All arrangements are just right. Shi Yun looked at Jiang Yuhe deeply. No need, 45 minutes is too slow. Amanda was puzzled, but this is already the fastest solution. There are faster ones. You used the primary skill, and your mind was open. Environmental safety detection completed. Current environmental safety rating, D. There is a high-risk S-level pollution source. The space door has been opened. The attempt was successful, and the brain with skills opened up finally returned to normal. Did you see the changes in the space parameters there? Shi Yun sat in the main driving seat and said to Amanda and Lien, who in disbelief, go through there. The third star system, the third star zone, near Bingjiawangsing. The Federation starship was like a thin star ring, busy orbiting around the planet where the pollution had erupted, trying to evacuate the residents on the planet and control the further spread of the pollution. When the space fluctuations were obvious enough to alarm the Federation Army, General Bond of the 4th Military Region was pointing at the communication records and questioning Morrison, who was taken into the main ship. Major General Morrison, please explain why you took photos of our military deployment at such a critical moment? Who did you send the photos to? What do you want to do? Is the sudden outbreak of pollution in the third galaxy related to you? Morrison was covered in blood, as if he had just experienced a fierce battle. I just asked for external help. External help? Bond repeated incredulously. As a Major General of the Federation, when you encountered a pollution outbreak, your first reaction was not to report to the Federation, but to seek external help. Your loyalty to the Federation is really worrying. I really don't understand why the Marshal promoted you again. Morrison said nothing, looking past Bond at the dark vacuum outside the main ship that had shrunk by half. Bond thought he was just resisting passively. Several subordinates reported that the third emergency plan had taken effect and the pollution had stopped spreading. Finally, I can give an explanation to the Marshal. Bond took a sip of water and looked at Morrison again. You heard it too. If you had reported it to the Federation immediately, the current situation might be more controllable. In this era, looking at the universe, apart from the Federation, what other forces can deal with the sudden pollution? Before he finished speaking, all the starships sounded the alarm. Outside the ship, the pollution that had just stopped spreading suddenly doubled, engulfing all the frontline warships. Report to the Admiral. The third emergency plan is invalid. Report to the Admiral. The fourth emergency plan is invalid. Report to the Admiral. The sixth emergency plan is invalid. Report to the Admiral. Abnormal space fluctuations have been found. It's S-Class. It must be S-Class. That S-Class is coming out. Baldwin didn't care about the cup that was overturned in the chaos, and only shouted retreat for the fourth time with a hoarse voice. Abandon the rescue immediately. The entire army retreats 0.5 light years. The fuel burned twice as fast, and the brightness of all the starships increased. But before the Federation starships could retreat, the fluctuation data broke through the threshold, the space was distorted to the extreme, and the scene appeared strangely dislocated and spliced. A huge and solid starship, like a bullet, was nailed in front of everyone in the Federation. Immediately, the communication of the Federation main ship was hijacked, and the huge communication screen showed the figures of 4 people. Except for the woman sitting in the main driving position, the other 3 were old acquaintances of Bond. Before Baldwin could react, a video was forcibly transmitted. At the same time, the leading woman spoke a long string of words. Baldwin, by order of the Federation Marshal, Qin Xingqing has resumed his rank of General of the Federation, and has taken over the 4th Military Region again. Since there is now an S-level pollution source in the Bishi area, Qin Xingqing is fighting the enemy together with Admiral Lehman, and is unable to split his attention. I have ordered the 3 behind me to command the battle here. Her voice echoed with the video that was automatically played. Marshal Green said to Qin Xingqing kindly, Xingqing, consider returning to the Federation. Zixing, consider returning to the Federation. Qin Zixing regained his rank of general, and took over the 4th Military Region again. Zixing, consider returning to the Federation. Pollution sources also appeared in the Baishi area, so Admiral Qin was ordered to take charge this time? Zixing, consider returning to the Federation. Even Admiral Lehman had to accept this reality, and fought side by side with Admiral Qin. The video loop was so magical that there were too many elements at once. Baldwin, who was once Qin Zixing's subordinate, was stunned and pressed against the backrest of the driver's seat. After a long time, he could only palely utter a single sound, "Ah!" The woman on the other side waved her hands impatiently, as if she was shocked by his stupidity. Military affairs are urgent. Why are you still there? Why don't you dispatch them quickly? Do you have any objections to the Marshal's arrangement? I'm not. Are you still thinking about your personal honor and disgrace at such a critical moment? I'm not. Then why are you still standing there? Do you want to delay until the situation is irreversible and become a sinner who is condemned by thousands of people? I dare not. I will do it immediately. Baldwin's head was buzzing with questions, and he even had the illusion that the other party had a sacred and inviolable holy light. It was not until he sent Morrison to the other starship, invited David to the main driver, and finally settled down in the co-pilot seat that Baldwin belatedly remembered a question. That? David? Sir. Baldwin organized his words tremblingly, fearing that he would accidentally become the eternal sinner who questioned the Marshal's orders and only cared about his own gains and losses. I know that the marshal reappointed General Qin, but the female officer who spoke on behalf of the general just now. She. Who is she? Chapter 207. The warships sponsored by Jiang Yuhe are of considerable size, but compared with the hundreds of federal fleets, they are just a small boat. But even the powerful federal fleet is only a harmless microwave on the vast sea compared with the current Bingjiu Wangxing. The pollution of Bingjiu Wangxing is really spectacular. It is like a huge flower field that has been lit. The bright orange-red color is jumping, expanding, shrinking, and burning into everyone's eyes enchantingly, making people dry their mouths and dizzy. Shi Yun glanced away slightly, and the system's voice sounded in her mind. Your skill, Holy Mother, Intermediate, has stopped casting. I have to say, both are federal admirals, but how come this Baven and Lehman look so weak? She muttered to herself and met Morrison, who had just been transmitted. I brought the heart of the sky here. She raised her hand and pointed outside the ship. I just saw the fate of the federal warship. If you get a little bit of it, you can't escape. Pollution is highly corrosive, right? She even tried using a boulder that blocked the road. The boulder prop would passively activate a function similar to a protective shield when it encountered an external force attack, but it could not last even a second in that pollution. This is not a situation where you can find a way to make a protective shield and bring a pollution filter to go in. The heart of the sky can solve this problem. Do you know how to use it? Although the heart of the sky is the sacred object of the Yu clan, the method of using it seems to have been lost in the inheritance from generation to generation. Even Yu Daiqing, the current leader of the Yu clan, does not know how to activate it. As for Shi Yun's system, the current description of the item Heart of the Sky only stays on the crystal gem-like decoration on the black feather is said to contain the power of the sky. This kind of mysterious and useless nonsense. Yes, we found a... Mollison's hurried words stopped abruptly. He glanced at the man standing not far from Shi Yun, and his face changed. Mr. Jiang, are you still alive? Mollison's late father was a person who experienced the era of Jiang Yue's rule. In the hearts of that generation, Jiang Yue's weight was far beyond the reach of the leaders before and after him. This admiration and respect not only did not fade away with Jiang Yue's short-lived term, but continued to ferment until the leader, who suddenly resigned and disappeared, was pushed to the altar and became a hero for their descendants to look up to. Jiang Yue nodded frankly, smiled and stretched out his hand to Morrison, sunk. Mollison subconsciously stretched out his hands to shake hands, and his eyes widened when he heard the words. But now is not the time to go into details. His concern for Portia suppressed other emotions. Morrison took a deep breath and completed the file transfer operation. This file has been destroyed halfway, and the focus is not on the heart of the sky, but it is enough. Shi Yun followed Morrison's instructions, turned to the specified page of the file, and quickly browsed through it. Morrison was right. There was not much research content about the heart of the sky in the file, but it was very helpful for the current situation. The heart of the sky could help a person achieve pseudo-assimilation. In other words, as long as we activate the heart of the sky, we can confuse the pollution and make it think we are its own people? Yes, so I can go deep into the heart of Bingjiu Wangxing to find Xia. Mollison stretched out his hand to Shi Yun. Please give me the heart of the sky. General pollution can indeed be confused. After all, it has no eyes, and can only distinguish abnormalities according to some rigid rules, like radar. But is the S-level pollution source so stupid? Ling Hu raised doubts. Such a big living person entered its territory. Even if it completely complies with the rules, it is obviously wrong, right? Morrison shook his head. The pollution source inside has not yet formed human-like intelligence, otherwise I would be dead now. Really? Naya cursed. It's S-level, but it still doesn't have human-like intelligence? What's the difference between this and a baby who is already proficient in 100 planetary languages when he is born? David took a breath. Amanda's face turned pale, then once it grows up completely. I will destroy its crystal core before that, Mollison said firmly, looking at Shi Yun, who had not responded to him for a long time. Shi Yun's eyes fell on his forearm that was corroded to the point of almost exposing the bone, and then on his other hand that had always been hanging by his side. Let's not talk about the fact that you only have half a hand left, and your movements are restricted. She raised her hand to interrupt Morrison's unspoken rebuttal. How much mental power do you have left? Enough to complete the task. I just came out of it, and I know that the nuclear crystal of this pollution source is much more fragile than other pollution sources. The remaining mental power is enough for me. Maybe enough for you to destroy the nuclear crystal. Shi Yun finished the second half of his sentence for him, and then asked him a question that he had not expected. But is it enough for you to resist the effect of the pseudo-assimilation of the heart of the sky? Mollison was stunned for a moment. The document does not mention that the heart of the sky has side effects. It is not mentioned. Shi-Yun said, I don't know what the principle of its pseudo-assimilation is. I only know that any disguise always requires at least some superficial effort. If there are no side effects, then everyone is happy, but if there are... She paused, looking at Morrison's pale face due to mental exhaustion. We only have one heart of the sky, we can't afford to gamble. But I can't let any of you do it for me. For you? Jiang Yu has said lightly, do you know how many people will die if the pollution source inside develops human-like intelligence? Mollison's face turned red and white. For him, asking Shi-Yun and Qin Zixing to help bid for the sky-high-priced heart of the sky was already a very excessive request. He had always imagined that he would get the heart of the sky, return to Bingju stargazing and rescue Portia. Even if he failed to rescue her, he could kill the pollution source in the cradle, and die on the same day and year as Portia. In his imagination, no companion should wade into the muddy water and pay the price of his life because of his request. But he forgot the possibility of failure. Whether it was Shi-Yun or Jiang Yu's words, they were the truth that he could not refute. Shi-Yun could not help but look at Jiang Yu more. Since they met, Jiang Yu has always been gentle, polite, and approachable. This is the first time she has seen him criticize someone mercilessly. She thought about it, but her face remained calm. Clan, you are the one with the highest spiritual power among us, you go this time. Clan responded. Amanda stopped him. How high is your spiritual power? Don't rate it, I know your rating is S, I want the specific value. This is a very rude question under normal circumstances. However, the situation today is special. Clan did not take it as an offense, and his eyes showed a little more respect. He reported his stats in detail. Spirit attack power 619, Spirit defense power 542, currently in full strength. 620, 600, in full strength, light attribute spirit power. Amanda used her right heel as an axis and turned to Shi-Yun neatly, and saluted in a standard military salute. Sir, Amanda Luoshan applies to go into battle. Theoretically, she is indeed the best candidate. Shi-Yun looked at her boss for advice. Jiang Yu had no objection. The method to activate the heart of the sky was very simple, and it was the old-fashioned route of dripping blood to recognize the master. Amanda cut her fingertips with a knife and dripped a drop of blood onto a crystal ball on the black feather. The blood drop trembled and fell on the crystal ball, but it was not absorbed by the crystal ball as the document said, but it slid down innocently from it like an ordinary drop of water encountering a gem. What's going on? Is there not enough blood? Amanda frowned, and the blade in her hand turned, and was about to cut her wrist. Shi-Yun stopped her. Speaking of which, when Yu Daiqing brought the heart of the sky over, he was covered in blood, but it didn't seem to activate it. What was the problem? She pondered for a while and asked, Naya, check Yu Daiqing's mental value. That is one of the most basic functions of the medical cabin. No, we have it here. Since the fight with the S level at the auction, Lien who has not recovered yet, and his speech is quite weak, 724,650. Higher than Amanda. Shi-Yun fell into deep thought. Perhaps the problem is not the blood volume, but the strength of the mental power. Among the 8 people present, Morrison and Lien Hu were seriously injured, so there was no need to consider them at all. The mental power of several people headed by Amanda was lower than that of the Yozu leader, and although Shi-Yun himself had reached level 15 as a leader, the panel data showed only 550 mental power. As for Jiang Yu, 50-70. As if he could see her thoughts, Jiang Yu gave the answer calmly. Oh my god. No way. David and his brother couldn't help but mutter. You have to know that this person was once the leader of the Federation. This value is normal for ordinary people, but in the turbulent federal political situation, it is no different from a disability. If any troublesome general is not convinced. Shi-Yun was also a little surprised. She could guess that Jiang Yu's mental power was lower than Amanda and others, but she didn't guess that his mental power was just that of an ordinary person. In any case, if the mental power of the 8 people on the scene is not high enough, who else can they find? Maybe she should call her brother or Shi-Yun over. Both of them have a spiritual power of thousands. If they can't do it, then no one in the world can do it. But the problem is that one of them has a negative value of Schrodinger's 3, and the other has a stable negative value of 3. Who knows what will happen if they use the heart of the sky? But now, they can only treat the dead horse as a living horse. Suddenly, the warship jumped. Except for the 2 brothers David, who were sitting firmly in the driver's seat, everyone else was caught off guard and fell forward into a ball. Boss, are you all okay? David had a thin layer of sweat on his back. The pollution has spread again. Naya stared at the dashboard intently and added for David. No. Shi-yun said as he lifted Amanda, who had fallen on him, his. Fuck, what is that? David's hair stood up as he noticed several abnormal surveillance data inside the warship. Cran, draw your sword quickly, 3 o'clock ahead of you. Naya's throat tightened. Just now, it seemed like something got in. Upon hearing this, Clan immediately drew out his 2-meter-long quantum sword and looked towards the 3 o'clock direction with murderous intent. He looked at Shi-yun, who had not yet stood up. Clan, Shi-yun, The latter looked at his arm, which was accidentally scratched by Amanda, and then looked at the sky heart that fell to the ground and faintly glowed with blood, innocent and harmless. Are you talking about me? The thing that sneaked in? Chapter 208. This is probably the closest that Clan and his friends have come to rebellion since they joined Homeland No. 2. After an awkward silence, David, who was the first to shout "What is it?" stared at the dashboard with full concentration. Naya, who urged Clan to draw his sword, was busy and complicatedly operating the warship. Poor Clan was holding a big sword, without any props to cover himself. He could only draw a few trembling arcs in the air palely, and press the button to put away the sword after several seconds. Lianhu and Amanda. I thought Miss She was not arrogant at all, but now it seems that her deterrent power is no less than Qin Xingxing, so she doesn't need to be arrogant at all. Shi-yun. They really don't want me to find an excuse to send them to clean the toilet. Everyone has their own concerns, but it doesn't affect the progress of the mission. Although Shi-yun's mental power data can only be considered average, the heart of the sky was accidentally activated by her blood for some inexplicable reason, so she can only be the one to go to Bingjiu star viewing. Based on this fact, everyone quickly developed several response plans. Shi-yun drove the mecha away from the warship, approached Bingjiu Wangxing, and before the mecha was polluted and corroded to the point of no return, he ejected from it, and used the landing function of the protective suit to land on the surface of the planet. Item details. Name: Shi-yun's Heart of the Sky. Quality: Epic. Function: the crystal gem-like embellishment on the black feather is full of power from the sky, and you, as the temporary new owner of the Heart of the Sky, as long as you stay with it, you are the only person in the world who can be favored by this power. Note 1. The sky is a very sacred existence in the Yozu culture. It is a synonym for freedom, unrestrained, borderless, and compatible with everything. It is said that the most powerful generation of Yozu, after 999 years and 99 days, forged their spirit with the sacred sky and made the Heart of the Sky that has been passed down from generation to generation. The system did not mention the concept of pseudo-assimilation, but it seemed to explain why the Heart of the Sky can allow people to travel freely in polluted places. It even seemed to explain why she heard many strange noises. Blooming. The flower of hell bloomed. Endless. The new generation in hell. The ominous sunshine. Whose voice is that? Who is whispering? What kind of boundary did she cross? She inhaled the Heart of the Sky, whose name, function and notes had changed, and turned off the thrusters of the combat suit. Thank God, the Heart of the Sky, which obviously had a certain range of action, could not protect the mecha, but it could still protect the combat suit she was wearing next to her body, otherwise she would never have been able to reach the destination coordinates so easily after landing on the surface. This is the difference between Morrison and Portia. The S-Class crystal core has not yet been fully formed. After Thea transforms into a mermaid, her scales have higher defense and her speed will also be improved. The range of movement is about 100 kilometers. With her personality, she will not sit and wait for death. Even if she cannot escape, she will try to find a shelter with lower pollution concentration. Mermaids are naturally sensitive in this regard, so just check the pollution radar. When Morrison gave the coordinates, he changed his usual taciturnity and gave instructions in detail. But it's not necessary anymore. All the details are not necessary anymore. She found Portia right there. In the burning, pulsating orange-red background, in the environment where both the color and the fragrance were so rich that it made people feel nauseous and suffocated, in the seemingly endless thousands of ghost whispers, Shi-yun raised her head and looked at her friend Portia, who had turned back into a mermaid. The noble and beautiful fish tail was gracefully raised, and the mermaid drew a perfect circle in the air with her extremely flexible body. Her blue scales that shone with the deep-sea light were all burning, and the burnt parts were scorched without luster. On the charred black, there was a layer of snake-like things, wrapping the outer contour of the mermaid, like an umbilical cord, winding and connecting the mermaid to a broken incubator not far away. On the jagged edge of the incubator, half of the charred mermaid's tail was hanging. The closer the radar got to that place, the crazier the alarm sounded. It was not difficult to guess that there was an S-level nuclear crystal that had not yet taken shape hidden there. You came at the right time. I was worried. Portia seemed to be still conscious. Feeling Shi-yun's arrival, she tilted her head and smiled gently at Shi-yun. Although she looked haggard, her smile was still beautiful. Her long golden hair was no longer smooth and uneven, and several strands were burned when she tilted her head. It's okay, I take you away. Shi-yun responded with a comforting smile and walked towards the S-level nuclear crystal. Don't go, come here first, I'm afraid it's too late. Shi-yun stopped in confusion. Portia was conscious and didn't look like she was controlled by the S-level, but the Portia she knew was better at fighting a desperate battle and rarely flinched because of probability. Unless, Portia wants to protect someone. But Morrison has returned to the warship safely, and she has been unharmed all the way. Looking around, there is no one on the planet. Who else needs Portia's protection? Then she saw the answer. In the small inch of safe space enclosed by the mermaid's body, a walnut-sized object floated up slowly, light blue, translucent, solid gelatinous, a bit like the popular children's toy ocean baby. This is a fish egg. Shi-yun's intuition told her. Help me take her away. Portia's eyebrows were soft, and her eyes were full of this little ball. I will take you with me. Shi-yun looked at the umbilical cord connecting Portia and the S-level pollution source, thinking that they should be cut off before solving the pollution source. Hold on for a while. It's too late. I have made a choice and am part of it. Portia's chest rose and fell heavily, but she didn't sigh. She came too unfortunate, but I have already lost her sister. Her chest rose and fell again with great effort. Take her away quietly before the S-level goes berserk. Shi-yun responded with silence. Is it only possible to save Portia's child? But even for this matter, I can't guarantee. Shi-yun quickly searched the various props and skills in the warehouse and the mall, trying to find a foolproof solution, but was at a loss. I was able to come in because of the Heart of the Sky, but according to the rules, the power of the Heart of the Sky is only effective for me. Try to put it in the pocket of your combat uniform. If the combat uniform is fine, it should be safe too. Combat uniforms are inanimate objects, outside the rules, but your child. It hasn't hatched yet, and is in hibernation. Portia tilted her head slightly, and a few strands of hair were burned again, except that it's a little bigger. It's no different from the fish eggs we usually eat, so it shouldn't be considered a living thing. Shi-yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What time is it? Can we stop telling jokes from hell? Portia's tail fin swayed slightly. This doesn't look like you at all. You are the most adventurous girl I know. You are wrong about me. If conditions permit, I can use a backup plan to turn a plan into a Russian nesting doll. Portia didn't know what a Russian nesting doll was, but she still smiled happily. Let's take a gamble. Finally, she said. Shi-yun stopped talking and nodded solemnly. She stretched out her hands, carefully reached into the small space, and gently held the mermaid eggs. If I had known, I would not have let Morrison go first. The mermaid watched her movements and chatted with her. He doesn't like to talk, and he will bore the child. Remember that I invited you to leave the Federation? Shi-yun held the fish eggs out and held his breath unconsciously, fearing that his hand was too heavy. If you and Morrison have no objection, you can come to my base to settle down. It's very lively there, and the little mermaid will have many playmates. Is there sunshine? Yes, there is also the sea. The sunshine shines on the sea, and the waves are sparkling beautifully. Portia closed her eyes with satisfaction. The fish eggs had been fished to the edge of the safety circle. Worried that the fish eggs would come into contact with the outside world for even a second, Shi-yun half leaned on Portia. Half of her body was in the safety circle, making sure that the pocket of the combat uniform was inside the circle, and then she opened the pocket and put the fish eggs into the pocket with one hand. At the moment when the fish eggs were just about to be put into the pocket, her elbow suddenly encountered a resistance. It was as if something was holding her elbow. The pollution, which was originally stable, became violent. The orange-red color deepened, the fragrance doubled, and even the secret words without traces became much noisier. Put it down, put it down, put it down. Leave, leave now. Despicable, robber. Stay, stay forever. At the same time, the worried voices of his companions came intermittently from the in-ear communicator worn by Shi-yun. Boss, are you, sizzle, okay? The pollution value, sizzle, suddenly, sizzle, soared just now. The Federation has lost many warships again. ZZ. Fortunately. ZZ. We ran fast. Use your skills to get back quickly. We. ZZ. Emergency transmission. ZZ. Arrived at. Number 48. In the end, Shi-yun could no longer hear what they were saying, and she couldn't even hear herself. Countless fragrant orange-red phantoms surrounded her tightly. The resistance her elbow encountered had risen to a terrifying height. If she hadn't used her skills in time, her arm would have flown out of her shoulder. "Xia, are you okay?" Shi Yin shouted with all his strength, and every word seemed to be squeezed out of his throat. "I can't move now. I need you to hold on for a while." Portia smiled at her. This should be a promise. Shi Yin finally found a strength skill in the mole, and finally felt that his body was a little loose. Portia's mouth opened and closed. "What?" Seeing this, Shi Yin asked in a hoarse voice, "What did you say?" "It's too noisy. I can't hear it clearly." Portia just smiled. Her eyes drooped, falling on the fish eggs that were half hidden in Shi Yun's pocket, with endless tenderness and infinite regret. Finally, Shi Yun heard her voice. The mermaid language was difficult and obscure, a string of abstract and meaningless symbols, but the long and soothing tone reminded people of sunny days, the sea, and the gentle waves on the sea's surface blown by the gentle breeze, which was very much like a mother's embrace. It was a mermaid's lullaby. The pressure on Shi Yun slowly dissipated. Portia's singing voice became clearer and more melodious, and more powerful, as if more and more people were singing with her from unknown corners. The resistance completely disappeared, and the fish eggs were safely put into the pocket. Shi Yun looked at Portia deeply, and among the orange-red phantoms that had already revealed human outlines, he used his skills to open his mind. Click. When he was about to step into the other side of the space, Shi Yun vaguely heard the sound of something breaking. She subconsciously looked in the direction of the incubator, and found that the charred mermaid tail had disappeared by half at some point. The junction of the 3rd, 4th, and 6th star systems, the Bishi area, the Ropal VIP auction venue. Ka. Qin Zixing held the long sword in his hand, and looked indifferently at the cracked spider's back. The S-level nuclear crystal cracked inch by inch until it finally ran out of steam, and was swallowed up by the dark blood-colored 6-star array below. After finally defeating the S-level, the dark red light of his earlobe mark was more evil than ever, and there seemed to be no sign of extinguishing. He cast his sights to the left front. There was an exaggeratedly large hole there, and at the edge of the hole, half of the number plate of a VIP room was left. 1. He remembered that the remaining half was 3. But there was nothing in it. The fierce fight broke through dozens of VIP rooms, including number 13. The broken furnishings, spilled food, spilled wine and water, and the body parts that no one recognized were all mixed together, making it look like an overturned pallet. "You can run fast." Qin Zixing sneered, and the mark on his earlobe became more and more transparent. Suddenly, he frowned slightly, looked up at the broken dome of the auction, and looked into the sky that seemed to have no end. Spiritual resonance of the mermaids? As far as he knows, there is only one mermaid with this level of resonance, Portia. Is everything okay in the 3rd galaxy? He put away his sword, his brows drooped for a few seconds, and his murderous aura finally faded. Jumping down from the dissolving S-class body, Qin Zixing strode forward, and was about to help Anna, who he had placed aside, when he met Lehman's eyes from afar. An extremely unwilling gaze. TSK. Qin Zixing looked back at his former colleague. "If you wish me dead so much, why did you save me just now?" Lehman's pupils were a little dilated, but his eyes were full of resentment, because only you, can kill that thing, everything is. He opened his mouth and tried to breathe in oxygen, but it made a sound like a bellows. It is the interests of the Federation. I hate it so much. Why is it always you? Why, I am also a genius. I hate it so much, but everything must be the interests of the Federation. His pupils were completely out of focus. Qin Zixing was silent for a while, walked to Lehman, raised his hand, and touched the back of the corpse's neck. As expected, he found a capsule-sized object that was different from human bones. He had browsed the top-secret files of the Capital Star Research Institute, which contained a research and development record of embedded pacifiers, which still bothered him. Silence. For a long while. He put the corpse back and cursed coldly. "Fuck you. Put the interests of the Federation first." The spiritual resonance of the mermaid was still coming from afar, touching people's nerves vaguely, like a melodious, nostalgic, and mournful requiem. Chapter 209. Our national goddess Alien will present another masterpiece to you. As the voiceover introduced, Alien's somewhat yellow projection smiled sweetly, and danced lightly in the limited living room. "Garen, have you done your homework? Why are you watching TV again?" Kokot came over with a pot of baked potatoes, glanced at the projection, and muttered unhappily, "Huh, she's just an actress, and you dare to call her a goddess." Grandpa, the goddess I'm talking about is not the same as the one you're talking about. Galen pouted. Don't worry about your grandfather. This old guy is very stubborn and likes to make a metaphor out of nothing. The rabbi smiled and touched a potato. Because it was too hot, he changed his hands from left to right, as if this would make it cool faster. Cocotte put down the dish bowl with a bang, glaring. What metaphor is there? It's simply blasphemy. The rabbi stuffed the potato that had been peeled off with great difficulty to little Galen, and secretly exchanged a look with the latter. Here we go again, old-fashioned. You've got enough. The goddess Seville is magnanimous, and won't care about these trivial details. Cocotte didn't buy it. You are too casual. People nowadays are too casual. They mix black into white and white into black, without any reverence. It's a mess. It's all a mess. It's not a mess. It's just that you are too rigid, Grandpa. You are talking nonsense again, you dead kid. Don't worry about him. Eat the potatoes quickly. They won't taste good if they get cold. You can eat fresh potatoes now. Isn't it because of the blessing of the goddess Seville? It's obviously all thanks to Sister She. What does it have to do with the goddess? You don't know your grandfather yet? He would probably say that he is the incarnation of a goddess. It's very likely, okay? The three were arguing, and Alan's yellow projection suddenly disappeared. The light in the living room dimmed for a moment, and then brightened again, but the projection had turned into a serious news anchor. Now let me interrupt for a breaking news. The anchor looked solemn. The third star system of the Federation, Bingjiu has erupted with a level 10 pollution. All space flights to the third star system have been urgently suspended. Citizens of the Federation living near Bingjiu are requested to evacuate in an orderly manner according to the instructions of the rescue team. Rabbi, did I hear you right? 10, level 10? That's the pollution concentration rating comparable to the core pollution zone. Isn't Bingjiu in the central area of the third galaxy? It's still far away from the pollution zone on the border, right? Why is it so sudden? Cocotte stopped peeling potatoes. Take a look at the hot searches. Rabbi popped up his light brain interface. On the top 10 hot searches in the Federation, in addition to the sudden pollution of Bingjiu, the most conspicuous one was the suspected S-level pollution source appeared at the Lopal auction venue in the Bishi area? Cocotte couldn't believe his eyes. How is it possible? Doesn't the S-level only appear in the core pollution area? Doesn't the Federation have a Skynet to detect pollution sources? Could it be an instant transmission device? But don't current transmission devices have settings for high-level pollution sources? Quick, click in and take a look. The page failed to jump, and it showed that the link was invalid. It seems that someone is removing the hot search. It's just that the effect is not good. Soon, the Bishi area is back in the top 10 hot searches. Although the keyword is no longer the dreaded S-level pollution source, but rescue teams from various forces, it is hard not to make people associate it. Cocotte and Rabbi looked at each other, and saw fear in each other's eyes. If the spread of pollution is no longer gradual, if the Federation's detection and interception of S-level pollution sources are no longer effective, then no matter which planet it is, it may become the next Bingjiu or Bishi area at any time. The same panic occurred in every corner of the Federation. Everyone is in danger. After many years, official news has once again received widespread attention, and everyone wants to know how the situation will develop. Pollution on Bingjiu is spreading, and the Federal Rescue Team is expanding the blockade. Pollution on Bingjiu is spreading further, and the Federal Rescue Team is adopting a new set of emergency plans. Breaking news. The Bishi area was attacked by terrorists, and has been urgently blocked, and all flights have been suspended. Admiral Lehman rushed to Bishi as soon as possible. Pollution on Bingjiu is still spreading, and the blockade is further expanded. All federal citizens living in the third system are requested to be prepared to evacuate at any time. The news that was updated one after another only brought more and more serious bad news. Until nearly half an hour later. The reporter in the mecha paused and looked back at the deadly orange-red area. Citizens, I seem to hear some singing. Mermaids! It's mermaids! Oh my god, how can I hear the singing of mermaids here? And it seems that there is more. The voice paused again, and the camera switched from the outside of Bingjiu to the inside of the mecha, reflecting the reporter's excited face. Good news. The contaminated area of Bingjiu has shrunk for the first time since the outbreak. The pollution concentration of Bingjiu is rapidly decreasing. Got it. Citizens of the Federation. I just received first-hand information. The song I just heard was the spiritual resonance of the mermaids. It was this melodious song that controlled the pollution concentration of Bingjiu Star. The singer was Portia, the administrator of the first star zone of the 6th galaxy. She was using spiritual resonance to control pollution. It turns out that the spiritual resonance of the mermaids has this ability. The pollution intensity of Bingyuang star has dropped from level 10 to level 8. It is still dropping. Long live Portia. Long live the mermaids. The Federal Rescue Army is ready. We will land on Bingjiu Wangxing immediately to carry out follow-up rescue after the pollution drops to a level that the protective clothing can withstand. Now, we will give the picture to the Bishi area. I heard there is good news there. Fellow federal citizens, the Federal Army has completed the suppression of terrorists. The Bishi area will be unblocked in 1 hour. It is a pity that Admiral Lehman died gloriously in this suppression operation. The Federation will hold a farewell ceremony for him in 3 days. May he rest in peace in heaven. Based on the traces of the battle at the scene, it is not only Admiral Lehman who made outstanding contributions to this operation, but also a mysterious person whose identity needs further investigation by the military. At the same time, the mysterious person mentioned by the media, Qin Zixing, was condensing in the transmission platform of a certain battleship of the Federation. Hey, have you changed the starship? This temporary transmission platform is quite decent. He carried the unconscious Anna in one hand and waved the sickle in his hand with the other hand. Shiyun, I brought your sickle back. His figure finally solidified, and he could see the situation inside the warship clearly, and he tactfully kept quiet. Shiyun was talking to Jiang Yue, and the atmosphere between them was not friendly. David and his brother came over quietly. General, you are finally back. Where did you get the antique headset? I stole it. Big Spider broke the communication module of my combat uniform. Qin Zixing explained casually, handed Anna to David, and winked at the front, with a tone of gloating. Did these two quarrel? Nai explained the previous situation to him in a low voice. The boss was not in a good mood after returning from Bingjiu stargazing. Portia didn't come back, so she only gave the fish eggs to her. Fish eggs? Qin Xingxing was stunned, and the mermaid's dying song seemed to still linger in his ears. No wonder. David misunderstood what he meant. General, do you also think that we should trouble Jiang? But this matter. I actually think it has nothing to do with him. Really? Qin Xingxing jumped off the transmission platform and sat down on the steps. Who kindly invited us to the Ropal auction? Who installed a bugging device at the auction in advance? Who carries a transmitter to the warship? And whose warship is equipped with an instantaneous transmission device that the military doesn't have? The question he raised was exactly what Xian had just asked. It's a coincidence. With the help of Naya, David put Anna in the medical cabin. Jiang Yue is such a meticulous person. Not far away, Lian Hu said something similar to David. It's because you are such a thoughtful person. Shi Yun's eyes were still fixed on Jiang Yue, and his tone was not without coldness. Why didn't you dissuade me from entering Bingjiu Wangxing? You finally got in touch with me. Aren't you afraid of losing me in order to save Portia? Given her relationship with Jiang Xingshui, there shouldn't be such willful and ambiguous doubts. Except for Qin Xingxing and Jiang Yue, most people showed an expression of not wanting to comment. Only Lian Hu smiled like an auntie, thinking that her boss's emotional journey had finally made a new breakthrough. If you are not worried about my safety, Shi Yun continued, then when I wanted to stay in the Bishi area to deliver the transmitter to Qin Xingxing, you repeatedly dissuaded me. What were you worried about? Qin Xingxing didn't expect this to happen, and immediately rolled his eyes. Your uncle is the surname Jiang. Shi Yun looked at Qin Xingxing, confirmed that he was fine, and then looked back at Jiang Yue and continued, were you just worried that I would waste a few seconds? You should know that the time we spent verbally arguing was much longer than the time it took me to throw a transmitter. I am confident in his strength, so I don't think there is any need to make trouble. Jiang Yue was still gentle. The heart of the sky just restrains the situation of Bingjiu Wangxing, so I don't think it will be a big problem for you to go. Everything he said made sense. Lian Hu and the others didn't even understand why Shi Yun was angry. But where does your confidence come from? Shi Yun narrowed his eyes. Other things can indeed be explained by coincidence, and it's not surprising that a person's behavior occasionally contradicts itself. But there is one thing that I can't figure out. Why did you choose to transfer the warship number 48? She called up the warship layout map from half an hour ago. The location of the number 48 warship was very exquisite, just outside the pollution range at that time, and it was the closest to Bingjiu Wangxing. But if the pollution range was retracted a second later, it would be the first warship to be swallowed by the pollution. The speed and range of the pollution were irregular at that time, and you already know that I have teleportation skills. No matter which warship you choose, I can teleport. Why don't you choose the warship farthest from the pollution? Why choose the one closest to Bingjiu Wangxing? I don't believe that there are coincidences again and again in this world. Shi Yun pulled out the spiral fire bamboo gun and pointed it at Jiang Yue's throat. He was not surprised by the other party's unevasive attitude. Please explain clearly this series of events that are quite to your liking, and this inexplicable overfamiliarity from beginning to end. What is the situation? What is your purpose in approaching me? Chapter 210. The sharp tip of the spear was against the man's thin neck. If it was moved forward 1 millimeter, it would cut the trachea on it. However, the owner of the trachea was not panicked at all. He raised his hand to stop Amanda and Lianhu from moving forward. When I chose number 48, I thought it was too risky. You might find a flaw. But if you don't choose number 48, which is closest to Bingji Wangxing, the image transmission signal may fail, and your skills may not be able to be used. Just like you said, I don't want you to make any mistakes. Of course, I know your real problem is that at the time of the incident, the pollution spread without any rules. How did I know that number 48 would be the warship closest to Bingji Wangxing, and would not be polluted and spread? He explained slowly and frankly, looking into Shi Yun's eyes. That's because of my father's spiritual skills. The great prophet is actually real. The two Naya brothers blurted out. This skill, as the name suggests, can predict the future. The accuracy of the prediction is highly linked to personal ability and characteristics. It is a spiritual skill with neither attack power nor defense power. Even in terms of the population base of the Federation, it is extremely rare. Since there was no means of disproving the prophecy before it happened, many charlatans who claimed to be great prophet came out to cheat. In those days, in order to help pollution refugees, Jiang Fu used his experience of rising rapidly to become the leader of the Federation, claimed to have the skills of a great prophet, and implemented the assistance plan with a small number of people defeating the majority. Later, pollution occurred in the Federation, and Jiang Fu resigned under pressure from all sides. Many news media mocked him. Can our great leader see his own future? Since then, everyone generally believes that Jiang Fu is not a great prophet, and the previous declaration is just a political means. Yes, father did not lie, but the future is known but not known, and the butterfly effect is not a field that humans can control. Jiang Yuhe confirmed the two brothers' guesses, and his eyes were still on Shi Yun. After my father left office, he tried his best to spy on the future for me, so I know what will happen today, and I have found out the whereabouts of the heart of the sky. I know that with you, and the heart of the sky, we can prevent the catastrophe of the third galaxy. It's just that Portia. I'm sorry that the foresight is not detailed enough. But today's catastrophe is not the end. We have only bought a few more years. In a few years, the Federation's shabby foundation will completely collapse. By then, pollution will be rampant and corpses will be everywhere. Humanity needs to find a new base before that. That's my goal. Jiang Yuhe ignored the deadly weapon still pointing at his throat, and made a large movement in the surprised eyes of everyone. He knelt on one knee in front of Shi Yun, took her left hand that was not holding the gun, and solemnly kissed her hand. The instructions of fate cannot be violated. Your base will be the last piece of pure land. His dark green eyes reflected Shi Yun's figure from bottom to top. Please let me be loyal to you. The S-level leader, Jiang Yuhe, has a strong desire to join you. Will you accept him as a resident? 1 week later. Earth, home number 2. Shi Yun lay in the cave, her thighs hanging in the air outside the cave, dangling in boredom. Her eyes looked vertically upward, staring at the details of the residents in the system in a trance. Resident details. Name, Jiang Yuhe. Race, Shengta. Spiritual power, 50/50. SAN value, 70/70. Skills, none. Introduction. Qin Zhou, founder of the Darkwood Light Gate, is one of the largest smuggling arms suppliers in the Federation. He has connections with the Federation, major star pirates, mainstream religions, and other forces. He is deeply supported and loved by his subordinates. He has extremely high political ambitions, and the ambition to overthrow the Federation regime and rebuild social order. He has a very high liking for Shi Yun, the leader of the number 2 home base. Personal impressions and the like, written in a neat paper introduction, and the main person saw it, it felt really subtle. Shi Yun was speechless every time he saw this sentence. Having said that, Jiang Yuhe's details, no matter how many times I read it, still felt very strange. As the former leader of the Federation, his mental power and SAN value were too low, so low that he didn't even have any skills. The introduction was also very strange. I don't know if the system thought that the former leader of the Federation was not worth mentioning, or what. The whole article only said that he was a sunken boat. What kind of word games is the system playing with her again? Shi Yun shook her legs, turned off the details of the residence in her field of vision, and stared at the dark cave ceiling in a daze. It can be judged that although Jiang Yu had concealed something, he did not lie. His intention to join the base in order to overthrow the Federation was real. Moreover, as an S-level leader, he fully exerted his abilities in the few days since joining Home Number 2. Under his ease, all matters of the base became efficient and controllable. Even the thorny Shiyin bought into his account without the temptation of cookies, and Shihai, who disliked everyone in the Federation, was also quite polite to him. Is this man actually a magician? I knew you would come to the fireworks cave. A voice broke her thoughts. Shiyin glanced forward and saw Qin Zixing slightly exerting force with his hands and waist, and jumped into the cave with a smile, handing her a bottle of orange-yellow bubbling liquid. Just developed orange juice soda. Try it, and see if it tastes like what you remember. The cave where you saw fireworks is called the Fireworks Cave. What kind of aesthetic naming is that? Shiyin took it casually and took a sip. The stimulating orange flavor instantly filled her mouth. The taste is about the same. How many retro inventions are you making recently? Well, 56, 7, 8, and 9. This is the era of technological explosion. The bottleneck of the base's development has been energy for a long time. The unexpected trip to Heli Star solved the most critical raw material for the inverter. Although the Ropal auction went wrong, the deal was still completed as agreed. The planets in the third galaxy were finally acquired by Shiyun, successfully solving the supply of several other materials for the inverter. As for other resources, connections, and even technical support, they were no longer a problem after the light gate represented by Jiang Yu had joined the base. What's more, there is a bug as big as Shiyun's system. In less than a week, the most mature area of the base has achieved a complete leap from the agricultural age to the industrial age. Witnessing and even personally participating in such a big leap, everyone is extremely excited. The whole base is thriving, and all kinds of strange inventions are emerging one after another. Retro soda is just the most inconspicuous small branch. Qin Xingxing sat down next to Shiyun, holding up the unfounded microphone, and handed it to Shiyun's mouth. Is the leader very pleased now? Not bad, keep up the good work. Shiyun cooperated with him without any emotional ups and downs. TSK, your attitude right now is not inspiring at all. I kick you down now, and I guarantee your heart will dance in the air. Ha ha ha. Qin Zixing laughed exaggeratedly and funny a few times. The laughter echoed in the basin for a while, and then slowly died down. In the distance, the sunlight storage street lights in the newly built factory were working diligently, and the afterglow barely squeezed in a few strands, covering the entire basin with sparse golden light. We have almost found a planet for the Yu tribe. It is in the solar system. Yu Daiqing said that no matter what, she still hopes to be our neighbor. She has gone against all odds. Although the Yu tribe's opinions were mostly dead at the auction. The Yu tribe is highly sensitive to pollution, whether it is the geographical location of the core pollution area or the Pluto tribe on Earth, they are very uneasy. Qin Zixing talked about this and that vaguely, and finally drank a sip of the brown soda he brought with him. Exciting. It is worthy of being the legendary Happy Fat House water on Earth. Why doesn't the Federation introduce this? She is very smart. She knows that once they become neighbors, the Earth will not sit idly by and watch their fate. Shiyun was not surprised by Yu Daiqing's choice, as long as she is still the leader of the Yu clan. And the Yu clan's combat power should not be underestimated. It is a hard bone that even Lehman, with his elite troops, cannot chew in a short period of time. Qin Zixing took the initiative to clink glasses with her, and the two bottles made a crisp knocking sound. In the blink of an eye, we have a friendly country that helps each other. This wave is not a loss for us, yeah. Shiyun felt the vibration of the beverage bottle in her palm. She looked at the ripples of the liquid inside, and couldn't help but sigh. She is a very qualified leader. I admire her courage. Not everyone is determined to carry the weight of the fate of an entire tribe. After all, just one life is heavy enough. Qin Xingxing put down the drink and leaned slightly toward Shiyun, still thinking about Portia. Shiyun shook out the bubbles hidden in the drink. I'm thinking about you. What? Qin Xingxing interrupted her without saying anything, his face full of surprise. You're thinking about me. Oh my god, this is really something I never dreamed of. He shrank back in Shiyun's eyes that looked like a corpse, and the second half of the sentence was forced to turn around. A serious conversation where you shouldn't joke, please continue. Shiyun gritted his teeth unbearably and retracted his intention to name names. I was thinking about what someone told me, saying that there is no zero-sacrifice strategy on the battlefield, saying that you should not try to save everyone, and that everything should be based on the overall situation. The copyright was forcibly blurred, and Qin Zixing did not dare to claim it. He only exchanged the bubbling Coke for flat orange juice after asking Xiyin for consent. Your trip not only solved the pollution source of Bingjiao but also controlled the pollution that would have spread to the entire third galaxy to the small Bingjiao and also satisfied Portia's wish and brought back her child. This is already the best result in the overall situation. You did it. Xiyin raised his eyes. It was not me who did this, but Portia. If she had made a different decision at the time, I would have rescued her, even at the risk of spreading the pollution. More and more people have applied to join the base in recent days. I believe that the base will expand on a large scale soon, which is the direction I once hoped for, but I suddenly realized that I don't have the awareness of Yu Daiqin to make a decisive decision. I don't think I am a person with a big picture. In the trolley problem, I will save the person in the lane that has the person I care about tied to it. When I built home number 2, I didn't think about being the light of mankind, nor was I creating the so-called last pure land. I just wanted to find a place for my family to stay. Should I be the leader? When I was working, I was just a small employee who had nothing to do with management. She finally couldn't hide the confusion in her heart. After all, I was just pushed to this point by the situation. Qin Zixing smiled lightly and rubbed her head. What does it matter? There are many fish in the current fish pond, and it won't create only one hero. When it can't push you anymore, it will naturally take someone else's place. Sophistry. Then no matter how powerful a human is, there is a limit to what they can bear. Xiyin tilted his head to look at him. Is this how you reconciled with yourself? After the 823 Fallen Riot? Unable to bear the burden, so you chose to resign? Qin Zixing paused and tactically drank a sip of chemical sugar water, without any ripples, you know? When you were playing S-level, you missed a piece of information given by Morrison. Xiyin projected the file Morrison brought out from Bingjiu Wangxing. The appendix of the file is the activation method of the Heart of the Sky, but the main research object is actually the mermaid. The Federation is very interested in many characteristics of mermaids, such as spiritual resonance, purification talent, longevity, and extraordinary charm. The research focus of this document is on the purification talent of mermaids, but it mentions the 823 Fallen Riot incident in bits and pieces, with the original intention of reminding later generations to pay attention to the harm of the fallen with mermaid characteristics. The reason why Xiyin paid special attention to the 823 incident was because Qin Zixing was mentioned in the document. Just a few words. The Fallen Riot caused countless deaths and injuries. Qin Zixing, who was the admiral of the Federation at the time, went to suppress it and was seriously injured for half a month. The harm of the fallen can be seen. Therefore, please make sure to use high-strength AO glass for the incubator material. Xiyin highlighted this short line of words. I was very curious, so I asked David for the database and looked through the information of 823. There are still very few relevant records, but I found that you resigned shortly after the incident. There must be a direct connection behind this, right? Qin Zixing smiled bitterly. Apart from anything else, Jiang Yuhe is right about one thing. The foundation of the Federation has long been riddled with holes and rotten. He ran his 4 fingers over the words countless casualties, as if he wanted to hold them in his fist. The so-called countless here refers to the 11 senior officials of the Federation. The fallen are humans whose transformation failed, and they have always been synonymous with unstable and uncontrollable. Most of the places where they appear are covered with corpses and blood like the Shura Hell. As the strongest combat force in the Federation, Qin Zixing spent most of his time dealing with pollution sources. He did not participate in many operations to suppress the fallen, but that was indeed not the first one he was responsible for. The transformation experiments were voluntary on the surface. Although he was not naive enough to believe this, he had to do his job. Once the experiment failed and the fallen seriously threatened public safety, he had the responsibility and obligation to wade into the moral muddy water. But that trip was really too muddy. There was only one fallen one in the group, whose strength was comparable to that of an S-level pollution source, and whose skills were very tricky. Qin Zixing had to work very hard to kill him with his sword. The white wings of the fallen one that were forcibly spliced together turned into light spots and dissipated, revealing a group of modified people under the wings. Some of them had mermaid tails, some had the smooth fur of the Carter tribe, and some had the lively rabbit ears of the Bonnie tribe. They were beautiful, slender, and curious, and their smooth bodies were covered with dense pinholes. Seeing Qin Zixing, they rushed out from under his wings, knelt down in front of him charmingly, hugged him, stroked him, and leaned on him, like a group of puppets with fixed programs. Qin Zixing's bloody hands trembled, and were rubbed by the cat-like head again and again. A surviving senior research institute executive kicked them away, and came over with a smile on his face. Admiral, Great kindness. If it weren't for you, we would all die today. He followed Qin Zixing's frozen gaze and looked over. Oh, you like that cat, girl? Let me tell you, if there is a fallen one among this group of people, there is no guarantee that there won't be a second one. Don't worry about him. I have better and more obedient ones, you. These pinholes, you. Qin Zixing heard his own question. What did you do to these people? Oh, just some special emotional soothing agent. The senior executive winked. You have intensive phobia, right? Don't worry. The expiration date of this batch is about to expire. The newly modified ones don't need such a large dose, and we have already started to develop embedded drugs. I believe there will be a breakthrough soon. Expired. Qin Zixing repeated the only two words he could digest, forcing himself to ask the next question. If it weren't for today, what would you do to these people? How would you deal with? Expired. Humans? Of course, it's euthanasia. We can't let them become fallen and endanger public safety, right? General, don't worry. We won't do such irresponsible things. Today was just an accident. He never said the next sentence. Qin Zixing's sword sank into his chest. I'm also surprised that it has developed to this point. That day, Qin Zixing completed the unfinished massacre of the winged fallen. Half a month later, Qin Zixing's high fever finally subsided, and Marshal Green went to visit him again. I received your resignation. Green sat beside his bed. You didn't write a reason. Qin Zixing looked gloomy. I thought I didn't need to write one. I killed 9 of those 11 people. Green's face was calm. So what? They are scum among people, and they should be killed sooner or later. Qin Zixing laughed sarcastically. Oh? It seems that when you sent me out this time, you had already given me a secret order to massacre everyone through telepathy? Then I completed it so well you must give me a big medal? That's what I was planning. Green took out a box and opened it in front of him. A strange medal with an unprecedented 5 stars on it came into his sight. You will be the first admiral of the Federation, second only to me in authority. Do you think I'm interested in this piece of metal junk? Qin Zixing waved his hand in annoyance. Take it with you. I'm not going to do this anymore. Marshal Green didn't take it as an offense. He just sighed. Zixing, don't act on impulse. You have to focus on the overall situation. What is the overall situation? The interests of the Federation? Is it the interests of the Federation, or the interests of a group of people who think they are superior because they have a little money and power? I know you have always been disgusted by these things, so unless I have no choice, I will never send such tasks to disgust you. You also know disgust? Since you feel disgusted, why don't you ban the experiments on human modification and pacifiers? Don't be too excited, pay attention to the wound. I have explained to you many times that the experiment itself is not wrong, it is the people who are wrong. Faced with doubts, Marshal Green was exceptionally calm. This is the limitation of human beings. To get rid of this limitation, we can only continue to explore and research. Only in this way can human beings move towards a more moral, more efficient, and brighter future. Ha! Your willful retreat will not solve any problems. If you put aside your personal emotions and think calmly. This is why I have been urging you to use emotional soothing drugs. You will find that in order to curb this phenomenon of abuse of power for personal gain that you hate as much as possible, you need as much power as possible, and become the sword of Damocles that everyone fears. Green pushed the box containing the 5-star medal forward. You have made a good start in this suppression campaign. As the first admiral of the Federation, you can access all top-secret files at any time and deal with scum like today at the right time. Qin Zixing, under the leadership of you and me, the Federation will explore the path of human evolution at the lowest cost and move towards unprecedented glory. I have a question. Qin Zixing picked up the 5-star medal, and the rectangular metal piece exuded a coldness in his palm. What is your so-called right time? Should we kill the technical leader, who has crossed the moral bottom line, but is about to make a breakthrough in the experiment? Should we kill the pioneer of the times, who has tested the bottom line of human beings, but is about to make a great contribution to the Federation? Should we kill the government officials, who have made countless political achievements, but have corrupted their personal morals? The metal sheet twisted and melted under his powerful mental power, becoming a piece of scrap metal. What is the difference between the so-called sword of Damocles and the cleaning robot that helped you deal with the leftovers after you have eaten and drunk a lot? Then you left the Federation in a daze? Shiyun asked, holding his chin. I really want to answer so handsomely. Qin Zixing rarely spoke truthfully, but the fact is, then I left the Federation in confusion. After that, he did encounter the situation that Green said I couldn't save people due to insufficient authority. I have to admit that even now, I still benefit from the resources I came into contact with when I was an admiral from time to time. So, for a while, I couldn't help thinking that Green was a bastard, but what he said was not completely unreasonable. Maybe it was really because I didn't have enough vision at the time and acted on impulse. Blah blah. Jean Zixing shrugged. I almost regretted it. What's the difference? Shi Yunqiu raised the air microphone, genuinely curious. The orange flavor left in the mouth by the chemical syrup was fragrant and sweet. Jean Zixing's eyes fell on her, and his Adam's apple moved. Maybe it's just that someone has proved it countless times with actual actions. She can save Morrison remotely with a carrot, can save more than 3,000 Earthlings who should have died in the underground city with her imagination, and can fulfill her promise to pick up her comrades in the 5 minutes of the enemy's limit. His eyes were full of concentration and smiles. It is precisely because of the limitations of human beings that those who are unwilling to give up anyone at the beginning, those who rack their brains and do their best to pursue a happy ending, are the most courageous and precious. Because every success of theirs is to turn the impossible into the possible, and it is an epic surprise. Chapter 211. In the dim and narrow hotel capsule, Kelly lay flat on the 80-centimeter wide bed, staring at the energy bar that was only a quarter full. After hesitating for a long time, she did not eat the last food reserve, but used her mind to turn on the hotel projection TV connected to her optical brain signal. The low-quality projection was not even as big as a palm, and the clarity was hard to describe. The speaker was rustling. Reed Starr, a reporter from the Federal News headquarters. Now let's turn the camera to the third galaxy. 3 months have passed since the pollution source incident on Bingjiao Wangxing. After the pollution source was eliminated, the pollution range in the Bingjiao Wangxing area has been shrinking. Unfortunately, as of 10:43 a.m. today, the pollution shrinkage rate is infinitely close to zero. According to pollution experts from the Federal Capital Star Research Institute, the pollution in this area has entered a quiescent state and will remain stable for a long time. Despite this, please do not enter the third star area of Bingjiao Wangxing. Next, we will ask pollution expert Axe to explain the relevant principles and risks to us. Expert? Kelly cursed with disgust. If the expert's words were true, there wouldn't be so many companies leaving the third galaxy during this period. She knew in her heart that she couldn't go back to Bingjiao Wangxing in the short term. The small apartment she bought with her life savings was gone. In fact, even if she could go back, what would happen? She was a dispatched salesperson for the Bingjiao Wangxing Energy Factory branch. She was on a business trip when the pollution source incident occurred. Halfway through her trip, she heard that the entire branch was eroded by pollution and no one survived. She was lucky to have a life, but the misfortune was that she had not received this month's salary yet, and no one reimbursed her for the expenses she paid for the company during her business trip. Neither the Ropal Energy Plant headquarters nor the federal government provided disaster relief for the incident to the dispatched employees. What's even more outrageous is that she still had to continue to repay the loan for the apartment that no longer existed. At this point, even if she took out all the money in her pockets, she couldn't get enough money to buy an energy bar, let alone a mood-soothing agent. Another interview rejection letter was sent to the mailbox. Kelly pulled her hair in annoyance. Her mentality was on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, she had accumulated a lot of transmission mileage from many business trips. With the mileage, she could exchange for an interstellar transmission ticket at most. She could only try her luck in another galaxy. I can't afford the transmission tickets for the capital star and the second galaxy, and the prices are high. Kelly muttered to herself and changed the channel with her mind. The election of the administrator of the first star zone of the sixth galaxy has another scandal. The strong candidate in Yongyi's optical computer information has been leaked, and he is suspected of colluding with the notorious Star Pirates Paradise to engage in illegal human body transactions. Currently, the largest-scale citizen protest in the history of Galaxy 6 has erupted, led by the First Star District. Now, reporters will randomly interview citizens on the street. Under the brand-new mermaid statue, the reporter put the microphone to the mouth of the passerby. Hello, what do you think of this election? Why did the great Portia die instead of these federal termites? Bah! Kelly, who just wanted to find the next job as soon as possible, frowned. Galaxy 6 is so chaotic. She changed the channel again. Since the terrorist attack, the Bishi area was briefly unblocked for a period of time, and then the highest level of blockade was implemented again. It has been nearly 3 months now. Many citizens have asked the federal government for an explanation. The federal government explained that the Bishi area has not completely eliminated the terrorist risks, and the estimated time of unblocking is unknown. What terrorist risks take so long to be investigated? And even such a powerful Admiral Lyman was involved. Kelly struggled to move her body, and finally turned over, muttering, "Why do I feel that those conspiracy theories are right? There is also pollution in the Bishi area, and there are many pirates there, and there are meteor showers. It's not safe at all. Only the fifth galaxy is left." The projection flashed again with her thoughts, and news reports from the fifth galaxy sounded in the cramped space, with a bustling crowd. Famous federal actress Alyssa Allen appeared in the second star district of the fifth galaxy to cut the ribbon for the newly opened Ropal Mall. During the ceremony, Allen said that she would donate 300 million interstellar coins to establish the Alyssa Charity Foundation to help the suffering citizens of Bingjiawangsing return to normal life. The newly completed Ropal Mall will receive support from the foundation and give priority to hiring suffering citizens of Bingjiawangsing. The reporter walked into the newly opened mall and randomly interviewed the human employees he met. "Well, yes, I'm from Bingjiawangsing. I have been a fan of Alyssa for so many years. I really didn't follow the wrong person. Alyssa, I love you. Alyssa is really a gift from God. Woo woo woo, Alyssa is the best. Thank you, Alyssa, thank you, merciful Lord." It is said that the religious atmosphere in the fifth galaxy is the strongest, and it is true. As an atheist, Kelly is not interested in this culture, but her wallet does not allow her to be picky. She opened the recruitment software without much interest, skillfully changed the location to the fifth galaxy, and selected free food and accommodation with one click, and sent her resume to all companies including the Ropal Mall. Just before she was about to press the confirmation button, the projection swiped and automatically turned off. The capsule popped out without any explanation, and the robot slid in front of her on wheels, mechanically prompting, "Your stay time has expired. Please confirm checkout or renewal." Kelly looked at the time on the robot's display in a daze. "I bought a 2-hour capsule, came in at 11:08, and it's only 13:03 now. There should be 5 minutes left. The timer starts from the moment you made your payment. Your payment time is 11:03. Now it is 13:03. Your stay time has been used up. Please confirm to check out or renew your payment. Does the 5 minutes it takes to complete your formalities count? Your stay time has been used up. Please confirm to check out or renew your payment. I only need 1 more minute." Kelly suppressed her anger. "It's okay if you don't want me to stay. Lend me some electricity. The bioelectric charging module of my optical computer is broken and needs an external power supply to use. Your stay has expired. Please confirm your checkout or renewal. Don't go too far. Your Ropal group still owes me 1 month's salary and reimbursement. It's enough to buy a room for so many days." The guests' emotional fluctuations have been detected to exceed the normal threshold, which poses a major threat to the hotel facilities. The security system has been called. Kelly was thrown out of the hotel by a group of robot security guards. The winter wind roared and surrounded her like a hungry ghost. The gray sky mocked and spread its hands, scattering countless white crumbs to the ground. It's snowing. The biting temperature cooled her anger, and her body bit by bit. If she froze to death on the street today, it would probably not be worth appearing in the news tomorrow. Kelly closed her eyes. An especially large snowflake landed on the tip of her nose, and the melted snow water penetrated into her nasal cavity, stimulating her to sneeze. She rubbed her nose reflexively, and after a long time, her stiff fingers reacted to the touch that was not like snowflakes. Kelly opened her eyes tiredly, and found that she was clumsily holding a small card with third-rate color matching and fancy. At first glance, it looked like a solicitation advertisement that was not suitable for children, but after a closer look, it was unclear whether it was a solicitation advertisement that was not suitable for children. Magical Bay's sightseeing tour. Lots of delicious food, lots of beautiful scenery, and endless surprises. There are various plans. You can choose whatever you want, and you are guaranteed to be satisfied. Food and accommodation are all free, first come first served, and latecomers have to queue up. Chapter 212. Board and lodging free? I want to go. I'm so hungry, I want to eat. I'm so sleepy, I want to have a good sleep. It would be great if this were true. I want to go. Kelly fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long it took. Oh! Wake up! Marianne. Your tourists are awake. There was a noisy sound of footsteps. Kelly heard someone whispering to her, Are you okay? Kelly opened her eyes, and saw a man and 2 women standing in front of her. She couldn't help but shrink back. Where is this? She remembered the words your guests, actually your tourists, but she remembered it wrong, and she suspected that she had been trafficked to some improper place. She was more alert in her tone. Who are you? The girl standing in the front had her hands on her chest. If you look closely, she is more nervous than her the traffic person. The two behind me are nurses at the tourist medical center. I am your tour guide for this tour. Nurse? Tour guide. What's going on? A man and a woman behind the girl were whispering. She seems to know nothing? Did you make a mistake? That's impossible. When I found her, she had a business card in her hand. That business card. Have you signed up for the sightseeing tour of our base? The girl asked carefully, thinking about something, and waved her hand again. I'm not here to urge you to start sightseeing right away, but I heard that you woke up and wanted to come and visit you. If you still feel uncomfortable, you can continue to rest. The girl was really shy, and her voice got lower and lower as she spoke. Fortunately, Kelly finally remembered the business card. With the boy's reminder, she found the business card with questionable aesthetics from her pocket. She was incredulous. You mean the base I'm talking about here? The magical base? 3 heads nodded in unison. Ah? How did I get here? Sleepwalking? I have no memory of it at all. Kelly scratched her hair, and her peripheral vision saw a line of words on the business card. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she knelt up. Here. The girl was startled by her action. You please tell me? Board and lodging. Board and lodging are all free. Really? They quickly pushed a table of delicious food to Kelly. Real food, fresh food, there are meat, vegetables and soup. This configuration is already high-end enough. But what is more frightening is that none of the ingredients are energy products. Oh my god, even if they are human traffickers, this is too much of a waste, isn't it? Kelly held. Even if I have to be chewed, I have to make sure my kidneys are well nourished. And ate 2.5 tables in a flash. Can you take the rest away? At the end of the meal, she asked with tears of happiness. Half an hour later, Kelly, who was burping, carried the packed barbecue skewers and followed the girl out of the medical station. What do you want to choose? The girl shyly handed her an A4 size metal sheet. You really want to take me sightseeing? Kelly took it and found that it was something like a flat screen. Well, you are quite retro. The mainstream information carriers in the Federation are now all optical brain projection. She carefully browsed the content above and found that it was actually a questionnaire. What is your style when traveling? Special forces. Must visit the most attractions in the shortest time. Retirement and leisure. Cross out all itineraries that require getting up early and rushing. This seems like a personality test question. Ha ha ha. Kelly raised her hand and selected B, and the questionnaire automatically went to the next question. What kind of travel tools do you prefer? Let me have a moderate amount of exercise. Let me feel the feeling of my heart beating out of my throat. Let me arrive at the sightseeing spot without knowing it. What kind of attractions do you prefer? Humanistic atmosphere. Natural scenery. Magical secrets. Kelly finished a set of questions without knowing it, and asked her tour guide with an unsatisfied look, should I click here to submit? The girl had been peeking at her while she was doing the questions, and when she heard it, she quickly retracted her gaze. Yes. Dang dang dang. Based on your choice, number 2 Home strongly recommends the KTH sightseeing plan for you who says that Buddhism can't bring a little excitement. You will start a 3-day sightseeing tour, including rural farmhouse, ultra-modern city drive, souvenir DIY, etc. Please confirm whether to choose the above plan. If you are not satisfied with the above plan, please click here to browse more plan packages. Do you mind if I look at more packages? Kelly felt that she spent a lot of time on the questionnaire, but she couldn't help but be curious. It's okay. The young tour guide waved her hand and said, look. Kelly clicked on more. After a while, she cleared her throat as if to cover her ears and steal the bell, and pointed to one of the options uncomfortably. Can I choose this one? The young tour guide looked over curiously, and whispered the name of the plan. Children only make choices, adults want all. She was stunned for a moment. This package will take a long time, up to 10 days, are you sure? Fong, is it convenient? Kelly's face was slightly hot. It's convenient, but there are several projects here that you don't think you will like. No, it's okay. Kelly felt her face should be as red as a tomato, but, are all the food and accommodations really included during this period? That's for sure. The young tour guide nodded, and then asked hesitantly, do you need to call the federal company to ask for leave? A wave of irritation surged in her heart, and Kelly took a deep breath. No. But it's been a long time. I heard that someone lost his job at the federal company because of this. I said no. I don't have a job. I'm so poor that I have to eat and drink for free here. Why do I need to ask for leave? If you don't want to, Kelly said halfway in a rage, and found that the girl's eyes were red because of her yelling. She was at a loss and pulled her hair in a punitive manner. I'm sorry, you don't cry. It's my fault. I shouldn't lose my temper with you. I haven't taken sedatives for a long time, and I can't control my emotions. I'm really sorry. I should be the one to say sorry. The girl sniffed and took away her hand that was pulling her hair. I didn't know you didn't. Sorry for saying something you shouldn't have said. What? It was obviously me who lost my temper, and I should apologize. Kelly took out a tissue from the woven bag and handed it to her innocent tour guide, smiling bitterly. Can you lend me some money? Where can you buy soothing drugs here? I go buy one, and I pay you back as soon as I find a job. The girl opened her wet eyes. What is a soothing agent? Kelly was stunned. It's an emotional soothing agent, a drug that eliminates negative emotions. Oh, some places also call soothing agents emotional tranquilizers, emotional placebos. No, we don't have such drugs here. The girl blinked her eyes, not quite understanding. Do you need to use drugs to deal with negative emotions? It's impossible. There are still places in the Federation that don't sell soothing agents these days. Kelly's voice stopped abruptly. She realized belatedly that the girl had just said more than one sentence the Federation side. Isn't this not in the Federation? She asked hoarsely. The young tour guide shook her head. No. This is not the Federation. This is home base number 2. Kelly was still thinking until she got on the motorcycle the tour guide invited her to ride, a super retro maglev model. If home base number 2 is not in the Federation, where else could it be? You know, there are very few non-contaminated areas outside the Federation. But she had never heard of home base number 2. What is the origin of this base? Why can they have such fresh ingredients? And they say that they can give it to outsiders, and they can eat as much as they want, as if it is not worth anything? The field we are in now is called Moo Field, because there are more cattle here. The young tour guide began to explain the scenery diligently. Wow, it's rare to see such a large field. Kelly sighed, and then suddenly realized. Wait. Cows, herds, animals? She opened her eyes wide. Hundreds of cows were bathed in the sun, grazing and playing in the grassland. Is this fake? Such a large piece of land is used to graze cattle? No efficient farming. How high is the cost? How rich does it have to be? Is that a Modian sheep? Kelly caught a few white balls in shock. Ah, yes, they are more thoughtful, and like to come and play with the cattle. The young tour guide slowed down, freed up a hand, and pointed at a few inconspicuous animals beside the sheep, so they always follow us. Kelly followed her instructions, and saw a group of alpacas that only existed in textbooks, and a group of wobbly ducks at the feet of the alpacas. The big duck led the ducklings, a family of 9 neatly arranged, as if there were no cattle or sheep around. Kelly, surprise! The two got off the car and walked around the mooing field, petting the docile cattle and sheep to their heart's content. After being chased by ducks for a short distance, they finally found their motorcycle, and set off on their sightseeing journey again. The next stop is the farm picking fun. The young tour guide announced with some breathlessness. Is this amount of exercise okay? Although you chose Plan Z, I remember that Plan K, which is more suitable for you, does not require much exercise. If you think it is not suitable, we can postpone the experience to tomorrow. Don't worry, this time it was my mistake, and the delayed time will not be counted into your sightseeing time. Kelly looked at her red cheeks. Actually, this is your first time as a tour guide, right? The speed of the motorcycle Mercedes-Benz increased a little, and the young tour guide held the handlebars nervously. Well, is there anything I did not do well? No, I just found that sometimes you are more curious than me. For example, I couldn't help but run to touch the duck. The tour guide's face became even redder. Sorry. I'm a substitute. My friend Joniel is not feeling well, so she asked me to come here. If there is anything that is not done well, just let me know, and I will try my best to improve it. I only have one opinion. What? Please tell me. Don't be so polite all the time. Kelly took a deep breath of the fresh air in the countryside, feeling more happy than ever before. Relax, the two of us can have more fun. She stretched out her hand. Let's get to know each other again, not as tour guides and tourists, but as friends. My name is Kelly. What's yours? My name is... The motorcycle suddenly accelerated inexplicably, faster and faster, and finally flew up. The whistling wind covered the second half of the girl's words, and the whistling air currents made people's cheeks hurt. What's going on? Tornado? Oh my God! Are we going to die? Help! Someone come to save us! Kelly hugged the tour guide tightly, and screamed in fear. Then, she heard the tour guide change his soft voice, and shouted loudly with fear. Shi-Yin. If you bully me again, I will complain to Sister Shi-Yun. Kelly vaguely heard someone tisk. The wind stopped abruptly, and the maglev motorcycle fell from a height of nearly 1,000 meters. Ah! Shi Yin. The expected pain of crushing stones and bones did not come. Kelly prepared herself mentally before opening her eyes. She saw a pale-skinned boy standing below them, holding the motorcycle with one hand, and impatiently threw them forward with the motorcycle, exerting force on his calves, and the whole person rushed over. Marion. The boy put his hands on the handlebars, and stared at the tour guide with his snake-like pupils. If you dare to complain. His eyes fell on Kelly, and he licked his lips maliciously. I will kill your guests. Kelly's hair stood on end at his strange pupils, and she shuddered uncontrollably. The tour guide said nothing, but angrily took out a bamboo tube. This is not the Horror Valley. No, you are not allowed to scare my guests. The boy's cold eyes fell back on Marion, and he was in a stalemate with her for a long time, and said tsk dissatisfiedly. He uttered a sound and walked away with his hands in his pockets. Who was that just now? Kelly patted her chest with lingering fear. The gust of wind just now scared me to death. How did he do it? The special skill of their tribe. Marion carefully observed Kelly, and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that she was okay. I'm glad you're okay. The Horror Valley sounds familiar. Ah, it's in the package. Kelly reopened the collection of tourist plans given by Marion. He is the NPC of the project? Was that just to attract customers? This tourist base provides food and accommodation for the staff, and they have to attract customers everywhere. Why do they seem to be working so hard? No, he is just very bad and likes to scare people everywhere, especially me. Marion was unhappy. When you want to go to the Uncanny Valley, I will find another tour guide to accompany you to prevent him from causing trouble again. It's not bad actually. Haunted houses are all about excitement. Kelly assumed that the Uncanny Valley was a haunted house. Type of amusement project. Put her feet back on the motorcycle pedals, and quoted the options in the questionnaire. I did feel the feeling of my heart almost jumping out of my throat just now. Ha ha. Marion still started the motorcycle with a bit of a smile. Kelly wanted to comfort her. Hey, your name is Marion? It's a nice name, the same name as a super awesome designer I've heard of. Marion's attention was diverted, and she was even a little excited. What designer? A fashion designer? He's said to be a super genius. Seeing her interest, Kelly also became excited. My former boss is a fashion guru, I heard from him. There's a very famous group in the Federation called Roper. Have you heard of it? Roper held a great auction a while ago, the kind that only very wealthy people can attend. The designer auctioned a piece of work. She patted Marion's shoulder from behind. Guess how much the piece was sold for? Marion, Her face quickly turned red. Hey! Why don't you say anything? Guess. 3,300 million interstellar coins? Kelly was stunned for a moment, then clapped her hands. Wow, you guessed it right. 300 million. Her tone was full of admiration. 300 million. I may never earn this much money in my lifetime. And it was a first show. It was a first show. I heard that the designer was a little-known person before, but with just this one work, he beat the first designer Normer, who had been famous in the Federation for a long time. Oh, I really want to meet that genius. Don't be afraid of you laughing at me. I also had a dream of becoming a designer when I was a child. Marion is simply my idol. She talked for a long time, and suddenly realized that Marion had not spoken for a long time. What's wrong? Am I too excited? Sorry. Hey, why are you blushing? I didn't praise you, haha. Of course you are very cute. Marion braked the motorcycle. They arrived at the picking spot of the farmhouse. An old man wearing a straw hat noticed them, and came up to them cheerfully. Shay, it's rare for you to take guests sightseeing? You're not painting at home today? Yeah. Marion nodded with a blush on her face. Kelly blinked, and her brain exploded. Marion? Shay? No way. It can't be her. Chapter 213. Kelly spent the most mysterious 10 days of her life. Her idol, Marion Shay, the best and most mysterious designer in the Federation, came to be her tour guide shyly. Although this was outrageous, it was not surprising at the end of the journey. Since adults want it all, the first few days of the tour plan were all about appreciating the natural scenery. After the initial shock, Kelly began to suspect that this was a paradise that was lucky enough not to be polluted. This word with a distinct planetary characteristic was taught to her by Marion. Although there are countless species that are already endangered in the Federation, the degree of modernization is only half, and the technical level is also very backward. However, after visiting the central city of the base, this perception was completely broken. Instant transmission devices, space cargo mechas, mind control equipment. Everything is available. Some are even more advanced than the Federation. The most puzzling thing is that although the city is also made of steel and concrete, the central city has a vitality that the Federation does not have. Kelly pondered for a while before she found the source of that vitality. It was diversity. It was also a teleportation device. The equipment in the Federation was the same. People walked in from the platform at one end and walked out from the platform at the other end. In contrast, the central city had many inexplicable tricks. For example, with different backgrounds, some people could jump in from the platform at one end and jump out from the platform at the other end. Some could slide in from the platform at one end and slide out from the platform at the other end, and some could climb in carefully from one end and suddenly come out from the other end. According to Marion, this effect was due to a new profession that is popular now, called teleportation posture designer. In addition to this basic posture, designers will also design new transmission parameters according to different festivals to match transmission postures with different themes. In addition to teleportation pose designers, they also have mecha beauticians, plastic surgeons, and tattoo artists. This is why some cargo mechas wear girlish headbands, some wear cute cat ears, some have dark circles under their eyes. It is said that this is gothic smoky makeup, and some have large colorful patterns engraved on their arms. But Kelly stood on the observation deck, looking up at the sky. The huge Lolita skirt of the mecha was quite spectacular. She had a "this is also okay" expression on her face. What's the use of these? Miriam was confused by the question. It's fun and beautiful. Just for fun and beauty? Doesn't it help improve efficiency? Efficiency? Do you mean production efficiency? It doesn't matter. The current production efficiency is enough. Enough? The mecha flew higher and higher, and finally turned into a small black dot. The light blocked by the big skirt slowly returned. Kelly stood at the place where light and shadow quickly intersected, and fell into an unprecedented confusion. Isn't the higher the efficiency, the better? Efficiency is paramount. Only by improving efficiency can productivity be improved, and only by improving productivity can everyone move towards a better and happier future. Therefore, all unnecessary factors that affect efficiency should be eliminated as much as possible. This has been the basic program of the Federation for hundreds of years. Kelly lowered her eyelashes and looked around. The entire central city was full of vitality. Most people had relaxed and comfortable smiles on their faces, but it was not ruled out that some people were dejected. At this time, there would always be someone who stopped and patiently asked, "Hey, what's wrong with you? I didn't sleep well last night, and I messed up my work. Did your boss scold you?" "Yeah, she was furious and told me to get out, ugh." An auntie poked her head out of the store and yelled, "You know I told you to get out, but why don't you get out? Why don't you send the pork knuckle and ginger I made for your wife? Wait until it gets cold and see if your wife will scold you." The auntie with angry hair, the brother who was scolded and cried and ran, the couple quarreling on the street. Those people who showed negative emotions directly did not cause people to be disturbed or frowned upon as Kelly expected. No one needs to inject drugs to regain work efficiency at the first sign of negative emotions. They are given enough tolerance and understanding, and can safely become the shadows between laughter and joy, and live their own lives with confidence. No one is proud of optimizing efficiency. No one is ashamed of negative emotions. Everyone just lives their lives simply and naturally. It seems, I suddenly understand why emotional soothing drugs are not sold here. Kelly stayed in the central city for 3 days, and fell deeply in love with this city. Not only the technology and infrastructure, but also the social order here is something that people look forward to. Take employment as an example. The central city has a job hall that is said to be fully automatic. There is a huge screen inside that scrolls all the job positions in the bases, including the central city, and lists the skills, responsibilities, treatment and prospects required for the positions. Everyone can search through the equipment in the hall and choose the position they like. As long as the skills meet the requirements, they can be admitted on the spot. If too many people are hired for a position, those who insist on working in the position will take turns on duty and share the points, base currency, of the month. As for the free time when they don't have to work, they can use it to rest or apply for other positions. Because of this, there are many people in the central city who have multiple jobs. The most exaggerated person Kelly has seen is that he does everything from mecha to pig feeding in 1 month. He is jokingly called a super/talent. In addition to finding a job, everyone can also create new positions and occupations in the employment hall and arrange work for others or even for themselves. Central City encourages this kind of behavior. It seems to have a complex and fair algorithm. According to the contribution of the new position/profession to the base will pay the people who work hard within a certain period of time. What kind of people can formulate these rules and implement them without any reduction? Kelly said to Marion more than once, "It's too free and exciting." At this time, the cowardice in Marion's eyes will be swept away, and she will burst into a proud light. She is great, isn't she? They walked through the streets and alleys of the central city. Marion was an awkward but dedicated tour guide who would tell Kelly all kinds of stories, including the short history of the city. The central city was not called the central city at first, but because the base focused on developing living technology here, it was gradually equipped with various modern facilities, and life became more convenient. Most of the base population chose to settle here. Unknowingly, this place became the center of everyone's life and entertainment. Over time, its name became Central City. It sounds like the capital. Why not call it the capital? Marion tucked her flying hair behind her ears and laughed proudly again, using words that were rarely arrogant, because she doesn't live here, and the place where she is not worthy of being called the capital. She again? The only she in the mouth of proud Marion. The rule maker of Central City. The builder of this base. The pearl fisherman who found a pearl in the ocean. Kelly applied the federal political system to she. Understand as Marshall Green. But such a person at the top of the pyramid, Marion affectionately called her sister Shiyun. The first time Kelly heard this name was when Marion used it to stop Shiyun's prank. Since then, she has heard this name countless times, whether from Marion or other natives. What kind of person would it be? A mature and experienced patriarchal leader? Kelly gradually became curious. The day she left the central city, there was a lot of noise. It is said that the administrator of the central city will publicly report on major work once a quarter. Putting aside the frequency, this kind of political report is also available in the Federation. Compared with the truly useful information, the empty official language is like a vast desert and a drop of water that is almost evaporated. Kelly had no interest, but seeing Marion's expectant look, she agreed to postpone the trip. The venue for the report was a sports field. Although the area was not large, the audience seats were full, and even the narrow gaps between the seats were filled. Under everyone's gaze, the central city administrator walked in slowly from the entrance. The moment she saw the administrator's appearance, Kelly almost spit out the drink she had just drunk. Out of personal interest, she was very good at federal history, and recognized the face that was exactly the same as the former federal leader. Is it fake? How could he appear here by chance when he was seriously ill and missing? She murmured, the result of plastic surgery by a fanatical admirer? However, the gestures, words, and deeds of the administrator on the field were completely consistent with the image in the video material. If it's really him, the legendary leader. Kelly sat up straight, with a new guess in her mind. Could it be that Jiang Yuhe has been silent for many years just to develop this base? Could it be that Jiang Yuhe is the real owner of this base? On the field, the manager officially began to report. We spent more than the budget this quarter, but the output was also more than planned. 1 minus 1 plus 1, in general, we still made money. To be specific, as for the reasons for the budget overrun, there are a total of 6 reasons. The first reason is that there are too many people hungover after various celebrations, which has extended the construction period. Later, we will consider including the cost of hangovers in advance. The third plan is to build a new tourist city. According to the results of the vote some time ago, we decided to focus on the style of hunting for the unknown. The fifth plan, the starship for exploring the solar system, is expected to be completed in 2 months. Its functions are quite different from our existing starship reserves, but it is worth celebrating that it is completely built by scientists and proven resources at our base, without relying on any external forces. In other words, if the Federation sanctions us in this regard, it will not matter to us. Kelly felt something was wrong the more she listened, and looked at Marion. Is this your official report? Yes, what's wrong? Is it a problem with the translation equipment? Why do I feel like it's all plain language? It's plain language. Marion confirmed her guess. No. Is it not rigorous to use plain language in official reports? It doesn't matter. Will it cause a diplomatic incident? But this way everyone can understand it, and it feels really better. Marion replied, this is the second time I have made a report of this scale. Last time, Mr. Jiang did use a lot of formal expressions, but they were too formal. Some of them took several detours to react, and some were too academic and obscure. People who didn't understand were too embarrassed to say it, so it was Sister Shiyun. For some reason, Marion still remembers that scene very clearly. The sun slanted down, dyeing Shiyun's low ponytail into a beautiful brown. She mixed in a group of listeners, who didn't know what was going on, raised her hand lazily, and interrupted Jiang Yue's political chanting. Sorry, I don't read much. What you just said about multidimensional high-directional advancement, what about strengthening the rice effect, what about relying on high-activity advantages? I don't understand it, brother. No one here wants to hear nice words, and no one will nitpick words and ask you to take responsibility. Can you please translate what you just said into plain language? Kelly was shocked. Just interrupted like that? Marianne nodded yes. Kelly, what was Mr. Zhang's reaction? Was he angry? After all, compared to other politicians, what Jiang Yue said was very easy to understand. No, he... Marianne paused, pulled Kelly's sleeve, and pointed to the administrator on the field. It's about the same expression as now. At that time, the report had progressed to the part of supporting the friendly star, and Jiang Yue connected with Shiyun, who was on the friendly star. The 3D projection of a person's height showed the figure of the girl. It seemed that the signal was not good, and many details including her face were not clear. As Jiang Yue has said just now, we found rare mineral veins on Uranus. Because of the racial characteristics, Yozu is more convenient to mine than us, so we just reached an agreement with Yozu. We will provide more manpower to support them in building the base, and their free manpower will help us mine. If you are interested, you can go to the employment hall to sign up, and there will be extra points subsidy. The number of places is limited, first come first served. Because of the height difference, Jiang Yue lowered his head and looked at her projection, but his expression and eyes did not show any condescension. He was listening to her words. Shiyun? When she finished speaking and was about to turn off the projection, Jiang Yue spoke. Are you satisfied with this report? He asked for her opinion seriously. Kelly's mouth opened into an O shape. As a political leader, asking for others' opinions in public? Aren't you afraid of weakening your authority? What's more, it's a leader like Jiang Yue, who seems gentle but actually has strong political opinions, so the other side is stronger and more ruthless? Kelly carefully observed the blurred projection on the field, and from the slightly thin figure, she imagined an image of a hidden, bold and ruthless person. Such a conclusion was quickly overturned. On the last day of the trip, because the sightseeing in the previous 9 days was really pleasant, and she was desperate in the Federation, she decided not to return to the Federation and stay in the base to develop. Marianne, who had been talking to her about everything, was very happy and said that she would take her to find Shiyun to get the base's household registration. Kelly stepped into the so-called capital of the base for the first time. It was not as developed as the central city, nor as beautiful as other places. There were piles of very simple small buildings. Marianne called them small Western-style buildings, here and there, and the occasional brick street lamps were rough and primitive. Forests, fields and abrupt mines were nestled at the borders of districts. It can be seen that there was a lack of overall planning, and the result of construction and development at the same time. It was messy and backward, but it had an indescribable mystery and wildness. Kelly thought that the residence of the base owner must be special, so she didn't react until Marianne rang the doorbell of a house on the street. Union went to the underground laboratory, and said she wouldn't come back for lunch. You can go there to find her. A gentle woman opened the door, and explained to them apologetically after hearing the purpose of the visit. The aroma of food and the sound of spatulas colliding rushed out the door. Kelly couldn't help swallowing. The woman smiled and invited them to come in and have dinner together. It was hard to refuse such a generous invitation. Kelly sat at the table in a proper manner. 5 minutes later, the family of the base owner was almost all present. Kelly felt very uncomfortable, and felt that even if she sat perfectly straight in the mathematical sense, she would not be worthy of the standard of this meal. Most of the people present were familiar faces. As a small figure in the Federation, the biggest possibility for her to meet familiar faces in a mysterious base far away from the Federation was that those people were super celebrities. The idle Marianne sitting on her left was no longer considered a heavyweight. On her right, in order, were Anna Chris, who had once been at the top of the Federation's combat power rankings, Cranshu, the technical geek brothers Nia Chris, David Chris, the former Federation Admiral Qin Xingxing, and the Anon pirate Andrew Cleveland, who had been in the news. Kelly gradually forgot how to breathe. Click. A dish of steamed scallops with vermicelli, which was delicious, was placed on the table. The last member slowly put down his sleeves, pulled out the chair opposite Kelly, and sat down. That was the administrator who gave a speech in the central city a few days ago, the former federal leader Jiang Yue. Is this a family dinner, or a state dinner? Poor Kelly accidentally held her breath for too long and finally fainted. So far, the image of Shiyun in Kelly's mind has become so complicated that it cannot be described in words. So when Kelly really met him in person, she couldn't help but stay still for a long time. Completely different from her imagination, this legendary base owner did not have too much aggressive appearance, nor was his aura aggressive, and his eyes were not sharp at all. From beginning to end, the other party did not have the shadow of a politician at all, and looked like an ordinary girl next door. How did such a person manage to calm down the situation? The psychological shadow of the state banquet, not long ago, was still there, and Kelly was puzzled. Are you sure you don't mind what I just said? The other party found that she was distracted and thought she was worried. Kelly came back to her senses and nodded. My family has passed away, and I have no ties to the Federation, so it doesn't matter if I don't return to the Federation within the time limit you mentioned. As for stopping the use of emotional sedatives, don't worry, I don't have any left, so I can't use them even if I want to. She paused. There's something I'm curious about, may I ask? Go ahead. Marion said this is not within the Federation, can I know? Where outside the country is this? Oh, you're asking exactly what I want to confirm. The base owner ticked another line on the memo checklist, accustomed to Kelly's gradually widening eyes. This is Earth. The coordinates are deep in the core contaminated area. Do you mind? After digesting the initial shock, Kelly decided to stay. Life at the base is like a bowl of spicy hot pot with a free and rich taste. Time passes quietly in every smile, every tear, every sigh and every gathering. Before she knew it, she had celebrated her birthday twice here. In addition to her good friend Marion, Kelly also made many new friends. When the calendar was changed to a new one, she even had a boyfriend from Earth. The population of the base is 5 times that of when she came. The number of cities has increased accordingly. Under everyone's enthusiastic planning, they are diverse and have different styles. The base's ability to explore the extraterrestrial world has increased exponentially. Even without any external force, it can freely explore in the solar system. The resource reserves have exploded, which in turn promotes the improvement of exploration capabilities, thus forming a positive cycle with a shocking development speed. Jiang Yuhe is no longer the only administrator of the base city, but he seems to be even busier and can often be seen in various occasions. Such occasions are often very lively and crowded because of his presence. His charm as a leader is still the same as before. Everyone respects him, loves him, and trusts him unconditionally. In comparison, Shi Yun has appeared in the public eye only a few times. In fact, due to the large population, the household registration certificate issuance process reform does not require her to come forward in person. Some newcomers, who have not had time to participate in the New Year celebrations, only know about her through word of mouth from old residents, the highest instructions in various reports, and some video clips broadcast on the news. Too dangerous. Kelly sometimes thinks so. What is the difference between this and being sidelined? What does the owner of the base think? The base that she built with great effort is slowly cutting off the ties with her. Is this her intention, or she is powerless to fight for it? Is she the actual person in charge of the base, or the highest political symbol created by Mr. Jiang? What kind of person is she? This doubt has always lingered in Kelly's heart. Instead of being alleviated with the passage of time, it has become more and more intense. Until that day. The news was broadcasting the construction of Yoshing as usual. The sweaty workers were interviewed by reporters, but suddenly there was a large-scale explosion behind them, and the threatening pollution sources fell from the sky, killing people, under the red light of the Yoshing protective shield alarm. That was the first time that pollution sources appeared in the home base, and they were a group. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Yozu army flew to the scene as soon as possible, but was defeated in a few rounds. The pollution source rating data was quickly determined to be S level. What is more terrible than the S-Class is that the protective shield was broken from the outside to the inside by the S-Class, and the high concentration of pollution in the core pollution area is rapidly pouring into the friendly star base with a large population. Panic began to spread. Kelly, who happened to be on a date in the square, heard people around her whispering, "I said it's unrealistic to live in the core pollution area. It's too dangerous. Once the protective shield is broken, we have nowhere to run. What do you think if one day the S-Class is not attacking a friendly star?" "Hey." Kelly couldn't help turning her head, "Over there," she said in dissatisfaction under the other party's puzzled gaze. "Didn't I tell you about the risks before entering the base? You accepted it at that time. What are you talking about now? You want the comfort of the base and absolute safety. How can you think so beautifully?" Several people were speechless. "Look, what is that?" someone in the crowd exclaimed. Kelly turned around. Until many years later, she was extremely fortunate that the live broadcast equipment that day was accurate enough to let her see that scene. In the blood-red sky, the translucent scene was fleeting, and then turned into a black hole. The woman in blue combat uniform stepped on a black python and jumped up on its back. The sickle in her hand flashed, and when she landed, the pollution source at the center of the riot had been separated from its head and body and turned into nothingness. The giant python opened its huge snake mouth and swept around the woman's side, swallowing up the remaining pollution source. Silence. No matter which end of the live broadcast, it fell into absolute silence. The woman looked up at the sky in the silent silence. The broken protective shield seemed to sense something, and the red alarm light in the sky flashed. When the red light disappeared, an intact protective shield wrapped the entire sky of the friendly star. The data of the pollution concentration table temporarily displayed at the bottom of the screen dropped rapidly, and soon returned to the normal threshold. She lowered her eyes and looked around. When she found the live broadcast equipment, her eyes paused slightly, and then she carried out one victim after another from the ruins and gave them emergency treatment. After everything was arranged, she looked at the camera again, not without apology. Everyone is frightened. On this side of the live broadcast, someone couldn't help but let out a small scream, which was like a fuse, setting off the audience's admiring cheers. Kelly stood blankly in the excited crowd, her mind full of the fleeting picture before the space black hole appeared. That was her hometown, Bingju Wangxing. And that space black hole was obviously not the same as the instant transmission device. It must be a person's mental skill. A person who can be directly teleported from Bingju Wangxing back to the core pollution area with mental skills alone. A person who can kill an S-level pollution source with just one knife. A person who can replace the planet's protective shield in an instant with just one look. She looked back at the live broadcast screen, and the woman had already disappeared into the black hole of space with the giant python. Kelly's breathing became rapid, and her heart began to pound. Years of doubts finally had an answer at this moment. No wonder she was able to establish a base in the core pollution area. No wonder she was able to formulate and implement various rules of the base and eliminate corruption. No wonder she didn't care about the administrator taking over. No wonder she gathered such a group of talented people around her. No wonder she is a god. Chapter 214. It must be fake. How is that possible? 2 years later, the star pirate group named White Shark arrived at the other end of the wormhole excitedly. Not long ago, they accidentally learned a shocking secret. The most popular merchant in the dark web light gate, swear to be a salted fish, is actually located on a planet called Earth in the core pollution zone. Speaking of swear to be a salted fish, we have to talk about its various products. From the beginning, the jerry fruit that had long disappeared from the Federation, to the astonishing supply of various fresh fruits and vegetables, to the astonishing supply of various fresh meats, to the strange agricultural and sideline products, gourmet meal sets, rare potted plants, rare minerals. Endlessly, each one can be talked about for 3 days and 3 nights, so that later, it generously recognized the designer Marion who appeared at the Ropal VIP auction, and began to sell original designs, concept peripherals, and other creative products. Everyone was shocked, but also felt that it was due to the style, which was not surprising. Pledged to be a salted fish. These 5 words have long become synonymous with mystery, rarity, innovation, and fashion. Its high-end products have also become a new medium for the elite class of the Federation to compete and show off, and a secret identity symbol. Everyone is chasing after salted fish, and they are all wondering where salted fish can find so many resources and be so low-key. It's as if there is no such force in the Federation. Although the secret discovered by White Shark is bizarre, it does explain many problems. At this time, only the core contaminated area that has not been visited for hundreds of years can preserve such rich treasures. White Shark is ready to move. But the technical level is limited, and the geographical location of the core contaminated area is daunting. Unexpectedly, someone set a pillow just as I was dozing off. By chance, White Shark had a conflict with an organization called SASM not long ago, and eventually gained the upper hand. In order to redeem members from White Shark, SASM scraped together a ransom and presented the latest map of the universe. At that time, White Shark boss had been dreaming about the Earth for a while. As soon as he got the map, he found the hidden wormhole. It was less than a light year away from the Earth. It was not a distance that could not be fought. Anyway, with the account level of Xinyu in the Gate of Light, he would sell everything except the most valuable arms, which proved that Xinyu did not have the level in this area. He also did not sell the pollution treatment equipment that would definitely be popular, which meant that he did not have it. In other words, Xinyu was able to settle down in the core pollution area. I am afraid it was just luck that he happened to encounter the rare Eye of the Storm. A small safe zone in the contaminated area, the cause of which is still unknown. In the final analysis, it is just a backward paradise village, with nothing but luck. The White Shark boss sarcastically quoted the illusions of the Earth and formulated the core combat policy of quick grab and quick decision. However, after leaving the wormhole and rushing less than half a light year towards the Earth, the White Shark Star pirates were collectively dumbfounded. They saw a group of sky-blue jellyfish in space. Is it the source of pollution? What level? The White Shark boss asked. Before anyone answered, the flank of the battleship inevitably collided with one of them. The translucent jellyfish disappeared like a bubble. No additional pollution value fluctuations. The deputy was busy dodging the jellyfish and checking the flank that was hit. The answer came late, the flank of the battleship. No damage has been found so far. What is this? Some kind of illusion in the core pollution area? Everyone was wondering. The number of jellyfish swarms suddenly increased, and the overwhelming jellyfish rushed over like a flood that broke through the dam. The crew only felt a flash in front of their eyes. When the data and vision returned to normal, a huge unknown monster had already approached. The distance was too close, and many warships in the fleet were unable to dodge and rushed headfirst, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The White Shark boss was one of the unlucky ones who disappeared. After a dizzy spell, he and a bunch of his men fell into a certain space. They took out the light source. The light dispelled the darkness in the space, but it reflected a scene that made people's scalps numb. There were warships everywhere. These technological creations, which cost tens of millions of interstellar coins, were either complete or incomplete, and were wantonly thrown here by someone who didn't know who was throwing them away, like a pile of broken copper and iron that was in the way. Boss! The equally unlucky deputy shouted briefly, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. The White Shark boss looked in the direction he indicated, and saw a string of numbers engraved on the irregular wall. The rules used were quite familiar, and anyone who dealt in arms could recognize it at a glance. That was the model code of the Federation's military-grade warships, which was the top of the line among the Federation's warships until a year ago. No matter how powerful the White Shark pirates were, they would not dare to confront the Federation's top-of-the-line army head-on, and this place looked very much like the Federation cemetery. The Star Thieves were suddenly terrified. Just then, footsteps sounded in the shadows not far away. Who? The White Shark boss's hair stood on end. A man and a woman walked out of the darkness. The woman had a satisfied smile on her face, and she looked at them as if they were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Since you are here, don't you consider paying a toll? At the same time, countless light years away, the Federation. Marshal Green retracted his gaze. In his field of vision, the optical brain popped up many reports under the operation of consciousness. Pollution report of the United Federation of the 9 Galaxies. Summary of galaxy ratings and numbers. S-class galaxies, 0. A-class galaxies, 1, first galaxy. B-class galaxies, 2, second and fifth galaxies. C-class galaxies, 1, sixth galaxy. D-class galaxies, 0. E-class galaxies, 5, third, fourth, seventh, eighth, and ninth galaxies. As shown in the table above, the first galaxy has slipped from S-class to A-class. This is because in this year, except for the capital star area, the environmental quality of other star areas in the first galaxy has declined slightly. The environmental quality of the second and fifth galaxies has also declined slightly, but the overall rating remains at last year's level. Last month, the edge star area of the sixth galaxy had an A-class pollution source, and the rating slipped from B to C. The pollution levels of the third and fourth galaxies have risen for 2 consecutive years, and have exceeded the E-class threshold, so the rating has slipped from D to E. The pollution levels of the 8th and 9th galaxies have not improved for many years, and the boundaries of the core pollution areas have not shrunk, so the rating is still E-class. Affected by the increasingly severe pollution situation mentioned above, the population of the Federation has been declining for 2 consecutive years. 9 Star Systems United Federation Population Dynamic Monitoring Report. Population growth. Due to the increasingly severe pollution situation in the Federation, the population mortality rate this year increased by 3% year-on-year to 11.62%, and the population birth rate this year decreased by 1.14% year-on-year to 7.52%. Therefore, the population of the Federation this year is still showing a negative growth trend. Population outflow. On this basis, the population outflow phenomenon of the Federation in recent years has also become prominent and worthy of attention. The main outflow of population belongs to, sorted by proportion space pirate groups, foreign forces, others. Ideology. Citizens' trust in the government has reached a historical low. In the Federation, the population with religious beliefs is growing rapidly, up 32% year-on-year. Investigation report on non-federal forces. Current major space pirate groups, sorted by influence: Paradise, White Shark, SASM. Current major foreign forces, sorted by influence: Home Base Number 2, Gate of Light, SASM. Latest investigation report on Home Base Number 2. Latest investigation report on Gate of Light. Latest investigation report on SASM. Latest investigation report on the Church of Pulafay. All in all, due to the further deterioration of pollution, the sustainable development of the Federation population has become a big problem. Many forces have taken advantage of the fact that everyone is in danger to come out and buy people's hearts and compete with the Federation for population resources. Suddenly, there was a movement in the corner of the meeting room. Marshall Green looked over there again. The space was turbulent, and the dark space channel gradually took shape. A man and a woman walked out of it. They were Shi-Yun and Shi-Hai, who had called off the meeting not long ago and went back to deal with urgent matters. Marshall Green nodded to them, and his eyes fell on Shi-Yun's face. As early as 2 years ago, he had negotiated with this female leader. At that time, she wore a mask and led Qin Zixing and others to capture Lehman and other prisoners in the identity of Shi-Hai and Su Rongrong's family, so that the unknown number 2 homeland came into the sight of the federal head. Now that she is showing her true face, she probably has the confidence to not wear a mask. It has only been 2 years. Green's eyes have become deep. Shi-Yun met his gaze, smiled, and pulled out the chair again, sitting back opposite him. I'm sorry for leaving suddenly in the middle of the meeting. Not long ago, Marshall Green took the initiative to contact Base Number 2, hoping to use the base's pollution protection technology to rebuild a certain star area in the third galaxy. This move was unexpected by Shi-Yun, but also reasonable. Unexpectedly, Home Number 2 and the Federation have had some conflicts, and now they are competing for human resources. Green actually took the initiative to propose cooperation. It is reasonable because the Federation has been troubled by the spread of pollution in recent years, and the economy, construction, people's hearts and minds are all struggling. As the commander of a country, it is reasonable for Green to seek foreign aid to solve the dilemma. On the other hand, putting aside the unpleasant past, reaching an official cooperation with the Federation can greatly increase the influence of Home Number 2, and the increase in the influence of the base is equal to the improvement of Shi-Yun's ability. If Shi-Yun's ability is improved, the comprehensive strength of the base will also increase. Furthermore, the cooperative relationship with the Federation can also facilitate Shi-Yun and others' activities within the Federation. Therefore, after weighing various options, everyone in the base decided that the benefits outweighed the disadvantages, so they agreed to the Marshal's invitation. Shi-Yun brought Shi-Hai, who had space skills, to meet the Marshal at the agreed location. Unexpectedly, before the formal negotiations began, Shi-Yun received a system warning that the monitoring jellyfish of the base's large-scale defense project had identified an unknown intruder. Shi-Yun took a closer look and found that a fleet suddenly appeared near the wormhole, and as soon as it came out, it rushed straight to the Earth with great momentum. That group of people is very good at choosing a place. The space around the wormhole is relatively distorted, which is the weak point of the defense project. It is also very close to the Earth. At the speed of the fleet at that time, if the people at the base were allowed to fight, the battlefield would definitely not be too far from the Earth, and it would be easy to cause unnecessary accidents. So Shi-Yun took Shi-Hai away temporarily for a while. It's okay, it happens all the time. It's a good time to look at the plan. Marshall Green waved his hand, and without asking any more questions, he turned to the marked page of the Infrastructure Cooperation Agreement. The cost-effectiveness of the interstellar channel is far inferior to the instant transmission device, and the exposure time is also much longer than the transmission device. In my opinion, whether from the perspective of efficiency or safety, it is better to cancel the channel and rebuild the transmission device. The most important thing is that the instantaneous transmission device cannot transmit super large tools, such as starships, which are much easier to control than interstellar channels, and it is not easy for other people's warships to fish in troubled waters. Shi-Yun knew Green's real concerns, and was not surprised. On the contrary, the other party's reaction was exactly what she wanted. Okay, but the construction and maintenance costs will double. No problem. Marshall Green quickly finalized the agreement. Congratulations on completing the diplomatic consultations with external political systems, and the reward is plus 3,000 influence. Influence rankings. First place 9 Star Systems United Federation. Second place Ropal Energy Plant. Third place Paradise. Fourth place Alyssa Allen. Fifth place Gate of Light. Sixth place White Shark. 10th place Number 2 Home, plus 32. 11th place SASM, -1. Congratulations on being among the top 10 in the influence rankings. Civilization transformation power plus 100,000. Base number 2 returned with a full load. The spatial fluctuations gradually subsided, and the conference room fell into silence again. Half an hour later, someone sent a projection request. A short and round middle-aged man showed up, with a pair of eyes shining with shrewd light in his slender swollen eyelids. He greeted the marshal politely. "Marshal Green, how are you?" "Ropal." Green looked at the first shareholder of the energy plant. "The secretary said you insisted on seeing me immediately. What's so urgent?" "I'm in a hurry to tell you a great piece of good news. The factory is currently discussing a cooperation. If everything goes well, we can get this amount." Ropal raised his hand and made an 8 sign. His eyes rolled, and he smiled. "Tax payment is honorable. Ropal Energy Factory is honored to contribute to the federal government's fiscal growth next year and add glory to the federal pollution control cause." If Marshal Green already knew this man's temper. He leaned forward and crossed his hands on the table. "I can't help but wonder, the success or failure of the project cooperation depends on? I heard that you are going to set up a new inspection department?" Ropal asked confidently. Green chuckled and said, "The current food safety problem in the Federation cannot be ignored. Of course, the health of citizens is a deep concern of our factory. This inspection department must not only be established, but also implemented. This is the consensus reached by my partners and me." Ropal responded positively. "The factory has been developing in the food industry for so many years, and I know the twists and turns here best. I have several candidates who will definitely give full play to the inspection efficiency of the inspection department." He took a step forward with emotion and said with concern for the country and the people, "After all, the pollution problem has been a headache in recent years. The living environment of citizens has been severely challenged. We can't let them feel insecure about food and drink. It's unreasonable to let a mouse take care of the rice jar. In order to alleviate the pollution problem, the federal finances are becoming increasingly tight." Ropal's words are high-sounding, but behind the twists and turns, he just wants to use the so-called project cooperation to find an excuse to give money to the government to buy factory safety. He chose this moment specifically because Green had just signed a cooperation agreement with a considerable amount of money. The confidentiality of the Federation had long been leaking out. Green did not show any surprise on his face. He calmly accepted Rober's personnel list, without nodding or shaking his head. "When will the project you just mentioned be profitable?" The implication was, "When can you pay?" Rober was excited and set a time. Half a month later, the Federation established a special inspection team for energy food. 1/3 of the managers in the group came from Ropal's recommendation list. Half a year later, the construction project of the first cooperation between the Federation and Home Base No. 2 was successfully completed. A planet named Yuwang Star in the 5th star zone of the 3rd galaxy became the first oasis in the polluted area. As the supplier of oasis technology, Home Base No. 2 officially appeared in the eyes of the citizens of the Federation for the first time, and established a partnership with the Federation as an independent country. Almost at the same time, Home Base No. 2 is the #1 merchant in the Gate of Light, and vowed to be a salted fish. The news spread like wildfire. The trust of the citizens of the Federation in the No. 2 home base soared, and for a time, the sales of products under the name of Xinyu soared wildly. At the end of the same year, Marshal Green announced that Yuwang Star would become a tax-free zone for trade between the Federation and the No. 2 home base. So far, the Gate of Light is no longer the only sales channel for Xinyu. The daily diet of citizens, at least those who have some spare money, has been greatly improved, and the dependence on energy foods has been significantly reduced. The sales of the Ropal Energy Factory suffered a Waterloo, and the annual report of that year was quite bleak. In contrast, Homeland No. 2 made a lot of money, and climbed up again in the influence rankings, ranking firmly at No. 8. In the second year of establishing diplomatic relations with the Federation, Alyssa Alien immigrated to Earth. With her help, Homeland No. 2 jumped to No. 2 in the influence rankings, second only to the Federation. Influence rankings. First place, United Federation of 9 star systems. Second place, Homeland No. 2, +6. Third place, Alyssa Alien, +1. Fourth place, Ropal Energy Plant, -2. Fifth place, Paradise, -3. 10th place, Sasm, +1. What would happen if the base's influence climbed to No. 1? Shi-Yun was sometimes curious. Would that mean she had achieved the goal the system told her at the beginning, the Sea of Stars? Will the system be offline by then? Or will everything remain the same? At this time, her leader level had reached level 20, her mental strength level had exceeded 1,000, exceeding the S-level threshold defined by the Federation, and her SAN value had reached 300, which was A-level according to the Federation rating. It can be said that her personal values had far surpassed those of ordinary people. In addition to the basic values, when a leader reaches this level, the number of bases she can create, the ability to control the bases, the types of goods in the system mall, and the effects have all made a qualitative leap. The task release system alone has been completely transformed. In the past, she could only passively accept tasks, but now her authority has been greatly improved. In addition to accepting tasks, she can also issue tasks to others, allowing the system to intelligently and fairly assign tasks to base residents based on actual conditions, give rewards, and even allow residents to create and arrange tasks themselves. Such high flexibility, coupled with the principle of distribution according to work, has greatly stimulated everyone's enthusiasm and largely solved the long-standing distribution problem. The base was thriving, and the transformation power created every day was quite considerable. With a steady stream of transformation power, Xiyin finally didn't have to spend points. The coverage area of home number 2 became very large, almost covering the entire solar system. In addition, she also established bases in several resource-rich galaxies, and the size of each base was enough to cover several planets. Her overall skill level has also improved significantly. In order to figure out the connection between the full-level bull and the Heart of the Sky, the full-level bull was a side quest triggered after getting the Heart of the Sky. She had earned a lot of skill experience cards through a long-term mission-based tour, and fed several common skills such as an extraordinary force and a wide-open mind to the full level. But apart from getting a one-time reward of 10 million transformation power points, there was no unusual change. As for her most commonly used and most useful skill, everything can be synthesized, it is still one step away from the maximum level. Everything can be synthesized, advanced, proficiency, 10,000/10,000. Next level upgrade conditions. Proficiency reaches 10,000. Leader level reaches level 30. Skill consumption. Transformation points 100 to 10,000. Skill description. Everything can be synthesized. All inanimate objects and unconscious objects can be synthesized at one time. Additional effect. This skill has a 1% chance of generating mutants. Although the application range of advanced synthesis skills has become wider, the risk of points consumption has also increased, and the effect of randomly copying synthetic products has been lost. From the perspective of practicality, it is actually not as good as the intermediate level. I don't know what will happen in the next level. Anyway, most of the tasks issued by the system to her, whether main or branch, have been completed, and even the hidden task Flame of Hope that was triggered a long time ago has been mostly completed. Flame of Hope 3 shortcuts. Task description. Are you helpless because of the bad environment? Are you worried about the slow progress of land reclamation? Are you troubled by the lack of resources? There are thousands of ways to get rich. As a great leader, I believe you can find the most efficient ones. Task requirements. Please find the formula of mysterious fertilizer, the formula of mysterious feed, and the entire content of mysterious information. Current progress. Formula of mysterious fertilizer 1/1. Formula of mysterious feed 1:1. Content of mysterious information 0.4/1. Task reward. Complete a wish for you. The mysterious feed was accidentally discovered when the alien galaxy was being opened up. It is actually a combination of ore and pollution source nuclear crystal. As for the mysterious information, Xiyin is still confused. When she got the mysterious fertilizer and feed, the system would report the progress changes in the first time. But so far, she has found countless files intentionally or unintentionally, but she has never heard the system give a special report. The progress of the task has been silent, so that she still doesn't know which information on hand can be called mysterious. Without the mysterious information, you are not eligible to make a wish. 3 years passed in a flash, and Su Rongrong's life was about to end. Fortunately, Xiyin had already made 2 preparations. The remaining 0.6 pieces of information of the hidden mission were indeed nowhere to be found, but she found a clue to extend Su Rongrong's life. It was a confidential laboratory in the 5th galaxy. Chapter 215. Xiyin went through a lot of trouble to get to this lab. The original plan was to rely on his connections, get photos of the lab, and sneak in without anyone noticing using his brain. He never expected that after the wormhole incident, his brain, which had worked so well over the years, would fail again. As for Shihai's teleportation skill, there was a prerequisite for it to be used, and he needed to leave his mental power mark within a certain range of the teleportation destination. Speaking of Shihai, the 2 siblings had a tacit understanding. One of them kept silent about his experience with Su Rongrong and the hidden dangers that came with it, and the other would never talk about Su Rongrong's life limit. Many times, they didn't like to ask each other for help when they went out to do things, for fear that they would accidentally step on a landmine and be questioned by the other party. Shi-yun didn't want to take Shi-hai with him on this operation. She took the most trusted group to hide in a corner of the base for a meeting. A group of people were talking about the battle plan. Shi-hai's stinky face suddenly appeared, shocking everyone to shut up. In the sight of the chaotic battle, he tried his best to clarify with Shi-yun with his eyes. He was not a spy who informed on others. After Shi-hai entered, he didn't get angry or ask questions. He just stood aside with his arms folded and a cold face, like some kind of silent recognition and statement. So Shi-hai's teleportation was added to the battle plan. The few people first came to the 5th galaxy with Shi-hai's teleportation, then sneaked into a smuggling starship, and entered Guangming port as untraceable as possible. It's no wonder that Shi-yun tried every means to keep a low profile. Since being taken back to the base, Su Rongrong, like Shi-hai, never talked about her experience in the Federation. Therefore, Shi-yun's understanding of his mother's experience was all based on intentional or unintentional patchwork, and a few sentences on the system resident details page. Although the information was limited, it was enough for Shi-yun to infer the connection between Su Rongrong and the Daivat experiment. Therefore, for a long time, the focus of the search was on the Daivat experiment. Unfortunately, this melon was buried too deep and too heavy. Shi-yun touched the vine several times, but each time he came up empty-handed. The vine-like clues were always cut off in advance, as if someone had been watching Shi-yun's movements and always ran ahead of her to destroy the body. Marshall Green was the biggest suspect. Therefore, although the base now has cooperative exchanges with the Federation, and the people of the base can enter and leave the Federation freely, Shi-yun still does not want Green to know her whereabouts this time. From Guangming port to the underground laboratory, Shi-yun, who had been cautious all his life, used a lot of black technology from the system mall. The elevator door opened and closed, leaving a group of people on the 16th floor underground. They did not encounter any obstacles. The laboratory hall was quite spacious, and the transparent container in the center was empty, with only a few strands of residual culture liquid hanging on the wall. This laboratory was also abandoned. Shi-hai walked in first, and touched the cup on the laboratory table casually. It was warm. The person just left. I go after him. Kron responded immediately. Together. Anna was more cautious than him. Naya and David took over the workbench and tried their best to restore the deleted data files. Shi-yun looked around and his eyes fell on the culture container in the center of the hall again, and finally locked on a number in the lower right corner of the container. DV-18-16-5. The meaning of DV is unknown. May 16th correspond to the number of laboratory floors, so the 18 on the previous level may refer to the name of the laboratory. Boss, this is the Federation's laboratory number 18. Naya's search results confirmed her guess. Laboratory number 18. It was the source of the artificial light spiritual power that Lehman revealed under the influence of her skills. At that time, Shi-yun was almost at the coordinates, but Lehman seemed to be suddenly affected by some force and got rid of her skills. He only said inexplicably under the protection of the true God. Unexpectedly, after many twists and turns, she still found this place. The system actually contributed to knowing this place. A long time ago, she used the universal clue, one of the rewards given by the difficult task resource competition, and got the location of the human experiment on the spiritual power of light attribute, which was located in the light sleeping place. What is the light sleeping place? After asking around, only Qin Xingxing could think of a religious illusion that barely related to it. God created his most beloved creation, but on a sunny day, he saw the creation running towards the light with all its might, full of fear. God didn't understand what he meant and asked why. The darkness is chasing me. The creature pointed to the shadow behind him, panicking. You can chase it too. God gave instructions. Just turn around. The creature really turned around and chased the shadow with its back to the sun. After an unknown amount of time, God found that his creature was in tears. Why are you still distressed? Because I can't catch the darkness. So God swallowed the light into his stomach. Basically, it can be said that the light was buried, according to this religious illusion. Qin Xingxing spread out the universe map and pointed to the 5th galaxy. This galaxy has a strong religious atmosphere. Many religions regard this area. He circled the 3rd star area where Guangming port is located with his index finger. It is called the belly of God. Shi-yun, which religion is this illusion from? It is too dark. Qin Xingxing, I heard it from others, I can't remember it. So the focus of the search fell on the third star area of the fifth galaxy, until some time ago, the result was finally found. Shi-Yun stared at the number. The last digit had traces of modification. With the system's backtracking skills, it was not difficult to determine that the number had been 1. This was indeed the laboratory where Su Rongrong had stayed. Number 1 mother body, look for information containing this keyword first, she said with a dry throat. Boss, we found another floor underground, come and take a look. Anna half emerged from a hidden stairwell and waved. Logically, the 16th floor should be the last floor. Shi-Yun, Shi-Hai, and Qin Xingxing followed Anna downstairs. The 17th floor was only rough compared to the 16th floor. It was more like an outdoor than an indoor floor, because 3/4 of the floor was covered with a thick layer of soil. It looked like something had been planted in the soil, and it was hastily dug away. It looked messy and clean. Shi-Yun walked around and found nothing. After thinking for a while, he squatted down and grabbed a handful of soil, intending to use the system to analyze the composition. A bright color broke into her sight. She was stunned for a moment, dug up the soil, and picked up a small piece of orange-red petals. The system's analysis automatically popped up. Item details. Name, D-type fire Yinxiang petals. Function, a new artificially cultivated variety, fragrance-free, but the volatile substances can cause mental disorder in special groups including the mermaids, and is one of the key materials for the cornerstone experiment. Fire Yinxiang. Shi-Yun's eyes hurt for a moment. The overwhelming orange phantom of Bingjiu Wangxing seemed to come to her again, and the mermaid's long-law singing seemed to ring in her ears again. After the disaster, she repeatedly went in and out of Bingjiu Wangxing to search, and only then did she learn from the few remaining clues that the evil flower was the fire incense that Portia had been afraid of for almost her entire life. After that, the fire incense was completely extinct, and the Federation regarded the mermaids as heroes. She thought the Federation had learned a lesson and stopped research in this area. Unexpectedly, 3 years later, she was given a surprise here. It was an upgraded version, and it even targeted more than just the mermaids. How can the Federation wake up? Did she really have to start a war and completely raze this rotten country? Shi-Yun. The things in her hand were taken away without explanation. Shi-Yun turned back impatiently and saw the worry in Qin Zixing's eyes. She realized belatedly that her mental power had fluctuated slightly. She was afraid that she was also the so-called special group targeted by Hui Yinxiang. Shi-Yun looked up at Shi-Hai, and her brother's face also showed an undisguised anger. A broken petal still had such an effect. She couldn't imagine how catastrophic the reaction of the targeted people would be if they encountered the Hui Yinxiang flower field. After that, they searched the entire laboratory for an hour or so, and packed up all the information they could find and took it away. A month later, they found a way to extend Su Rongrong's life. Shi-Yun looked at the freshly prepared plan, his eyes fixed on the full page of sequelae for a long time, and pulled Shi-Hai to Su Rongrong's room. No one knew what the family talked about in the room. When Shi-Yun came out, the plan had been completely destroyed. Half a year later, they held a funeral for Su Rongrong. The stars that had just reunited with the Earth seemed to be unaccustomed to the return of their old friend. They insisted on visiting even on rainy days, so it was raining sun that day. After the funeral, Qin Xingxing found Shi-Yun on a wet grassland. She held her eyes with her raised right arm, lying there motionless, her clothes soaked in rain, sticking to her body. Qin Xingxing followed her example and lay down. Shi-Yun moved uncomfortably. Today's sunlight is really dazzling. Qin Xingxing sighed in a straightforward manner. Shi-Yun did not move, only saying him in a low voice. The two of them had been in the rain for a long time, and Shi-Yun's hands finally felt sore. She reluctantly put down her numb hands, and her closed eyes felt the light, and they closed tighter with pain. Do you need me? Qin Xingxing, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. What? Shi-Yun asked hoarsely. Fighting. Shi-Yun did not answer immediately. Qin Xingxing waited patiently. Do you want me to use you? Shi-Yun asked back. Qin Xingxing didn't expect her to ask back, and after a few beats he said, I don't know. After a while, no. After another while, I still don't want to. Shi-Yun grunted and cursed. Then what are you asking? You are the leader. Qin Xingxing also felt that he didn't think before he spoke, and it was a little funny. I am a good virtue to hit wherever I point. Nonsense, Green just believed your lies. Shi-Yun laughed and scolded. Qin Xingxing also laughed. It seems to be the case. After laughing, he moved closer. Really don't want a heavy weapon to send those bad people and bad things to the sky? You wrote it on your face that day, Have you really changed your mind? First of all, Shi Yun moved his big head away. This is no longer an era where a weapon can achieve nuclear peace in the world. Secondly, the Federation is so big, who should die? I feel good when a war is launched, but in the end, are more people who deserve to die or more innocent people killed? Shi Yun sighed. I used to retaliate against the Federation because of my momentary emotions, but the more the base developed and the more the population increased, the more I realized that the so-called population is a living life after another. Everyone will cry, laugh, worry and be sad. In essence, what is the difference between them and us so-called rulers? Since there is no difference, what right do we have to reduce these living lives to cold populations, abstract them into statistical numerical meanings, and make them various weights on our strategic scale? This is not a game. Shi Yun was extremely tired. Without clear-cut camps, there is naturally no day when you can pass the level by destroying the other camp. Sometimes, I feel that you are more rational and objective than Green. Qin Xingxing sat up cross-legged and patted her head gently. I feel relieved to follow a leader like you, but I don't want you to be my leader anymore. The weight of the base is becoming more and more obvious, but you are so slender. He looked at her red eyes again, and felt more suffocated than her, and his thumb moved unconsciously. Sometimes I think of the day when we first met. You were far away from me at that time, but I saw your provocative and arrogant look, and I felt that you were as bright as the sun. He couldn't help raising his hand anymore, trying to smooth the tiredness around her eyes. If it doesn't work, let's just give up. World peace needs legendary heroes, but you don't have to be a hero. When you feel wronged, you are most afraid of someone understanding you. He, who has always been unruly, suddenly talked about such serious words. Shi Yun felt that the lump in his chest finally found an outlet, and he burst into tears. Qin Xingxing's heart tightened, his brows knitted tightly, his thumb finally fell on the corner of her eye, catching one hot crystal after another, and coaxed in a hoarse voice. It's okay if you want to vent your anger. I can accompany you to be the devil of the world, and kill the Federation. Cough. A clear cough stopped Qin Xingxing's movements, and Shi Yun's crying. One of them jumped away, and the other rolled away. After a chaotic look, they looked at the source of the sound in a daze, and saw Shi Hai's dead face. Qin Xingxing silently hid his hands behind his back under the other party's electric saw-like gaze, laughed awkwardly, made a pleased gesture, and left tactfully. Shi Hai rolled his eyes speechlessly, met his sister's dissatisfied gaze, sighed resignedly, and sat down next to Shi Yun. Qin Xingxing stopped in the distance, watched the two siblings talk for a while, confirmed that Shi Yun was fine, and then touched his sore neck. He turned around and walked a few steps, as if he suddenly realized something, and tilted his head to the left. My brother is finally here. I won't be in the way. Are you going? In the shade of a tree not far away, Jiang Yue held an umbrella, withdrew his eyes from the grassland, and said him without showing any emotion. Qin Xingxing didn't bother to care about him, shrugged his shoulders, and continued to move forward. She is not you. The mission she has to undertake is much greater than you think. You should assist her instead of teaching her to escape. Jiang Yue suddenly spoke behind him. Qin Xingxing raised his eyebrows and looked back. What the hell? He was a smart man, and he quickly understood Jiang Yue's subtext, and sneered. You are not going to say that if the sky falls, no one else can hold it up except her? Jiang Yue used some force to hold the umbrella handle, yes. Qin Xingxing laughed. Oh! He spread his hands nonchalantly. So what? Being the only hero, does that mean he deserves to be morally kidnapped? Whoever made the rules, get out of here. The mark on his earlobe seemed to glow red at any time. I beat him to death. Chapter 216. Marshal Green temporarily pulled himself away from the endless documents, walked to the huge glass wall, and looked down at the capital planet. The mature planet was still bustling, and due to its superior economic and political status, it had not yet shown any signs of decline. However, Green looked at the sky. In the alien star system that was far beyond his sight, the illusory oasis grew vines wantonly, and at a speed faster than he expected, it grew into a venomous snake that no longer needed to be disguised, and spit out its letter to the Federation. The ideological differences between Homeland No. 2 and the Federation, with the development of the former and the growth of the population base, eventually became a fierce offensive that was enough to shake the foundation of the Federation. He turned around and looked at the letter of intent for cooperation that had been projected in the air for a long time. It came from Shi Yun, the top leader of Home No. 2. She proposed a 10-year plan, saying that the pollution control effect of Yuan Star was obvious to all. If the Federation was willing to cooperate further, she was willing to help the Federation control the pollution free of charge. But there were conditions other than economics. First, the Federation must completely ban all emotion-controlled drugs, including emotional soothing drugs. Second, the Federation must stop all official experiments on emotion-controlled drugs, including human experiments, and severely crack down on all illegal human experiments. But long before this letter of intent, some people in the Federation had been led astray. They spread the word about the harm of emotional soothing drugs, and even linked them to the growing pollution. There was a movement against emotional soothing drugs in all the major galaxies, and it was getting more and more intense. The productivity of the Federation was already suffering from pollution, and now it has shrunk to a new historical low. The national economy has been further deteriorating, and has fallen off a cliff. Various organizations and institutions have laid off employees, and people's hearts and livelihoods are both in turmoil. What's worse is that because some people began to resist mood relaxants, their tolerance for difficulties dropped significantly, crime rates and suicide rates soared, further leading to a decline in productivity and a worse economy. More people will inevitably flee to Homeland Number 2, causing more people to believe that mood relaxants are the culprit of everything. It's simply a vicious cycle like a nightmare. Homeland Number 2 is using the power of public opinion to force him to nod. Green looked outside the wall again. Obviously, mood relaxants are the best way to break the vicious cycle. As long as everyone puts aside the influence of emotions and objectively and steadily gets through the most difficult days, the economic development trend will be able to turn around, and the Federation will naturally be able to invest more funds in pollution control. It is true that Homeland Number 2 has ready-made and feasible pollution control technology, but the technical principles are still a mystery. It is said that it is still monopolized by Shiyun alone, and no one knows whether there are any side effects. Moreover, no matter how good her promises are, she is a force independent of the Federation after all, and the integrity of the jurisdiction of the Federation territory governed by her is a huge question mark. If we ignore ambition and talk about personal feelings, Green has already known that Shiyun and his group broke into the underground laboratory of the 5th galaxy of the Federation. Although the funeral of the best clone of the Number 1 mother body was held in a low-key manner, it also reached Green's ears. As for the direct family relationship between Shiyun and the Number 1 mother body in Ocean, it has long been no secret. The old archives do not record much about the supreme leader of the Number 2 home base, and most of them have even been deleted, but the most basic genetic test data is still retained, and there is not much expression of the character of patience. In other words, from a natural perspective, Shiyun is a person who takes pleasure in taking revenge. Matrix Number 1 is heading towards the final end in that form. Without emotional sedatives, the probability that she will not vent her anger on the Federation is very low, let alone sincerely lend a helping hand. Even if Shiyun herself really does charity with a compassionate heart, Jiangyue, her subordinate, will never let go of this great opportunity to annex the Federation. Jiangyue, the man who should have died many years ago, unexpectedly appeared at home base Number 2. Whose will did Shiyun's unreasonable letter of intent belong to, and whose selfishness did it carry? Green stared at the capital planet that he had governed for many years. The prosperous planet was brightly lit, like a precision machine that never tires, an outstanding work that countless predecessors have repeatedly polished and carefully guarded. He still remembers Jiangyue's appearance very clearly. The leader who always had a warm smile on his face was excellent in eloquence, means, and brains, which made Green feel inferior. Unfortunately, there was a fatal weakness, too idealistic. He has only been in office for 50 years, but he has attempted to reform the federal distribution system that has been tested for many years. For the pie called interests, once the distribution rules are formed, it can only be made bigger, and there is no reason to recut it. To make the pie bigger, we can only further improve efficiency. Technology and systems have been optimized to the extreme, and only human beings themselves have not been fully developed. Therefore, abandoning the weaknesses in human nature as much as possible has become the only choice, and emotional soothing drugs are born for this purpose. All efforts should be made for this, rather than putting the cart before the horse for temporary difficulties. Unfortunately, neither Jiangyue nor Shiyun realized this. In the final analysis, they still don't know how to give up what should be given up as soon as possible. They are blinded by extra emotions, and can't see the optimal solution. Alice. These 3 words suddenly popped up, interrupting Marshal Green's thoughts. He felt his right-hand fingers spasming uncontrollably, frowning, and raised his left hand to press the back of his neck. It only took a few seconds for the muscle movement of his right hand to return to normal. Green was used to it, and joined the online meeting as planned. In addition to the people from the Capital Star Research Institute, the Energy Factory's first shareholder, Rober, was also present. As the initiator of the meeting, he did not speak, but only signaled his research experts to report the latest experimental results to Green. The research on the special mental skills of swallowing and ossification was successfully completed. At this point, all aspects of the technology supporting the Cornerstone Plan have matured. Once the plan is launched, it can be deployed within 3 months. After deployment, the pollution situation in the Federation can be reversed within 1 month, and all pollution in the Federation can be cleared within 1 year. The Capital Star Research Institute unanimously agreed with the conclusion and added some risks of the Cornerstone project. The last risk was raised at the end of the risk identification phase. The researcher who raised his hand was white-haired, with deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. His words were as trembling and weak as he was, but the batch of containers responsible for the Cornerstone project will have to bear. Mr. De, you may not have heard clearly just now. We are discussing risks now. Ropal finally spoke. It's not time to discuss costs yet. De Lau's face changed, and he looked at Green, who acquiesced to what Rober said, and did not mention it again. 5 hours later, all the links of the plan were reviewed, and whether to start or not only waited for Green's nod. Green lowered his head and looked at the information of the Cornerstone Plan. His eyes fell on one of the containers, and his right-hand fingers twitched uncontrollably again in the blind spot of everyone's vision. He did not nod on the spot. Everyone's projection went offline one after another. Only Rober sat there, smiling, and nodded to Green. When I thought about making such a great contribution to the Federation, the morale of my group of researchers was very high. As soon as the results came out, they urged me to report to you. For this report, they made 100% preparations, and some details were not even mentioned in the meeting. If you still have any doubts, you can contact the person in charge at any time. Green said he knew. Robal's swollen eyes gurgled. Then wait for your good news. He pretended to turn off the projection, and suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, the last time the foreign gang suddenly broke into the number 18 laboratory, the person in charge had to destroy the flower field on the -17th floor when he retreated. Now there is only one field of fire Yenxium flowers still in full bloom, and the flowering period is only 5 days. If you want to cultivate it again, it will take a year. If you are interested in starting the plan this year, you must hurry up. Got it. Green replied calmly, but his fingers were cramping in the shadows. 3 days later, Green approved the application documents, and the Cornerstone project was officially launched. Ropal was given an important position in the Federation, and was secretly responsible for the Cornerstone project. More than 2 months later, the deployment progress of the Cornerstone project was ahead of schedule, reaching 99.3%. The deployment base, which was classified as the top secret, welcomed Marshal Green for the first time. Hearing his arrival, the head of the base hurried over and greeted him head-on. Why are you here? There is a big risk of explosion when the switch is turned on. And I heard that after the funeral of the number 1 mother, Ocean was highly dissatisfied with Shiyuan and rebelled against the number 2 home with the original trash members, threatening to massacre all the federal laboratories, especially today's battle. He may come at any time. Green did not answer, but just stared calmly ahead. 13 stone pillars with intricate patterns stood like huge tombstones in this not very wide underground space. A third of the top of each stone pillar revealed a part of the container. They were faces. The face embedded in the 12th stone pillar was the most familiar to him. The space fluctuations had dissipated at some point, and when Green realized it, a sharp dagger was already on his neck. Do you recognize who that is? Ocean's gloomy voice sounded behind him. The researcher present didn't even scream, and fell in a pool of his own blood. Dozens of fallen ones walked out of the shadows, staring at Green without a trace of kindness. Green calmly replied, Clone number 954023. The hot and wet blood immediately slid down his neck, and Green's breath was still steady. He was silent for a while. If you are asking about her prototype, then the answer is Alice. Shihai laughed coldly, with deep hatred in his eyes. Do you know who put her information into the candidate file of the plan? Green looked forward. His expression was still calm, and only moved his right little finger slightly. Now I know. How do you feel when you see your daughter become part of the Inhuman plan? His reaction was not as expected, and Shihai's hand strength increased a point, asking paranoidly. That's not my daughter. Green felt the sharp blade approaching his trachea. My daughter died in the battle 3 years ago. You were one of the parties involved. Have you forgotten? But that's her clone. A clone without memories has no soul. Green said, I'm sorry that I can't let you feel the pleasure of revenge, but if I tell you that even if Alice meets the requirements of the plan today, I will continue to implement the plan, will it make you who just suffered the pain of losing your mother feel better? Although strictly speaking, that's not your real mother. Boom, 13 stone pillars exploded on the spot, and at the same time, the sharp dagger cut inward. Blood was shed, but it was not from Green. Mental skills changed the world. Green stood a few meters away at some point, looking at Shihai with blood on his palm with an indifferent expression, and praised sincerely, "I admire you." He meant that Shihai realized something was wrong at the last moment, and stretched out his hand to block the sharp blade, otherwise the knife would have cut Shihai's own neck. The fallen around were subdued by the federal army that was transmitted instantly, and the powerful energy field was turned to maximum power, firmly confining the space within a radius of several kilometers. Shihai couldn't run away. The situation suddenly reversed. Green used his powerful mental power again. Mental skill, induction. All the desires deep in Shihai's heart were infinitely magnified, and the overwhelming hatred blinded his eyes, so that he could not accurately capture the experimental equipment lead wires coming from all directions. The lead wire was pitch black, and the needle installed on the top was long and thin. It was inconspicuous in the dim light, but it was extremely flexible, ignoring Shihai's dodge and accurately piercing the key acupuncture points on his body. The last lead wire pierced into Shihai's neck, and he groaned, unable to sustain either physical or mental strength. The gray-white polymer cement poured down, sealing him tightly inside, and solidified into the shape of a stone pillar within a few minutes. The lead wire needle inserted into his body began to deliver drugs, snatching away his control over his mental power bit by bit. The plan was implemented smoothly, and Green did not look proud. He stood in front of Shihai, stood with his hands behind his back, and explained to Shihai in a business-like manner, "The Cornerstone Project can completely solve the pollution problem, which is related to the rise and fall of the Federation for hundreds of years to come, but the requirements for the container are almost strict. Both the Knight and Mermaid are excellent containers, but at least 7 are needed to make up for the shortcomings of the other containers. The problem is that neither of these two groups can be cloned. The Knight has long been extinct except Qin Zixing, and the Mermaid rarely reveals their identities due to historical reasons. Even in today's relaxed environment, we have only found 6 suitable candidates. Therefore, the probability of success of the Cornerstone Project has always been stuck at 95%. Green met Shihai's eyes without any waves, and you, Ocean, you are the best work of the Federation. The entire Cornerstone Project has taken shape because of you. You are the best container. Neither the Knight nor the Mermaid are as good as you. You alone are enough to ensure the 100% success of the Cornerstone Plan. Really? You've worked really hard. For me, you even used yourself and Alice as bait." Shihai's ears were buzzing, but he still spoke sarcastically. Marshal Green paused, and it was unknown what his mentality was. If Portia hadn't died in Bingju stargazing, you wouldn't have to. Spit. A mouthful of blood foam spit on Green's face, and Shihai was too lazy to say another word. A lot of medicine had accumulated in his body. If Shiyun was here, he would find that his SAN value data was rapidly decreasing. But Shiyun was not here. Green had 3 burrows, and a Cornerstone plan was deployed in several locations, but only this place had the highest success rate. The message was secretly intercepted and tampered by him. Shiyun knew nothing about this place, and even if she wanted to stop Green's plan, she would never appear here. If she didn't appear here, she would not be coveted by Green. After all, Green's ulterior motives were exposed, and as siblings, they had very similar genes. Shihai was extremely grateful for his selfishness. Laboratory 18 and his mother's funeral were a double blow. His heart, which had been softened by his family, fell into an ice cellar again, and his attitude towards the Federation became radical again. In his view, violent confrontation with Green was inevitable and imminent, even if it would immediately escalate into a war between the two sides. Since those noisy immigrants accepted the protection and benefits of the base, they must be prepared to be sacrificed. As for the citizens of the Federation, since they did not choose to abandon their identities, they should be prepared to die in the Federation at any time. Who is more innocent than who, and who deserves whose leniency? And Shiyun hopes to absorb as many federal citizens who agree with the values of the base as possible before the inevitable war comes, so as to reduce the possibility of casualties. Therefore, Shiyun and him have a little disagreement. He simply took this opportunity to cut himself off from Shiyun's base. Since my sister believes that there is still truth, goodness, and beauty in the world, let her continue to believe that he can do all the dirty things and means, and he can also bear the sins caused by them. He mixed Alice's information into the Cornerstone plan, and revealed his weaknesses intentionally or unintentionally, which led to the self-righteous Green. The potion finally achieved a qualitative change in his body, and his state changed. His dark eyes became darker, and his clean earlobe slowly revealed a bloody outline. Pentagram? It was not only the genes of Night Star that were stimulated, but also the resentment and murderous intent that had been suppressed for many years. The mental skills that had been used for many years changed, and the pollution transfer slowly split into whale swallowing and bone wind formation. The protective equipment of the deployment base was removed, and the pervasive pollution quickly came in and swarmed into his body. His mental power was stimulated, and while purifying the pollution in his body, it also overflowed uncontrollably, purifying every inch of air in the space. This is the working principle of the Cornerstone Plan to clean up pollution. Shihai alone can serve the Federation for at least 100 years. All future development of the Federation will be based on his role. He will be a veritable cornerstone of the Federation. Fine blood beads oozed from his pores, and all his skin became bright red and mottled. The strange five-pointed star on his earlobe looked like a devil's mark. Marshal, the pollution concentration nearby has dropped. The pollution concentration in the entire Bishi area has dropped by 0.1 percentage points. This is the first time since the S-level pollution source incident. The Cornerstone Plan was successful. Green finally showed a smile on his face. He turned around and left, surrounded by a new group of researchers. Green, Marshal. A dark shadow appeared in front of Green, like a ghost, with a fierce killing intent looming over him. Green was startled, and used his skills again to turn the tide. However, this time, the trick that worked every time was completely ineffective. The dark silk thread followed him like a shadow, like the lead wire on Shihai's body, piercing Green with holes. The thickest silk thread dug into Green's neck and destroyed the soothing agent chip embedded in it at the first time. Then, the ink-like pollution poured into Green's body through the black silk, turning him into a solid black cocoon in the shape of a human. Green's screams echoed through the sky. The black hand lifted his chin, forcing him to face the shadow's face. It was a being who looked exactly like Shihai. It came from Shihai's ultimate skill, Apostle Summoning, which was formed after his Essay value collapsed. The summoned apostle smiled coldly, raised his hand slightly, and summoned the broken wall with Alice's clone to Green, forcing him to look at it carefully from top to bottom, and explained it clearly as if it were the original. If it weren't for my operation, perhaps Alice's clone would never join the Cornerstone Project. But if it didn't join the Cornerstone Project, Alice herself would not have much research value. In this case, why would someone insist on cloning her and trying to inject her old soul into her new body? Tell me, how do you feel now? Green, who lost the sedative, was horrified. Alice seemed to have appeared countless times, with a voice and appearance like a real person. Dad, I will be a very powerful general in the future and help you beat all the bad guys. I don't want them to know that I am your daughter. I will become an excellent general through my own efforts. The spiritual power of light attributes will be my best help in the contaminated area. I am determined to transform. You don't need to say anything more. Lyman's voice also echoed in his ears. Marshal. Alice. Sacrificed. The font of the secret report seemed to come alive, swaying in front of him. Lyman Yusuf detonated the mental connection of all Special Forces members. He wanted Lyman to die a miserable death. It shouldn't be like this. Everything should be based on the interests of the Federation. He wanted Lyman to die a miserable death. It shouldn't be like this. He shouldn't have any selfish motives. He wanted Lyman to die a miserable death. Marshal Green. The Apostle's voice penetrated all illusions and struck into his heart word by word. You personally approved the application of Alice's clone to join the Cornerstone Project, the clone with the highest memory tolerance. Fortunately, the Apostle's laughter was like the devil's low moan. She didn't have time to grow the soul you wanted. She was just a container that was no different from others. Ah! The emotions that had been taken away for many years rebounded, and Green was in agony. Don't worry. The Apostle smiled happily. I will let you live a long life, and be a good neighbor with my original body for many years. Kill me! Kill me! The Apostle stabbed the inhuman Green into the ground, stepped on the researcher's body, and walked briskly to Shihai. I have fulfilled your wish. Its hand passed through Shihai's body, and lightly touched the other's spiritual sea, sighing helplessly. How can you have the idea of crossing the river and destroying the bridge? Shihai laughed weakly and happily, and used his two skills, whale devouring and bone wind formation, to the limit. He summoned the Apostle, and naturally he took it back personally. He couldn't leave a mess, and let his sister work hard. Are you sure you want to do this? The Apostle's current ability was not enough to fight him, but he was still calm. Look up. Shihai couldn't move, so it kindly lent Shihai some vision. The solid ceiling was not an obstacle, and the upper floor of the deployment base was in full view. There was a Green sitting in a wheelchair, issuing an order to strangle all living creatures in the deployment base. Shihai's intermittent breathing paused for 2 minutes, and the SAN value level that had stopped falling plummeted again. The ability of the Apostle's sword, puff. A light sound that should not be noticed by anyone exploded in the ears of Shihai and the Apostle. A huge space black hole slowly took shape, and a strangely shaped spear pierced the chest of the second green. After the spear, Shiyun, who had not been seen for many days, showed up. She looked stern, her glass-like eyes swept around, looking through the floor into the deployment base, firmly locked onto the Apostle, who was about to lose control, and said the first sentence after appearing with tightly pursed lips. Those who betray the master will die. Skill, a mouth that follows the law, advanced, the surging mental power wrapped with the power of the word spirit, turned into an invisible golden thread, and entangled the Apostle. Anna, who followed Shiyun, blasted the floor with a cannon, and Shiyun jumped down, and the long spear instantly turned into a black giant sickle, cutting off the pollution entangled with Shihai, and then turned into a small gun, accurately blasting open the stone pillar that encapsulated Shihai. Wearing a stainless steel glove, she dug Shihai out from the flying gravel. As soon as she put the glove into the warehouse, she raised her hand and slapped him. Qin Xingxing, who was about to come over to help sort out Shihai's spiritual sea, paused awkwardly. You're asking for death. If I had come a step later. I'm sorry. Shihai apologized softly, raising his palm with difficulty, almost reaching her cheek, and then falling down weakly. He took several heavy breaths. It's all because I didn't do well enough, don't be sad. Shiyun couldn't hit him again, so he closed his eyes, took a deep breath with shaking hands. Shihai, are you slacking off now? The Apostle was still unwilling to give up, risking the aggravation of the word spirit's confinement, God knows. How many greens are there in this world? The second half of the sentence was stuck in its throat. Mental skill, driven by Orbus. Qin Xingxing smiled and patted its shoulder. I think it seems that you are slacking off. Mental skill, star collapse. The exquisite hexagram array rose from the ground. The whale swallowing and words come true had already made the Apostle attack from both sides, and with Qin Xingxing's combo, it was finally unable to resist, and was wiped out by the hexagram array in a blink of an eye. Shihai still guessed the Apostle's subtext. As soon as he stopped breathing, the remaining blood and chi began to churn again, and his eyes were like a sharp blade piercing green. What? Do you think it's noisy? Shiyun threw the spear backhandedly, hitting Green's throat, and the screams that lingered in the space finally disappeared. She reached out and smoothed her brother's eyebrows. Don't worry, this is the real one. As for whether he has other clones. The smile that was spread out was cold. I hope so that it will be convenient for us to watch the show. Chapter 217. Federal Capital Star Research Institute, Top Secret Laboratory. In the pink transparent nutrient solution, the man, with a dignified look in his eyes, opened his eyes, raised his right hand, grabbed the edge of the culture chamber, and tried to sit up. However, his legs below the waist were powerless, and he was caught off guard. His hand slipped, and he subconsciously tried to raise his left hand to grab the other side of the culture chamber, but unexpectedly found that his left hand was also out of control, so he could only fall back to his original position in a mess, splashing water. Marshall Green. Several researchers hurried forward and helped him up, looking at each other secretly, with the same thought in their minds. Another problem. The previous clone that barely carried all of Green's memories had paralyzed legs, and was assassinated in the Bishi area. Now this new clone is even worse, and even his left hand has lost its power. It's okay. Green quickly accepted the reality, and waved his hand. Help me connect to the optical computer. The optical computer chip was inserted into his arm, and countless information waiting for approval poured in. Green felt nauseous and pressed his temple. What's the status of my mental power data? You? The researcher carefully organized his words. Your current mental power is A level. To be more precise, it is A-, and all mental skills are invalid. From the 4-digit S level value to the low 3-digit A, no wonder he couldn't bear this level of information. Green took a deep breath, quickly adjusted the parameters of the optical computer according to the current mental power level, and flipped out a long-prepared instruction to approve the start. Home base number 2, Earth, Central City. 9 bases, except for base number 1 and number 3, which Shiyun was in charge of personally. All the other bases had 8 administrators present. When the news of Green's death came out, everyone fell silent. Some people wanted to speak but were secretly stopped by the people around them. Hawkins, the administrator of base number 5, asked unconfidently, what should we do next? Jiang Yue took in everyone's reactions. At that time, Stop the federal government from continuing illegal human experiments at all costs. As soon as the proposal came out, it was hotly debated like never before. Now that the result is 10 times worse than expected, it is no wonder that everyone has such a reaction. He quickly replied, reduce the priority of other matters, and speed up the construction of armaments, especially the level of military protection. Some people shook their feet uneasily. Yu Daiqing, the administrator of base number 4, looked solemn, and was the first to raise an objection. I disagree. Everyone had different expressions, and their eyes turned to her. Everyone knew that although Jiang Yue, the administrator of base number 2, was nominally at the same level as other base administrators, he was the uncrowned king of the home base, and had a very high voice and persuasiveness. Even if this time at all costs. The absolute command of the supreme leader also won the support of the majority of people, with his concise and comprehensive argument. He already had an absolutely convincing resume, and his far-sighted political views were witnessed by everyone over the years. All the doubts beforehand became short-sighted afterwards, so that slowly, the few doubts became increasingly withered. Questioning him, I don't know when it has become something that requires courage. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yu Daiqing remained calm. In the old saying of the Yu clan, it is better to close your eyes and beat others than to resist being beaten blindly. Instead of being nervous and prepared to be beaten, we should launch a full-scale attack and seize the initiative before the Federation reacts. Jiang Yue smiled and nodded, looking at the others. What do the others think? I don't agree with focusing on armament construction either. Lin Yu, the administrator of base number 6, spoke second. With the current construction progress of our base, no matter how much we increase the priority of armament construction, it will take at least a year to barely achieve the expected results. He paused and glanced at Yu Daiqing. But I don't agree with launching a full-scale attack. The core contaminated area is our advantage. I suggest taking the initiative and picking a few suitable locations to draw the Federation's firepower there and defeat them one by one. Not all the Federation's generals are fools. You can't draw them just because you want to. Yuanzi, the administrator of base number 8, frowned. She joined the homeland the latest. The base she was in charge of was located on the outskirts of the 9th galaxy, close to the 8th galaxy. The pollution was lighter than the core contaminated area, which meant that there was one less layer of natural protection. It was also closer to the Federation in terms of physical distance. If a real fight broke out, the military leaders of the Federation would definitely give priority to capturing base number 8 for strategic supplies as long as they had some brains. That is to say, base 8 must be one of the focus points. Lin Yu, isn't this a suitable location? We can set up an advance near your base. To be on the safe side, the residents there can evacuate to our side first. That will take at least 3 days. However, speed is of the essence, and 3 days are enough for the Federation to attack base 8. 3 days can still be gained, as long as the water is muddied. Yu Daiqing pointed at Bingjia Wangxing. Due to the cooperation project, we are very familiar with the terrain in this area. If we send a small team to raid and bluff, the Federation will mistakenly think that we have tampered with the construction and have the ability to attack the Federation capital star directly. But that's the planet we built with our own hands. The administrator, who was in charge of the Bingju stargazing project, was unwilling. It was only built a few years ago, and it was all destroyed in the fight. It's not easy for the people there, and who will dare to cooperate with us in the future? The more radical administrator sneered. After defeating the Federation, who do we need to cooperate with? This is a question of building public trust. Are you going too far? In the final analysis, it's because the situation has developed beyond imagination, making everyone in a mess. What's that tone of yours? Who are you trying to blame? I'm not blaming anyone, I'm just pointing out the facts. I said it when I said I was going to stop the federal human experiment. The timing is not right. Bang! Odrio, the administrator of base 7, slammed the table and stood up emotionally. The noisy meeting room fell silent. Leo realized what he had said belatedly, and his face, which had been flushed with excitement, became even redder. He met Jiang Yue's gaze and wanted to make amends, but he couldn't get off the stage under the gaze of everyone, so he could only bite the bullet and continue. I was right. The timing is not right. Otherwise, why would we be so passive now? Okay. Someone tried to smooth things over. What happened has happened. There's no point dwelling on it now. Although this smoothing was done, the subtext was still to agree with Leo's complaints. Jiang Yue calmly accepted the unspoken dissatisfaction of everyone. I understand what you all mean. Your proposals are all very valuable strategic plans, and we can study them in detail later. Details means it will take time. Many people frowned. Jiang Yue remained calm. In fact, Time is not as urgent as you think. What do you mean? Yu Daiqing asked. Killing Green, the supreme leader of the Federation, is a great provocation to the Federation no matter what the reason is. In order to maintain its dignity, the Federation has to fight this war even if it doesn't want to. Where do we have the time? Because he still has clones alive. Yu Daiqing's eyes moved, as if he thought of something. What? Liu sat back and shook his legs again. Then shouldn't he avenge himself? Jiang Yu shook his head. First of all, Marshal Green's principle of action has always been to put the interests of the Federation first, and personal grudges will not be the reason for him to start a war. Liu interrupted him. No, just like Yu Daiqing said just now, this is a provocation, a matter of the dignity of the Federation's diplomacy. That's the second thing to talk about. Since Green still has a clone, he is not dead, so how can we provoke him? You can't say that. The most important thing is, Jiang Yu has seemed to have endless patience. Contemporary cloning technology is not very advanced. It is fortunate that the clone can carry Green's original memory. As for the physical condition and mental strength level, it is impossible to return to the heyday, especially the atrophy of the mental strength level. Not only is there a high probability that he will lose his mental skills, but it will also cause his efficiency in handling government affairs and defending against assassinations to be greatly reduced. If the federal political arena is compared to a wolf pack, then Green, as the leader, has already lost his capital. Once the news that he is a clone is leaked, the federal political arena will inevitably set off a bloody storm, which he does not want to see publicly or privately. So he wants to hide the fact that his original body is dead more than anyone else, and hopes more than anyone else that the current situation is calm and there is no reason to start a war. These are just speculations, and everything is based on our understanding of Green's original body. Some people are still worried. What if his brain is not well developed when he was cloned? Then use objective facts to restrain his hands and feet. Jiang Yu is calm. Spread the news that he is a clone. Don't provide evidence. Just make groundless accusations. Let all the Federation forces be suspicious, and muddy the waters as much as possible. But think about it the other way around. Yu Daiqing is vaguely uneasy. If Green is still the shrewd Green, will he predict our prediction? In order to concentrate on dealing with the Federation, he must ensure that we will not interfere. War is a huge burden for both sides. He should not consider it, but it is not ruled out that he will use other means to hinder us. Rumble. What's that noise? The water in the cup is shaking. An earthquake? Oh no! Baby, find a place to hide first. I be there soon. Leo received an emergency call, stood up suddenly, and rushed out of the door in the puzzled eyes of everyone, leaving a series of roars in the distance. Where is the special forces? Quick! Follow me. There is a runaway pollution source over in the Horror Valley. At least A level. The tail of his roar floated into the conference room, and everyone's face changed. Home base number 2 is the core of all bases. It was built by the supreme leader Shiyun himself. He has more experience than all the administrators present. The pollution defense facilities are the most mature. Not to mention the runaway A level. Even the E level pollution source has never appeared. No. It's not that it hasn't appeared, but... Yu Daiqing jumped down from the window of the conference room and spread her wings to glide. At that moment, she thought of the most unsettling race on Earth, Pluto. Horror Valley. Horror Valley is located in the suburbs of the central city. It is a famous horror-themed amusement park in home base number 2. It covers a large area. The environment is quiet to the point of being gloomy. There are many weird NPCs. Even the sad-faced uncle, who collects tickets, will lose half of his face unexpectedly, which makes him lose his SN. But there is no shortage of people who are curious about the world, so the daily flow of people in the Horror Valley is not small, so that after the accident, there are more than 60,000 tourists trapped in the valley. Actress Ariana Leo is one of them. Alyssa, are you okay? Ariana took her friend and hid in a hidden corner. She is already beautiful enough, but standing next to Alyssa Alien, she is like a star next to the moonlight. I'm fine. Alyssa shook her head, holding her friend's hand tightly, and trembling slightly, revealing the fear she tried hard to hide. In the distance, a black shadow whose details could not be seen clearly with the naked eye cried out for a long time, and its claws, half a meter long, flew through the forest, breaking trees in half wherever it passed. Kill! Kill! Don't leave any. Don't leave any. Its crying was mixed with the panicked screams of many people. In normal times, everyone would be accustomed to it, but now, every sound was really heart-wrenching. Aliana withdrew the mental power that led away the black shadow, and her eyes fell on the open space not far away, where there was a pool of flesh and blood that was not in human shape. That was their cameraman. She looked away, forcing herself to hold back the churning in her stomach, shook hands with Alyssa, and lowered her voice as much as possible. Don't be afraid, I led it away. I contacted Odd before the signal was cut off, and he has already arrived. Is Odd very powerful? Of course. Ariana was always proud of her husband. I'd never seen him lose a fight. She saw further fear on Alyssa's face, and her heart skipped a beat. Is there anything behind me? Alyssa opened her mouth, but because she was too nervous, she couldn't make a sound. Ariana's neck was stiff, and she slowly turned her head. Nothing. Before she could breathe back into her throat, she heard Alyssa's words that she finally squeezed out of her throat. The problem just now was not me. It was Oh. A shadow hung upside down from above their heads, with no facial features except the mouth on its face, showing them a full set of white teeth including wisdom teeth. Found. Its clenched fist flicked out the only 2 fingers, shaped like blades, and before they touched their skin, the strong wind caused them to cut through the fabric neatly. Eggplant. Ah! I sensed her, in that direction. There was no instant transmission device near the Horror Valley. Odrio relied on his own ability to arrive at the scene only 1 step slower than Yu Daiqing, and was shocked by the oncoming polluted airflow and took a step back. If he hadn't put on pollution protection equipment in advance, he would have vomited blood now. This sense of oppression is definitely not just A-level. Leo couldn't wait for the special forces, and rushed into the valley with a trembling heart. He used his mental power to create several thunders in succession, trying to attract the attention of the pollution source. Baby. Yu Daiqing didn't rush to catch up, but closed his eyes and concentrated, using his mental power to sweep. There are 2 pollution sources, one quasi-S level and one A+ level, in the same position as Leo's wife. Deep in the valley, Alyssa supported Ariana, who was bleeding profusely, and staggered forward. Don't worry about me, Alyssa. Alyssa felt her legs go weak, and she raised her hand to point at the 2 o'clock position. The thunder must be caused by Ode. If you run in that direction, you may still be alive. No, we must live together. Alyssa wiped the tears and sweat from her face, and ran in the direction Alyssa pointed. There are more than 1 pollution source that can't escape like this. Boom! Before she finished speaking, the 5 sharp claws of the black shadow came to her waist. Alyssa gritted her teeth and threw herself and Alyssa to the ground, barely avoiding the attack of the black shadow, but saw a figure running fast, and 2 sharp blade-like fingers swept over along the ground. Who can escape this? Aliana closed her eyes in despair. Wow! The imagined severe pain did not come. Instead, she heard the sound of flapping wings. Flying bird? Reinforcement? Or a new enemy? Aliana mustered up the courage to open her eyes, and happened to see a few feathers falling in front of her. The feathers were pure white, so perfect that they did not seem like creatures in the world. She subconsciously reached out and caught one of them. Then, she was lifted up by a force, and when she looked down, she found that it was Alyssa who took her up into the air. The wings spread out by her friend were long and white, and in this dark valley, they were as clean as a ray of light. Aliana was stunned for a long time. Alyssa, you have wings? You are from the Yu clan? Alyssa smiled bitterly. I am an outlier in the Yu clan. She glanced forward and saw 2 blurry figures in the distance. I see the reinforcements. Hold on, let's fight. As she said that, she took a deep breath, flapped her wings, and flew forward with all her strength. Yu Daiqing saw the 2 of them from a distance, and her flying figure paused for a moment. Ode also saw them, and accelerated in surprise. Baby. The one waving is my baby. Great, she's fine. He then wondered, who is flying with her on his back? He looked again, and was so shocked that his eyes almost fell out. Alyssa alien? My god, she has wings? She is from your Yozu. Before he finished speaking, he saw something behind them. The black shadow cried and stretched its body, turning into black smoke, locking onto the path of Alyssa and the other person, with a scissor hand showing the only facial features, and the white teeth turned into fangs, digging at them with both hands and teeth. In a moment, blood dyed by Yu red, and the 2 fell down powerlessly. No! Ode turned into a thunderbolt and rushed forward desperately. Electric arcs gathered around him, crackling and attacking the black smoke. Perhaps it was the explosive power brought by grief that was invincible. The runaway A+ level pollution source could not withstand it, and the crystal core shattered after a few seconds. With his companions dead, Scissorhands roared, and in its earth-shattering roar, Yu Daiqing, who was fighting with it, was horrified to find that there were many shouts of shock and anger around. Lao Jiang. What are you doing? Murder. They killed Lao Jiang's son and Lao Jiang. This is too much. This is too much. Kill them! Go! Kill them! The polluted airflow suddenly rose more than 10 times. All kinds of strange pollution sources appeared from nowhere. 1, 2, 3. There were too many to count. They were surrounded by the rampaging pollution sources. For a while, screams rang out in the valley. The slaughter of tourists by pollution sources officially began. Chapter 218. Central City. A few minutes before the earthquake, Kokot was walking on the way to the Terror Valley with his grandson Galen and old friend Rabbi. The streets of Central City were bustling with people. Kokot sighed again and again. It's great. I haven't seen people strolling around so relaxedly in the Federation for so many years. Galen made a face. Grandpa, how many times do you praise the base every day? I'm almost tired of it. Rabbi smiled and said, this is what happens when people get old. They talk too much. Old man, how young do you think you are? Kokot glared at the two of them. I'm just praising you. I'm just praising you. Is it easy to have such a life now? You should cherish your blessings. Ouch. A young man in a white sweater knocked him off balance, but he didn't even turn his head. Hey! Big brother, why are you so rude? Galen supported his grandfather. At the age of more than 10, he was just in a bad mood, and he shouted that he wanted to chase him to settle the score. Come back. The rabbi grabbed him. But Rabbi Galen wanted to argue, but when he looked back, he found that Rabbi's expression was not very good. Rabbi? That man has a fierce face. He is a tough guy. Don't mess with him. The earthquake is coming. The funny advertisement on the big screen in the square suddenly stopped. Now we are going to insert an urgent news. The host obviously just learned the news and looked frightened. For unknown reasons, there is a runaway pollution source in the Horror Valley. Please cancel all trips related to the Horror Valley, and don't get close to the Horror Valley. Don't get close to the Horror Valley. Ah? What's going on? Are you kidding me? How could there be a pollution source in the base? Today is April Fool's Day? Hey, no, it seems to be true. I just saw the Special Forces team. It seems to be heading towards the valley. Oh no! My daughter went there for a date today. Don't worry, don't worry. This is the home base. It's easy to deal with a few pollution sources. That's right. Mr. Jiang will definitely come out and give us an explanation soon. Where did the pollution source come from? I just want to know. The central city is not far from the Horror Valley. The pollution won't spread here, right? Compared to the anxiety of most people, the Kokot family is one of the calmest ones. It's okay. Kokot looked up at the screen. He was cautious all his life and was firm. This is the home base. With Shiyun here, nothing will go wrong. Most people around mentioned Jiang Yue, who was in charge of the central city, Mr. Jiang, and the first reaction was Shiyun. Kokot is a clean person, and his tone is more like a piety to some absolute existence than a trust in the leader of the regime, so he attracted a lot of attention. I heard that she can kill S-level pollution sources in seconds. Is it true? Some people couldn't help but be curious. Really, I watched the live broadcast of the report that year, but she hasn't been involved in anything for a long time. Yes, she didn't show up at such a big event as the year-end celebration last year. Don't mention the celebration. She didn't show up for the project with the Federation in the first half of the year. Mr. Jiang was standing side by side with Green at the signing ceremony. You can take a closer look. I heard from people in the capital that no one has seen her for a long time. Old man, your political awareness is not good enough. It's fine if you don't believe Mr. Jiang, but believe Shiyun? She doesn't even know if she is still in the base. It's better to pray to God than to rely on her. You don't understand. Kokot shook his head and said firmly, if something big happens, she must be there. Some people didn't agree, but some people agreed. Feeling the recognition, Kokot looked back and recognized Kelly and Marion, who lived on the same street. The three of them looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Just as everyone was discussing, the square advertising screen was blurred, and Jiang Yue's face replaced the host. Everyone. It's Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang is out. Everyone stop arguing. Listen to him. Jiang Yue's appearance seemed to give the people a reassurance, and the uneasy commotion subsided a lot. On the screen, Jiang Yue's face was calm. The base special forces have arrived at the Horror Valley and started to implement rescue. The current situation is under control and is expected to be handled within 10 minutes. We will report the rescue progress in real time. Look, I told you so. Ha ha ha, 10 minutes, this is the shortest rescue promise I've ever heard. I think it's okay if we don't broadcast it. Please don't panic, and don't get close to the Valley of Terror for any reason. Once this is over, the base will thoroughly investigate the cause and give everyone. Under the screen. Little Galen in the crowd sniffed, Grandpa, there's something strange. Cocotte was confused by the question and sniffed the air. What's that smell? Nothing? No. The rabbi agreed with Galen's opinion, it really is. He smelled it carefully and slowly frowned. Why does it smell like blood? The same conversation happened in every corner of the central city. On the screen, Jiang Yuha finished the last half of the sentence. A satisfactory explanation. But under the screen, many people spoke at the same time as him, almost covering his voice. What is that? Oh my God! Look! In the direction of the Horror Valley, a faint blood color spread over the valley, forming an ominous fog. Countless black shadows were bizarre, and moved back and forth in the blood fog at a terrifying speed. On the other hand, in the central city, the Special Attack Team headquarters, which had been silent for a while, became active again. Judging from the movement, almost all of them came out. Send so many people? How many pollution sources are there in the mountains and valleys? Is it S level? The situation is much more serious than everyone imagined. I don't know who shouted first. If it's S level, 5 seconds is enough for them to kill everyone, right? A wave of waves stirred up 1,000 layers of waves. The riot that had just subsided exploded again, even more panic than a few minutes ago. My mom is still in the valley. Why are there so many S levels in the Horror Valley? I told you that place is full of ghosts, but you still don't believe it. Special Forces, Mr. Jiang, you must save my family. Have you rescued anyone? Has anyone escaped? Didn't they say there would be real-time rescue reports? Where are they? Galen was pushed around by the excited crowd for several times, and could only hold his grandfather's hand tightly. He was a little worried about Rabbi, who was the same age as his grandfather, and tried hard to hold him so that he wouldn't get separated. Rabbi, don't stand there like an idiot, come here quickly. Rabbi subconsciously held Galen's hand back, but did not move, his eyes stayed in front. The young man in the white sweater was mixed in the crowd, shouting hard, stirring people's hearts. Hasn't the base been pollution-free for all these years? Why did so many pollution sources suddenly appear? Where did the pollution source come from this time? Why did it appear in the Horror Valley? Young man. Rabbi let go of Galen's hand, pushed the child to Cocotte, pushed through the crowd, and approached the white sweater. White Hoodie noticed him quickly, looking impatient. What are you doing? That's what I want to ask you. What are you doing? The rabbi resisted the surging crowd, his eyes fixed on the other party. I don't think you are scared, nor do you look worried about anyone. Who are you? What do you know? You old man cares so much. White Hoodie didn't take him seriously, his voice raised 8 degrees. I said, what's wrong with the Horror Valley? Is Horror Valley wrong and you can't say it? Who doesn't know that those NPCs are the prettiest who live in Horror Valley? Who doesn't know that the prettiest and the dirty? Ugh! The rabbi punched him in the mouth. This guy is not right. The situation is not right now. We can't let him take advantage of the situation to incite people. The old man succeeded in one blow and pulled the White Hoodie to himself. It looked like a hug, but in fact it was firmly locked on the other party's movements, trying not to attract the attention of the people around him. The White Hoodie struggled frantically, but the other party was not weak. For a while, let alone escaping, even his mouth was covered tightly. Cocotte, call the security team. The rabbi's old bones tried their best. This man is probably a spy. At this moment, a clear voice cut through the noise. Everyone, come and see. And, Rabbi was shocked and subconsciously looked for the speaker. As he was distracted, he was punched in the abdomen by the white sweater. He groaned and fell backwards. Galen couldn't help him up. The old man and the child fell to the ground one after another. I have called the police. Cocotte had just cut off the communication. Too late, Rabbi said dejectedly. The situation was irreversible, and everyone's attention was attracted. Did you see it? He hit me. Do you know why he hit me? The white sweater wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, because the base requires you to cover your mouth. Because the Prita tribe and the pollution source are not clear. Why are there so many runaway pollution sources suddenly appearing in the Horror Valley? Our base has zero pollution all year round. Where does the pollution come from? Think about it carefully. Think about it carefully. Who dares to say that the Horror Valley has nothing to do with the Prita tribe? Tens of thousands of tourists. Tens of thousands of lives. Is the base really so careless that it allows such a large flow of people to the horror valley every day, or is there something else in mind? Many panicked people took his words to heart and showed a look of doubt. He is a spy. Kokot was anxious and angry. Don't listen to him. Stop talking. The rabbi held him back. Whatever you say at this time will only make things worse. Spy? The rabbi was right. What the white hoodie was afraid of was that there was no topic to answer. Did you hear that? The base is in a hurry to put an accusation on me. They are in a hurry. Because I told the truth? This disaster was caused by Pluto. The base did it on purpose. They are expanding rapidly, but they actually want to use us to support Pluto and the pollution source. The utopia is fake, all the technology and abilities are lies. This is the truth of why the home base can survive in the core pollution zone. From the beginning, they didn't want to support humans. Boom, another earthquake. Has the riot in the horror valley escalated again? Everyone was shaken to their core, and those with better abilities barely managed to stabilize their bodies and minds and look towards the valley. Nothing. Blood mist, black shadows, polluted airflow, everything disappeared. What happened? Hello everyone. As if responding to everyone's doubts, the signal on the square screen blurred, and when it became clear again, the picture had been split into two. In the newly added picture, the horror valley appeared, and a female figure came from far to near, walking towards the camera. Jian Yuha. She called out the name. Lend me your live signal. Okay. Jian Yuha was originally standing in the middle of the picture. Hearing this, he consciously moved half a step to the left, and the screen length occupied by the two people automatically changed from 1:1 to 2:1. I'm Shiyun. Shiyun stood in front of the camera, brushed the hair that fell on his forehead behind his ears. His eyebrows were not smiling. His eyes were full of coldness. I still need to introduce myself now. I'm worried that some people have forgotten who I am. In the square, outside the screen, several spies hiding in the crowd were startled. On the screen, Shiyun said every word. I have suppressed the riot in the horror valley. Many people in the crowd gasped. Before the blood mist appeared in the horror valley, Jiang Yuha gave an estimated rescue time of 10 minutes. After the blood mist appeared, the situation obviously escalated, but in less than 3 minutes, the matter was settled? Is this the strength to kill an S-level pollution source in 1 second? Is this scientific? Someone with bad intentions mustered up the courage to say something else. Puff. In the crowd, Kelly couldn't help laughing. Science? She raised her voice to ensure that as many people as possible could hear her voice. Are you serious? Who do you think you are talking about science with? You think you can sit back and relax in the core pollution area, and your daily food and clothing are comparable to those of the federal high-level officials 365 days a year. You only need to watch the show on the live broadcast when an S-level pollution source appears. Is it just science? Do you have enough brains? Clap, clap. Kokayot couldn't help but applaud, followed by Rabbi and Galen. A brief silence. A moment later, the patter of applause slowly became a whole piece, and gradually became a sensation. Shiyun seemed to be able to hear the movement here, and her stern expression finally softened. But it was only a softening. The list of casualties will be announced in 5 minutes. Relatives of the dead and injured are requested to go to the first hospital of Central City. She said the third sentence after showing her face. Then, she named again Jian Yuha. You have 3 days to thoroughly investigate the root cause of this riot. Grandpa. Galen raised his childish face. It's rare to see Sister Shiyun so fierce. Does she have any opinion on Mr. Jiang? Chapter 219. Even elementary school students can see this attitude, let alone adults with complicated minds. Soon, the news spread to all major bases, saying that Jiang Yuha has been too powerful in recent years and has taken over the main position. Shiyun, as the master of the base, has been dissatisfied for a long time and may use the Terror Valley incident to eliminate Jiang Yuha, a political threat. Jiang Yuha was in the center of the storm and seemed to have a sense of crisis. On the day Shiyun gave the order, he took action and arrested more than a dozen people on the grounds that spies had infiltrated the base. On the second day of the deadline, the number of spies arrested by Jiang Yuha climbed to 3 digits. Among them was Hawkins, a former member of the Federal Special Forces, and the current administrator of Base Number 5. However, it is well known that Hawkins is one of the oldest residents in the base, and is a 100% supporter of Shiyun. So new doubts were born. Did Jiang Yuha want to implement Shiyun's death order, or did he intend to strike as hard as possible against Shiyun's power before Shiyun found a reason to settle accounts with him? On the last day of the deadline, before noon, the number of spies arrested had exceeded 1,000. At 11:14 a.m., one of the most seriously injured victims in the Horror Valley, the administrator of Base 7, Odrio, woke up in the first hospital of Central City. Baby. My wife Ariana, she. Mr. Leo, we are very sorry. When your wife was sent to the hospital, she was already. No need to say. She closed her eyes in his arms. He asked many times, but it was just a fluke. Leo forced himself to suppress his grief. How many people were killed and injured in Horror Valley? How many residents of Base 7 are there? This is the list of casualties released by Base number 2 3 days ago. You can take a look. Luckily, the list was much shorter than he had imagined. It was only a thin page with the names of 164 people. The list of the dead was at the top, with only 3 people. Ariana. Li Long. Jiang Shuyun. Jiang Shuyun. Jiang. Surname. Hua La. What happened? What happened? Medical staff rushed in and saw the furious patient in a mess. The damage will be deducted from this account. Leo gave them an account, walked out of the ruins of venting, and connected to the optical brain communication. Please help me arrange it. I will hold a press conference immediately to seek justice for my wife. At 11:21 a.m., Leo invited all the medical staff out and started an online press conference. My fellow human beings. He emphasized the word human beings. My name is Odrio, and I am one of the victims of the pollution source rampage in the Horror Valley. My wife Ariana died in this accident, and she died in my arms with her eyes wide open. Her killers were 2 runaway pollution sources. I was seriously injured by one of them, and fell into a coma. I didn't wake up until today. But before I fell into a coma, I heard other pollution sources calling out the name of another pollution source. He paused for a moment, his chest rising and falling violently, obviously suppressing his anger. Yes, one of the pollution sources that killed my wife has. Bang! After a sudden loud noise, the signal was suddenly interrupted. The door of the ward was violently opened by someone, and the leader was wearing a law enforcement uniform. Odrio, you are suspected of espionage, and have a major connection with the Terror Valley case. Please cooperate with the investigation immediately. I am a spy? Leo laughed angrily. Where is the evidence? The evidence is that you are making inflammatory remarks online. Handcuff him. Ha ha ha. Leo had just recovered from a serious injury, and was quickly subdued by them, but he did not panic at all. Do you think I can only broadcast live? At the same time, on the TV channels of the base, the press conference was interrupted for only 1 second, and Leo's face reappeared in front of the audience. If you see this, it means I have been silenced by the base. This is a video recording. Yes, the source of pollution that killed my wife has its own name. According to my recent investigation, its full name is Jiang Shuyun, and its race is Prutu. I believe you have already guessed it. He played the casualty list provided by the base, and pointed to the name of one of the dead. It's not a coincidence, it's this Jiang Shuyun. The Prutu tribe is the source of pollution. After the true identity of the pollution source was exposed, the base did not deal with it, and even regarded it as a human being and put it on the casualty list. What is the intention? I want to know who compiled this list, who approved it, and who authorized it. Leo's eyes were as sharp as a hawk, and he shouted across the air in a stern voice, Shiyun, do you know? As soon as the video came out, the already nervous home base was once again in an uproar. Is Leo really locked up? What crime? Espionage again? What does Jiang Yue mean? Is he going to cover my mouth forcibly? At 11:35 a.m., the situation seemed to have taken a turn for the better. Leo reappeared in everyone's sight. Shiyun then appeared, looking angry, and asked Jiang Yue to release other spy suspects, and not to make groundless accusations that would affect the lives of the residents of the base. Jiang Yue refused to accept the order on the grounds that the tiger should not be allowed to return to the mountain. And the investigation has made considerable progress. The rumors of the two people's discord were completely confirmed. At 11:40 a.m., no one knows who is behind it, but another online press conference was held urgently. Everyone, I am Yu Daiqing, the administrator of Base 4. Yu Daiqing looked haggard, and his injuries were obviously not much better than Leo's. I am also one of the victims of the Horror Valley accident. I was at the scene when Ariana died. I want to testify here that Jiang Shuyun did not kill Ariana. On the contrary, Leo killed Jiang Shuyun. Her words directly entangled the Terror Valley incident into a mystery. Everyone knows that Yu Daiqing is from the nomadic tribe, a tribe that yearns for freedom, but is deprived of the sky by pollution, so they hate pollution, and the source of pollution more than anyone else. Yu Daiqing has no reason to cover up the source of pollution, and her testimony is credible. So who is lying? None of the other victims of the Terror Valley could answer, because at the time of the incident, except Leo, Yu Daichin, Ariana and Alien, no one was near the area and could not see the specific details. Ariana is dead, Leo and Yu Daichin each have their own opinions, so the only one who can clear up the mystery is Alan, who has not yet woken up. 1:28 p.m. The last victim of the Horror Valley, Alyssa Allen, slowly woke up. The reporter who had been squatting for a long time immediately sent a request to the agent, hoping to get first-hand information, and even gave a very convincing reason. Before the mastermind interferes with Alan, the truth must be made public. At 1:30 p.m., Alan agreed to the reporter's interview request. Reporters from all major media outlets flocked to the scene. Alien, how is your recovery? What do you think of the Horror Valley incident? What is the inside story? I heard from other victims that you spread your wings in the valley. Are you also from Yozu? Alien, do you know about the death of your friend Ariana? Under the reporter's repeated questions, Alyssa's eyes gradually turned red. I don't know why this happened. Poor Ariana. Pearl-like tears fell from her beautiful eyes, and I felt pity for her. The valley is too scary. Can you tell us in detail? Yes. Please. The other victims did not have close contact with the two pollutants. They said that the two pollutants were the first to go berserk. Leo and Yu Daichin each have their own story, and no one knows which of them is telling the truth. Yes, please tell us, everyone wants to know the truth. It happened so fast that I couldn't see clearly. Alien frowned slightly, her face full of fatigue from waking up from a serious injury. Even so, she was still impeccably beautiful. I just felt a pain in my body, and I couldn't carry Ariana anymore, and fell from the air with her, and I couldn't remember anything after that. The reporters looked at each other. Someone had an idea, then. Can you tell us how you encountered the pollution source? Do you remember this? I do remember that. Alien nodded, still frightened. At first, we thought it was just the NPC in the Horror Valley that was chasing us. At that time, Ariana was still telling me that this valley was really interesting. She lowered her eyelashes in disappointment. The reporters waited patiently, not daring to breathe loudly, for fear of disturbing the sad alien. After a while, Alien blinked, and another tear fell on her hand. It was just... I don't know how we ran, but suddenly a strong wind blew, and then the one chasing us became the pollution source. Our cameraman Li Long was killed by the pollution source immediately. We hid from here and there, trying every possible way. We were very happy when we saw Leo and Yu Daichin, thinking we were saved. But I didn't expect it. She closed her eyes weakly. I didn't expect that we were still caught up by the pollution source. A sharp pain came over me, and I can't remember what happened afterwards. Alyssa, if I let you see the missing NPC again, can you still recognize him? Can you see if he is on the list of casualties? Alyssa recalled carefully for a long time and shook her head. There is not much light in the Horror Valley, and the NPCs are all exaggeratedly dressed, so I can't recognize them. Looking at the disappointed look of the reporters, she tilted her head and tried hard to contribute her memory. Oh, by the way, I should know her name. I vaguely heard someone call it. It sounds very nice. It's Shuyun. Is she on the list? Is she seriously injured? Chapter 220. Although Alyssa Allen's memories are not direct evidence and cannot prove that Jiang Shuyun is the source of pollution, NPC Jiang Shuyun disappeared first, and the source of pollution appeared out of nowhere and killed people later. Coupled with Leo's earlier accusations, the balance in the hearts of the people soon tilted. Demonstrations broke out in major bases, demanding that the base cancel the false items about the Prita tribe in the confirmation letter, stop accepting Pritu, and drive him out of the homeland. Speaking of the confirmation letter, the full name is Confirmation of Intention to Join the Home Base, which is actually a checklist. Before each resident joins the base, there will be a special person to confirm with the applicant one by one according to the checklist, and the applicant can join the base only after agreeing to all the contents. The most daunting items on this list are 2, no use of emotional soothing agents, and 2 related to the Pritu tribe. The item points out that the Pritu is the most special existence in the home base. This race has abilities and crystal cores similar to pollution sources, with different temperaments. Some individuals' temperaments are even contrary to ordinary people, but they are definitely not the same as pollution sources. How similar is it to pollution sources? To what extent is the temperament contrary to ordinary people? Who guarantees that they are absolutely not the same? Many people backed off because of this, but many people also envied the favorable conditions of the base and chose to take a gamble. After all, no one had ever heard of a pollution source that could coexist harmoniously with humans in the world. Because they had taken precautions in advance, Before the Terror Valley incident, the Pruta tribe was at most incompatible with ordinary people. Many people in this race are eccentric and don't like to deal with people, but they don't interfere with other residents. However, the Terror Valley incident directly broke the base's Pruta tribe is by no means equivalent to a pollution source. With the guarantee of the people, the public's hostility towards the Pruta quickly rose, and soon, the Pruta tribe suffered unprecedented discrimination. Fortunately, due to the notoriety of pollution source, most people did not dare to directly use violence against the Pruta tribe. Even so, the lives of the Pruta tribe were greatly affected. At 10:47 that night, Jiang Yue convened an emergency meeting of the people. According to convention, except for the meeting in the central city of Base Number 2, which he attended in person, other bases released real-time holographic projections. It was rare for Shi Yun to attend the meeting. She sat in the main seat of the meeting, crossed her legs, and her mood was unclear. At the same time, in addition to the major base administrators including Leo, poor Hawkins has not been released yet, there were other faces who were rarely seen, such as Qin Xingxing, Anna, and Kellen. Almost all the veterans of the base were present. Among the crowd, Alyssa Allen and other victims of the Horror Valley were also present. At the beginning of the meeting, Jiang Yue, who was sitting on the left of Shi Yun, stood up. After a few simple opening remarks, he got straight to the point. Everyone, before reporting the progress of the investigation into the Horror Valley riot, I would like to reiterate to everyone that the base prohibits all malicious acts of harm. The meeting room was filled with boos. What? Who heard who first? Is the base going to protect Pluto to the end? At first, the voices of the crowd were not very confident. After all, Shi Yun rarely attended the meeting, and she was an absolute authority in the base. Occasionally showing off her skills showed absolute power, so even if they were dissatisfied with the base, everyone still had awe of her. But she remained silent, as if she tacitly agreed to everyone's doubts. The protests gradually grew louder. Lien Hu looked at Jiang Yue worriedly. Jiang Yue was not panicked at all, his face remained calm, and he only raised his voice. Who heard who first? This is also the question I want to discuss first today. He ignored the noise of the crowd and released the information he had prepared long ago. Do you know who Li Long is? Of course everyone knows. He was the photographer of actresses Alyssa Allen and Ariana, and one of the only 3 people who died in this incident. However, when the confidential file was released, everyone was shocked. Household registration details. Name, Li Long. Father, Li Zhentian. Mother, Jiang Shuyun. What do you mean? Li Long is Jiang Shuyun's son? How is it possible? I checked Li Long's information, he is a human. Jiang Shuyun and Li Zhentian are both Pruta people, how could they have a human child? Please be more careful when you falsify the information. As shown in the information, Li Long is Jiang Shuyun's son. Jiang Yue did not immediately join the debate on falsified data, but slowly said at his own pace, the reason why this information is not shown in the ordinary data is because Jiang Shuyun and Li Zhentian felt that being a Pruta would bring trouble to their son and cause him to suffer from the scruples of other races, so they specifically asked the base to make it vague. It's true that Li Long is a human, and it's also true that Jiang Shuyun and Li Zhentian are Pruta. It's also true that the Pruta cannot reproduce, let alone give birth to humans. The reason they are related by blood is that Jiang Shuyun and Li Zhentian, who were human beings, died hundreds of years ago. The reason why Li Long, who is also hundreds of years old, can live to this day is because Jiang Shuyun and Li Zhentian loved their son so much that their obsession turned into pollution sources and guarded Li Long's cryostat together in the underground city, which is now the Underground Maze amusement park, for hundreds of years until they met Shi Yun. Together with other like-minded pollution sources, they assisted Shi Yun and sent thousands of cryostat pods including Li Long to the home base. After that, these polluters chose to join their human relatives and join their homeland, voluntarily accepting the constraints of the base, and becoming a much more harmless race than the polluters, which is now the Pruta people. Of course, up to now, the only ones who can become Pruta people are still the polluters, who were once human beings on Earth, and the reason is not clear yet. Jiang Yue glanced at the audience in the meeting room and reiterated the original text of the confirmation letter. The Pruta people have abilities and crystal cores similar to the polluters, but they are by no means the same as the polluters. This has always been a fact. The reason why we didn't tell everyone the whole truth before was that most of the Pruta people had a mentality similar to Jiang Shuyun and Li Zhentian, and reported to the base, hoping to reduce the impact of their identities on their human relatives as much as possible. It turns out that their concerns are justified. Just as similar is enough to cause concerns for many people. But the base has always been open and transparent, and has taken all aspects into consideration before the current version of the inspection items is available. In fact, given that the Pruta people have a close relationship with the Earthlings, I think it is necessary to add another notification. The Pruta people, like the Earthlings, are the original inhabitants of Homeland Number 2. Drive the Pruta out of their homeland. The slogan became extremely ironic at this moment. The commotion in the venue subsided a lot. If you still don't believe it, I have also invited many witnesses from Earth. Jiang Yuha released the list, a total of 4,586 people. Recently, the situation has been fermenting. They are worried about their relatives and voluntarily confirm their relationship with the Pruta tribe. I go first. I've been holding it in for a long time. How can I not recognize my own parents? A heroic elder sister stood up. She was a calligrapher who was in the limelight in recent years, and was well known in the base and the Federation. My parents are from the Pruta tribe. If anyone dares to smash my windows again, I will write a blood oath and post it on your door. I will do it too. My brother is Pruta. If anyone bullies him for his good temper, don't blame me for being rude. Me too. Me too. Amid the two noises, someone jumped to a higher place. So what? A loud shout like thunder from the sky. The speaker was a woman in tight black clothes. Her voice was particularly sharp. Don't blur the point. Just because they are indigenous people, can killing people be justified? Are the residents of this base ranked according to seniority? The resentment that had finally subsided was revived. That's right. You admitted that the Pruta tribe came from a pollution source. So one of the pollutants that went berserk was Jiang Shuyun, right? Ode is right. It was Jiang Shuyun who killed Ariana. Are we going to let this matter go? Is it great that the indigenous people are great? Can the indigenous people get away with it? Do we deserve to be slaughtered by the indigenous people for no reason? This brings us back to the topic just now. Jiang Yu's voice was still clear in the noise. Li Long is also one of the victims of this incident. Do you think that Jiang Shuyun, as a mother, would kill her own son if she wanted to hide her parent-child relationship to protect her son? Who knows? Pollution sources act as they please. How can we understand them with normal people's thinking? But what is the motive for murder? If you really want to kill someone, who can't be the first to be killed? You must choose your own son? Jiang Yue spoke forcefully. She's already gone berserk. Who else can she recognize? Jiang Shuyun. Jiang Yue paused and waited for everyone to calm down before continuing. Whether she went berserk first and then killed her son, or saw her son being killed first and then went berserk, is a question I've been thinking about for some time. According to normal people's logic, the latter is naturally more likely. Many people fell silent. Jiang Shuyun is dead, and there is no evidence. Li Zhentian and she are both Prutas and husband and wife. I think nothing she says can convince the public. Jiang Yue's logic was clear, so the key to this matter lies in the cause of Li Long's death. His eyes slowly swept across everyone's faces, as if he was examining everyone's reaction. I think there is someone else who killed Li Long, with the purpose of provoking confrontation between Pruta and other races in the base, and destroying the harmony of the home base. This person is the biggest spy in the home base. It is precisely because of this that we have carried out such a large-scale spy elimination operation in the past 3 days. Oh, spy! Jiang Yue, everyone knows that you have been doing all these days to eliminate dissidents in the name of arresting spies. Let me ask you, what did Hawkins, the administrator of base number 5, do to be suspected of being a spy? The administrator of base number 7, Dao Ode, just came forward to tell the facts. Why was he arrested as a spy by you? The woman in black raised her head and chest and asked sternly, Are you going to say that I, who now question you, am also a spy? Many people nodded in agreement. That's right. You just casually say someone is a spy. You said there are spies in the homeland. Where is the evidence? Where is the evidence? Yes. We need evidence. Who killed Li Long? Just tell me. The murderer who killed Li Long. Jiang Yue looked at Shiyun. There is no conclusion yet. I need more time. Shiyun leaned on the armrest, holding his chin with his left hand, smiling. After so much preparation, you only say this? Do you think I am willing to give you a few more days? Shiyun. Don't let him delay any longer. He has been clearing out your forces in various ways during this period. Can't you see that? Well, that's not the case. I think what Mr. Jiang said makes sense. Maybe there really is a spy in the base? Yes, if there is, shouldn't we investigate it thoroughly? It's not impossible to give Mr. Jiang a few more days. Listen to his nonsense. What did he say at the time? He said that Ode was also a spy? What happened? Now he has come out and admitted it himself. He knew that Jiang Shuyun was one of the sources of the runaway pollution. Then why did he arrest Ode at the time? He did it on purpose. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding? Ode's words were indeed a bit sharp at that time. Everyone. The black-clad woman looked down at everyone and shouted, covering up the chattering of everyone, I think you have all been led astray by Jiang Yue. Think about it carefully. Is the key point of this matter the truth about Li Long's murder? No. Even if Jiang Shuyun really went berserk because of Li Long's murder, can this be a waiver for Pluto? So many pollution sources went berserk in the Horror Valley at that time, and the destructive power was obvious to all. If Shiyun hadn't intervened in time, how many more people would have been killed and injured now? These words aroused everyone's hidden worries. I was in the central city at the time, and saw it clearly. The scale of the pollution source in the Horror Valley was terrifying. It was a whole valley. Don't say it. I have a good nose. I am in the central city, and the bloody smell from the valley gave me a headache. There are unexpected events in this world. What if someone from the Pluto family dies one day? Do they have to drag others to be buried with them? Alas, we can understand that the base wants to protect the rights of the indigenous people, but our lives must also be guaranteed. That's right, that's right. The black-clad woman had achieved her goal. She looked worried about the country and the people, but her eyes looking at Jiang Yue were full of provocation. Jiang Yue, what else do you have to say? Everyone's concerns are reasonable. Jiang Yue replied. Then drive Pluto away. Yes. Drive Pluto away. At least separate Pluto from others. Separate? Separate? Although some people remained silent and some people strongly opposed, the calls for isolating Pluto were getting louder and louder. Jiang Yue? Shiyun finally spoke. She didn't raise her voice deliberately, but it seemed like she had some magic. With just 3 simple words, she suppressed the noise on the scene. Everyone wanted to know her attitude. Just a reasonable comment is not a position. Shiyun raised her chin and met Jiang Yue's eyes. The Horror Valley has become like this under your nose. How do you plan to explain it to everyone? I failed in my duty. Jiang Yue was silent for a long time, but I still think that this matter is not the fault of the Prita tribe, but the spy. Before this, the Prita tribe had never gone berserk. You can't say that the powerful spy has the ability to order the pollution source to run away, right? If this is not a far-fetched argument, what is it? Jiang Yue? You just want to protect them, right? What good does it do for you to protect the pollution source? The base is located in the core pollution area and can still develop so fast. Is it inseparable from these pollution sources? Is your impressive political achievement supported by the pollution sources behind the scenes? Pluto, get out of the home base. Jiang Yue, get out of the home base. I say, everyone. Seeing that the situation couldn't be more chaotic, Shiyun spoke again. It's almost done. She stood up, and wherever her eyes passed, the people were silent. Let me summarize. There are a total of 4 things that everyone wants the base to explain. The first is to find out the cause of the Horror Valley incident, including the cause of Li Long's death. The second is to confirm whether there are spies in the base. The third is to confirm whether the Prita tribe is a threat to other races. And the fourth is... She raised her eyebrows. Does Jiang Yue have an unknown deal with the pollution source? Otherwise, how can the base under my name be so awesome and develop rapidly in the core pollution area until now? Puff. In the silence, Qin Zixing laughed out loud. Shiyun didn't bother to pay attention to this conspicuous bag, and continued, then come one by one. A sneer formed at the corner of her mouth. First, the whole story of the Horror Valley incident. Ariana, please come out. She gave instructions in the eyes of everyone's doubts. Tell us, who killed you in the Horror Valley? Ariana, whose death was announced 3 days ago, appeared again. On the court, Alan opened his eyes wide. Ariana looked pale, her eyes wandered around the faces of the crowd, and pointed at Alan, who was sitting in a wheelchair. It's her, Alyssa Allen. Everyone was shocked. Alan looked innocent under the gaze of everyone, and shook her head repeatedly. I really didn't. Her expression became more and more complicated, and she was about to cry. Ariana, I'm really happy that you're still alive, but between us, is there any misunderstanding? Why did you frame me? I didn't frame you. Ariana took something out of her pocket. This is your feather. At the time of the incident, I picked up your fallen feather without any preparation, but was seriously injured by the high-intensity pollution released from it. I handed this feather to the base for testing, and it contains your DNA. This is impossible. At that time, a trace of panic flashed in Alien's eyes, but he quickly calmed down, looking more aggrieved. How could there be pollution in my feather? Not to mention pollution, it is just like hair, without lethality, and cannot carry any lethal force. If you don't believe me, I can submit a sample to prove it on the spot. She spread her wings, plucked a handful of bloody white feathers from them, and handed them to everyone to check. Her white feathers may contain deadly pollution. Shi-Yun said slowly, "Are you sure you want to take it?" Several people who wanted to take a closer look withdrew their hands. Aliener secretly winked at the woman in black, and then looked at Shi-Yun pitifully. "I really didn't. Why did you instruct Ariana to slander me?" The woman in black added fuel to the fire. "Why do I feel that she is not Ariana? Have you forgotten? Leo said in person at the press conference that Ariana died in his arms. In order to cover up the source of pollution, the base really used every means. Fake? Shi-Yun didn't care how everyone reacted. He just looked at Alan deeply. The other party panicked, although only for a moment. The flaw was caught. You used the advanced skill card. A 1,000-mile dam collapses at ant hole. Skill card. Skill. A 1,000-mile dam collapses at ant hole. Number of uses, 1. Skill time limit, 3 minutes. Skill description. No matter how strong the defense is, it can't withstand a hole the size of an ant hole. As long as there is a flaw, she can break anyone's defense. With this skill as a guarantee, all she needs is the last fire. Leo, you are Ariana's husband. Tell me, is she real or fake? Leo looked at Ariana with a complicated expression. I have confirmed that she knows all our secrets, and she is definitely my wife. Impossible. Seeing that public opinion was turning around, the woman in black frowned. Leo alone may be wrong, but even the rescuers have issued a death certificate. How could Ariana still be alive? This is about a small prop I got a few years ago. Shi-Yun took out a jet black, shiny tail feather. The feather's petals were unusually sparse. Alien's breathing paused for a moment. Heart of the sky. Shi-Yun made a slight operation, and the proportional projection was enlarged in the air for everyone to see clearly. The Federation said that the function of this thing is pseudo-assimilation, but after my research, I think it is more appropriate to say that it is compatible. She held the thing between her 2 fingers and shook it casually. Recently, the Federation has been playing around with cloning technology, and I have been following suit a little bit. When we arrived at the Horror Valley, although Ariana's organs were failing, her brain neurons were still active. I found a way to preserve her memory and clone her body. It's just that the cloning technology is not yet mature, and the rejection reaction is very strong. I suddenly had an idea. Shi-Yun shook the heart of the sky again, and said casually, I used this little metaphysical prop. The effect is good, but it's a bit wasteful of props. She pointed to the sparse part of the heart of the sky. Originally, its feather petals were very plump. I guess, if you use it this way, you can use it twice more? Shi-Yun's mouth curled up slowly. This time, the incident in the Horror Valley was really tragic. I plan to do the same thing and revive the remaining 2 dead people, which can also be regarded as an explanation to everyone. What do you think? You dare. Before he finished speaking, a white shadow rushed in front of Shi-Yun at lightning speed. Shi-Yun had expected it, so he put away the things in his hand and dodged sideways. At the same time, Qin zigzagged through the paper cup in his hand, and the splashing water droplets, driven by his mental power, all attached to the suddenly rising Alan. Alan's body sank in the air, and the feathers on his wings stood up, shooting at everyone like hidden weapons. The scene was immediately in chaos. Alan took advantage of the time when he was protecting the people with his fighting power, and his 5 fingers formed claws, and pointed directly at Shi-Yun's throat. Shi-Yun moved his wrist, and threw out a ball of green transparent thin lines. While dealing with Alan, he did not forget to continue speaking. I think this is the time to explain the 4th question that the base should explain. Why is the base so awesome? The thin line was like a swimming dragon, pulling back most of Alan's deadly white feathers, and finally tied her up tightly, and threw her to the ground. Shi-Yun looked down at her. Of course it's because I'm awesome enough. She glanced at everyone with limited patience. Jiang Yu's ability is obvious to all. That's because I know how to use people and delegate power. What does it have to do with the pollution source? Alye struggled in vain. His angelic face was somewhat distorted, and his eyes slashed at the only fellow tribesman on the field, Yudiking. Are you just going to watch her destroy the sacred objects of my tribe? Okay, stop arguing. We've been arguing for so many days, and it's not over yet. Shi-Yun used the base's authority to silence her. Have you seen her fighting ability? Like someone who just woke up from a serious injury. Everyone shook their heads at the same time. Very good. Shi-Yun waved his hand. Hawkins, stop acting, go back and change clothes. Oh, okay. Ariana smiled awkwardly in the stairs, and ran away. I made up about cloning. The base doesn't have this technology, and the heart of the sky is not used for this. Shi Yun explained casually. It was purely to stimulate Alienor to reveal his true face. Alienor did. She looked at Leo apologetically. Leo, who had known about it for a long time, waved his hand and sighed sadly. But the accusation just now still stands. I was able to know the truth because I found a way to trace back what happened at that time. Shi Yun presented the real scene. 3 days ago, Alyssa Alienor first used Baiyu to sneak attack the cameraman Li Long in front of Jiang Shuyun. Jiang Shuyun went berserk and chased Alyssa and Alienor, who were traveling with her, until the two were about to meet with Leo and Yudiking. Alyssa seized the opportunity and sneak attacked Alienor in front of Leo without leaving a trace, and put the blame on Jiang Shuyun. Leo was furious and killed Jiang Shuyun on the spot, which aroused the anger of other Perta people, and caused a new wave of pollution sources to go berserk. Alan's Baiyu disappeared after killing someone. There is no evidence, no witnesses, and the base is facing a crisis of trust due to someone with ulterior motives. Shi Yun laughed sarcastically. I think releasing this video is useless. People will only accuse me of distorting the facts. So I just kept my troops on the sidelines and set up a trap. I just want to know. She sat back in her chair and leaned back. How many people with bad intentions have infiltrated the base in the past 3 years? Things are even more complicated than she said. She has the absolute right to know about the home base. The system will inform her of all aspects of the base at all times, including but not limited to details of residence, fights, construction. If someone had ill intentions when joining the base, they would have been discovered long ago. But the system is not without loopholes. Or rather, Shi Yun herself is the biggest loophole in the system. No matter how much her mental power grows, she is still immortal. The information she can process every day is limited. Even if she finds so many administrators to share the load, it is impossible for her to be omniscient and omnipotent at all times. Of course, with her current authority, she can set up system messages that she should focus on. But the premise is that she needs to know who she should focus on, and this wave of spies, there are many of them, and they act without rules. To find abnormal information is like finding a specific English word in a document of several GB in English. She needs context. For example, Alyssa Allen. It was not until the day of the Terror Valley incident that Shi Yun used his skills to find the real culprit that he noticed Alan's abnormality, because when the Terror Valley incident happened, the system notification had nothing to do with Alan. Warning! Unknown pollution source appeared in Terror Valley, and is assassinating residents of the base. Could her system protect someone? Shi Yun spent a whole day checking all the system information of Alienor, and finally found that the details page of Alienor residents would only add a description for a very short time when the other party took action. Alienor Elisa's wings are parasites of unknown pollution sources. How many spies, like Elisa, are there? In order to prevent the tragedy of the Horror Valley from happening again, Shi Yun needs to manually create context. So she created the illusion that she and Jiang Yuhe were at odds, and let the situation ferment until now. According to this spy list, Shi Yun projected the list, catch them. The law enforcement team, which had been prepared for a long time, acted quickly. At this point, the base had fully explained the second question. As for the third question, everyone looked at each other. Shi Yun showed up this time, and cut the Gordian knot with a swift and powerful move. She was also the absolute leader of the base. The base and she were of the same origin. Questioning her was not just a matter of courage. However, regardless of whether this incident was caused by spies, the seeds of suspicion had been planted. It was a fact that the Perta clan would become a pollution source and run away. No matter words or authority, it was difficult to fill everyone's fear. The result of forcing everyone to accept Pertu, in addition to drawing a spiritual boundary between Chu and Han, was a fatal blow to the people's trust in the base. There is no going back. In essence, although all the spies were exposed, the people who arranged the spies had achieved their goal. Jiang Yuhe sighed softly. Shi Yun. He met her gaze, and took the initiative to take on the problem. I can take the Perta tribe away, and be responsible for them for the rest of my life. In this way, not only can he give an explanation to ordinary residents, but also with Jiang Yuhe's political weight in the base, he and Perta leading together can also be regarded as a comfort to the Perta tribe, which is the most satisfactory solution at present. In the Horror Valley. Except Shi Yun, the other Pluto people tacitly chose not to go to the scene, and gathered in the valley to watch the live broadcast. Wang Mike drank a bowl of strong liquor, and said with a wry smile, "Oh, Jiang Yuhe is really amazing, it really became such a situation." Zhang Tsuetsue patted the suitcase at her feet. "It's not a big deal, it's just moving, it's not like I haven't moved before, I can help." Fong Fong was busy with her hands, her eyes fixed on the projection. "Yes, Staying here will cause trouble for Nan Nan. Anyway, there are not many of us, and we are not afraid of pollution. We can go anywhere. Many people agreed. Leave? Why are you leaving? Li Zhentian lay on the ground like mud. If you want to leave, you go. I won't leave. My son and wife are gone. Where can I go? This is my home. My home is here. Why? My son just became a cameraman this year. He is very good, and he bought a necklace for my wife. My wife hasn't worn it 2 or 3 times. Everyone sighed one after another. Don't be like this, Lao Tian. You see, the murderer has been caught by Nan Nan, right? You and your wife have been cleared of the grievances. What's the point of clearing my name? Can I kill her to avenge my family? Can I? Alas, old Tian, this is not our era. Not to mention that there is no precedent in our base. Even the Federation has abolished the death penalty long ago. Old Tian, you don't want to stay here and do something stupid, do you? No, it will be so hard for Shi's daughter. We have fewer people, and others have more people. If we don't leave, the base will be in chaos. Your kid loves the base the most, and he praises it every day. Can you bear to see the place he likes become a mess? I can't bear it. I can't bear it. Li Zhentian turned over and stared at the sky. But who will compensate my child and my wife? Hey. Stop arguing. Wang Mike waved his hand to quiet everyone down, looking unbelieving. Why do I feel that Nan Nan seems to want to? Conference square. Be responsible to the end? Shi Yun savored the meaning of these 4 words and laughed in an ambiguous way. How can you be responsible? She crossed her legs. Is it based on your indescribable mental strength? Or your reputation as an arms dealer? Or your self-righteous and well-thought-out plan? Jiang Yue heard her subtext, and his calm expression rarely showed a hint of surprise. But I think that something you said earlier may not be important enough, because it was you who said it. Shi Yun raised his hand to signal him to shut up, looking at the venue, his eyes heavy. While everyone is here today, I will formally reiterate it as the highest commander of the home base. Pluto and the Earthlings are the natives of the Earth. Not only that, they are also the natives of my home base. They have all the rights to freely pass through the major bases in my homeland. In fact, I obtained their consent in advance for the expansion of the base. Without their approval and cooperation, there would be no base today. As for the matters related to Purtu in the confirmation form, they were written by me. Many people, including the Purtu people, advised me not to say it clearly to avoid complications. My answer at the time was that I respect the right of other residents to know. But in contrast, my home base has informed you of the major risks in advance. You chose to join the base knowing that Purtu is related to the pollution source, so I assume that you can afford the risk. The base has explained the whole story of the Horror Valley to everyone. Children will fight back when they are bullied, let alone the Prutus, who are born with blood. Moreover, 1 or 2 individual cases cannot be a reason to exclude the entire tribe. Otherwise, she narrowed her eyes, and spoke slowly and clearly. Countless politicians in the Federation, including Green, are involved in different races on various planets. How many lives have they committed openly and secretly? Do these races all have unscrupulous genes? Do they all have hidden dangers? Can I kill them all? The confirmation clause does not emphasize the risks enough. I will arrange to add it. Afterwards, please re-sign the letter of intent. Friends who cannot accept it can leave the base, and no one will stop them. She stood up. As for friends who still want to stay in the home base, the first clause of the home base joining letter of intent may be overlooked by everyone because it is not eye-catching enough. I will emphasize it again for everyone today. I, Shi Yun, am the daughter of the earth. This is my most basic position. I will not side with unreasonable earthlings, but I will not sit idly by and watch the natives of Earth being squeezed out by new members. The natives came first, and then the base. My Shi Yun's base will be the eternal home of earthlings in Purtu. I will kill anyone who messes up my home. Ignoring everyone's shock, she sentenced Alan to death and walked away. The Horror Valley. The Pruta tribe, who had almost packed their luggage, were dumbfounded. This, then we don't have to move? Fong couldn't believe it. Oh! Wang Mike slapped his thigh. Why are you so stubborn, silly girl? Although he complained, his mouth was gritting like a fool. Zhang Tsuetsue said nothing, but trembled her eyelashes and silently put the things in the luggage back one by one. Among all the people, only Li Zhentian reacted the most. He laughed loudly, and in the laughter, he shed the first tears in 3 days. Wife, boy, the base. Let us vent our anger.